I am the young master of Longchang Escort Agency, the #1 escort agency in Qingyang City. At the age of 16, I had already become an excellent escort, and had even reached the second stage of the Chuyuan realm, becoming a sorcerer. My talent was so great that the Lord of Qingyang City wanted to befriend my escort agency and even wanted to marry his daughter to me. At that time, I was very proud and my future was bright. By chance, I found a broken but golden rune scroll in the back mountain. I knew very well that this thing was not simple, so I put it away carefully and didn't tell anyone. Unexpectedly, this led to a disaster. Wang Yuan, the honorary escort leader of Wanfu Escort Agency, one of the only 3 talisman masters in Qingyang City, and a person who is related to a big shot in the imperial capital, actually targeted me. He brought a group of masked men and forced me and my 13 brothers into a remote valley 60 miles outside Qingyang City. Wang Yuan looked down at me as I half knelt on the ground, breathing weakly, his eyes full of greed and murderous intent. He forced me to hand over the golden rune, but the rune disappeared after I put it in my arms. I tried hard to deny having seen the rune, but Wang Yuan hit me hard. My meridians were all severed and my mouth was full of blood. Seeing that I refused to hand over the rune, Wang Yuan threatened me with the lives of my brothers. Seeing our brothers, covered in blood and dying, being pushed to their knees by masked men, panic appeared in my eyes for the first time. I screamed at Wang Yuan to let them go, but Wang Yuan mercilessly killed my brothers. I was filled with grief and anger, but I was powerless to fight back. In despair, I jumped off the cliff. I thought everything was over, but unexpectedly, a golden light appeared faintly on my chest, and then the golden rune shone brightly, enveloping me. When I opened my eyes again, I was in a golden space, and a woman with ankle-length blonde hair gradually emerged. She is majestic and sacred, with an imperial air in her features. She told me I was dead. I desperately asked her for help, but she said we had already reached a contract. It turned out that I washed the runes with blood and summoned her to appear with my unwilling thoughts. She helped me to get revenge, and I helped her to realize her wish. The contract can never be dissolved. Her name is Luo Chen. She told me that this is the Sea of Thoughts and that I could also learn talismans. This was a great temptation to me, and I immediately agreed to abide by the contract. Luo Chen floated behind me, blindfolded me, told me her name, and then I was swallowed by the dazzling golden light. At this moment, I heard intermittent quarreling sounds in my ears, which seemed to be Luo Chen's memory. I don't know how much time passed. Qing Qian slowly opened his eyes, and the pain in his body disappeared, and there was not even any sign of injury left on the surface of his body. He looked around and saw that it was indeed the cliff he had jumped off. However, he did not act rashly immediately. He tried to gather all his energy into his dantian and then slowly circulate it through his meridians. Then, he was shocked to find that the energy vortex in his dantian, which he had worked so hard to create into the size of a fingertip, was now only the size of a millet grain. Feel your own strength again. Wait, this is for sections that have not been entered. He fell from the second stage of the elementary realm to the non-entry stage. He is worse than his peers. The joy of escaping the disaster was completely washed away by this fact. Oh, yes, I forgot to say that I have spent a lot of energy to help you repair your meridians, so it is reasonable that your cultivation has declined a little. A blonde woman named Luo Chen suddenly appeared and explained to Qing Qian with a relaxed look on her face. The corners of Qing Qian's mouth twitched slightly, barely perceptible. Back off a little. It took him 6 years to cultivate from the 4th stage of the unborn realm to the 2nd stage of the initial origin realm. With this level of skill, what can he use to settle accounts with Wanfu Escort Agency and that old thief Wang? Luo Chen also noticed Qing Qian's frustration. Don't worry, it will be good for the future if you lay a solid foundation. Haha, Qing Qian restrained his emotions and scratched his head embarrassedly. I don't mean to blame you, senior. I am lucky to be able to survive this disaster. Luo Chen was very satisfied with the boy's modesty. She nodded and said, would you like to feel the telekinesis? After hearing this, Qing Qian's eyes lit up. He concentrated carefully, and a kind of energy fluctuation he had never experienced before spread out from his mind, and the world before his eyes suddenly became clearer. He could feel the grass beneath his feet trying to resist his weight, he could feel the breathing of the fish in the lake not far away, and he even seemed to hear a group of people bustling about in the mountains. So this is telekinesis. Perception, intention, concentration, insight. No wonder all the talisman masters are so arrogant. By the way, stop calling me senior. Do I look that old? Call me miss from now on. Good. Qing Qian stood up with full energy. He really awakened his telekinesis and was qualified to become a talisman master. Maybe he could become a talisman pharmacist in the future. Luo Chen was about to say something else when suddenly his body shook and then disappeared into the canyon. Hey, Miss Luo, where are you? Qing Qian looked around, but there was no sign of a ghost. But he found a brother wearing the same clothes from Longchang Escort Agency not far away, running towards him. Brother Qian. You are not dead. A boy about the same age as Qing Qian ran towards him quickly, hugged him, and said, I finally found you. Then he started to cry. Qing Qian was also stunned for a moment when he saw the visitor, and then a warm current flowed through his heart. He patted his back and said, Okay, Lao Lu, don't cry. I'm fine. The visitor was Lu Lu, a clerk from the escort agency. He had reached the 7th level of cultivation and was about the same age as Qing Qian. He was a good brother of Qing Qian. What on earth is going on? Who did it? Escorts have always advocated peace, and it is rare for them to resort to war. Besides, the darts that Qing Qian and his team transported this time were not valuable at all. Well. Qing Qian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Let's talk about it slowly when we get back. Lu Lu looked at the young master in front of him and always felt that something was different from before. Are my dad and sister okay? The young lady is still recuperating in Qinghuan Mountain and will be back in a few days. I don't know what's going on at home. But the eldest master has indeed been very haggard these past few days. Wait, what do these few days mean? Qing Qian's heart tightened. He felt that only 1 hour had passed. We have been searching here for 7 days and have found the bodies of the other brothers, but only Brother Qian. The boss said that we must see him alive or dead. What? 7 days have passed. Let's go back to the escort agency. The escort master died tragically, Qing Qian disappeared, business was lost, the rivals did bad things to him. This was the chain reaction triggered by the massacre of the entire escort team. Even though Qing Qian was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel sad when he actually saw the scene before him. The first escort agency in Qingyang City was now closed, with many unsightly words scribbled on the surrounding walls. A group of hooligans were shouting and making trouble at the door. Passers-by could not avoid it. There is no doubt that these must be troublemakers hired by the escort agencies Wanfu, Jinan, and Yinli. After all, Longchang's only rivals in the entire Qingyang City are these few. Brother Qian, let's go in through the back door. At this moment, a girl with a beautiful figure walked into the main hall of Longchang Escort Agency. The girl looked to be 15 or 16 years old, with purple hair that reached her waist, bright and lively eyes, fair skin, a slender figure, and a noble temperament, but her every move revealed a hint of arrogance. Behind her were 2 old men, one in black and one in white. In the center of the main hall stood dozens of city guards. Cheng Xiaotian of Longchang Escort Agency and Mr. Liao Sang, the second in command of the agency, looked at each other and frowned secretly. The atmosphere of the entire main hall is solemn and depressing. Why did the city lord's daughter come here at this time? Didn't she always dislike Longchang and Qing Qian? It doesn't look like he's here to do good things. Although he was suspicious, Cheng Xiaotian still walked over quickly and showed great enthusiasm. Miss Bai, you are honored to have come. I am so sorry for not coming to greet you. I am so sorry. Master Cheng, Bai Ruo interrupted Cheng Xiaotian's polite words with a cold voice. She took out a contract from her sleeve expressionlessly and went straight to the point. According to the land deed you signed with Qingyang City, it's time for you to pay the rent for this year and next year. Cheng Xiaotian's eyes twitched slightly. Sure enough, she was here to cause trouble. In fact, Longchang Escort Agency doesn't have much savings now. Cheng Xiaotian has always been generous to his brothers. When something like this happened, he even gave a lot more money to comfort the family of the deceased. This was the only thing he could do to make up for it. Thinking this in his heart, his face was full of smiles. "Oh, how dare I trouble Miss Bai to come and urge you personally for such a matter? I dare not be so arrogant. Please take a seat, please take a seat. Hey, please take a seat, my lords. Bring us some tea." Cheng Xiaotian hurriedly instructed the servant beside him. Bai Ruo sat down, but his face remained indifferent, as if he was doing his job properly and would not tolerate any questioning. Cheng Xiaotian rubbed his hands and smiled apologetically. "Miss, isn't it stated in our contract that we only need to pay it in full within 60 days? Why did you come here so early?" "Oh, that's true, but the matter of Longchang Escort Agency has spread all over the city. I'm really afraid that the boss will use all the money to support his brothers, and finally get something for nothing here in our government. Bai Ruo is young, but he speaks so cunningly." The old men around him and the guards around him all had mocking looks on their faces, and he could even hear them whispering. Their escort agency has lost a quarter of its men. Who would dare to do business with them in the future? Didn't his son die? I heard that all his meridians were broken and he fell to the edge of a cliff. It was such a tragic death. Cheng Xiaotian's face turned gloomy. He secretly clenched his fists and tried hard to resist the urge to curse. He had no idea whether his son was dead or alive. In fact, he was very afraid to hear the report from his men. But as long as my son hasn't been found, there is still hope for survival. He can't fall down until his son comes back. He took a deep breath and continued to smile apologetically. "Thank you for your concern, Mississippi. But please see if you can give it a few more days. I will personally deliver it to the city lord within 30 days. "That won't do," the old man in black stood up. "Who knows if you, old men, will run away with the money? Then where will our city lord's face be? Sir, how can you slander us at will?" Lulu, who had just rushed over to report the good news to the boss, couldn't help but retort. Cheng Qian, upon hearing the argument in the main hall, did not go in immediately. "Pa," a crisp sound echoed in the room, "you have no right to interrupt your boss when he is talking to you. Where did this unruly bastard come from?" The man in black suddenly rushed out and attacked without mercy. Lulu's right face became visibly red and swollen. This was followed by laughter from the guards. "I really don't know how much I weigh. Oh my, look at this, it's really embarrassing." Cheng Xiaotian's chest heaved, and he was about to explode, but when he turned around and saw the eldest lady sitting in the seat, she had no intention of stopping him. "Master Cheng, can I get the rent as promised today?" Bai Ruo took a sip of tea leisurely. She didn't notice the embarrassment, entanglement and anger of the middle-aged man opposite her. He questioned her step by step without mercy. Cheng Xiaotian never thought that there would be a day when he, the head of the #1 escort agency in Qingyang City, would be humiliated by a little girl asking for debts in public. "Miss, you also know the situation of our escort agency." Cheng Xiaotian lowered his head, feeling a little stuffy in his chest. He gritted his teeth and said, "How about giving us another 3 days, and we will definitely hand it over." Cheng Qian, who was standing outside the main hall, clenched his fists and felt his palms bleeding from being pressed by his nails. His father had always been proud, but when had he ever been so humble? Alas, in the room, another old man in white who had been silent sighed, "Since you can't fulfill your promise, then we have no choice but to do it ourselves." The man in black raised his hand proudly when he received the order, "Brothers, search for me." "Stop, do you still have any law to uphold?" Cheng Xiaotian didn't care about the city lord's face. He clenched his fists and released the aura of the third realm, the condensation realm, without reservation. Bai Ruo was also caught off guard and panicked. Then he circulated his energy and quickly calmed himself down. "Cheng Xiaotian, don't be rude." The old man in white was not to be outdone. The next second, he suddenly released a strong force from his body, and at the same time drew out his sword, and confronted Cheng Xiaotian head-on. The atmosphere in the entire main hall suddenly became manic. Inside and outside the hall, a group of young people who had not yet entered the country, including Bai Ruo, felt a tightness in their chests. "Boss." Seeing this, Mr. Liao Sang on the side hurriedly pulled the corner of Cheng Xiaotian's clothes. When the boss called out, Cheng Xiaotian was shocked. Yes, he is the backbone of the entire Longchang escort agency. He cannot ignore the future of his brothers and Longchang just for the sake of showing off his abilities for a moment. He sighed and retracted the energy he was emitting. The guys in the escort agency, including Mr. Liao San, all remained silent. The decline of Longchang was now an established fact. Humph, you mean the king's law? In Qingyang City, the old man in black stood in front of Qing Xiaotian provocatively, pounding Qing Xiaotian's chest playfully and rhythmically. We are the king's law. Then he turned around viciously and said, search for me. You. I. Look. Who dares? Suddenly, 4 words exploded in the entire main hall like a thunder, and several guards with lower cultivation who had not yet entered the country were knocked to the ground. Who? The old man in white was shocked and reacted first. He hurried out of the door, trying to find the indistinguishable male and female voice. He looked up and found that the sky, which had just been clear, was now covered with dark clouds. Looking more closely, it turns out that the dark clouds are just above the house. At the entrance of the escort agency, those hired troublemakers outside the Longchang escort agency and the crowd watching the excitement on the street also noticed the strange dark clouds. What on earth did Longchang offend? Is some powerful person here to seek revenge? Everyone in the hall was looking around or not daring to move, and everyone's face was filled with surprise and fear. Bai Ruo was just a little girl, she had never seen such a scene before, her face turned pale and she no longer had the arrogance she had just had. The old man in white was more composed. He spoke respectfully to the heir, who is this, sir? Could you please show yourself? The rules of the underworld are to speak first, then talk if you can, and fight if you can't reach an agreement. In the courtyard, a man in black robe appeared out of nowhere without any warning. He was wearing a veil, so although his face could not be seen clearly, one could tell that he was not very old. Only a pair of golden eyes were exposed on the man's body. When everyone looked into these eyes, a sense of fear inexplicably surged in their hearts. They hurriedly lowered their heads and strongly suppressed the urge to kneel down and surrender. The old man in white and the old man in black looked at each other, and a hint of uneasiness flashed in their eyes. The man in black robe stepped into the main hall step by step, and his sharp eyes slowly swept over everyone present. Only when he looked at Qing Xiaotian did he put away his pressure. Qing Xiaotian was also confused, but he was not afraid. Instead, he felt that the man's aura was familiar. The men finally settled in the guest seat, which was beyond everyone's expectations. After all, in a world where strength is king, whoever is stronger will be in charge. This has become an unspoken tradition. But is this person humble? Of course not. With his father present, Qing Qian would not dare to sit in the main seat no matter how impolite he was. Filial piety is a quality ingrained in his bones. Well, may I know your name? The old man in black stepped forward politely and bowed, then asked dryly. Qing Qian glanced at him and said softly, Humph, you bastard, are you worthy enough to talk to me? After hearing this, Lulu laughed secretly in his heart, you just called me a bastard. This gentleman doesn't seem to be a bad person. The old man in black held his breath in his chest. When had he ever been insulted so badly? In the past, even the city lord and the young lady were polite to him. Qing Qian waved his left sleeve, and a surge of energy came out, knocking the sword out of the old man's hand. Don't bring this kind of rubbish in front of me, it will embarrass you. Everyone gasped. This man in black robes actually easily took down the old man in white. Even in the entire day's empire, this level of talent should be rare. The old man in white had a dark look in his eyes. He realized that he had hit a wall today. He was thinking about how to escape unscathed when he heard the accusations of his companions. What do you mean, sir? We are following the orders of the city lord and performing official duties. Why are you trying to stop us? The old man in black seemed not to understand the situation. He stepped forward and argued with reason. The city lord is nothing. Qing Qian said, and threw out another stream of energy. A red mark instantly appeared on the face of the old man in black. No one has ever dared to speak to me like this. Qing Qian drew a few strange symbols in the air, and a golden light flashed. It's the talisman master. Bai Ruo exclaimed. The golden light flew towards the old man in black. The old man had no time to protect himself with his energy and was hit by the rune. Then, he could no longer feel the fluctuation of energy in his body. Could this be the legendary devouring energy rune? When did such a powerful rune master appear in Qingyang City? It's just sealed for a few days, there's no need to act like it's dead. Qing Qian said in a deep voice. He wanted to eliminate the trouble forever, but this was in his own escort agency, so he didn't dare to make a big deal out of it. Sir, I am Bai Ruo, the daughter of the Lord of Qingyang City. I don't know how I may have offended you. I hope you can give me some advice and forgive me. Advice. Qing Qian looked up and glanced at Bai Ruo, who was pretending to be calm. He had never liked this proud rich lady. But the city lord seemed to ignore him and insisted on tying the two together no matter what. Okay, I wanted to discuss business with Master Qing today, but you guys ruined my mood. So, tell me, how should we solve this problem? Bai Ruo lowered his head for a few seconds, gritted his teeth, and took out a small bag from his arms. It's our fault this time. Inside are 3 yuan crystals for entering the yuan realm. Please accept them. Miss, the old man in black exclaimed in a low voice. This was a treasure that he had obtained by killing 10 yuan beasts with great effort. Humph, as the leader, you don't care about your subordinates making such a fuss. Sir, I'm sorry for offending you just now. Please forgive me. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately bowed and apologized. Not enough. As he said that, a powerful pressure gushed out, and the group of people brought by Bai Ruo were shrouded in strong pressure, forcing the guards to be unable to bear it and fall to their knees on the ground. She finally understood what Qing Qian meant and gestured to the 2 old men. The old man in white was still able to judge the situation and knelt down respectfully to apologize, but the old man in black remained indifferent. Qing Qian snorted softly, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. A rune was thrown out from the palm of his hand. The old man in black was unable to block it. He spat out blood and fainted on the spot. What about you? Qing Qian raised his eyes and stared at Bai Ruo, asking playfully. Bai Ruo pursed her lips, gritted her teeth, and knelt down. My daughter's words and actions just now were inappropriate. Please don't blame me, sir. Not for me. Bai Ruo's fingers were clenched so tightly that they turned white, but she still turned stiffly to Qing Xiaotian and bowed her head to admit her mistake. Master Cheng, I was wrong today. As the daughter of the city lord, when has she ever knelt down to anyone? If it gets out, not only will she be in trouble, but where will her father's face be? Thinking of this, Bai Ruo bit her lips tightly, tasting a hint of blood, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. Sir, thank you for your help today. After the troublemakers dispersed, Qing Xiaotian bowed deeply to Qing Qian, who was sitting in the guest seat with gratitude. If it weren't for this sir's help, it would be hard to say whether Longchang Escort Agency could be saved today. Qing Qian was so scared that he stood up immediately. How could he accept such a gift from his father? You're too kind. It's just a small favor. As he said that, he helped Qing Xiaotian up with both hands. Qing Xiaotian looked at the hands. They were a pair of young people's hands. Could this man in black robe be a young man? At such a young age, he has achieved such great success. But my Qianer. Qing Qian saw his father staring at his hand and couldn't come back to his senses. Could it be that he had let something slip? He quickly retracted his hand and coughed lightly. I'm sorry, I was rude just now. I just saw that you seem to be so young but have such a high level of cultivation, so I thought of my son. Qing Qian raised his eyebrows. That's right, Dad doesn't even know he's alive. Don't worry, your son's future achievements will definitely be far superior to mine. Qing Xiaotian smiled bitterly, thinking that this was just words of comfort. He didn't know what to say, so he respectfully escorted Qing Qian out of the hall. Sir, you just said that you wanted to come to our escort agency to discuss business. Lulu beside him asked softly. Qing Qian was speechless. This Lao Lu, in such a critical situation just now, he remembered all these things clearly. Next time, for sure. Qing Qian had already walked quite far away. Suddenly, Qing Xiaotian seemed to remember something and said, Sir, please stay. Qing Qian stopped and turned back. What else? Is your surname Chen? Qing Qian was stunned. Why did his father ask this? Does he know someone named Chen? No. After saying that, Ching Qian disappeared. Everyone was still staring at the direction Ching Qian left. Mr. Liao Sen suddenly asked, "Boss, why did you ask that gentleman if his surname was Chen? His aura is similar to that of an old friend. But, maybe I'm wrong. By Chen, where are you? That person just now was one of your tribesmen." In his mind, Luo Chen stretched and raised his eyebrows. "Hey, this matter is becoming more and more interesting." Ching Qian opened his eyes again and found himself lying in his room. He rubbed his messy hair. What happened? He only remembered that he was angry at the behavior of Bai Ruo and his gang, and Luo Chen took the initiative to help his father vent his anger. After leaving the house, he fainted because his body could not bear Luo Chen's strength. "Master, you're awake." Lao Lu heard the noise and hurried over from the table. Following behind him was Qing Xiaotian. "Dad." Ching Qian called out cautiously when he saw his father was there too. Cheng Xiaotian's body visibly stiffened, and his eyes became red. "Qianer, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Then he looked at his son tenderly and didn't speak for a long time. Today he was humiliated by a little girl at home, and then rescued by a mysterious strongman. He also saw his son fainted in the yard but appeared in front of him alive. Ching Xiaotian felt that today was the most thrilling day of his life. Ching Qian looked at his father carefully at this time, saw his wrinkled face, his red and swollen eyes, and his increasing number of white hairs over the past few days. At this time, he could no longer bear it, his nose felt sore, and he struggled to get up from the bed, and knelt straight down with a thump. "Dad, I am an unfilial son, I failed to protect my brothers." With a bang, a porcelain cup shattered. Ching Xiaotian glared and cursed, "My Qing family has always been polite to Wanfu, but I didn't expect them to be so cruel." Ching Qian described the incident in detail, saying that he encountered Wang Biaodo and his group from Wanfu escort agency on his way back, and they wanted to annihilate Longchang's strength. As for Luo Chen's affairs, the fewer people who know about it, the better. "Brother Qian, it's a good thing you jumped off the cliff quickly, otherwise you would have been killed by that old immortal." Lulu was still in shock. "Fortunately, you met that mysterious strongman. He is really a great benefactor of our Qing family." Cheng Xiaotian murmured. In the story Ching Qian wrote, a mysterious strongman saved him after he jumped off the cliff. He speculated that this was the same strongman who came to rescue Longchang escort agency today. Cheng Xiaotian still didn't dare to believe it. He injected a little energy into Ching Qian's body and carefully detected it again. After repeating this several times, he was certain that his son had no other physical problems except for the loss of his cultivation. "It would be great if I knew his name." Cheng Xiaotian still couldn't figure it out. How could a super powerful person happen to come to save their Qing family when they were not related at all? Then he changed his mind and thought, it was all because of Wang Laogo and Wanfu escort agency. Their Longchang suffered such a disaster. Thinking of this, he became extremely angry and jumped up from his chair. "I'm going to settle the score with that old guy right now." Then he was about to slam the door and leave. "Boss, that old thief Wang is just an honorary escort leader. He won't be able to come back from the imperial capital for the next 1 or 2 months." Ching Qian also hurriedly stopped his father. "Dad, we don't have any evidence. And you alone are no match for so many people in the Wanfu escort agency. Humph, you killed so many of our brothers and even dared to attack my precious son. Do you expect us to swallow our anger in silence?" Cheng Xiaotian's eyes were still bulging with anger. "Dad, don't worry. 3 months from now, isn't it the Qingyang martial arts competition held every 3 years? By then, I will not let any of Wanfu's people go." A cold light flashed in Cheng Qian's eyes. "Even if the old thief Wang doesn't show up now, I will make him pay double for the debt he owes me one day." Qianer. The Qingyang martial arts competition is a grand event held every 3 years in Qingyang City. At that time, all the talisman masters or spell masters under the age of 25 with a cultivation level above the Qiyuan realm can sign up to compete. The young people who rank in the top few places will not only bring prestige to themselves and their families, but will also be able to obtain high-quality resources for cultivation. Therefore, almost all the young people in the city would want to try this kind of competition. However, swords and knives have no eyes, and once on the ring, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. It is a pity that although the Longchang Escort Agency is one of the strongest escort agencies in Qingyang City, it has never won the first place in this martial arts competition. It's not because their escorts are not strong enough, but because most of Longchang's escorts are young men in their 20s or 30s. Wan Lijiang, the eldest son of the Wanfu Escort Agency, nearly swept the entire competition in the previous Qingyang competition at the age of 22 and at the 8th level of the Chuyuan realm. He established himself as the number one of the younger generation and became a new generation of young talent in Qingyang City. While Wanfu was celebrating together, Longchang could only watch helplessly, unable to send out a single player. This is also a great regret for Qing Xiaotian. Now, his son Qing Qian is already 16 years old. His original strength of the second stage of the initial Yuan realm also earned him a ticket to participate in the competition, but Qing Qian suddenly remembered that his cultivation had regressed to the fourth stage of the pre-entry stage. He was disappointed. How could he take revenge in the Qingyang competition? Even if one has awakened telekinesis and has previous cultivation experience, how easy is it to break through to the initial stage in 3 months? From the unreachable realm to the initial origin realm, it was like going from 0 to 1. Only when one entered the initial origin realm could one truly step into the threshold of cultivation. Even though he was talented, it still took him more than half a year just to take the first step. Qing Xiaotian patted his son's shoulder in a comforting manner. "You, take a good rest during this period of time, and don't think about anything. We in Longchang don't have to show up at the martial arts competition." Qing Qian forced a smile and looked very depressed. Seeing that his son was still in a heavy mood, Qing Xiaotian punched Qing Qian in angrily. Ouch! Qing Qian was caught off guard and screamed in pain. "I'm serious. We haven't participated in the competition for so many years, but we are still the number one escort agency in Qingyang City. As for you, I'm content as long as you are doing well." Hearing such heartwarming words, a warm feeling surged through Qing Qian's heart. "Dad, I won't let you worry about me anymore." Qing Xiaotian thought about it, nodded and said, "Okay, you should stay at home during this period of time to avoid any accidents. Don't worry about the affairs of Wanfu Escort Agency and Wang Laogo. Don't worry. If they dare to take advantage of my precious son, I will never let them off easily." In the dim study, City Lord Bai Lianqing was sitting at his desk, writing calligraphy with great concentration. Although as the Lord of Yicheng, he had many things to worry about, but practicing calligraphy and cultivating his character was his unshakable habit every night. My daughter Bai Ruo stood opposite the table with her head down and a dejected look on her face, not daring to utter a word. Bai Lianqing ignored his daughter's little emotions and had left her aside for almost 10 minutes. Bai Lianqing finally put down the brush in his hand, took a long breath, and nodded with satisfaction at his masterpiece. Then, he raised his head, looked at his daughter, and sighed helplessly. "I heard that you got into trouble outside again." Bai Lianqing only had this one daughter, who had been spoiled since childhood. This led to Bai Ruo sometimes using the title of City Lord to act arrogantly and show some temper like a young lady. He didn't know how many times he had taught his daughter to follow Qing Qian's example and be more steady and modest. But it was useless. Today, I finally hit a snag. When Bai Ruo heard his father's reproachful tone, he moved his lips timidly but dared not say anything. Seeing that Bai Ruo was still trying to retort, Bai Lianqing became even angrier and spoke in a higher tone. "Why don't you go to collect the rent any other time? Why did you have to wait until Longchang got into trouble to join in the fun? You even managed to persuade Lao Bai and the other two to help you save the situation. Those who know will say you're going to collect rent, and those who don't will think it's my idea to take advantage of the opportunity to kick someone when he's down. Other escort agencies will follow suit and squeeze Longchang Escort Agency if they know about this. Have you thought about the consequences?" Bai Lianqing's reproaches were directed at Bai Ruo like a string of cannonballs. She knew she was in the wrong and nodded repeatedly. Her attitude was completely different from that during the day. Seeing Bai Ruo didn't say anything, Bai Lianqing continued to scold him. "I told you a long time ago that Qing Xiaotian was able to start from scratch and become the number one in Qingyang City. His background must be very impressive. How dare you provoke his family?" Hearing this, Bai Ruo lowered her head and rolled her eyes. Her father had said this to her more than once or twice. But Bai Ruo always believed that the Qing family was just a nouveau riche, so how could they have any background? I heard from Lao Bai that even I am no match for that mysterious strongman. If he really holds a grudge against our Qingyang city, we, father and daughter, will die without knowing how. When Bai Ruo heard this, her face turned pale with fright. She opened her eyes wide in fear and asked anxiously, "Dad, is it really that serious?" Bai Lianqing saw that he had finally scared his daughter, so he decided to stop while he was ahead. "I don't know. So you must be more restrained in the future. Okay, you can go back." Feeling that today's lesson was almost done, Bai Lianqing's tone finally softened. "The Qingyang competition will begin soon. From tomorrow on, you will go to Lingyuan Pavilion to practice well. If you have not reached the Chuyuan realm, let's put aside the affairs in the city for now." "Yes." Bai Ruozong was a little reluctant, but she couldn't argue with this situation no matter how much she argued, so she had to agree aggrievedly. After Bai Ruo left, Bai Lianqing was still holding the table with both hands and frowning. In fact, he had already received the news that Qing Qian was back alive. Recalling the years of dealing with Qing Xiaotian, he also knew a little bit about Qing Xiaotian's background. But today, the mysterious strongman and Qing Qian escaped from death. Are they also the force behind him? Qing family, Qing family. The city lord shook his head helplessly. This surname is really not easy to mess with. In the back mountain, Qing Qian's chest rose and fell, and the Yuan force between heaven and earth gathered in Dantian, then flowed through some of Qing Qian's meridians, and then quietly returned to Dantian. Since returning to the escort agency a week ago, Qing Qian has been practicing every day except eating. He doesn't care about the outside world. After all, he has fallen from the initial stage to the unentered stage in a flash. Even if he wants to participate in some things, he can't. I heard from Lao Lu that Qing Qian's return at least stabilized the confidence of everyone in Longchang. The entire escort agency has gradually returned to normal, and the troublemakers at the door and the city lord's family who came to collect debts have no longer come. But no one outside knew that Qing Qian had returned alive. Wang Yuan, who was in the second stage of the Yuan realm, did not return to Qingyang City. Wanfu Escort Agency and several other escort agencies had not made any other moves. Putting aside these distracting thoughts, Qing Qian devoted himself to cultivation again. The rice-sized vortex spun faster. Even in a meditative state, Qing Qian couldn't help but smile. I don't know if it's because of Luo Chen's transformation or because of the previous practice, but his speed is indeed faster than expected. In just 1 week, he has already touched the border of the 5th stage. It is estimated that breaking through the 5th stage will happen in the next few days. Luo Chen leaned leisurely against a nearby tree, carefully watching Qing Qian's skills in action, and suddenly uttered a soft "eh." Qing Qian also finished a cycle of training, slowly opened his eyes, and asked with a puzzled look, "What's wrong?" After all, Luo Chen never said a word during these few days of practice. After several contacts, Qing Qian also knew Miss Luo's temper, which was hot and cold at times and really hard to predict. Therefore, as long as she didn't speak, he would remain silent. In fact, he didn't know that it was because Luo Chen had been sealed for many years and had just awakened, and his strength and memory were still recovering bit by bit. Luo Chen then floated in front of Qing Qian. "Your set of skills is quite interesting." Ah. Qing Qian thought carefully after hearing this. This technique is called Xingqian Ju, and it is an intermediate technique. Although the level is not low, how could Luo Chen say that it is interesting? Gongfa is a method of cultivation for a magician to improve his rank. Its quality directly affects the strength of the practitioner, and may even be the bottleneck of his cultivation in this life. It is divided into 3 levels, low, medium, and high. There are also extremely rare heaven-level Gongfa, which cause a sensation on the continent every time it is born. Intermediate star art. Luo Chen frowned, as if he remembered something. "Who taught you?" "I heard that my father got this by chance when he was escorting people in his early years," Qing Qian explained. "He practiced other skills and left this set to me." At the end he added, "How do you think I have reached the initial origin realm at such a young age? People of the same age are still at the pre-entry level." "Oh." Luo Chen thought for a moment. "What your father got might be a fragment." "What?" Qing Qian jumped up in surprise. "Can the fragment be taken out and practiced alone?" How powerful must the whole volume be? In general, the fragments of martial arts techniques make it impossible for the energy in the body to circulate smoothly. Since I failed to help you maintain your cultivation in the Chuyuan realm, I will give you a big gift to compensate you. Luochen waved his arm, and a scroll with a light blue light was thrown into Cheng Qian's arms. Keep it. Cheng Qian's eyes were shining. The things in the hands of a strongman like Luochen must not be ordinary items. The martial arts my father practices are of intermediate level. I wonder what level Luochen's treasure inventory is of. He injected a trace of energy into the scroll, and immediately a huge amount of information flooded into his mind. In the sea of thoughts, a large amount of text and picture descriptions appeared out of thin air. The art of stars in the sea, a martial art without any rank. Just these few words made Cheng Qian stunned. What is the level of no level? Is it lower than the low level, or higher than the high level? Next, it was the method of absorbing energy through the Canghai Xing Chen Ju, which actually passed through the 12 meridians, 15 collaterals, and all other large and small meridians throughout the body. Cheng Qian took a deep breath. This way of operation seemed to be much higher than the advanced level. This technique is so unique and so rare. Cheng Qian's thoughts were pulled away from the sea of consciousness, but his heart was still deeply shocked by the Canghai Xing Chen Ju. Luochen smiled slightly. In addition to mobilizing all the meridians in the body and being of a very high level, this technique also has another feature. What is it? It can be used to cultivate telekinesis. Ah. Cheng Qian's pupils shrank slightly. He had heard that telekinesis was the source of power for a talismanist to perform a spell, and the strength of telekinesis directly affected the strength of a talismanist. Just like when he was a spellcaster, Yuanli was the cornerstone of his cultivation. No wonder this Canghai Xing Chen Ju was classified as a non-ranked martial art, because its true power has surpassed the definition of ordinary grades. But, generally speaking, can't telekinesis only increase as the energy increases? Cheng Qian asked after hesitating for a moment. That's right. But you also said that this is the general situation. Luochen explained, this kind of technique that combines Yuanli and mind power is rare in the world. And this Canghai Xing Chen Ju is the clan law of my clan. No one else among you people of Jiuzhou continent has it. Cheng Qian raised his eyebrows, finally hearing Luochen talking about her life experience again. In fact, he was very concerned about the conversations he heard when signing the contract and the content of the contract itself. Luochen seemed to see Cheng Qian's curiosity about him and sighed, in fact, my memory has not yet fully recovered. However, you should know that the soul-binding talisman seals my soul. Yeah. Cheng Qian nodded. Someone deliberately left me a way out. Luochen said with a wry smile, when your strength reaches a certain level, as long as your soul is immortal, there will always be a chance to make a comeback. Cheng Qian's heart was shocked. The person who could seal Luochen must be much stronger than Luochen. What kind of power was behind her? It's better if you don't know my identity for now. But since I have the opportunity to make a comeback, I naturally look forward to going back one day to solve some problems in person. Luochen narrowed his eyes slightly, and two cold rays shot out of his eyes. Cheng Qian couldn't help but tremble when he saw it. So, you need to free yourself from the soul-binding talisman. Cheng Qian followed Luochen's train of thought and asked. That's right, Luochen nodded, and in order to help me lift the seal, that person's mental strength must reach a very strong level. Therefore, from the very beginning, there must be a high-level technique for cultivating mental power, and it is best to have the same origin as my own technique. However, this technique is unique to my clan. If it is not from my clan, I don't know if the person's body will not be able to bear it in the end. Luochen did not say anything else. Cheng Qian lowered his head and said nothing. As an excellent escort, he regards promises as very important. It can be said that keeping promises is the foundation of an escort. So Cheng Qian was very worried that Luochen would help him get revenge, but he could not fulfill Luochen's request. At the same time, he also cherishes his precious life very much. He still can't let go of his father and sister. Luochen stared at Cheng Qian, who lowered his head. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes, but also a hint of bitterness. Of course, I have some other techniques that can cultivate both Yuanli and mind power at the same time. This Luo Chen. Qing Qian suddenly interrupted her. The young man raised his head and grinned at Luo Chen. Don't forget that you gave me this life. And didn't you also say that you were not sure? Then you should think positively. Although my current strength is really not worth mentioning, as long as I am still alive, I will do my best to realize your wish. Luo Chen stared blankly at Qing Qian, who had a serious face. A touch of emotion flashed through his heart, but he concealed it with his mouth. Oh, you are the only one who can talk. Qing Qian said nothing more and immediately sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes and formed seals with his hands, recalling the operation diagram of the exercises he had just seen. Then he carefully absorbed a ray of energy from heaven and earth, and controlled the energy to flow through the meridians in his body little by little, and then merged it into Dantian. Just refining this strand of energy took more than 5 times the time as before. This unranked martial art is as difficult as its grade. Soon, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. However, Qing Qian was not impatient. As long as he repeated it many times, he would eventually become proficient in the operation of this set of Canghai Xing Chenju, and his strength would increase rapidly afterwards. Luo Chen returned to the tree at this time, staring at Qing Qian with complicated eyes. She was very curious about the young man who could wake her up. She believed that there must be something special about him. It was the best choice for Qing Qian to practice the Canghai Xing Chenju. She had been thinking and struggling these days about whether she should push the boy into an unknown and dangerous situation for her own purpose. But who knew that Qing Qian chose the Canghai Xing Chenju without any hesitation? A faint warmth welled up in Luo Chen's heart, a feeling he had not experienced in so many long years. But my memory has not been restored yet, and I don't know when this soul state will encounter an accident. Boy, as long as I exist, I will protect you. Luo Chen muttered to himself. One day later. The young man suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his dark eyes. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, relaxed his muscles and bones with satisfaction, and did not enter the 5th stage. This Canghai Xing Chenju is worthy of being Luo Chen's ancestral technique. You mastered it pretty quickly. Luo Chen, who was basking in the sun on a rock in the distance, heard the noise and smiled. After practicing this Canghai Xing Chenju, your meridians will be several times stronger than others, and your physical fitness will be far better than theirs. Luo Chen, thank you so much. Qing Qian scratched his head embarrassedly. I haven't even done you any favors yet, but I already owe you such a big favor. Hey kid, Luo Chen sneered mercilessly, with your strength, even your father can't help you, and you still want to help me. Ah. When Qing Qian said this, the excitement of his breakthrough was immediately diluted. The date of the Qingyang competition is getting closer and closer. I wonder if I can make it. The most important thing for you now is to cultivate your energy and improve your realm. You can ignore the Talisman Master's telekinesis for now. As for this Canghai Xing Chenju, the more abundant the energy is, the faster you can practice it. Luo Chen guided from the side. The more energy you have, the faster you can cultivate. Qing Qian repeated these words, and then his eyes lit up. Got it, let's go to that place. Oh. Hey, good brother, I'm just going out for a walk, you don't have to follow me. Qing Qian was wearing a black robe and a mask. Just as he was about to climb over the wall, he was grabbed by Lulu. No, if someone finds out that Brother Qian is not dead and spreads the news to Wang Laogo, he will come out of his wife's bed at 3 in the morning to hunt you down. Didn't you say he was still in the imperial capital and hadn't come back? Qing Qian complained helplessly. I don't care. Lulu hesitated for 3 seconds, but couldn't come up with anything new to say. He could only stubbornly say, anyway, the boss said that I have to accompany you wherever you go. You also have the strength of an unincorporated person. Will you protect me or die with me? Qing Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he was also very touched to have a brother who cared about him so much. Lulu thought that what the young master said seemed to make some sense. He rolled his eyes and said, I got it. Mr. Liao Sang's escort just came back. I'll ask him to accompany you. No, no, no. I know you are worried about me, but I have to not go. Don't trouble my uncle. After hearing this, Qing Qian had to admit defeat and walked towards his room dejectedly. Mr. Liao Sang is now at the 8th stage of the 2nd realm of the Yuan realm. He is a good brother who has experienced the ups and downs together with his father when he started from scratch. Although he doesn't talk much, he is very caring towards Qing Qian and the brothers in the bureau. The Longchang escort agency was able to maintain its overall unity because of brothers like Mr. Liao San, who had been through thick and thin with his father. Alas, this old six, although his cultivation is not high, he is very vigilant. In a blink of an eye, Qing Qian, who was dressed in a black robe and mask and appeared on the streets of Qingyang City, shook his head and complained in a low voice. If you have friends like this around you, cherish them. When you become a powerful person in the future, the people around you will befriend you because of your strength and the benefits you bring to them. Who will really care about you as a person? That's true. Qing Qian sighed. The feelings they had when they first met were indeed precious. So, where are we going? In her sea of consciousness, Luo Chen looked at the vendors outside with interest and asked. These days in the escort agency really bored her. Master, where are you going? Qing Qian was about to answer Luo Chen's question when he suddenly heard a familiar and slightly angry voice behind him, and his body froze slightly. Then Qing Qian turned around with a smile on his face. Old Lu, I just came out for a walk. Isn't the person coming here none other than Lu? His current strength, which has not yet entered the 7th Dan, is considered to be above average among people of his generation. As Qing Qian has not yet entered the 5th level of cultivation, it is natural for Lu to notice any small movements. Lao Lu walked up to Qing Qian with a sullen look on his face. Master, if I miss you and make another mistake, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Lao Lu was speaking from his heart. After Qing Qian's accident, he regretted more than once why he didn't go out with Qing Qian at that time. Qing Qian was very moved after hearing this, and hugged Lao Lu's shoulders. Then please follow me. Let's go to Lingyuan Pavilion. Lingyuan Pavilion. Lao Lu's eyes lit up. In the sea of consciousness, Luo Chen's eyes also flashed with light. Lingyuan Pavilion. If you ask, what force is the most unprovoked on this Jiuzhou continent? The answer is not the 36 imperial royal families, nor the numerous famous sects, but Lingyuan Pavilion. It is unclear who founded Lingyuan Pavilion. Its history seems to be as long as this continent has existed. There are 36 Lingyuan pavilions in the entire Jiuzhou continent, one branch for each empire. Among them, the Jiuzhou Empire in the center of the continent has the main Lingyuan Pavilion. All Lingyuan pavilions have almost the same layout and functions. The first floor is a medicine shop, the second floor is a training room, the third floor is a trial tower, the fourth floor is a collection hall, and the fifth floor is a talisman medicine hall. As for the 6th and 7th floors, they are not open to the public. Most people don't know what's inside those 2 floors. There is nothing. By the way, the underground floor of Lingyuan Pavilion is the auction house. Looking at this functional layout, Lingyuan Pavilion can be regarded as a chain business group in the entire mainland at most. Why doesn't anyone dare to provoke it? There are 3 reasons. First, in addition to operating these industries, Lingyuan Pavilion also has a dedicated Lingyuan College, the highest institution of learning in the entire continent. A place where resource powerhouses gather. How many famous people are now alumni of Lingyuan College? There is no need to elaborate too much on the feedback of alumni after becoming famous about their alma mater. The second is for strong men who have passed the trial level in the 3-story trial tower. After passing a certain level, Lingyuan Pavilion will issue a Lingyuan warrant to them. Not only can they enjoy different levels of training resources, but others must also do it when they want to start. Consider the power behind this brand. This unintentionally accumulated another force for Lingyuan Pavilion. And every time the record of breaking through a level is refreshed, it causes a burst of excitement. The third is the talisman medicine master who is responsible for refining elixirs and treating injuries and illnesses in this talisman medicine hall. This is the most feared and desirable group of people. Lingyuan Pavilion is the only institution that certifies the level of pharmacist Fu in the entire continent. Therefore, Lingyuan Pavilion is also the parental home that pharmacist Fu shares in his heart. Pharmacist Fu is a treasured figure that every force is eager to enshrine. Just imagine, a character who can rejuvenate and save your life at any time, and can also feed you some great supplements to improve your cultivation from time to time. Which force will not fight for it? Qing Qian raised his head and looked at the 7-story attic. He pulled Lao Lu and went straight to the second floor. Hey, this Lingyuan pavilion is quite majestic. In the sea of consciousness, Luo Chen also looked at the majestic tall building curiously and sighed. Of course, this is Lingyuan Pavilion. Even those imperial palaces can't compare to this. Tisk, TSK, I didn't expect that Lingyuan Pavilion is really amazing. Luo Chen shook his head and sighed. Why, didn't you hear the name Lingyuan Pavilion before you were sealed? Cheng Qian asked. Didn't Lingyuan Pavilion exist a long time ago? Could it be that Luo Chen is older than Lingyuan Pavilion has existed? Cheng Qian looked suspicious. Ah. Luo Chen ignored Cheng Qian's thoughts. She tilted her head and thought carefully, how could it be possible? However, when the master of Lingyuan Pavilion saw me back then, he always nodded and bowed. How could I know that this pavilion is under your control? Do you have such a high status in your heart? Cheng Qian's eyes twitched slightly after hearing this. The master of Lingyuan Pavilion nodded and bent over to her. What the hell is this ant? While they were complaining, Cheng Qian and Lulu had arrived at the front desk of the training room on the second floor. A young man sat at the counter. This was Luo Chen's first time entering Lingyuan Pavilion. She looked around and saw that the middle hall was on the second floor. Behind the middle hall were small independent rooms. Luo Chen only took a glance into the corridor and felt the concentration of Yuanli in every room, which was indeed extraordinary. Open 2 rooms. Cheng Qian walked up to the waiter, still hiding her face under the black veil. The young man was probably in his early 20s. He looked up and sized up the guest, and found that he was just a 5th-tier guest who had not yet entered the country. So he held out his hand indifferently. Each room is 1,000 gold coins a day. Please pay 2,000 gold coins. Cheng Qian frowned. He knew this guy. Every time he came to this practice room, he was always polite to him. Why was he so irritable today? Lao Lu stood behind Cheng Qian. It was his first time in this training room. He didn't expect this thing to be so expensive. Master, you can just open a room. I'll be guarding outside. He also knew that Cheng Qian urgently needed to restore his strength to the initial Yuan realm, so he made this suggestion. Cheng Qian felt a little pained after hearing the price the guy asked for, but he said, "It's okay, this training room will be good for you." Then he said to the waiter, "I don't have the money today." Then he took something out of his pocket and handed it over, "But I have this." The guy glanced at the thing in Cheng Qian's hand, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then his eyes lit up. It was exactly the Yuan crystal that Bai Ruo took out to apologize that day. This Yuan crystal for the Yuan realm is worth as much as I want, so I don't need to pay for it. Cheng Qian smiled slightly. 1 Yuan crystal gives you 20 usage privileges. The clerk looked at Yuan Jing, then at Cheng Qian, wondering which rich young man this was. To be so generous, why not just rip him off? No, 12 times at most. 18 times. Cheng Qian frowned, and his impression of this guy plummeted. 16 times. The guy gritted his teeth and pretended to have suffered a great loss. Cheng Qian didn't want to say anything more. "Okay, but I want rooms 8254 and 8256. Just when he was bargaining with the waiter, Cheng Qian released his telekinesis to detect the rooms behind. According to the feedback from his telekinesis, the energy atmosphere in those 2 rooms was the strongest. After hearing Cheng Qian's request, the waiter frowned and said impatiently, "No, the room has been booked." Cheng Qian was also very dissatisfied after hearing this. "I haven't heard that you have a reservation rule on the second floor. How much tip did those 2 people give you?" Cheng Qian spoke very bluntly. After hearing this, the guy stood up immediately, as if he had suffered some kind of humiliation. "How can you talk like that?" Then he pointed at Cheng Qian and said arrogantly, "It's okay to tell you that those 2 rooms are the rooms requested by the second young master of the Wan family and the eldest daughter by Ruo. You, who have not entered the 5th section of the country, still want to use the best resources. The toad wants to eat swan meat." When Cheng Qian heard this, his face instantly turned cold. Who dared to talk to him like this before something happened to him? The next second, Yuanli suddenly spread out from his body. The guy was shocked. "You want to do something in Lingyuan Pavilion?" Before Cheng Qian could say anything, Lao Lu rushed forward and said, what the hell is the Wan family? Are you blind? This is the eldest young master of our Qing family. Qing family? Cheng Qian. The waiter trembled and saw that the masked man in front of him slowly lifted his veil, revealing his frosty face. The guy's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't it said that the 16-year-old genius had died in an accident? The people waiting in line to enter the training room heard the argument in front and came over to watch. Oh, is it really Cheng Qian? Didn't they say that the escort team he led was massacred? Oh, look, his cultivation level has dropped back to the level of the non-entry level. Cheng Qian's face was gloomy, and the discussions of the people around him had reached his ears. He sneered in his heart. When you are in power, everyone comes to please you. When you are in trouble, the whole world wants to step on you. Oh, human nature. Oh, strength. At this time, two young men suddenly walked out of the crowd. One of them stared at Cheng Qian with complicated eyes and squeezed out two words from between his teeth, Cheng Qian. Cheng Qian looked in the direction of the voice and saw the person coming. A fierce light suddenly shot out of his eyes. The one who was speaking was the second young master of Wanfu Escort Agency, Wan Lisha, as the guys called him. The man behind him, who has a slender figure, charming movements and looks very much like a woman, is the young master of the Yinli Escort Agency, Zhou Tianqiu. Wan Lisha looked to be in his early 20s, with a dark complexion, a sign of being exposed to the wind and sun for many years. The escort token with the words Wanfu engraved on his waist made Cheng Qian narrow his eyes slightly. Lu Lu, who was standing behind Cheng Qian, also narrowed his eyes and stared at the two people who were gradually approaching with an unfriendly look on his face. You're not dead. The young man couldn't believe it. His surprised and questioning face turned into anger. You're lucky to be able to come back alive. Wan Lisha is such a pig-brained person. Cheng Qian glanced at the young man with disdain. He didn't even use his brain when talking outside. Now, it was confirmed in public that what happened to the Longchang Escort Agency was caused by them. Cheng Qian sneered coldly, remember next time, be a bad guy and be more thorough. Wan Lisha also realized that what he said was not appropriate, but he did not dwell on it too much. After all, the more he explained, the worse it would get. He looked at Cheng Qian and found that the former little genius boy had become a fourth-level cultivator, which was lower than his own. He laughed triumphantly, you kid. Even if you survive, you are no longer a shining star. Zhou Tianqiu next to him also chimed in, saying in a voice softer and more delicate than a girl's, yes, with this level, you don't even qualify to participate in the Qingyang competition. You two fleas. Lao Lu couldn't help it in the back, especially when he saw the people from Wanfu family who hurt Longchang and the young master, he wanted to chop them up immediately. He took a step forward with his left foot, and just as he was about to release his strength, Cheng Qian grabbed him and said, I've been so depressed these days, let me stretch my muscles. Young master. Lao Lu hesitated. Wan Lisha was only at the 7th level before entering the imperial court. If the sissy Zhou Tianqiu at the 7th level next to him also took action, the two of them would probably suffer. Cheng Qian just responded with a bright smile and walked towards Wan Lisha. When Lao Lu saw this smile, he felt relieved. He knew his young master well, and if he smiled like this, the other party would be in trouble. Oh, Master Cheng is now at the 5th stage of not entering the country. You said your father had a really bad fate. One of you two siblings has become a waste, and the other is a cripple. Sigh. Wan Lisha looked at Cheng Qian who was walking towards him. He had no fear in his heart and continued to chatter sarcastically. Now he is 2 levels higher than Cheng Qian, so why is he afraid that Cheng Qian will play tricks in front of him? I said. Cheng Qian stood still in front of Wan Lisha, looking at the dark and round face, showing the sunny smile that a young man should have. The next second, a cold light burst out in his eyes, you dare to talk about my sister. Crack. Cheng Qian raised his right hand high and then quickly waved it down. Under everyone's surprised and disbelieving gazes, he slapped Wan Lisha hard. That loud slap made the 2nd floor of Lingyuan Pavilion, which was a little noisy just now, suddenly become audible. Pa. Before Wan Lisha could react, he slapped him in the face again, are you going to apologize? A series of shocked eyes looked at the red slap marks on Wan Lisha's face, and Qing Qian's gloomy voice just now could still be heard in his ears. The expressions on everyone's faces were very exciting, and the guy who was shouting just now was stunned. Wan Lisha was also confused for a few seconds before he finally reacted, his face flushed red. He, the second young master of Wanfu Escort Agency and the younger brother of Wan Lijiang, the young leader of Qingyang City, had never been insulted so much. He was slapped in public by a guy who was inferior to him. Still too. You. Wan Lisha stared at Qing Qian with gritted teeth, unleashing his strength of the 7th stage without reservation. Are you looking for death? After saying that, he pushed the ground with his right foot, made his palm into a claw shape, and rushed towards Qing Qian. The slap just now was just because he was not prepared. He had no doubt about his strength. At this moment, Wan Lisha's eyes were actually a little excited. He had been suppressed by Qing Qian for too many years. The more others admired Qing Qian, the more he hated this kid. If he could defeat Qing Qian in front of everyone today, not only would Wan Lisha be able to wash away the shame, but his reputation would also be greatly enhanced. After seriously injuring you today, let's see if you dare to be so arrogant again. Wan Lisha's claws swept through the air, making a low airflow explosion sound, and approached Qing Qian in the next second. Do you really think you have that ability? Qing Qian looked coldly at Wan Lisha, who was already approaching, without any hurry or panic. He tilted his body slightly to the left, and at the moment when Wan Lisha missed his target and rushed forward, he suddenly stretched out his right hand, with a faint element of energy wrapped around his palm. He grasped Wan Lisha's left hand without hesitation and pushed it downward with force. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking, accompanied by Wan Lisha's screams, echoed throughout the main hall. The crowd watching the excitement couldn't help but gasp. What level was Wan Lisha at? He was not even at the 7th level yet. How could Qing Qian break his palm with just one move? Ah! I'm going to kill you! Wan Lisha roared, his eyes red with anger. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bodies colliding continued to ring out. Wan Lisha mobilized all his energy, and his speed and strength increased instantly. The people around him could not distinguish his figure for a while. Fists, palms, legs, feet, and many other attacks rained down on Qing Qian. Haha, Qing Qian, you're in for a hard time. Every move of Wan Lisha was very ferocious. The sissy Zhou Tianshu who was watching the fun nearby thought with glee. The others were also amazed when they saw Wan Lisha's sudden fierce attack. Judging from the richness of Wan Lisha's yuanli, he was probably close to the peak of the 7th stage of the unentered realm. Qing Qian was really going to suffer. But there was no panic in Lao Lu's eyes at this moment. He stared at his young master. In his eyes, the young master didn't move at all. He just adjusted his body slightly to neutralize Wan Lisha's attack and took the opportunity to counterattack. On the contrary, Wan Lisha was like a headless fly, but to no avail. Qing Qian's lips curled up into a smile. Have you had enough fun? Now it's my turn. After saying that, his eyes became stern, and a powerful telekinesis suddenly spread out from his body, rushing straight towards Wan Lisha. The air suddenly became manic, and Wan Lisha suddenly felt dizzy, his chest felt stuffy, and his breathing became rapid. What's going on? There was a flash of panic in his eyes, and all his attacks slowed down. At this moment, his eyes widened, and a fist suddenly appeared in front of him, hitting his chest. Bang! A deep voice sounded, and Wan Lisha's attack came to an abrupt end. He retreated dozens of steps in embarrassment, his clothes on his chest were torn, obviously by Qing Qian's previous domineering punch. The whole audience sighed. But Qing Qian did not stop. The next second he rushed straight towards Wan Lisha, who had retreated several steps, and with his hands full of strong energy, he clamped Wan Lisha's right arm tightly and twisted it back. Crack! There was another sound of bones breaking, and Wan Lisha's right arm was also disabled. The whole audience was shocked. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. This Wan Lisha, who was only at the 7th level of strength before entering the realm, was defeated by Qing Qian. Why did Wan Lisha suddenly stop at the last moment and give Qing Qian an opportunity to take advantage of? But it's not over yet. Qing Qian glanced at Wan Lisha with a murderous look in his eyes. Wan Lisha saw this and his face changed. For the first time today, he panicked and said tremblingly, what do you want to do? Qing Qian didn't waste any more time talking to him. He wrapped his yuanli around his 2 fingers and stabbed them straight into Wanlisha's throat. The whole audience was shocked. It turns out that Qing Qian was not just trying to intimidate him, but was actually going to kill him. Stop! A low voice shouted, not loud, but it sounded deafening to everyone present. Qing Qian's body also trembled slightly. He turned to look for the source of the sound and found a middle-aged man walking out of the crowd. And everyone watching the excitement took the initiative to make way for him. The man was quite handsome, but there were still some traces of age on his face, and he looked about 50 years old. At this moment, his face was full of helplessness. He was wearing a black robe, with a Lingyuan Pavilion logo embroidered on the left chest, and 2 crescents below the pattern. As soon as Qing Qian saw this outfit, he knew that this was Gu Changfeng, the leader of the 2nd floor of Lingyuan Pavilion. It's the ancient layer master. As soon as they saw this person, there were exclamations all around. In addition to the pavilion master, there is a talker on each floor of Lingyuan Pavilion. And these floor masters, with their noble status, usually would not show up easily, but they showed up today. Level master. Seeing the ancient floor master coming, the front desk clerk quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. Gu Changfeng rolled his eyes at him and said nothing. He was obviously angry that he had just stood by and watched and caused the incident to escalate. Gu Changfeng walked straight to Qing Qian and sighed, I have been in charge of the 2nd floor of Lingyuan Pavilion for more than 20 years, and no one has ever dared to cause trouble on my floor. You are the first. Gu Changfeng's tone was calm, but after he finished speaking, his eyes stared straight at Qing Qian, and the faint pressure of Yuanli also exerted pressure on Qing Qian. Qing Qian frowned slightly, knowing that if the master of this floor came forward, he would definitely not be able to deal with Wanlisha today, so he had to put down his fingers. In his body, the Canghai Xing Chenju was running rapidly, drawing out strands of Yuanli to counter Gu Changfeng's pressure. There was a subtle surprise in Gu Changfeng's eyes. He increased his energy output. Qing Qian remained calm, draining the last bit of energy from his body and holding on tightly. He didn't know how Gu Changfeng was going to solve the matter today, but if Gu Changfeng insisted on giving an explanation, he would definitely be in trouble today. So, it's better to be tough from the beginning. Everyone, including Lao Lu and his friends, couldn't understand what the 2 men were doing with their eyes fixed on each other. They just shut up and waited. Huh? Gu Changfeng shouted in surprise. The force he released to Qing Qian was equivalent to the 7th stage of Yuanli pressure. Just when Qing Qian was about to collapse, a new force came up. And this power, is it telekinesis? Gu Changfeng was not quite sure because he was just a sorcerer and had not awakened his telekinesis. But Qing Qian was able to hold on to this point, it should be the effect of telekinesis. Therefore, the energy fluctuations felt in the room just now were not wrong. This kid from the Qing family, in a blessing in disguise, awakened his telekinesis. Just as Gu Changfeng thought of this, Qing Qian on the opposite side groaned and took a step back, with a barely noticeable trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Qing Qian's face was gloomy. He wiped off the blood as if nothing had happened, and frantically activated the Canghai Xing Chenju, ready to meet the enemy again. Suddenly, the surrounding Yuanli pressure disappeared. Gu Changfeng smiled and shook his head, you little guy, you really have some skills. Qing Qian was relieved to see that Gu Changfeng didn't look too angry. After calming down, he bowed respectfully to Gu Changfeng and said, Master Gu, I was reckless today. Gu Changfeng was really angry and amused when he saw this. This little guy, if you treat him hard, he will treat you hard too, if you treat him politely, he will treat you politely too. Gu Changfeng turned around and said to Zhou Tianchu, who was standing there in a daze, you 2 came here together, right? Take him back for treatment quickly. Any delay will leave sequelae. After that, he pointed at Wanlisha, who was lying on the ground grimacing in pain. When Wanlisha saw that he had saved his life, the lord of the ancient layer did not pursue the matter any further. He quickly got up from the ground, and let Zhou Tianchu support him as he stumbled away. Gu Changfeng said to the waiter again, you continue. After saying that, he finally turned to look at Qing Qian, his eyes complicated, as if he was making some kind of trade-off, hey, come with me. Qing Qian winked at Lao Lu and followed Gu Changfeng obediently. After all, he couldn't stir up any storm with a person of Gu Changfeng's level. The excitement had died down, and some people in the hall began to come back to their senses, looking at the direction where Qing Qian left with complicated expressions. Obviously, no one expected that Qing Qian actually wanted to get rid of Wan Lisha. No matter what, Wan Lisha was still the second young master of Wanfu Escort Agency. Moreover, the eldest young master of Wanfu family was even more talented than Qing Qian before, and he was not an easy person to deal with. But Qing Qian did not hesitate at all and actually dared to attack him in public. It seems that the Longchang and Wanfu families have completely torn their faces apart. He is decisive and ruthless in killing. He will definitely be a big shot when he grows up. For a moment, everyone present, including Lao Lu, felt a slight tremor in their hearts, and such a thought popped up in their minds. Gu Changfeng led Qing Qian through some small corridors and dark corners, and finally stopped in front of an unnumbered room. There was a slight flash of surprise in Qing Qian's eyes. He had not found this house when he used telekinesis to detect it before. Gu Changfeng pushed the door open, and the abundant energy rushed out of the door. In this energy, there was also telekinesis. Qing Qian followed Gu Changfeng into the house. The facilities in the room were also very simple. There was a table, 2 chairs, and a cushion. However, there was a crystal-clear palm-sized ore on the table, which caught Qing Qian's attention. This room is usually not open to the public. You, kid, have awakened your telekinesis. Gu Changfeng turned around and finally spoke the first sentence. Qing Qian nodded. Facing such a person, there was no need for him to hide anything. Gu Changfeng hummed. It seems that his guess was right. He then pointed to the ore on the table and said, "This is a piece of Huanyuan ore that our people found in the mountains not long ago. After detection, it seems to be a mutated ore. It contains telekinesis and can be used for cultivation at the same time." After listening to Gu Changfeng's introduction, Qing Qian's eyes flashed with enthusiasm. This thing is much higher in quality than the ore of 8254 and 8256. And it can also cultivate telekinesis. But why did this ancient master bring me here? Is there really such a thing as a free lunch? Gu Changfeng smiled slightly, as if he saw through Qing Qian's thoughts. You kid, although you have lost your cultivation, you have awakened your telekinesis. I am really enviable. Qing Qian smiled bitterly. But he didn't have much confidence in returning to the elementary realm within 3 months. This room is free for you to practice to the Chuyuan realm. When you break through to the Yuan realm in the future, if you awaken your life flame and become a talisman pharmacist, will you help me refine a pill in the future? Qing Qian raised his eyebrows. So that's how it is. But, senior, I'm not sure if it will happen then. I heard Luo Chen say that not all talisman masters will awaken the natal flame that can make elixirs. Moreover, don't they have a pharmacist in Lingyuan Pavilion? It doesn't matter, even if it's just a magician, just think that I intend to make friends. Humph, you old guy, how many times have I asked you for that Huanyuan stone? And you gave it to that kid without even blinking. Gu Changfeng was about to walk into his room when a voice suddenly came from behind him. An old man with gray hair and glasses walked out of the darkness. Gu Changfeng ignored the sigh and hatred in his words, and said calmly, "Since you can't do it, you have no choice but to seek medical treatment." Alas! The white-haired old man shook his head helplessly, and in the blink of an eye he had disappeared. Gu Changfeng, who walked into the house, also stared out the window in a daze. Qing Qian, the young master of Longchang Escort Bureau, not only survived, but also almost killed Wan Lisa in Lingyuan Pavilion. This news quickly spread throughout Qingyang City after Qing Qian was taken away by Gu Changfeng. He is indeed the young man the city lord likes. His cultivation level has plummeted, but he still has such strength. Wanfu Escort Agency. This little brat is so brave. Wanzheng, the head of Wanfu Escort Bureau, saw his son being helped back in a state of embarrassment and angrily lifted the table and roared. Everything shattered into pieces, and the atmosphere in the hall became solemn for a moment. The leading figures in the Wanfu Escort Agency didn't dare to show off their dignity. After all, what came from the head escort Wang said that no one was left. How come Qing Qian is the only one left alive? A young man in his mid-twenties sat in his seat calmly and said softly, "Father, don't worry. Even if that kid comes back alive, his strength is nothing compared to mine." After saying this, two cold rays suddenly shot out from his eyes. When everyone heard the eldest young master of the Wan family speak, they all agreed. The eldest son of the Wan family, Wan Lijiang, is 25 years old this year and has already reached the half-step into the Yuan realm. He was the second-place winner of the Qingyang competition 3 years ago and is now a veritable young leader in Qingyang City. Wan Lijiang and Qing Qian, who are 9 years apart in age, are both gifted and intelligent, and are regarded as the twin stars of Qingyang City. But to be honest, neither of these two people is convinced by the other. Especially Bai Lianqing intends to marry Bai Ruo to Qing Qian, which makes Wan Lijiang hate Qing Qian even more. After all, who doesn't want to climb up the relationship with the city lord's mansion? However, Qing Qian felt innocent and speechless about Wan Lijiang's emotions. He personally doesn't like Bai Ruo, but Wan Lijiang has his eye on him. But then again, brother, you are so much older than Bai Ruo, and you still want to eat young grass. Before the incident, the two of them at least pretended to be decent. But now it was different. Wan Fu had already taken the lead in breaking up. If he met Qing Qian again in the future, Wan Lijiang would not have to hold back. Before the big competition, I should be able to break through to the Ruyuan realm. By then, Qing Qian will die. Silver Escort Agency. The boss Zhou Haibao listened to his son's description with a serious expression. Finally, he asked worriedly, "Did you see clearly that he almost killed Wan Lisha with the strength of the 5th stage before entering the country?" "It's absolutely true, father." Zhou Qianxu spoke in a soft, feminine voice. Even when facing his father, if it weren't for the ancient master, Wan Lisha would have been killed today. After hearing this, Zhou Haibao looked solemn. He looked at his son, then at the 50-year-old man on his right. "Second brother, this matter is not going to be easy." Zhou Haibao's second brother, Zhou Haitao, also nodded with a gloomy face. "After all, we were also involved in that incident. If they find out one day, we will definitely not be able to stay out of it. Alas, it seems that I really have to be tied to Wan Fu." Zhou Haibao stood up. "I'll go to the Wan family." Jinan Escort Agency. "Hey, Dad. Have you heard? Qing Qian is not dead." A girl was wearing a long white dress, and she looked about 15 or 16 years old. She couldn't be described as beautiful, but she was pretty and generous. She has thick eyebrows and big eyes, and her black ponytails bounce behind her head with her steps, making her look very cute. Ah. A middle-aged man with a kind and gentle appearance turned his eyes away from the account book of this month, and was also surprised. The guy who was robbed by Wang's escort is still alive. He looked at his daughter who was so excited and couldn't help but laugh. He joked, "He's not dead, why are you so happy?" "Dad, you are such a fool. I am just concerned about you." The girl pretended to be angry and snatched the account book from her father angrily. "Weren't you worried about the head of Longchang Escort Agency a few days ago?" Yes. "Lily, stop making trouble." Jean Samsoon patted his daughter's head lovingly. "Then tell your father what's going on." The scale of Jinan Escort Agency is not as large as Longchang, Wanfu, and Yinli, and it ranks only at the middle level in Qingyang City. However, the change in the strength of the top escort agencies will also have a significant impact on their business. So, as long as Brother Qian is still alive, Longchang Escort Agency will have a chance to make a comeback. It's not easy for Wanfu Escort Agency to become the leader. In this way, our family can continue to survive. Jean Lily narrated the whole story in one breath, added her own analysis, and then looked at her father proudly, waiting for praise. Jean Sanchuan said with a smile, "Our Lily is getting more and more powerful now. What you said is absolutely right. If the Wan family becomes the #1 escort agency, then our small escort agency will be in danger." "But, Lily, why are you so confident in Qing Qian? Why do you keep calling him Brother Qian?" "Humph. I'm ignoring you." Longchang Escort Agency. Qing Xiaotian sat in his seat with a wry smile on his face, complaining to Mr. Liao San, "Look, one person didn't keep an eye on it, and it caused such a big incident again." Mr. Liao smiled slightly. "Oh, brother should be happy. Our Xiao Qian's 5th level strength almost killed Wan Lisha. When the strength is restored, how can we still do it? Qing Xiaotian waved his hand. Hey, don't say that in front of him. Praise him in front of him. Humph, that little tail can't be raised to the sky. However, even though Qing Xiaotian said this, he couldn't help but smile at the corners of his eyes. Hee, my son, even if his strength is compromised, is not a persimmon you can just pinch. Master, if the young master hurts Wan Lisha, the Wan family will definitely not let it go. Look, when the young master comes out, why don't you send a few brothers to Lingyuan Pavilion to pick him up? A bodyguard in his 30s suggested beside him. His name is Ding Wen, and he is now a member of the 2nd level of the Yuan realm, the 2nd realm, and is also a pillar of the Longchang escort agency. Well. Qing Xiaotian agreed after hearing this. Ding Biaoro is right. Then let Uncle Cheng. Let me go. A crisp voice interrupted Qing Xiaotian's words. A crisp voice interrupted Qing Xiaotian's words. Everyone looked towards the door. A beautiful girl in an escort uniform walked in and called out crisply, Uncle Cheng, Dad, Escort Captain Ding. Mr. Liao's eyes lit up. Hey, Qianqian is back. The visitor is Liao Qianqian, the only daughter of Mr. Liao Sang, who is 18 years old this year. She looked very energetic and capable, with a heroic spirit that was no less than that of a man. From this point, it can be seen that this girl is already an experienced escort. Qianqian has broken through to the initial Yuan realm. Qing Xiaotian looked at the girl with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yes. I achieved this breakthrough while escorting the caravan. This way, I can also participate in the Qingyang competition. Liao Qianqian answered happily. Okay. You should have acted like a sister a long time ago. Mr. Liao was happy in his heart, but he scolded her. How can you let Xiao Qian take care of everything by herself? Dad, you are such a fool. Liao Qianqian shook her head helplessly. It's already pretty good that I've broken through to the Chu Yuan realm. How can I compare with Qing Qian's talent? Growing up with him, my heart has really been hurt more than 10,000 times. But she could only complain about these words in her heart. Inside the practice room, Qing Qian was excited, his eyes sparkling. The Yuan power of this ore is so strong. With it, maybe I can really try to break through the initial Yuan realm before the big competition. Luo Chen had already appeared in the room at this time. Looking at the Huan Yuan ore, he sighed. This old man really spent a lot of money. After hearing this, Qing Qian couldn't help but smile bitterly. If she couldn't meet Senior Gu's requirements after the breakthrough, she really didn't know how to face him. Luo Chen ignored his thoughts. Now that you have practiced the Songhai Xing Chen Ju, the energy required for each stage is much more than others, so at the normal training speed, even if the energy here is very rich, you will not be able to reach the initial stage within 2 months. Qing Qian's expression changed slightly after hearing this. But of course I won't abandon you. Luo Chen looked at Qing Qian, who was already anxious, and deliberately kept him in suspense. Qing Qian quickly asked, is there any other way? Luo Chen smiled slightly, and gestured back and forth casually with his fingers in the air. Now that you have awakened your telekinesis, you can't just leave it unused. With your current level of telekinesis, it's time to practice talisman techniques. After hearing this, Qing Qian's eyes flashed with light. Could he finally get in touch with those profound and mysterious runes? Could it be that some runes can help improve one's cultivation? Qing Qian asked doubtfully. If that's the case, then wouldn't all talisman masters be able to break through each realm easily? Luo Chen smiled slightly and said, this rune is the result of my years of research. It can absorb 100% of the external energy. I dare not say for the entire Jiuzhou continent, but in this small Sun Empire, there is definitely no one else who can master it. Luo Chen's face was filled with unconcealable pride, and his whole body exuded the aura of a strongman who looked down on the world. Qing Qian widened his eyes, and looked at Luo Chen with a bit more respect. It turned out that Luo Chen was already strong enough to create new talismans by himself. Qing Qian thought that all runes and spells could only rely on those left by ancient predecessors. May I ask what the name of this rune is? The Yuan Devouring Talisman. Luo Chen replied calmly. After saying that, she spread out her right palm, and a golden light flashed back and forth in her right palm like a pen, forming a complex pattern bit by bit. Gather your telekinesis to your fingertips and follow this pattern in the air, practicing stroke by stroke. Upon hearing this, Qing Qian quickly mobilized the mental power in his body. He is currently only at the entry level and cannot condense talismans directly on his palm like Luo Chen, so he just uses the void as paper and practices manipulating his mental power to form talismans for the first time. Failure, failure, and failure. 2 whole days have passed. Qing Qian has been practicing the yuan-devouring talisman tirelessly in this training room filled with rich yuan energy. Countless failures did not discourage him. Instead, the more he tried, the more motivated he became. After every failure, he was closer to success. Qing Qian vaguely felt that success was approaching. With this in mind, he carefully controlled his mental power, drew it across the void, and cautiously delivered the final stroke. Suddenly, the fluctuations in the air suddenly became chaotic and disordered. A complex pattern formed by Qing Qian's telekinesis flashed a faint white light in the air. "It's done!" Qing Qian shouted excitedly. He immediately followed Luo Chen's instructions and controlled the runes to hit the Huanyuan ore. The next second, a powerful force mixed with a little bit of mental power in the ore rushed from Qing Qian's right palm to his body. Qing Qian was startled, and immediately activated the Canghai Xing Qin Ju in his body, manipulating the newly absorbed energy to flow through all the meridians in his body, and finally gathered at Dantian. After completing this process, the newly absorbed energy is considered to be successfully refined and officially becomes part of one's own strength. Not yet in the 6th stage, 7th stage, 7th stage, 8th stage. An unknown amount of time had passed, but Qing Qian was still tirelessly absorbing the energy from the Huanyuan ore, and the energy in the entire room had become thin. The force vortex in Qing Qian's Dantian has grown to the size of a fist. If you look closely, you can find that the force in the vortex is more crystal clear than before. Luo Chen was also paying close attention to the changes in Qing Qian's body and smiled imperceptibly. This kid's comprehension ability is really amazing. He didn't try to absorb more energy, but refined and purified it through the Canghai Xingqian Ju to improve the quality of his own energy. From this point of view alone, Qing Qian's strength is much higher than that of people at the same level. While Luo Chen was thinking, Qing Qian's dark eyes suddenly opened, and 2 sharp rays of light shot out of his eyes. He let out a breath and stretched. 9th stage. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen's yuan-devouring talisman could absorb all the yuan force and mental power of the Huanyuan ore, helping him enter the 9th stage of the unreachable realm in one fell swoop. During this period, his mental power also became stronger. Qing Qian raised his head and smiled at Luo Chen. "This yuan-devouring talisman is too powerful. It can help me return to the 9th level in just a few days." He took another look at the ore that had become ordinary. "I wonder if Mr. Gulao will be heartbroken." After hearing this, Luo Chen laughed out loud. "I can't say whether he feels bad or not, but you have been in this room for 33 days. Ah. Qing Qian had an expression of disbelief on his face, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "I always feel that since meeting Luo Chen, his ability to control time has become worse and worse." "Oh, okay, but this training speed is amazing." At this moment, there was a sudden noise outside the door. "I'll ask you one last time, are you going to open the door today? If not, I'll rush in." "Oh my. Miss, the ancient master has ordered that no one can go in and disturb us." "I don't care if he is an ancient master or not. If that kid dies in there, will you be responsible?" "Hey, miss. Bang. The door was kicked open. Qing Qian looked at the 2 people at the door in astonishment. One was Liao Qianqian who looked angry, and the other was the front desk clerk who looked helpless. When Qing Qian saw the newcomer, she shouted in surprise, "Sister Qianqian, you're here." Liao Qianqian was relieved when she saw that Qing Qian was indeed alive and well. Then she stared at Qing Qian with a strange look in her eyes. "You haven't taken a shower in all these days." After tidying himself up, Qing Qian followed Liao Qianqian out of the 2nd floor of Lingyuan Pavilion. Only Sister Qianqian dares to be so presumptuous in Lingyuan Pavilion. "Forget it, I am no match for you, young master. How dare you kill someone here?" After hearing this, Qing Qian's eyes shone. "Oh, I really regret not killing him at that time. How is he now? Cheng Qian asked after a pause of a few seconds. It was only a few days ago that I was able to get out of bed and jump around again. But Wanli Jiang has been on the third floor of Lingyuan Pavilion recently. The third floor of Lingyuan Pavilion is the trial tower. The eyelashes on Cheng Qian's eyes trembled slightly. Trial tower. The 18-story trial tower composed of combat puppets is specifically aimed at practitioners below the condensing yuan realm. It is the best place for spell masters to hone their spells and improve their cultivation in addition to going out to practice. Those who make it past the 5th level are the only ones among 100. Those who break through the 10th level are once in a lifetime. Those who make it past the 15th level are rare. And with cultivation below the condensing yuan realm, there are not even 10 people in the entire Yari Empire who have passed through the 16th level or above. As for the Proudman of Heaven who has cleared the 18th level below the Ning Yuan realm, the Yari Empire has never appeared in the past 60 years. Before Cheng Qian went into seclusion, Wanli Jiang had already reached the 9th level. I wonder how he is now. Cheng Qian shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Although he had never been to the trial tower, he was confident that he would not be too far behind in terms of his own abilities. I have made up my mind that after I break through the initial stage, I will go to the trial tower to challenge it. At this time, Liao Qianqian, who was walking in front, stopped and suddenly remembered, oh, right, during the time you were practicing, Uncle Cheng and my father secretly went to the capital to look for Wang Laogo. What? And then? Cheng Qian also stopped suddenly and asked hurriedly. I wanted to take action, but he seems to have gone into hiding. I heard that the old thief got some evil tricks from somewhere, and his cultivation level has regressed to the peak of the 9th stage of the Chu Yuan realm. Ah. Cheng Qian opened his mouth wide. What is he doing? I heard that he wanted to condense his own flame again to become a talisman pharmacist. After hearing this, Cheng Qian remained silent. A talismanist has 2 chances to form his natal flame in his lifetime, one in the Chuyuan realm and one in the Ryuan realm. If the flames formed in both times do not have the characteristics of a talismanist, then he is doomed to have no chance to become a talismanist in this life. I didn't expect that old dog Wang would work so hard to become a talisman pharmacist. Now he has returned to the 9th level of the entry realm, and the next step is the initial realm. This step is crucial, as it not only marks the official start of becoming a talisman master, but also is related to the awakening of one's natal flame. Cheng Qian was somewhat looking forward to it, but also worried. What if his innate flame was not suitable for being a talisman pharmacist? It would take a long time to wait until he could enter the Yuan realm. Thinking of this, Cheng Qian suddenly stopped and said, Sister Qianqian, I'm going to say goodbye to the floor owner first, wait for me. Longchang Escort Agency. Just as Cheng Qian was about to walk into the lobby, Cheng Xiaotian and Mr. Liao Sang were looking at Wanfu Escort Agency Manager Wan Wuxing and Yinli Escort Agency Manager Zhou Haibao with unfriendly faces. You have been very active in the past month. 12 times, and 4 lives lost. Cheng Xiaotian shouted coldly at Wan Sheng. He didn't expect that this shameless old man would have the nerve to come to his house after slaughtering the escorts and stealing the business of his old customers. Haha, Wan Wuxing didn't feel embarrassed at all. Boss Cheng is not bad either. We also lost 7 brothers. But there was no trace of sympathy for his brothers in his tone. What exactly are you doing here today? Mr. Liao Sang also had a look of disgust on his face, and he didn't understand what the meaning of Yinli's people coming here meant. Zhou Haibao smiled and said, seeing that Longchang Escort Agency is so short of manpower these days, yet it still holds on to such a large business, we were thinking, why don't Yinli and Wanfu help Longchang share some of the business in the imperial capital? Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaotian narrowed his eyes into a dangerous arc, and released the aura of the condensation realm. Not a single piece of my Longchang stall is redundant. Wan Zhou and the other men felt their bodies tilted, their breathing quickened, and the pressure doubled. After all, they were only at the 2nd level of the Yuan realm, and facing Cheng Xiaotian head-on, they were definitely no match. Cheng Qian was standing outside the door, and he was so angry when he heard this. He recalled that day when Zhou Tianchu, that sissy, helped Wan Lisha to fan the flames. So it was not impossible for the 2 families to join forces. At this time, Wan Wuxing casually said, we'll take our leave first. By the way, my Jianger will break through to the Yuan realm in the next few days. I hope that Master Ching will go to help your nephew to support the occasion. Then he walked out of the lobby. Ching Xiaotian and Mr. Liao Sang looked at each other, and their faces suddenly became serious. Is Wan Lijiang going to break through to the second realm? If Wan the escort leader can also become a talisman pharmacist, then no one in Qingyang City can rival Wan Fu escort agency. Wan Zhou and the other man's eyes just met Qing Qian, who was walking in. A trace of resentment flashed in Wan Wuxing's eyes. It was because of this kid that his second son had been lying in bed for a month before he was able to get out of bed. Before Wan Wuxing could speak, Qing Qian smiled at the old man and said, "Master Wan, is your son feeling better recently?" You. Seeing Qing Qian deliberately picking trouble, Wan Wu was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he couldn't do anything in Longchang's territory. He could only sneer with a gloomy face, "Humph, my dear nephew, don't be too proud too soon. Your cultivation has dropped sharply. I'm afraid you may not even be qualified to participate in the competition." However, before he could finish the last word, his pupils suddenly shrank and his voice trembled. Nine stages. Wan Wuxing looked at Qing Qian with horror as if he were a monster. Hearing this, Qing Xiaotian stood up and rushed to Qing Qian. After hearing this, everyone in the hall looked over in unison, staring in shock at the 9th level of cultivation emanating from this young man. It was unbelievable. Afterwards, the expressions on everyone's faces were wonderful in their own way. Only then did Liao Qianqian notice Qing Qian's cultivation level. Her mouth opened wide in shock. In less than 2 months, he went from the 4th stage of never entering the country to the 9th stage. Is this speed really possible? Even before the accident, Qing Qian couldn't have done it in his peak condition. However, this almost demonic talent for cultivation is right in front of everyone. You little brat, you really work so hard. Looking at the slightly haggard young man in black robe in front of him, Qing Xiaotian's eyes were a little red. He knew that Qing Qian must have suffered a lot to reach this level. He must not have had a single comfortable sleep these days. Qing Qian grinned brightly at his father, then turned to Wan Sheng and said with a face full of arrogance, "It's just thanks to you." He. Wan Wuxing swallowed his saliva with difficulty and could not utter another word. Then, he and Zhou Haibao walked out of the gate of Longchang escort agency one after another with gloomy faces. "This kid from the Qing family is too weird," Zhou Haibao said. Their Inli escort agency is now tied to Wan Fu. If Qing Qian's talent is really so extraordinary, will Inli still have a good life in the future? Since the feud has already been formed, Wan Wuxing's eyes revealed a fierce look. The boy cannot be allowed to stay. These two bastards. Uncle Liao kicked over an incense burner on the ground and sat down on a chair angrily. Several people in the lobby were frowning, as they were being provoked by Wan Fu and Inli, which had never happened before. Wan Fu has been thinking about this for a long time. Qing Xiaotian narrowed his eyes and shot out 2 rays of light. If we don't do something serious, others will think that the number 1 in Qingyang City is theirs. Dad, it should have been done long ago. Let's just break off relations. We have you in charge in Longchang, so we can't be afraid of them. Qing Qian echoed from the side. Among all the escort agencies, big and small, in Qingyang City, only Qing Xiaotian is a genuine master of the condensation realm. This is also the reason why they have been able to stand for many years. You kid. Qing Xiaotian snorted, you just want the world to be in chaos. Don't worry about these things, kid. Dad, I'm not a child anymore. I'm about to break through the initial Yuan realm and can contribute to the bureau. Qing Qian argued dissatisfiedly. I didn't say I wouldn't let you contribute. Qing Xiaotian laughed, I'm too busy to leave. If you go and bring Qinger back, you'll be contributing a lot. Hearing this, Qing Qian's eyes lit up. He hadn't seen his sister for a long time. Okay, I'll go right away. On Qinghuan Mountain, the paths are deep and secluded, shrouded in mist, giving a feeling of being in a fairyland. Qing Qian greedily inhaled a breath of air. As expected of Qinghuan Mountain, the energy here is so abundant. Although it is not as good as the Huan Yuan or given by the ancient predecessors, practicing in such a place must be much better than in ordinary places. Where is this? Such a good place, why is there no one practicing here? Luo Chen used his shallow perspective and telepathic perception to find that there were not many people on the mountain. Ordinary people cannot enter this place. This is the territory of Qinghuan sect. If my father had not saved the young master of Qinghuan sect in the early years, they would not allow my sister to come here to recuperate every year. Come here every year? Then your sister is so lucky. Cheng Qian listened but didn't respond. It seemed that hearing that his sister was so lucky had ruined his good mood. Luo Chen in the Sea of Consciousness also noticed Cheng Qian's emotional fluctuations. Did I say something wrong? When Luo Chen came to his senses, Cheng Qian had already walked to the stone tablet with the Qingluanmen logo printed on it. Is Cheng Qian here? We were just making a big bet to see who will come to pick up Xiaoqing this year. The two girls guarding the gate were wearing white robes and looked to be about the same age as Cheng Qian. They seemed to be very familiar with each other. So what? Whoever wins must thank me. You are such a jerk. Before they reached the door, they heard a lot of noise in Cheng Cheng's room. Cheng Qian frowned. I really didn't take it, it must be a mistake. A girl's weak voice argued anxiously. You're the only one who's entered that ice room in the past few months. Who else could it be but you? Don't worry, as long as you obey me, I will definitely protect you. Then there was obscene laughter, the girl's struggle and the sound of objects breaking. Bang. Cheng Qian kicked the door open and saw his sister who was pushed to the ground and crying, and a 20-year-old young man who was pressing on her and holding her hands. Without any hesitation, Cheng Qian rushed to the man and kicked him in the chest before he could react. The man was caught off guard, his body tilted, and he staggered to the ground. Ouch, who? The man's eyes widened, covering his chest, his face showing shock, anger, and pain mixed together, which was quite interesting. Xiao Wen and Xiao Xia just stood there in a daze, not reacting. What did Cheng Qian do just now? Did he beat up the second young master of Qinghuan sect? And that second young master Lu Qingyuan actually dared to have feelings for Cheng Cheng in broad daylight? Under several complicated gazes, Cheng Qian's face was ferocious, and he shouted frantically, "You dare to touch my sister!" After saying that, he suddenly slapped Lu Qingyuan in the face again. Bang! The slapping sounded loud and crisp. That was Cheng Qian's beloved sister whom he loved so much every day. How dare he touch a hair of her under his nose? Sister, how are you? After doing all this, Cheng Qian didn't even look at Lu Qingyuan. He turned around, held the girl's hand, and helped her up with concern. Cheng Cheng hadn't recovered from the intimidation just now and just shook his head woodenly. In the Sea of Consciousness, Luo Chen finally had time to observe his sister Cheng Qian carefully. It was a girl who was about the same age as Cheng Qian, and they looked 70% similar. Could they be twins? The only difference is that pair of ice blue eyes. Although they seem to keep people away, they reveal an inviolable nobility. She has bright eyes, white teeth, and skin as white as cream. She is much more beautiful and elegant than Bai Ruo. It's hard to imagine that she is just the daughter of an ordinary family. She will definitely be a stunningly beautiful woman when she grows up. Luo Chen looked down again and his pupils suddenly shrank. This girl is disabled. A strongman of his generation can often see the problem clearly with just one glance. What's more, Luo Chen was a talisman pharmacist of noble status back then. In Luo Chen's eyes, Cheng Cheng's legs were lifeless, as if the meridians leading to his lower limbs were deliberately blocked by some external force. The meridians in his lower body were blocked, and his whole body was faintly emitting an extremely cold and yin aura. If this is the case, her cultivation level should not be too high. Sure enough, it was just the third section that had not yet entered the country. No wonder Cheng Qian was so silent just now. How could such a good girl have such an experience? What a pity. Where did you come from, you bastard? The scarred man covered his cheek, which still had a clear slap mark, in embarrassment, and the posture he climbed up was not elegant at all. Then he yelled at Xiao Wen and Xiao Xia, "You too. Why did you let all these bastards in here?" Xiao Wen and Xiao Xia were not frightened by the man's aura and identity. Instead, they asked, "Second young master, what do you want to do to Xiaoqing in broad daylight?" "Humph, you low-ranking disciples still want to meddle in my business." Lu Qingyuan curled his lips and responded contemptuously, "But it doesn't hurt to tell you that she stole the ice crystal jade marrow. I am going to take her to the elders to explain it clearly." You are slandering me. I didn't take it. Cheng Cheng, who was carried to a chair by Ching Qian, shouted excitedly. Ching Qian touched his sister's hair lovingly. Brother trusts you, leave it to me. Oh. You are her brother. That's great, you can return the chalcedony to her. I won't pursue the slap just now. Ching Qian stood up straight, putting away the gentle look he had just shown to his sister. He twitched his lips, showing a 3-point sneer and a 7-point ruthlessness. Humph, you're not going to pursue it. I haven't agreed yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Ching Qian suddenly appeared in front of Lu Qingyuan again. He flipped his right hand, and a small and sharp dagger slipped into his hand and stabbed towards Lu Qingyuan's throat. What a bullshit, young master, I only know one Lu Qingyu. Since he failed to kill Wanlisha in public that day, he summed up his experience and lessons, and from then on he carried a dagger with him. Lu Qingyuan was stunned. He didn't expect that someone would actually dare to attack him, the second young master of Qingluan sect. He quickly mobilized his energy and rushed to block the dagger with his fist, gritting his teeth and saying, "You kid, you're looking for death." The dagger was blocked, but blood was gushing out of his right hand that was punching. Lu Qingyuan's eyes were red, and he shouted frantically, "I'm going to kill you." He is the second young master of Qingluan sect, the second heir to the sect master. This bastard actually got him hurt. Bang. The other punch was wrapped in powerful yuanli and collided heavily with Ching Qian's punch. There was a low explosion in the air. Cheng Cheng looked at her brother with a worried look on her face. Lu Qingyuan was at the 5th stage of the Chu Yuan realm. Before she went up the mountain, Ching Qian was still at the 2nd stage of the Chu Yuan realm. Xiaowen and Xiao Xia were equally shocked. Was Ching Qian crazy? How dare he go head-on with Lu Qingyuan? His cultivation hadn't even reached the Chu Yuan realm yet. Just as he was thinking about it, there was a loud bang, and Ching Qian could not hold on any longer. He was shaken back a few steps and bumped into the table behind him, only then did he stabilize his body. He didn't care at all, and stared at Lu Qingyuan closely. Even if I'm not as strong as you, I won't let you bully me. Boy, don't even think about leaving Qingluan Gate today. Lu Qingyuan raised his hand, made a complicated gesture, and muttered something. He was about to use a spell. Lu Qingyuan. What are you doing? An angry voice reached everyone's ears. A handsome young man in a purple robe, wearing brocade clothes and a jade crown, walked in. Hello, young master. Xiaowen and Xiao Xia immediately bowed their heads. The person who came was the young master of Qingluan sect, Lu Qingyu. Seeing the person coming, Lu Qingyuan also stopped. Lu Qingyu's face turned pale, and he glared at Lu Qingyuan in a warning tone. How many times have I told you that if you cause trouble for Xiaocheng, you are going against me? He was about to continue speaking, but was interrupted by 5 white lights. A white light swooshed towards Lu Qingyuan, and as he had already let down his guard, he spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. The young master was shocked. He originally thought that Lu Qingyuan came to cause trouble for Cheng Cheng, but he didn't expect that there was someone here who could fight back, and in front of him, the young master. Who is it? Lu Qingyu turned around and saw Ching Qian, who had just successfully attacked him. He shouted in surprise, "Good boy, it's you." Ching Qian gave a bitter smile. This Lu Qingyu was still so arrogant and changed his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Regardless of Ching Qian's inner thoughts, Lu Qingyu carefully pulled Ching Qian up and down to look him up, with a strange look on his face. "What's wrong with your cultivation?" Ching Qian smiled bitterly. "It's a long story." Lu Qingyuan, who had already stopped but was attacked by Ching Qian, had a gloomy face. He was actually injured by a young man who had not yet entered the country. If this gets out, will his reputation as the second young master be ruined? The injured chest ached slightly. Lu Qingyuan suddenly felt that the energy in his body became disordered, and his body temperature dropped a little. This kid, what kind of spell has such great power? His lips moved slightly. How could he let it go after suffering such a huge loss? 2 green feather-shaped rays of light attacked Ching Qian and Lu Qingyu one after another. "Young master, be careful." "Elder brother." It happened in the blink of an eye. Ching Qian pushed Lu Qingyu away with his right hand, picked up the chair next to him with his left hand and swung it towards the green feather. The moment the two touched, the wooden chair shattered and the room was in a mess. Lu Qing Yuan. Lu Qingyu glared at him, emphasizing each word. Qing Qian also took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. It was Sect Master Lu who took the initiative to invite Xiaoqing to come here for recuperation, but is this how Qingyuan sect treats guests? These words were actually said to Lu Qingyu. After saying that, he was too lazy to look at Lu Qingyuan again. Sister, is there anything wrong? He leaned over to ask his sister. He knew that young Master Lu would take care of the rest. Everyone is respectful when facing the young master of Qingyuan sect. But Qing Qian never cared about the young master or the not-so-young master. In his heart, Lu Qingyu was just Lu Qingyu, a childhood playmate and a brother with equal qualities. After all, if they had known Lu Qingyu's identity as the young master, their Qing family would not have intervened in the dispute between sects and rescued the child who was kidnapped by a group of rabble. The Qing family is Lu Qingyu's savior, and Qing Cheng's legs were injured when he accidentally fell into the water while trying to save him, and was hit by a huge rock rolling down the mountain. Therefore, the leader of Qingyuan sect felt guilty and would invite Qing Qing to Qingyuan Mountain to recuperate for 3 months every year. Lu Qingyuan, you are so brave. Lu Qingyu shouted coldly. As expected, Lu Qingyu lost face. As the young master, he actually let his savior suffer injustice on his own territory. Lu Qingyu was ashamed and angry at this time. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Lu Qingyuan snorted coldly, your savior is dishonest. The elders told me to take her over. Do you want to stop me? Lu Qingyu frowned. Could it be that the second elder and the elders' pavilion were looking for an excuse to cause trouble while his father was in seclusion? All the disciples of Qingyuan sect knew that the group headed by the second elder had been dissatisfied with the current sect master for a long time and had been trying every means to oppose sect master Lu. They were deliberately trying to replace Lu Qingyu and support their own son Lu Qingyuan to ascend to the position of young master. You are slandering me. Xiaowen and Xiaoxia also stood on Qing Cheng's side without hesitation. Lu Qingyu was worrying about how to respond when he heard a commotion in the yard. Turning around, he found that the second elder was coming with a group of disciples. The man was about 50 years old, with a thin body hidden in a loose white robe. The brim of his hat blocked his face, but his gloomy eyes could still be seen. The second elder waited and waited, but his son did not bring the girl from the Qing family over. Finally, he could not wait any longer and brought people to look for her. Qing Qian's face was gloomy and she unconsciously held Qing Cheng's hand. This group of people didn't look like they were here to do good deeds. Hey, how has this small place been so honored to have the second elder bring people to visit in person? Lu Qingyu started to speak sarcastically. Humph, I heard that there was a thief in my Qingyuan sect, so I came here to administer justice. Do you still want to stop us, young master? After saying that, he turned to look at Lu Qingyuan, only to find that his breathing was disordered and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He immediately put away his previous politeness and became furious. Young master, would you actually attack Qingyuan for a cripple? Oh, you are the second elder of Qingyuan sect. You have lived for so many years, but no one has taught you how to speak. Qing Qian stepped forward and said sarcastically, if this gets out, the reputation of the entire Qingyuan sect will be damaged. Saying that my sister is disabled in front of him. No one can do that. The second elder looked at Qing Qian straight in the eye with a look of disdain. Who are you, you wild fellow? How dare you talk to me like that? He also noticed that Qing Qian and Qing Cheng were 70% similar. Hey, aren't you dead? Ah. Do you know what you are talking about? Lu Qingyu questioned the second elder in surprise, then looked at Qing Qian whose face turned gloomy, and felt that something seemed wrong. Brother. Qing Qing also noticed the change in Qing Qian's expression and grabbed his sleeve with a worried look on his face. What's going on? Qing Qian's face visibly froze. In fact, Qing Qian has hesitated countless times since he left home, thinking about how to tell his sister about the changes at home, but as soon as he entered the door, he encountered someone bullying Qing Cheng, so everything else had to be put aside. Ahem. Qing Qian touched her sister's head awkwardly. Don't worry, there was an accident while escorting the convoy, but everything is fine now. Humph, accident. So many brothers died in the police station, and you are the only one who survived. How on earth is this going on? Who can tell? The second elder deliberately mocked, and every word he said was directed at Qing Qian. Brother, what did he say? You. Qing Qian secretly clenched his fists. This old guy kept putting the blame on them, brother and sister. He stared at the old man fiercely. If you have time to care about our family affairs, you might as well teach your son a lesson. He can't even withstand a single blow. He really brought shame to Qingwan's sect. Good boy, it was you who did it. The second elder took a step forward, releasing his aura without reservation. You stinky boy, no one in the entire Qingwan sect dares to contradict me like this. You have broken through to the 7th level of condensation realm. Lu Qingyu exclaimed. His father's strength is at the 9th level of condensation realm, and he is now in seclusion to break through to the Huiyuan realm. If the attack fails, I can't imagine what sinister things this old man with advanced cultivation will do next. The second elder changed his technique and released a series of green feathers. Qing Qian quickly mobilized the energy in his body, chanted something, and summoned a barrier to protect his body. Second elder, stop now. Lu Qingyu really didn't expect that this old guy would actually take action himself. The blue and white lights collided, and the air was filled with shattering sounds. The white light of the barrier became dimmer and dimmer. His cultivation level was far behind that of the second elder, and the spell was a low-level one, so he could not resist it for long. Qing Qian groaned and forced himself to swallow the fishy taste in his throat, but he did not show any weakness. He didn't want to retreat in front of Qing Cheng. You little bastard, why are you trying to be a hero? Luo Chen cursed angrily in his sea of consciousness. She just tried to lend her strength to Qing Qian, but was rejected by Qing Qian. You won't kill me, but if you are exposed, the entire escort agency will be hunted down. When Luo Chen heard what Qing Qian said through telepathy, he remained silent. Qing Qian's considerations were indeed thorough and long-term. She was now sealed and her strength was no longer what it used to be. If there really was some peerless expert who kept chasing after this rune, the best outcome would be that both of them would perish together. Just when Qing Qian's barrier was about to disappear, a green barrier appeared in front of him. Lu Qingyu appeared beside Qing Qian. If anything happens to you too, my father will skin me alive when he comes out of confinement. Qing Qian smiled slightly. This young master is so stubborn every time he helps others. He is so arrogant. You. The second elder had to stop when he saw Lu Qingyu had also made a move. After all, if he really hurt the young master of Qingwan's sect, it would really be a falling out and he couldn't explain it. Humph, it's useless for you to protect them. If they can't hand over the ice crystal jade marrow, neither of them can go down the mountain. Do you have any evidence to support what you said? Lu Qingyu asked impatiently, standing with his hands behind his back. Naturally, he didn't believe that Cheng Cheng would take any ice crystal chalcedony. Every year when Cheng Cheng went to the mountains for recuperation, he would accompany her. This girl would hesitate before accepting anything that was handed to her, let alone stealing. The second elder and his followers always liked to use such unpresentable tricks, and after doing this time and again, it is hard for the second elder's group not to be disliked. Humph, she was the only one who entered the ice room in the past 3 months. The ice crystal chalcedony was most effective for her recuperation. Before she left, the things disappeared. How could such a coincidence happen? Ha ha. Qing Qian sneered, so the second elder has always relied on speculation to govern the sect. It's really rare that the Qingwan sect has been able to exist for so long. You. Then tell me, besides Qing Cheng, who else would have this idea? We, the disciples of Qingwan sect, have plenty of resources. You country bumpkins have never seen any precious medicinal herbs. Lu Qingyuan, who was standing by, took advantage of the opportunity to ridicule Qing Qian and Cheng Cheng. The disciples brought by the second elder also whispered in the back and nodded in agreement. Cheng Cheng pursed his lips, feeling so aggrieved that he was about to cry. Cheng Qian touched his sister's head distressedly, and cursed the second elder and his gang 100 times in his heart, but he said, "Don't cry, sister, leave it to me." "Huh, you. Can you get her some ice crystal chalcedony?" Qing Qian glanced at Lu Qingyuan coldly. "I can't take out the chalcedony, but I can show you, this chalcedony." Qing Qian paused deliberately, and then shouted, "Where on earth did it go?" As soon as Qing Qian finished speaking, he flashed and appeared behind Lu Qingyuan in the next second. So fast. While everyone was still not reacting, Qing Qian followed Luo Chen's instructions in the sea of consciousness, wrapped the mental power around his fingertips, stretched out his fingers, and pressed several acupoints on Lu Qingyuan's back. What are you going to do? Before he could finish his words, Lu Qingyuan felt his body go limp, and with a muffled groan, he half knelt on the ground. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Whether it was the second elder, Lu Qingyu, or other disciples, they all felt that the temperature of the air around them seemed to have dropped a little. Looking at Lu Qingyuan more closely, he was frowning and groaning in pain intermittently on the ground. The discomfort in his body after being hit just now was magnified, and the acupoints that Qing Qian pressed were emitting a few traces of cold air. It turned out to be the second young master. How dare you even wrongly accuse that little girl? Really? When the second elder heard the discussions of the disciples behind him, his face turned pale and blue. He was jealous that Qing Cheng, a useless person with zero talent for cultivation, could go to Qinghuan sect every year to enjoy their resources. He was angry at sect master Lu's actions, and he had long disliked Lu Qingyu, so he secretly gave the ice crystal jade marrow to his son to help him advance to the 5th stage of the Chuyuan realm. I thought that if my son's strength improved, he would have a better chance of competing for the position of young sect master, right? But how to explain the lack of a chalcedony in the ice room? This cunning old man naturally thought of blaming Qing Cheng for the incident. In this way, he could swallow a chalcedony silently and take the opportunity to attack the young master. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not do it? But who could have thought that the truth would be revealed in front of everyone by this kid Qing Qian? Lu Qingyu looked at Lu Qingyuan struggling on the ground and thought, is it because he didn't absorb it completely, causing the cold to invade his body? The second elder also noticed that something was wrong with his son and quickly stepped forward. Qingyuan, what's going on? Qing Qian walked between Qing Cheng and Lu Qingyu. You don't have an extremely cold body, and you dare to absorb ice crystal jade marrow directly with the cultivation level of the initial Yuan realm. I really can't praise the education and popularization of this basic knowledge of your Qinghuan sect. In fact, after listening to Luo Chen's explanation, Qing Qian had already cursed the ignorant second elder and Lu Qingyuan more than 100 times in his heart. This ice crystal chalcedony is an extremely cold thing in itself. Even if it is a low-level chalcedony, it is a rare treasure outside. Because of its overbearing nature, people with a little common sense generally don't dare to refine its energy directly. Absorbing it directly like Lu Qingyuan did is really a waste of natural resources. Not only does it waste this precious material, but it may also have a major adverse effect on the body, and in severe cases it may even damage the meridians. Lu Qingyu laughed and said, I never thought that after not seeing you for a few months, you already know so many things. Brother, at home. Qing Cheng hadn't recovered from the shock just now when she heard Lu Qingyu saying something about life and death. Suddenly, she realized that she didn't even know what happened at home. Don't worry, sister. I'll talk to you slowly when we get back. Qing Qian patted Qing Cheng's shoulder. Now was not the time to talk about those things. Anyway, everything is fine. Qing Cheng nodded obediently. Her most trusted brother would definitely not lie to her. What's more, wasn't her brother already standing in front of her? Humph, if you do this, he will become useless even faster. Seeing the second elder transferring energy into Lu Qingyuan's body without thinking about the seriousness of the matter, Qing Qian interjected indifferently. The second elder stopped immediately after hearing this and asked, what should we do then? Qing Qian thought about how the two of them had made things difficult for her and her sister just now, and that bastard named Lu Qingyuan had even set his sights on her sister. She really wished he would die quickly. So he ignored the second elder and Lu Qingyuan, who was lying on the ground with a distorted face, and bowed to Lu Qingyu. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, let's go down the mountain. Young master, you won't stop us, right? Lu Qingyu had the same thoughts as Qing Qian. This scum dared to touch his sister Qing Cheng, so let him die. Although he was a good seedling for the Qinghuan sect, it would be a good idea to get rid of him for the sect if he was dealt with early. I'll see you off. Lu Qingyu made a gesture of invitation, ignoring the second elder who was glaring at him angrily. The second elder was watching his unconscious son, and he was so anxious that smoke came out of his head. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, and suddenly thought of something. He turned around and shouted to the disciples behind him, "Go and call Master Deng over." A disciple responded in a low voice, "Elder." Master Deng went down the mountain to Lingyuan Pavilion the day before yesterday to participate in the second-level examination of Fu Pharmacist, and he hasn't come back yet. The Qingyuan sect is also a top-ranked sect in terms of strength in the entire Yari Empire, but even with the top-ranked strength, there is only one talisman medicine master in the entire Qingyuan sect. Even if he is a first-level sect, he is enough to make other sects envious. The second elder slapped his thigh. What a coincidence. Wait a minute. You must know how to save Yuaner. Please save him. The second elder suddenly stopped in front of them, his old face turned red from holding back. He only relied on medicinal materials to cultivate his cultivation in the Yuan condensation realm. He didn't know what materials or effects they had. Since Qing Qian can tell Qing Yuan's problem, there must be a solution, right? Oh. Qing Qian raised an eyebrow and smiled mischievously. Are you begging me? I'm a wild guy who came from nowhere, but I'm not worthy of marrying the second young master. Qing Qian replied sarcastically, then pushed his sister's wheelchair without even looking at the old man. The temperature around him was a little lower than before. Lu Qingyuan's lips had turned pale and his breath was getting weaker and weaker. These were symptoms of being attacked by the cold air. The second elder gritted his teeth, stopped Qing Qian, bent over and pleaded, I was reckless just now, please don't take it to heart, little brother, save my child's life. Qing Qian looked at the old man. Are all of them in the Qingyuan sect able to change their expressions faster than turning the pages of a book? Putting aside other things, I really want to give this old man a thumbs up. He has mastered the art of bending and stretching. No wonder he can become the second elder of the entire sect with his useless skills. Okay, but I'll agree to any condition you give me. Before Qing Qian could state the conditions, the second elder took the initiative to express his opinion. His son was his late-born son and was spoiled terribly every day. He would rather sacrifice half his life to save his son. Okay, Qing Qian showed a playful smile, and glanced at the handsome Lu Qingyu beside him, and an idea came to his mind. How about this, you sign a contract and pledge your loyalty to Lu Qingyu forever, and I will help you. Ah. Lu Qingyu was stunned. He was suddenly called and looked at Qing Qian in disbelief. On the one hand, as the young master, he was not sure whether this kid could save Lu Qingyuan. After all, even though Qing Qian had a very high talent in cultivation, he had never heard of his ability to save people. On the other hand, at this juncture, the second elder would probably agree to any conditions without blinking an eye. Qing Qian gave such a big gift without even thinking about it. Even if they were brothers, he would be embarrassed to accept it. Qing Qian patted Lu Qingyu, thank you and the sect master for taking care of Shaoqing these years. Lu Qingyu looked at Qing Qian gratefully and nodded. Some things didn't need to be said in detail. After hearing this, Lu Ochen also chuckled. This boy is really mature. Qing Qian proposed this condition after careful consideration. If the second elder must protect the Qing family for life, not to mention cutting off an arm of the Qingyuan sect, but there is also my father and myself at home, so there is no need for an old man. On the other hand, if he sold the favor to Lu Qingyu, it would not only help him and the sect leader solve the hidden danger of a sect split, but also make the entire Qingyuan sect owe him a big favor. Okay. The second elder heard this without hesitation. After all, why would he fight for the position of the young master if he had lost his son? Go and ask the fourth elder to come over, the second elder ordered. The fourth elder is also a talisman master, but unfortunately, he has not been able to awaken his own innate flame suitable for a talisman pharmacist. One of the basic skills of a talisman master is to draw a life and death contract talisman for others. This is also an important reason why talisman masters are so popular. Once the life and death contract talisman is out, no matter you are a newbie or a strongman who has achieved sainthood, as long as you violate the contract, your dantian will explode and no body will be left. No need to be so troublesome. Qing Qian said lightly. He closed his eyes, held his breath, raised his right hand, and released his mental power through his fingertips. When he opened his eyes again, a barely perceptible golden color flowed through his eyes. Boy, today I will teach you another life and death contract talisman. He drew lightly in the void, stroke by stroke. Every movement was exactly the same as Luo Chen's movement in the Sea of Consciousness. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Elder brother. When did this kid? The second elder looked at the runes that gradually appeared in the void, and it was undoubtedly the rune of the life and death contract. This boy is actually a talisman master. Thinking of this, the second elder felt a chill down his spine. If he really messed with this kid, and if someday a strongman killed his entire family just to curry favor with Qing Qian, then... You too, please. Lu Qingyu and the second elder took a step forward, bit their fingers, and let the blood spread along the rune lines bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, the runes in the void turned blood red and then disappeared bit by bit. No one else felt anything, except Lu Qingyu and the second elder, who felt as if there was an invisible thread pulling them. Qing Qian was also secretly amazed. This was the first time he saw a contract being established. Lu Qingyuan returned to Qing Cheng's room. Unlike his previous arrogance, it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as dying now. Everyone is waiting outside. Some were anxiously hoping that the second young master could escape the disaster, some wanted to see how capable this kid Qing Qian was, and some were worried that if Qing Qian failed to save Lu Qingyuan, the second elder would definitely not let him go. Qing Qian stared at Lu Qingyuan, who was lying on the ground like a piece of white paper and had no breath left, with a bitter face. If I hadn't saved his precious son, I would have really died here today. In the first place, it was incredible that Qing Qian could see Lu Qingyuan's clues with his little cultivation. It was Luo Chen who found something wrong in his Sea of Consciousness and reminded him. In fact, whether Lu Qingyuan is dead or alive is none of Qing Qian's business. It would be better to say that since he dared to touch Qing Qian hoped that this beast would die. But if he could save one person, he could win over the leader and young master of the Qingwan sect, and make the entire sect owe him a big favor. Then it would be totally worth it to ask Luo Chen to take action this time. But, a strongman like Luo Chen is not only good at killing people, but also good at saving people. You look down on me. Luo Chen in the void said lightly. It seemed indifferent, but the pride after the words fell were revealed. Qing Qian's eyes widened. You are so young, are you really a talisman pharmacist? In Qing Qian's impression, aren't all talisman pharmacists old men? For example, the talisman pharmacist of their Qingwan sect was a bald man in his 50s. And Luo Chen looked only 20 years old, a young and beautiful girl. How could she be a talisman pharmacist? As if he had seen through what Qing Qian was thinking, Luo Chen sneered, Boy, even I can't remember how old I am. Maybe I'm your ancestor. The corners of Qing Qian's mouth twitched slightly. It was true that the world was too big and his experience was too limited. But if Luo Chen is really a talisman pharmacist, Qing Qian's eyes lit up. Ancestor Luo. Please accept me as your disciple. Qing Qian spoke in a loud and excited voice. After he finished speaking, he knelt down in front of Luo Chen with a clang. Then, the sound of a teacup breaking on the ground was heard. The people in the yard looked at each other in bewilderment. What on earth had happened in the house? In the room, Luo Chen was still frozen in the position where he was about to drink tea. His hand, which had just dropped the teacup, was still shaking, and his originally fair face was flushed red. She stared at Qing Qian on the ground fiercely, suppressed her anger, gritted her teeth and spoke word by word, You. Say. It. Again. It was the first time that Qing Qian saw Luo Chen so angry, but he muttered to himself, But wasn't it my ancestors you just talked about? But he didn't dare to say anything, and apologized carefully, I was wrong, please forgive me and accept me as your apprentice. Luo Chen looked at Qing Qian's cautious yet eager eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Forget it, why bother with such a stubborn fool? After she came to her senses, she gently waved her left sleeve, and a gentle force lifted Qing Qian up. You are sincere, kid. But everything will wait until you awaken your life flame. Ah. Come to think of it, how could he forget about this in such excitement? Innate flame, it seems that the promotion to the initial stage should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. A faint trace of mental power flowed in Lu Qingyuan's body. A layer of fine beads of sweat had already appeared on Qing Qian's forehead. He closed his eyes tightly and used his telekinesis to feel the flow of that strand of power. He suddenly opened his eyes, It's here. The mental power was suddenly blocked somewhere in Lu Qingyuan's body and could not move forward. Luo Chen nodded approvingly behind Qing Qian. He used telekinesis to explore the inside of the injured person's body to determine the method of rescue. Qing Qian was already half successful in saving people. In his case, he simply ate too many tonic herbs. He just needs to absorb the medicinal power. There is no need for any complicated talismans or pills. Miss. Qing Qian held Lu Qingyuan's hands tightly, then please lend a hand. If it's any later, this man will really go to hell. Luo Chen smiled softly, you already know how to save people. A yuan-devouring talisman will do. Oh. The moment the rune took shape, Qing Qian only felt a stream of energy mixed with chills surging out of Lu Qingyuan's body, through his hands on Lu Qingyuan, flowing into Qing Qian's meridians, and finally into his dantian. Qing Qian quickly held his breath and concentrated, practicing the Songhai Xing Qinju to absorb all the abundant energy that suddenly entered his body, with a smile on his face. I didn't expect that I could earn some energy. Seeing that although Lu Qingyuan's face was pale and his cultivation had regressed to the third stage of the initial Yuan realm, at least he saved a life, the second elder finally felt relieved. After settling his son, he walked towards Qing Qian with a complicated expression, thank you for your help, my friend. I apologize for any offense just now. Then, he waved his hand toward the back and said, bring it up. A disciple came forward with a tray. Qing Qian followed the disciple's hand as he lifted the curtain and saw what was on the tray. It's just a small token of my appreciation, not a sign of respect. Qing Qian's eyes lit up. They were 3 ice snake grasses. Although they were not as good as ice crystal chalcedony, my sister could use them to suppress the cold for a while after she returned home. This old man was quite a good person. In that case, I won't be polite. After going down the mountain, Qing tilted her head and stared at her brother who was pushing her chair. I feel like my brother is a little different. Ahahaha, you look a lot more handsome now, don't you? Of course, I also lost a few pounds because I missed you so much. No, Qing ruthlessly interrupted his boasting, your cultivation seems to have improved after saving Lu Qingyuan. And when did you become a talisman master? I didn't even know about it. Hee hee, don't say you just found out. I haven't told my dad and the others yet. Qing Qian replied with a smile. Then he thought, this. Becoming a talisman master is such a big happy event, but he hasn't told his dad for more than a month. Isn't it a bit unfair? Brother, what is your current level of cultivation? Alas, I am only at the 9th stage of the unexpected realm. I still have a long way to go before I can break through to the initial origin realm. I just used the yuan-devouring talisman on Lu Qingyuan, but he didn't even break through the initial yuan realm. Qing Qian secretly cursed Lu Qingyuan for having a weak foundation, and it was a pity to waste so many tonic materials. After collecting his thoughts, Qing Qian remembered that he had not had time to tell his sister about the changes in the escort agency. Sister, I want to tell you something. The brother and sister walked back to the city in silence. After hearing about Wan Fu and Yinli's shameless behavior in recent months, Cheng has remained silent. Qing Qian looked at his sister with concern, but at the same time, he was 120% focused on observing the movements around him. Based on Wan Fu's character, he had every reason to suspect that they would attack him again. Attacking him was a small matter, but if they implicated his sister, that was the last thing he wanted to see. They really are. After a while, the younger sister sighed, so what if they won first place? From childhood to adulthood, Cheng has never cared much about fame and fortune. It may be her nature, or it may be an acquired attitude due to her poor health. In her eyes, as long as her father, brother, and everyone in the escort agency are safe, she doesn't care about other things. Qing Qian laughed when she heard this. If everyone thought like my sister, the world would be much more peaceful and quiet. But don't worry, father and I are here. Longchang will never let anyone take advantage of him. As they were talking, the two could already see the majestic gate of Qingyang City from afar. I'm finally home. Seeing the city gate, Qing Qian felt a little relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Instead, Qing laughed at him. It's rare to see brother being so crazy. Qing Qian chuckled and did not answer. After all, it doesn't matter what happens to him alone, but if he brings his sister with him, he must protect her. He must not let his sister get hurt again. Qing Qian was about to say something else when he suddenly felt a chill on his face and his step stopped abruptly. Is it snow? Brother, why is it snowing in this weather? Qing Qian looked around at the lush green and his eyes suddenly became stern. Qing Qian raised his head and saw that the clear sky had become gloomy without him noticing. The city gate that was once bustling with noise was now empty except for Qing Qian and his sister. The air became even colder, Qing Qian's scalp suddenly felt numb, and a chill ran down his back. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking wind rang in Qing Qian's left ear, and a sharp long arrow shot straight towards Qing Qian's head. Qing Qian's heart shuddered, and he quickly took out a dagger with his right hand, with his yuanli wrapped around it. Ding! The weapons collided and the long arrow fell. Another bitch wants to kill him. Qing Qian's expression became more solemn. He looked straight ahead, his hands clenched tightly, his dark eyes flashing with coldness, and his cold voice echoed throughout the space, "Who?" There was no sound in the entire space. Brother. Cheng Cheng, who was sitting on the chair, had panic in his eyes. He didn't expect that Wanfu would take action again while his brother was not in the city. You bastards, this isn't the first time you've done this, is there any need to hide it? Qing Qian said sarcastically. To be able to strike again before he returned to the city, who else could it be but Wanfu? Haha, your acumen is pretty good. You are indeed a genius who has broken through to the 5th level of cultivation in 2 months. A faint voice, full of coldness, finally sounded in this space. Qing Qian's pupils shrank suddenly, and he saw a slender figure in white suddenly appear in the snowflakes. The figure came closer and closer, and gradually came to a place 5 meters away from Qing Qian. It's Wan Qianhua, the second in command of the Wan family. Qing Qian had a gloomy face, and there was a cold light flashing in his dark eyes. Wan Qianhua is at the 6th stage of the Ryuan realm, much higher than Wang Laogo, and is the 8th ranked master in Qingyang City. It seems that Wanfu is really determined to kill him. Without saying anything else, Qing Qian's mouth twitched slightly, and with a wave of his right hand, a white barrier wrapped around his sister. Hey, there's no need to go through so much trouble. You're my only target. Wan Qianhua's thin lips opened and closed, and his tone was full of coldness. Before Wan Qianhua could say anything more, Qing Qian suddenly rushed out. Wan Qianhua frowned, what a fast speed. But, it's not enough. Wan Qianhua's eyes were cold. He held the bow in his left hand and pulled with all his strength with his right hand. Another long arrow suddenly pierced towards Qing Qian. The attack of the arrow made Qing Qian's face change slightly. He had no time to dodge, and the arrow was about to pierce Qing Qian's head. Brother. Qing Qing shouted anxiously from the side. At the critical moment, Qing Qian had a thought and immediately released his telekinesis to attack the arrow. Buzz. The arrow seemed to be pulled by some invisible force. It stopped half an inch away from Qing Qian's head. Then, it immediately turned around and shot towards Wan Qianhua. What? Wan Qianhua's eyes widened. He clearly didn't see Qing Qian make any move. How could this happen? Without any time to think, Wan Qianhua turned sideways to avoid the long arrow. Spellcaster. Wan Qianhua's face was full of horror. He knew that Qing Qian had good talent in cultivation, and that he almost killed Wan Lisa in Lingyuan Pavilion, but he always thought that it was Wan Lisa's negligence that gave this kid an opportunity. However, he never expected that this Qing Qian turned out to be a talisman. In that case, I can't let you stay. As this thought flashed through his mind, a powerful force spread out from Wan Qianhua's body. This powerful force gathered in his palm and suddenly blasted towards Qing Qian, who was rushing over. You have to know that in the face of strength, all your struggles are overestimating your own abilities. This punch was thrown out suddenly, containing powerful energy, causing the entire space to shake slightly. Every move is a killing move. The fist with strong impact force continued to grow bigger in Qing Qian's eyes, and Qing Qian's scalp was numb. He knew that if they fought head-on, he would not be able to defeat the opponent with his strength. The Canghai Xing Chenju in his body was running rapidly, drawing out all his mental power. Qing Qian controlled the mental power and rushed towards Wan Qianhua's forehead. Wan Qianhua suddenly felt a dull pain in his head, and even the force of his punch was a little weaker. Just as his fist was about to hit his chest, a white glowing yuan-devouring talisman appeared in front of Wan Qianhua's fist, and he could not move forward any further. It's talisman magic. Wan Qianhua's eyes widened. He could never have imagined that Qing Qian, who had just awakened his telekinesis, actually had a channel to obtain runes to practice talisman magic. In a trance, he saw the white rune lightly falling on his fist. The next second, he felt his own energy rapidly and uncontrollably draining away. Feeling the energy rushing into his body, Qing Qian grinned. Sure enough, this guy's energy is purer than Lu Qingyuan's. Wan Qianhua's eyes flashed with ferocity. His left palm was wrapped with yuanli, and he chopped straight down at his right fist. Oh, so cruel. Qing Qian looked at Wan Qianhua with a hint of pity in his eyes. He didn't expect that the only attack rune he knew how to use would be cracked like this. Wan Qianhua cut off his right arm, blood gushed out. His face was extremely ugly. You are capable enough to force me to this point. His lips moved slightly, and he was finally about to use a spell. More snowflakes were falling from the sky. At this moment, Qing Qian felt that the snowflakes falling on his body made his skin feel stiff and numb, and his movements became much slower. It was obviously a spell. With a thought, his yuan force quickly protected his whole body. Qing Qian's eyes turned cold, and he rushed out. At the same time, he mobilized all the remaining mental power in his body to attack Wan Qianhua's brain. Humph. The air around Wan Qianhua became extremely violent. His yuan power collided with Qing Qian's mental power. A huge amount of energy burst out and directly dissolved Qing Qian's mental power. Qing Qian groaned, his eyes went dark, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother. Qing couldn't move on the chair and could only speak and worry. Oh, I forgot, there is another one here. Wan Qianhua grinned evilly and swung out a stream of yuanli, immediately shattering the protective barrier left by Qing Qian. You dare. Seeing this, Qing Qian ignored his physical discomfort and rushed back to Qing without thinking, using both hands to frantically output energy to block Wan Qianhua's attack. No, after all, he is only at the entry level. Even if he awakens his telekinesis, he cannot compete with Wan Qianhua. What's more, he has a younger sister to protect. Qing Qian clenched his teeth and looked at the arrow that was shot out again in front of him. An extreme sense of danger surged in his heart. His legs gradually weakened, and his arms were exhausted. The energy vortex in his dantian had been drained. But he was unwilling to accept it. How could he let his sister be hurt in front of him? Luo Chen obviously saw Qing Qian's current physical condition and said softly, "Then, is it almost my turn to come on stage?" Luo Chen had been observing the situation since Wan Qianhua appeared. Although she had the power to kill Wan Qianhua, she would not take action until Qing Qian had truly fought her out. Fighting is always the best experience. Just when Luo Chen was about to take over Qing Qian's body, something strange happened. Certain parts of Qing Qian's meridians suddenly flashed with white light at irregular intervals, as if there were stars in the sky hidden inside his body. In the meridians, the twinkling stars became brighter and brighter, and gradually, the light enveloped Qing Qian's entire body. Just as the light covered his body, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in the air, and powerful yuanli suddenly burst out from Qing Qian's body. The long arrow in front of him was shattered by the sudden force. How is this possible? Wan Qianhua, who had already secured victory on the opposite side, shouted in shock when he saw this. In the critical moment, Qing Qian had no time to feel the changes in his body. He thought it was the power borrowed by Luo Chen. Without further hesitation, he rushed towards Wan Qianhua with his yuanli wrapped around his legs. Qing Qian's fist collided heavily with Wan Qianhua's remaining left fist, and the energy fluctuations even shocked Qing in the distance, causing him to feel a tightness in his chest. She thought her brother had reached his limit just now, but unexpectedly, a reversal happened. Wan Qianhua's face changed. The powerful yuanli pressure coming towards him was far beyond the strength that Qing Qian should have had before entering the country. Wan Qianhua's body shook slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Qing Qian swept out with his left leg and kicked Wan Qianhua heavily in the abdomen. Wan Qianhua screamed, "Wow," and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Qing Qian did not give Wan Qianhua any chance to breathe again. His left hand slipped and the dagger fell into his hand. Wrapped in yuanli, It drew a tricky arc in the air and stabbed into Wan Qianhua's heart fiercely. You. Wan Qianhua's eyes were wide open. In the last moment of his life, he couldn't believe that he had actually been defeated by a kid who had not yet entered the country. The crisis was finally resolved, and Qing Qian immediately collapsed to the ground. The cold sweat had not yet disappeared from his body, and the bloodstains on his body highlighted his current embarrassment. Brother. Qing looked at Qing Qian with tears in his eyes. It's okay, don't be afraid. Qing Qian touched his sister's head and smiled weakly at her. Luo Chen, thank you for what you did just now. In his sea of consciousness, Qing Qian said to Luo Chen, I am too weak, and I always have to trouble you to save me. There was some complexity in Luo Chen's eyes, and he just shook his head. Seeing that Luo Chen didn't say anything else, Qing Qian withdrew from the sea of consciousness. Luo Chen, on the other hand, was still thinking about the stars that appeared in Qing Qian's body. She frowned and said, could this Qing Qian be? Qing Qian barely supported himself and pushed his sister's wheelchair. Just as he was about to move forward, he heard two sounds of breaking wind. Qing Qian's nerves tensed up again, and he stared ahead with flickering eyes. Is this ever going to end? The figure gradually approached, and Qing Xiaotian's urgent voice came, Qianer. Then came Mr. Liao San, who dares to do this under our noses? When Qing Qian heard this voice, he finally felt relieved. During this period of time, Longchang Escort Agency has been on guard against the actions of Wanfu and Yinli, so when Qing Qian was approaching Qingyang City, Qing Xiaotian was worried and brought Mr. Liao San out to support him. As a result, Wanfu really took the opportunity to take action. Father. Third uncle. Seeing their father, the brother and sister's faces were filled with joy and they shouted in unison. Qing Xiaotian and Mr. Liao San rushed over and looked around. They immediately saw the body lying on the ground. Blood was still gushing out of the chest, and it was obvious that the person had died not long ago. The two men's faces changed drastically. They took a quick step to block the brother and sister behind them, looking around vigilantly with gloomy eyes. Dad, third uncle, don't worry, everything is fine. Seeing the reactions of his father and third uncle, Qing Qian felt warmed in his heart and immediately persuaded them. Are you okay? Qing Xiaotian and Mr. Liao San looked at each other, with a hint of suspicion and surprise in their eyes. Then this person. This is Wan Qianhua, the second in command of the Wanfu Escort Agency. He just wanted to kill me. Wan Qianhua. Qing Xiaotian's face changed. Wan Qianhua was a sorcerer who was even stronger than Wang Laogo. He was ranked in the top 10 in Qingyang City, a well-known name. Mr. Liao's face twitched slightly. Then you didn't kill this man, did you? After asking, Mr. Liao felt a little regretful. He felt that there was something wrong with his brain. No matter how talented Xiao Qian was, he couldn't kill a Yuan realm expert with the strength of a non-Yuan realm expert. What's more, he had to protect Qing Cheng. Qing Xiaotian was also startled, his eyes fixed on Qing Qian. No way. Qing Qian scratched his head, of course not. After a fierce ideological struggle in Qing Qian's mind, he felt that it would be better not to admit it, so as not to cause trouble. The Qingwan sect was very thoughtful and sent several seniors to escort us back. After killing this old villain, I felt embarrassed to trouble them again, so I let them go back. Qing Qian's ability to tell nonsense was quite amazing. He didn't even blink after making up this story. After saying that, he winked at his sister Cheng Cheng. Cheng Cheng was speechless and could only nod slightly to show his understanding. To be honest, even though she saw it with her own eyes, she still couldn't believe it. Her brother actually killed a strongman who had entered the Yuan realm. Even though her brother was a little genius in cultivation, she had never heard of such a heaven-defying thing. Qing Xiaotian nodded, not doubting Qing Qian's explanation at all. Qingwan's sect is really thoughtful. I will go to their house to express my gratitude someday. Wait a minute, these bastards. Mr. Liao cursed viciously. This was the second time they attacked Qing Qian. Qing Qian was just a 16-year-old child. Qing Xiaotian was also filled with fear. If it hadn't been for that mysterious strongman last time, and if it hadn't been for the help of Qingwan's sect this time, his son would have died countless times. Brother, you have figured it out. Wanfu not only wants our stall but also our lives. Uncle Liao's face turned pale. Cheng Xiaotian's eyes were filled with chills. After we go back, everyone should be on alert. If we see Wanfu, we will kill him without mercy. At Wanfu Escort Agency, an angry roar shook the ceiling of the entire hall. Cheng Qian. Wan Wanqing's eyes widened red as he squeezed out these two words from between his teeth. In the hall, everyone looked unhappy. Even Wan Lijiang, the leader of the younger generation in Qingyang City and Wan Wuxing's most beloved son, did not dare to say a word. In fact, Wan Lijiang had never seen his father so angry in his life. Wan Qianhua's body was placed on the table in the room. Wan Wanxing felt that the body was like a formal declaration of war by the Longchang Escort Agency against him, Wanfu. Has Wan Yuan broken through to the Yuan realm? Has his innate flame awakened? Wan Wanxing lowered his voice, and it was obvious how much effort he put into controlling his emotions at this moment. I just checked yesterday, and it's not there yet. It will probably take about a week. An escort on the right side of Wan Wuxing replied. With a pop sound, Wan Wuxing's right palm, wrapped in yuanli, slammed the table hard, and the table immediately turned into powder. Seeing this scene, both the core members of Wanfu Escort Agency and the ordinary escorts were shocked. They knew that the boss was so angry that he was about to lose his mind. Two masters who have entered the Yuan realm can't even deal with a 16-year-old boy. With this kind of strength, they still want to destroy Longchang. Wan Wuxing roared, and it was unclear whether he was talking to the escorts or was implying the pillars of the bureau. Boss, Cheng Qian was just lucky this time. I heard that it was the masters of Qinghuan sect who secretly escorted Cheng Qian back. An escort carefully persuaded him. Humph. Wan Wuxing snorted coldly. Cheng Xiaotian is really very capable. He can even curry favor with a sect like Qinghuan sect. Wan Wanxing walked back and forth in the room, suppressing the anger and irritability in his heart. Everyone just watched in silence. It took a while for the atmosphere to calm down. Wan Wuxing finally calmed down and turned around to ask, "Have Yinli started preparing?" "There is no problem with funding, and we can start in the next few days." Wan Lijiang kept his head down and kept silent, even though his father's mood turned from rage to calm and the elders in the family were discussing the next action plan. His eyes flashed with a strange light. Both operations targeted Cheng Qian, but both teams returned empty-handed. How come I've never heard of Cheng Qian being so capable before? Wan Lijiang kept his lips tightly closed. As the youngest person in Qingyang City who had half-stepped into the Yuan realm, Wan Lijiang absolutely could not tolerate the existence of such an unspeakable genius by his side. He was thinking about his recent progress in cultivation. Perhaps he could make it to the 10th floor of the trial tower. A cold smile appeared on Wan Lijiang's lips. Cheng Qian, you can just enjoy yourself for a few days. When I pass the 10th floor and get the Lingyuan token, it will be your death. The back mountain of Longchang Escort Agency. Cheng Qian sat cross-legged on a smooth stone, closed his eyes, and focused all his mind on feeling the power of thought. Since the battle with Wan Qianhua that day, he has felt the importance of telekinesis even more. In addition to bombarding the opponent's brain to interfere with the opponent's actions, in critical moments, this telekinesis can even control the opponent's weapons. After awakening my telekinesis, it seems that my strength has doubled. If I can learn some offensive spells, my strength will be much stronger than it is now. At this time, Lao Lu came over here holding a few scrolls. "Master, I got you what you wanted." Standing in front of Cheng Qian, Lao Lu handed over the scroll in his hand. "Master, the things in this collection are too expensive. Just these few scrolls cost a yuan crystal of the Yuan realm." Haha, Cheng Qian waved the scroll in his hand nonchalantly. "As for the technique, it's good enough that I can borrow it. Who cares how much it costs?" What Cheng Qian didn't say was that since Bai Ruo gave it to him voluntarily, I wouldn't feel bad about the unexpected money. "Hey," Lao Lu rubbed his head. "Master, then you should study hard and try to give those bastards a good beating in the Qingyang competition." Lao Lu clenched his fists and said angrily. "They have been trying to target Master again and again. Don't let me run into them, humph." Cheng Qian also found Lao Lu's expression funny. He smiled and said, "Okay, don't worry. Go and get busy first. My dad is keeping a close eye on you lately." I'll call you if I need anything later. Okay. Seeing that Lao Lu had left, Luo Chen moved her mind and appeared next to Ching Qian. She casually flipped through the scrolls spread on the ground, low-level inferior, low-level inferior, low-level medium. What are you doing? Haha, Ching Qian pointed at the scroll and said, after fighting with people like Lu Qingyuan and Wan Qianhua, I felt that I knew too few spells, so I asked Lao Lu to go to the collection hall of Lingyuan Pavilion to borrow some spells to learn. After all, Wan Lijiang of Wanfu Escort Agency is not a mediocre person like his brother. You want to defeat the genius from Qingyang City with these rubbish? Luo Chen frowned and looked at Ching Qian in confusion. Ching Qian's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. Just to borrow 3 runes, I spent a yuan crystal of the yuan realm. You actually said this is rubbish. Luo Chen heard this. What? I just didn't keep an eye on you for a moment, and you. What I meant was, without even noticing, you exchanged the yuan jing that I had tricked into giving you a chance to act for a bunch of junk. Luo Chen just felt a tightness in his chest, so he turned aside and ignored the prodigal boy. Ching Qian saw that Luo Chen was really unhappy, so she stepped forward and smiled apologetically. Oh, miss, if I don't spend a lot of money, let alone kill Wang Laogo, if I run into Wan Lijiang next time, I may not be able to escape unscathed on my own. Wan Lijiang is different from those guys who only know how to put on airs. In Ching Qian's impression, Wan Lijiang was a gentle, powerful, and decisive person. Except for Bai Ruo, Wan Lijiang was somewhat hostile to Ching Qian. Ching Qian had never heard of him having a bad relationship with anyone. Almost all other young people followed Wan Lijiang's lead. This man was simply an idol worshipped by all the boys and girls in Qingyang City. People like this are the most terrifying. Even if he now has a master like Luo Chen to guide him, he is still not sure that he can win against Wan Lijiang, who has already passed the 9 levels in the trial tower on the 4th floor of Lingyuan Pavilion. After all, Ching Qian himself has never even seen what the first level is like. In Ching Qian's heart, he thought that Wan Qianhua died in Luo Chen's hands. What, are you scared? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows after hearing this. How could it be? The accounts with Wanfu will have to be settled sooner or later. Ching Qian's eyes showed a hint of fierceness. Anyone who dares to take advantage of our Longchang will have to pay the price. She shook her head and said with a smile, You kid, forget it, I originally wanted to teach you the talisman pointing technique, otherwise, I will ruin my reputation if I tell you. She closed her eyes tightly and thought for a while, then took out a scroll under Ching Qian's eager eyes. Ching Qian quickly took the scroll. Ever since he saw the stepless Songhai star technique, he didn't dare to neglect anything Luo Chen brought out. A strong man's collection must be extraordinary. Haha, Luo Chen laughed softly, as if he had seen through Ching Qian's thoughts. When you become powerful, a bunch of people will line up to curry favor with you with treasures. Ching Qian nodded seriously. He naturally understood the power of the strong being the king. But before becoming a strongman, he had no choice but to take advantage of Luo Chen with reluctance. He opened the scroll impatiently, and then injected a trace of mental power into it. The originally ordinary scroll began to show a string of small words. Sea-shaking and mountain-breaking talisman, intermediate level upper grade. The words with a blue glow were reflected on the spread-out craft paper, and then turned into starlight, transforming into the complex patterns on the paper. Intermediate grade, superior quality. Ching Qian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration after hearing this. In the entire Qingyang city, apart from the city lord, only the bosses of Longchang and Wanfu had a mid-level upper-grade spell. Qing Xiaotian's Longchang escort agency could become what it is today, and that mid-level upper-grade spell played an indispensable role. And what Luo Chen took out was a talisman used exclusively by talisman masters, and its quality was much higher than spells of the same level. I have never practiced this rune. But don't underestimate it because it is only a mid-level upper grade. If it is successful, its power will be comparable to that of a high-level lower grade. Hearing this, Ching Qian couldn't help but take a deep breath. He had never heard of anyone using a high-level spell in his life. Then, Ching Qian's eyes became hot. If he could really learn this rune, relying solely on his own strength, he might be able to fight with Wan Lijiang, who was halfway into the Yuan realm. Later, maybe he could even severely injure Wang Laogo. Okay, don't get excited. This rune is so powerful, but it needs strong telekinesis to support it. You haven't practiced your telekinesis properly since you awakened it. If you use it forcefully, you might go crazy or become a fool. Luo Chen's light words beside him immediately cooled down Qing Qian's hot body, and the excitement just now was also diluted a lot. Then, how can I improve my telekinesis? Qing Qian was slightly depressed, then quickly asked. Elemental force determines the power of a spell or a talisman, and the amount of telekinesis determines whether a talisman can be used. Even if you are not a talisman master before, you should have heard of this. Qing Qian nodded like a chick pecking at rice, like a student eager to learn. Luo Chen was very satisfied with Qing Qian's attitude. He nodded and continued, generally speaking, the higher your cultivation level, the stronger your yuan force, and the stronger your mind power will be. There are also some elixirs that can improve your yuan force or mind power, but you are just starting out, so you still need to lay a solid foundation, so. Luo Chen chuckled, but with some ill intentions, just fight against others directly with telekinesis. I can be your opponent reluctantly. The unfathomable Luo Chen will be his opponent. The corners of Qing Qian's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to smile to express his gratitude to Luo Chen, but he felt that his face would be uglier than crying. At noon, there was a commotion in the Longchang escort agency. It turned out that a Longchang escort team had a conflict with Wanfu again. This time, Longchang won a great victory. Everyone gathered around and asked questions. Qing Qian, who was concentrating on practicing in the back mountains, naturally knew nothing about this. Qing Qian was still sitting cross-legged on a large smooth rock by the lake, his eyes closed, his brows furrowed, and his forehead covered with tiny beads of sweat. On a tree opposite him, Luo Chen was hanging on a branch quite easily, playing with a leaf in his hand and nodding slightly to the young man opposite from time to time. The confrontation of telekinesis is all silent and no one else will notice it except the parties involved. This situation has lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. Qing Qian released his mental power without reservation to resist the pressure from Luo Chen's mental power. At the beginning, he just felt as if a jack hit his head hard. He had to use his telekinesis to protect his mind and could no longer spare any attention to observe the information from the outside world. Now, under Luo Chen's pressure, he can spread his telekinesis to a range of half a meter around him. Seeing this speed of progress, Luo Chen couldn't help but praise him. What he didn't know was that Luo Chen's mental power had increased from 1 at the beginning to 3 now. This kid has a really good talent. Luo Chen's eyes also showed admiration. With a thought, she deliberately released another strand of telekinesis to attack Qing Qian. Qing Qian was struggling to hold on, thinking about continuing to expand the coverage of his mental power, when he suddenly found that his perception of the outside world disappeared at once. The next second, there was a buzzing sound in his head. Not good. Qing Qian endured the tremendous pressure on his head, clenched his teeth, growled, mobilized all his strength, and in a desperate situation he even created a trace of mental power out of nothing to meet Luo Chen's attack. Suddenly, Luo Chen's oppression disappeared, and Qing Qian's mental power was fully released, spreading around. The branches swaying in the wind, the chirping birds, the whispers of people in the front yard, the pedestrians passing by on the street. The world appeared in Qing Qian's mind with unprecedented clarity. Without the pressure of mental power, he felt indescribable pleasure all over his body. Okay, you've almost reached your limit, so just practice here for now. Luo Chen showed a rare smile on his face, and then disappeared. Qing Qian also let out a deep breath. Thank you very much, Luo Chen. After Luo Chen disappeared, he did not leave. Instead, he released his telekinesis again, feeling the condensed and strong telekinesis continuously released from his body, and every bit of the world around him was visible to him. As if sensing something, Qing Qian closed his eyes again. His mind moved slightly, and then a burst of joy appeared on his face. It seems that I am 1 step closer to breaking through the initial Yuan realm. Stop, where are you going? Qing Xiaotian, who was sitting in the lobby of Longchang Escort Agency, shouted coldly, and immediately intimidated Qing Qian, who was about to sneak out of the door. Dad. Qing Qian turned around awkwardly and scratched his head. I was just taking a look at the door. You can't go anywhere without Ding Wen by your side. Qing Xiaotian said angrily. He rushed out of the lobby and pulled Qing Qian back. The incident with Wan Qianhua last time showed that Qing Qian's cultivation talent had already been envied by the Wanfu escort agency. No, it was murderous. Especially, the Wanfu escort agency also had a young genius, Wan Lijiang, who was about to reach the Yuan realm. From then on, no matter how much Qing Qian disagreed, whenever he went out, he had to send a master from home to protect him. As a father, he could never allow someone to kill his beloved son twice. If Qing Qian and Qing Qing really had an accident, he would never have the face to see Bai Chen, who haunted him, again in his life. This glorious and arduous mission fell on Ding Wen, who had now entered the second stage of Yuan realm and was about to break through to the third stage. Qing Qian looked depressed. He had clearly avoided the sight of Lu Lu and Ding Wen, but he forgot that he had a father in the nascent soul realm sitting at home. Hey, brother, don't be angry. Dad is doing this for your own good. In the room, Qing Qing looked at his brother who had a dejected face and couldn't help but comfort him. Besides, you have brother Ding to accompany you when you go out, what's wrong with that? Alas. Qing Qian didn't know how to say it directly. As long as there were outsiders following, Luo Chen wouldn't be able to play a greater role. How could he not be depressed? He paced back and forth in his sister's room. He had to think of a way to escape. It would be safer to strive for the initial origin realm with the ancient senior. He was seriously thinking about what legitimate reasons he could have to go out when he realized that his sister had not said anything for a long time. He turned his head and his face changed. He found that his sister looked very unhappy, her lips were tightly pursed, and her face turned pale. Sister. Qing Qian quickly ran to his sister and helped her lie down. Where's the medicine? Where is it? Qing Qing raised his hand with difficulty and pointed at the cabinet on the left side of the bed. Qing Qian immediately rushed over and opened the drawer. There was a jade bottle in the drawer. Qing Qian opened the wooden cork and shook the bottle frantically. 3 pills the size of fingernails rolled out of the jade bottle. Hui Yuan Dan. A low-level elixir that can quickly restore the body's vitality. It is also very effective for daily conditioning and suppressing coldness. When she is not recuperating in Qing Wan sect, Hui Yuan Dan is her sister Qing Cheng's life-saving elixir. Are there only a few pills left? Qing Qian frowned, and without giving it time to think, he quickly handed the pill to his sister to take. Qing Cheng's complexion began to improve. She lay weakly on the bed and smiled apologetically. I made my brother worry again. Silly girl, what are you talking about? Qing Qian stroked the hair that blocked her eyes with concern. Later, I will find the most powerful talisman pharmacist to cure you. Okay, I'll wait. Qing Qing nodded in agreement. I heard from my father that when she was young, she saved Lu Qingyu from drowning, and her legs became disabled and she began to feel cold inside. To outsiders, what was the meaning of life for such a beautiful girl like her after such a thing happened? But even though she was like this, her father and brother never gave up on her. Qing Qing felt that he was the happiest child in the world. Qing Qian looked at her sister tenderly, and her heart moved. What did I say just now? The most powerful talisman pharmacist. Luo Chen. His mind immediately sank into the sea of thoughts. Luo Chen, if you were such a powerful talisman pharmacist before, could you cure the cold in my sister's body? Qing Qian asked. Luo Chen frowned and looked Qing Qing up and down in the sea of consciousness. It would be fine if we suppressed the coldness in her body, but if we want to completely cure it, we need to take a good look at her condition. In addition, we don't know what her legs are like. Is the problem related to the cold? It will take a while to figure it out. Luo Chen remembered again that when she first met Qing Qing at Qingwan Gate, the meridians in the child's body seemed to have been deliberately blocked by some secret force. If that's really the case, it's really hard to handle. Then can you help suppress the cold first? Hey! Let me tell you, Luo Chen rolled his eyes at Qing Qian angrily, I have great mercy and signed a contract with you to save your life. In the end, who is working for whom? Well. The entrance of Lingyuan Pavilion. Fortunately, I ran out on the pretext of buying medicine for my sister. Qing Qian shook his head and said to Ding Wen beside him, Brother Ding, look at me now. When I grow up, it's better to be free than when I was a child. Ding Wen is in his early 30s and is very capable. Although he is young, he has been with the Longchang Escort Bureau for many years. He followed Qing Qian and smiled, haha, I can't help it. Who makes our young master so good and makes people jealous? Ding Wen had not witnessed Qing Qian being attacked twice, but listening to everyone's descriptions, cold sweat broke out on his back every time he thought about it. He looked at his young master's young but determined face and felt that the young master seemed to have become different since he was kidnapped by Wang Laogo. This is Lingyuan Pavilion. No matter how brave they don't dare to attack me here. Qing Qian took the lead and walked into the medicinal shop on the first floor. Brother Dingwen, feel free to go to the trial tower. Let's go. The escort agency cannot do without a capable person like you. Dingwen smiled honestly and felt that what the young master said was indeed reasonable, so he agreed, okay. Then we will meet here in the evening. No problem. After waving towards Dingwen, Qing Qian walked into the medicine shop. What does the trial tower look like? Why don't you go and see it? In the Sea of Consciousness, Luo Chen was also very curious. She had heard people around Qing Qian talk about how good the trial tower was more than once, but she had never seen it. Haha, don't be in a hurry, I'll have to go sooner or later. Qing Qian walked straight into the medicinal shop on the first floor of Lingyuan Pavilion. I'll go and have a look when I break through to the primary realm. The entire medicine shop is very spacious, and although there are many people there, it doesn't feel noisy at all. The hall on the first floor is divided into east and west sides. The east side is the stall of medicinal materials, and the west side is the stall of elixirs. Looking around, there are more people in the east. After all, not everyone can afford the elixir refined by pharmacist Fu. Qing Qian often came here to purchase for the escort company. He walked to a counter with ease and said, please help me get some herbs according to this list. The waiter took the list with both hands, took a look at it, and then went back to get the medicine according to the ingredients listed on it. The list contained some emergency medicines that the brothers of the escort agency always kept on hand when they were out, and of course it also included the materials that Luo Chen needed to make Hui Yuan Dan for his sister. Luo Chen, you have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. In the Sea of Consciousness, Luo Chen snorted lightly, you kid, you troubled me to help your sister cure her illness, how are you going to repay me? Qing Qian immediately smiled and said, what are we talking about repaying? My life was given by you, Miss Luo. Cut. Do you see the green fruit in the second grid on the left? That's the evergreen fruit, a common ingredient for detoxifying ordinary poisons. The red mushroom in the lower right corner, the red mushroom, is often used by some talisman medicine masters who are good at poisoning. However, if you don't master the proportion well, you will be the first to be poisoned. Qing Qian nodded secretly in her mind and wrote them down one by one. Regardless of whether he can awaken the natal flame suitable for refining elixirs in the future, it will be beneficial to master some knowledge of medicinal materials. When Qing Qian was memorizing the names and functions of the medicinal materials, the clerk came over with large and small bags of medicinal materials. I'm sorry, sir, we are currently out of stock of the AI Yuan vine on your list. Ah. Qing Qian stared at the guy with wide eyes, not hiding his surprise at all. This AI Yuan Deng is not a precious thing. How come you, the Lingyuan Pavilion, are out of stock? Sir, you may not know that this is a shop that supplies Qingyang City exclusively. The clerk scratched his head and explained embarrassedly, the Qingyang competition is about to begin, and many big families have stockpiled some AI Yuan vines for their children. Just now, a big customer bought all the remaining AI Yuan vines, and we are unable to make ends meet. Qing Qian frowned. This was the main ingredient for Hui Yuan Dan. If it was really out of stock, what should he do if his sister had another outbreak of cold? Moreover, during the last Qingyang competition, I never heard of any medicinal materials being sold out. Then tell me, who was that person just now? Who in Qingyang City can afford such a large sum of money? Qing Qian asked in a cold voice. Well, it's really not convenient for us to disclose it, please forgive me, the guy explained apologetically. Then, is there no other way? Qing Qian asked unwillingly. This time, the Yuandan was related to the safety of his sister. This. The clerk looked embarrassed. 5 days later, a batch of goods will be transferred. There are still 5 days left, but I don't know if my sister can hold on. Just when Qing Qian didn't know what to do, he suddenly heard a clear voice behind him, Brother Qian. I finally see you. Ching Qian turned around and looked in the direction of the voice, and found a petite and cute girl in a white dress walking towards him. Jean Lily didn't expect to meet Ching Qian here. She walked forward with a smile. "You are fine." Obviously, she had also heard about Wanfu's frequent actions. However, the rumors outside were that the masters of Qingyuan sect killed Wan Qianhua, and few people knew that Wan Qianhua actually died at the hands of Ching Qian. It was not her fault that the information was inaccurate. First, no one would believe that a boy who had not yet entered the country could actually kill the pillar of the Wanfu escort agency and the 8th-rank sorcerer in Qingyang City. Second, even the Wanfu escort agency, as the party involved, thought that their Wan Qianhua had died at the hands of the Qingyuan sect. Ching Qian smiled slightly when he saw the newcomer, and replied jokingly, "Of course, I put in a lot of effort to stay alive and see Lily." Jean Lily is the daughter of the head of Jinan Escort Agency. Although Jinan Escort Agency is also a rival of Longchang, the two escort agencies do not have any grudges because Jinan's style of doing things has always been easygoing and its scale is not large. In addition, Jean Lily has a good relationship with her sister Cheng Cheng, so Ching Qian still has a good impression of this girl. "Brother Qian always makes fun of me," Jean Lily said angrily. After not seeing her for a few months, in Ching Qian's eyes, Jean Lily seemed to have become even more beautiful. Her beautiful white dress wrapped around her graceful figure, and her coquettish look had begun to have a special charm that only women have. Jean Lily's beauty is the beauty of an innocent girl who can be spotted at first sight in the crowd. Ching Qian looked at the girl carefully, and his gaze began to move down from Jean Lily's face. When his eyes fell on the girl's budding breasts, his face couldn't help but feel a little hot. "Brother Qian, what are you looking at?" Jean Lily also noticed Ching Qian's gaze and her little face turned red. Ching Qian quickly looked away, calmed himself, and coughed softly. "What is Lily doing here?" "Purchase some medicinal herbs for the family." Jean Lily pointed at the big men who were carrying things at the door, "but we didn't buy enough AI yuan vines this time, so we have to come again in a few days." AI yuan teng. Ching Qian's eyes lit up. "You bought AI yuan teng?" Jean Lily was also shocked by Ching Qian's reaction. It was just AI yuan teng. Why was Brother Qian so excited? "Fortunately I got there before Zhou Tianchu, otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to buy even one yuan vine." Jean Lily sighed. "Is it Ainli Escort Agency?" A cold light flashed in Ching Qian's eyes, and he snorted coldly. "They bought so much, aren't they afraid of being stuffed to death?" Jean Lily turned around and looked seriously at Ching Qian, whose face looked a little unhappy, and asked softly, "Brother Qian, even if your Longchang is the #1 escort agency in Qingyang City, you shouldn't be enemies with two big escort agencies at the same time." She paid attention to Ching Qian's face, which looked unchanged, so she hesitated and continued, "Wanfu and Ainli are not weak. If they have to face each other, Longchang would be better to defeat them one by one. If necessary, we Jinan can help." After saying that, she stared at Ching Qian seriously. Ching Qian looked at the little girl in front of him. Her serious look was really cute. "Okay, thank you for your concern. If there is really a need, I will speak up." After saying that, Ching Qian remembered that it was not what he needed right now. "Ahem, let me tell you Lily, can you give me a few of those AI yuan vine plants?" Just after seeing Jean Lily off at the gate of Lingyuan Pavilion, Luo Chen, who was conscious of the situation, teased with a gossipy face, "This little girl is pretty good. I didn't expect you to be quite charming." Ching Qian smiled helplessly. "I didn't expect Miss Luo to be such a gossip. Lily is just a playmate who grew up together." When they were young, the children from these escort agencies did hang out together every day. Later, as they grew up and conflicts of interest arose among the escort agencies, the people in this small group rarely got together. Jean Lily is a kind-hearted girl who doesn't have many tricks. She is one of the few girls in the circle who gets along well with Cheng Cheng. So Ching Qian naturally likes her very much and regards her as his own sister. Just as she was about to explain a few more words in front of Luo Chen, an unhappy voice stopped Ching Qian. "Hey, isn't this young Master Cheng?" A feminine and soft voice made Ching Qian feel disgusted. He turned around and saw Zhou Tianchu, the eldest master of the Ainli escort agency, and several escorts walking towards him. Since Ainli chose to stand on Wanfu's side, there was no need to be polite. So Ching Qian said softly, "Oh, it seems that you are not blind after all." At the same time, he quietly concealed his cultivation level that had not yet reached the 9th level. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Is this kid trying to play the pig and eat the tiger? Zhou Tianqu's face turned ugly in an instant. After all, he was still the eldest son of an escort agency. How could Qing Qian ridicule him in front of his escort master? After more than a month of training, Zhou Tianque has already reached the peak of the 9th level. In this year's Qingyang competition, he is confident that he will have a chance to shine. Haha, the sissy Zhou Tianque covered his mouth with his hand and laughed softly. I heard that you didn't buy the Yun vine. How can a brother be so careless? Our Xiaocheng is so weak. If something happens, what will happen if he insists on bearing it? Zhou Tianque continued to add fuel to the fire. He was not afraid of Qing Qian, because he was now a player at the half-primary stage. Moreover, he always followed the young genius Wan Lijiang, and he was very jealous of Qing Qian, a younger rising star, and always wanted to defeat him one day to show off his power. In his opinion, the last time Wan Lisha was defeated by Qing Qian was purely due to carelessness. Of course, Wan Lisha's mediocre skills were indeed not that good. When Qing Qian heard Zhou Tianque mocking him and making innuendos about his sister, his eyes suddenly shot out two sharp rays of light, piercing Zhou Tianque like a sharp sword. Facing that sharp gaze, Zhou Tianque couldn't help but tremble. Under Qing Qian's aggressive gaze, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Relax, relax, this kid is no longer a genius who broke through the second stage of the initial realm at such a young age. Zhou Tianque took a deep breath. Then he cursed himself in his heart, for not having enough self-control to scare Qing Qian at his current level. Qing Qian, whose whole body exudes the aura of the 5th level, is not something to be feared by him at all. Seeing Qing Qian walking towards him step by step, Zhou Tianque felt a little nervous. What are you doing? Qing Qian smiled faintly and stood in front of Zhou Tianque. Haha, your family bought so many AI yuan vines, how many people are you planning to kill? You. Zhou Tianque gritted his teeth. Seeing Qing Qian being so arrogant, the bodyguards following Zhou Tianque immediately started to fan the flames. Master, you have such a high level of cultivation now, why do you still need to be afraid of him? That's right, just because you can defeat Wan Lisha doesn't mean you can beat my young master. A crowd of people gathered around to watch the fun. Hey, isn't this the kid from the Qing family? What happened to Longchang Escort Agency recently? They provoked Shang Wanfu and are now provoking Yinli. When Zhou Tianque heard the whispers of the people around him, he became more confident. Haha, Zhou Tianque smiled coldly, you become so arrogant just because you hurt Wan Lisha. Well, let me pour some cold water on you. After saying that, his strength that was half of the Chu Yuan realm suddenly burst out from his body. Some passers-by with weaker cultivation who were close to him exclaimed, "Ah, this young master of the Zhou family is about to break through." Breaking through the initial origin realm at the age of 18, this talent is not bad. There was also a glimmer of surprise in Qing Qian's eyes. The cultivation speed of this Zhou Tianque was indeed quite good. Hearing everyone's praise, Zhou Tianque was very pleased with himself. Haha, Qing Qian, how about we make a bet? He looked at Qing Qian with a mocking look. In his opinion, Qing Qian would definitely refuse. After all, Zhou Tianque's strength was not comparable to Wan Lisha's. In this way, he would have the opportunity to laugh at Qing Qian in front of his own escorts and the crowd watching the fun. Thinking that a genius of his generation could be humiliated by himself, Zhou Tianque felt excited. Unexpectedly, Qing Qian agreed without hesitation. Okay, what's the bet? Qing Qian raised his eyebrows. He was originally hesitating about how to teach this sissy a lesson in public, but unexpectedly, this guy came to him on his own initiative. Zhou Tianque frowned, very dissatisfied. Didn't this kid see my strength just now? But he still replied, the winner will be decided by one punch. If I win, you call me daddy and crawl under my crotch. Zhou Tianque had a wicked smile on his face, and that expression seemed like he had seen Qing Qian making a fool of himself. What if you lose? Qing Qian asked calmly. Will I lose? Impossible. Zhou Tianque sneered, if I really lose, I will still call you dad. Haha, okay. Unexpectedly, Qing Qian agreed so readily without any hesitation. But Qing Qian's lips curved into a playful smile. I don't want to be a father to a sissy like you. If you lose, I'll transport all the silvery AI Yuandang to our Longchang escort agency. After saying that, Qing Qian pointed to the men from the Yinli family who was moving goods from the entrance of Lingyuan Pavilion. As soon as Qing Qian finished speaking, everyone else in the Yinli escort agency, including the bodyguards, took a deep breath. The bargaining chip proposed by Qing Qian was too cruel. Being able to buy out Lingyuan Pavilion's AI Yuan Sao, God knows how much Yinli spent. At this moment, Zhou Tianchu had given up rational thinking in order to humiliate Qing Qian. How could he still care about how much money his family spent? Anyway, I won't lose, so just agree. Haha. Okay. Zhou Tianchu didn't care about Qing Qian's sarcasm just now, and replied hastily, as if he was afraid that Qing Qian would regret it in the next second. Then he looked around at the passers-by who were watching the excitement. Everyone present is a witness. Qing Qian smiled and said, "You are really in a hurry to send a gift to my family." A little bit of energy has gathered in Zhou Tianchu's right palm. He stared at Qing Qian closely. "Humph, you didn't give in on the spot and raised your hand without mercy. You asked for this today." After saying that, Zhou Tianchu didn't give Qing Qian any chance to prepare. He pushed off the ground with his back foot and suddenly jumped out, swinging hard at Qing Qian's chest. Qing Qian's eyes flashed with impatience. "Sooner or later, you will die from talking too much." As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Qian gently pushed out his right palm and collided with Zhou Tianchu's fist. The moment the fists and palms touched, Zhou Tianchu frowned. It seemed that Qing Qian did not use much strength, but his fist could not move forward at all. More energy was drawn out by Zhou Tianchu and gathered in his right circle, while Qing Qian had a faint smile on his face. "Half a step into the initial Yuan realm, is this all you can do?" The crystal-clear Yuan force wrapped around Qing Qian's palm. "It looks like I've got your AI Yuan vine for sure." After saying that, a sharp and domineering force suddenly burst out from Qing Qian's body. 9th-stage non-entry. It seems to be the peak of the 9th stage as well. Didn't this kid from the Qing family only have the 5th stage of cultivation last month? Zhou Tianchu sensed Qing Qian's energy fluctuations and his face turned gloomy. "Humph, I was wondering why you agreed so readily. You really have something else up your sleeve." Qing Qian used his right palm to block Zhou Tianchu's fist. "I won't lose against you even if I don't hold back. You know, that Songhai Xing Chen Ju that Qing Qian practiced is an rankless martial art given by Luo Chen. How can the purity and richness of its force be compared with that of players of the same level?" With the two of them as the center, the energy in the air became violent the moment Qing Qian released his energy. A huge energy wave spread out like ripples, shocking the crowd around who were watching the excitement and making them step back a few steps. Zhou Tianchu's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and held on tightly. He wondered in his heart, how could Qing Qian's energy be so strong and overbearing? Could it be that Qing Shaotian gave him some high-grade skills? Before Zhou Tianchu could think of anything else, he suddenly felt dizzy and the power of his fist weakened a little. What's going on? Zhou Tianchu was about to concentrate again when he heard Qing Qian sneer, "Master Zhou, you have to pay attention during the duel." Then Qing Qian suddenly turned his palm into a fist and slammed heavily towards Zhou Tianchu. The violent air fluctuations stirred up the fallen leaves and dust on the street, and everyone was unable to open their eyes for a while. When they looked again, they were surprised to find that of the two people in the field, only one figure was left. Qing Qian stood there quietly, his right fist still in place, looking coldly ahead. Following Qing Qian's gaze, Zhou Tianchu, who was already halfway into the initial Yuan realm, was forced to retreat dozens of steps. He half knelt on the ground with a very ugly expression on his face. His right fist, which had just been thrown out, was oozing light blood through the gaps between his clenched fingers. Did the Qing family kid win? It turns out that a genius will always be a genius. Yinli has lost a lot this time. The people watching the fun were whispering. The escorts of the Yinli family looked at each other in bewilderment when they saw their young master was defeated. Just one punch. One of the escorts who reacted quickly rushed to the young master and helped him up. "Young master, are you okay?" "How is it possible?" Zhou Tianchu ignored the bodyguard beside him, still half kneeling on the ground, his lips trembling, staring at the ground with lifeless eyes, muttering to himself. Qing Qian sneered, with a charming arc on the corner of her mouth, "Young master of the Yinli family, I would like to trouble your servants to help transport those trucks of AI Yuan Tang to my warehouse. Thank you. After saying that, Qing Qian even politely cupped his hands. This gesture was even considered a bit excessive by the crowd watching the fun. Zhou Tianchu was hit so hard, how could you, little brother, add fuel to the fire? Qing Qian, you are shameless. Zhou Tianchu stood up and pointed at Qing Qian, who was about to leave, and cursed him. Qing Qian turned around and said coldly, you are just not as skilled as others, and now you want to deny it. The crowd watching around now played the role of messengers of justice. That's right, we all saw with our own eyes that the young master of the Zhou family lost. Didn't he just say that we are all witnesses? Can it be that Ainli Escort cannot afford to lose and wants to regret it? Oh, if someone in the escort business wants to go back on his word, it will have a bad impact on the escort agency. The whispers of everyone naturally reached Zhou Tianchu's ears. His face turned green and white, and he held it in for a long time before he said, oh, isn't it just a few carts of moxa grass? If you want it, I'll give it to you. Qing Qian, don't get too proud of yourself. Brother Wan Lijiang is about to break through. When he gets the token of Lingyuan Pavilion, you, Longchang, can no longer afford to offend. After hearing this, Qing Qian, who had walked 5 meters away, stopped but did not turn around and said softly, there is no one in Qingyang City who I, Longchang, cannot afford to offend. Although Qing Qian said those domineering words in front of Zhou Tianchu just now, his face was still gloomy on the way to the Talisman Medicine Hall on the 5th floor of Lingyuan Pavilion. Didn't you win? Why are you still so unhappy? In the sea of consciousness, Luo Chen asked with a puzzled look on his face. That Wanli Jiang, if he really gets the Lingyuan token, it will be a bit difficult. Qing Qian explained with a frown. What token? It is not easy to pass each level of the 3-story trial tower. I heard that he is currently on the 10th floor. If he succeeds, given that person's potential, he should be awarded a Xuanzi token. Qing Qian continued, getting that Xuanzi token is almost like getting the admission ticket to Lingyuan College. In that case, if Wan Lijiang is touched, it will be equivalent to provoking Lingyuan College. Luo Chen frowned. Lingyuan College? Is it the college with the best resources and the most geniuses and monsters in the 9 provinces? Haha, I didn't expect you to know the name of Lingyuan College. Of course, I have had several fights with several deans of Lingyuan College before. Luo Chen said proudly. After hearing this, Qing Qian's eyes twitched slightly. The dean of Lingyuan College, their strength is almost the top 20% of the strongest people in the entire Jiuzhou continent. How many games have you played with them? Miss Luo, by the way, what kind of strength were you before? Qing Qian couldn't help but ask curiously. After all, even if Luo Chen is just a wisp of soul trapped by the soul-binding talisman, her strength is enough to instantly kill strong men below the condensing Yuan realm. So what level of existence should she be at her peak? Haha. Luo Chen smiled and shook his head, looking into the void, as if reminiscing about the long past. She said slowly, I can't tell you the specifics, but I should be able to rank among the best in Kyushu continent. I don't think you need to worry. As long as you work hard, your future achievements will definitely be better than Wan Lijiang. Luo Chen comforted Qing Qian in a rare way. When Lingyuan Pavilion can issue you a heaven character token or an earth character token one day, then nothing will happen if you kill him. Haha, you're right. After changing her outfit, Qing Qian had already hidden her face and arrived at the 5th floor of Lingyuan Pavilion. On the 5th floor of Lingyuan Pavilion, he would not dare to show his true face. After all, he is only 16 years old now. If he came to Fu Yaotong in such an arrogant way and said he wanted to make elixirs, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of Lingyuan Pavilion. Once they traced it, it would be difficult to guarantee that Luo Chen's secret would not be discovered. This is Qing Qian's first time coming to Fu Yaotang. The layout of the entire 5th floor is similar to that of the training room on the 2nd floor. As soon as you go upstairs, you will see a service desk. Behind the service desk are several divided rooms. Qing Qian knew that in every room there was an expensive alchemy furnace. It's noon now, and there might be some talisman medicine masters inside. The so-called Fu Yaotong is the place where Fu Yaoshe makes medicines, refines elixirs, and collects precious medicinal materials or elixirs. Qing Qian walked up and spoke, Old sir, I wonder if there is any free alchemy room now. The old man sitting behind the service desk was holding an ancient book in his hand and reading attentively. This was the old man who talked to Gu Changfeng that day, Duan Yisheng, the fifth-floor master of Lingyuan Pavilion. Duan Yisheng heard the words, moved his eyes away from the book, looked up at the masked man in front of him, and said calmly, "Yes, please show me the warrant for the rank of pharmacist." With Pharmacist Fu's grade warrant, Pharmacist Fu can use the 36 alchemy furnaces of Lingyuan Pavilion at any time for free. Qing Qian rubbed his head awkwardly. "I don't have a warrant, can I pay?" As he said that, he took out a money bag from his arms. After hearing this, Duan Yisheng frowned and adjusted his glasses. Two sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes behind the lenses, making Qing Qian feel hairy all over. He shouldn't have noticed anything, or he might as well just leave. Just when Qing Qian had the idea of retreating, Duan Yisheng said, "It doesn't matter, just follow me." He took another closer look at the masked young man, then turned to lead the way. To be honest, although it was the first time for him to see such a situation, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, who would dare to act recklessly in Lingyuan Pavilion? Qing Qian followed Duan Yisheng, turning left and right in the corridor on the 5th floor, and came to a room numbered 46. Duan Yisheng was the first to open the door. The Qingyang competition is coming soon, and the demand for elixirs has increased sharply. The alchemy furnace has been really tense these days, so I ask you to make a quick decision. Qing Qian gave him a grateful fist and said, "Thank you, old man." Qing Qian walked around the alchemy furnace and observed it carefully. The furnace was almost as tall as him. The bronze alchemy furnace was printed with purple patterns, and a thick, noble aura filled the entire room. This is the alchemy furnace. At this time, Luo Chen also appeared in the room. Thanks to Lingyuan Pavilion, this skill is really good. Hearing that even the always picky Luo Chen was very satisfied this time, Qing Qian was even more excited. "Then please ask Miss Luo to show off her talents and open my eyes. Let me see what you bought." Luo Chen waved his left hand, and all the medicinal materials on Qing Qian's body fell into her arms. She stared at the herbs in deep thought, and said, "In addition to Hui Yuan pill, I will refine another Hui Yuan pill for you." Hui Yuan pill? What kind of pill is that? Qing Qian asked when he heard the name for the first time. Wei Yuan Dan can improve the cultivation of practitioners below the Wei Yuan realm. If the quality of the pill is high, it can directly improve the level by 1 level. She just snapped her right fingers and waved it forward. A ray of golden flame instantly appeared under the alchemy furnace and then covered the entire bottom of the furnace. There really is such a medicine. I have never seen this medicine in the pawn shop on the 1st floor. Heh, Luo Chen chuckled, and did not laugh at Qing Qian's lack of knowledge, explaining, "This is a pill that can directly improve your cultivation. Not to mention that the formula of this pill is rare, and based on its efficacy, its value is many times higher than that of ordinary pills." Finally, Luo Chen added, "Generally, this kind of thing is only circulated in underground trading places." After listening to Luo Chen's explanation, Qing Qian's eyes showed a light of joy. "If this is true, then I can break through to the Chuyuan realm today." Seeing that the fire temperature of the alchemy furnace was just right, Luo Chen stopped talking to Qing Qian and looked deeply at the alchemy furnace. "I haven't used it for a long time, I really miss it." Qing Qian also widened his eyes unconsciously. This was the first time he saw Fu pharmacist making pills. Just when Qing Qian wanted to take the opportunity to learn the specific steps of alchemy, Luo Chen's next action made Qing Qian drop his jaw in shock. Luo Chen just casually opened the stove cover and poured all the herbs into the stove without caring what they were. "Miss, these are the materials for 2 kinds of pills." Qing Qian moved her lips to remind her, but did not dare to speak out loud, thinking that a strong person like Luo Chen must have her own reasons for doing this. Luo Chen ignored Qing Qian, who was looking shocked. He stared at the stove intently, and his 10 slender fingers moved from time to time. After watching for a while, Qing Qian finally figured out the trick. She was controlling the fire by moving her fingers. What an amazing fire control technique! Is this controlled by telekinesis? In less than an incense stick of time, wisps of green smoke were already rising from above the stove, and a unique fragrance of elixir began to fill the entire room. Luo Chen slapped the alchemy furnace from a distance, and the lid flew out, and 12 pills slowly rose into the air. It worked. Qing Qian blurted out excitedly when he saw the elixir being refined for the first time. Hurry and put it away, it's not over yet. Luo Chen released a piece of Yuanli, and several Yuan Hui Den flew towards Qing Qian following the function of Yuanli. The stove lid closed automatically again. At this time, Qing Qian, who was holding the freshly baked elixir, no longer cared about observing Luo Chen's techniques. He picked up a Hui Yuan pill and looked at it. This elixir is round and smooth, with a rich medicinal fragrance. Taking a deep breath, Qing Qian suddenly felt much more refreshed. This quality must be much higher than what he bought at Lingyuan Pavilion before. If my sister can take Hui Yuan Dan of this quality in the future, it will definitely be of great help to her cold syndrome. However, it stands to reason that this Yuan is just a low-level elixir. How can it have such a great effect? Bite. While he was thinking about it, there was another movement in the alchemy furnace. Qing Qian turned around and saw two round, green elixirs slowly floating out of the alchemy furnace. Luo Chen was indeed refining two kinds of elixirs at the same time. This was too unreasonable. Qing Qian sighed inwardly. Although he was not a talisman master or talisman pharmacist before, he also knew how much effort and energy it took to successfully refine a pill. It was precisely because of this that every pill was precious and the status of a talisman pharmacist would always stand firm. But today, Luo Chen not only used one alchemy furnace to refine two kinds of elixirs, but also refined many pills of each kind at once. What a huge amount of mental support and technical content this requires. This completely shocked Qing Qian, a complete newbie who had not yet stepped into the threshold of becoming a talisman pharmacist. Luo Chen is indeed so powerful that it is scary. The moment the green pill appeared completely in the air, Qing Qian felt that the yuan energy in the entire room suddenly became strong, and an indescribable pleasant fragrance floated in the air. Qing Qian also felt that the two pills were unusual. Could this be the Wei Yuan pill? The two pills seemed to have spirits and flew automatically to Qing Qian's front. Qing Qian took the two Wei Yuan Dan pills with both hands and looked at them carefully. After that, Luo Chen let out a sigh of relief, and walked to Qing Qian's side. He looked at the Wei Yuan Dan in his hand, shook his head and sighed, I haven't practiced it for too long, I'm still not good at it. What, Miss Luo is too modest. I have never heard of anyone who can refine 14 pills in such a short time, and refine two kinds at the same time. You are really a... Qing Qian spoke and gestured excitedly, and for a moment he couldn't find any words to describe Luo Chen. He even felt that using words like genius and strongman was a derogatory and insult to Luo Chen. For example, these Hui Yuan pills are the highest quality Hui Yuan pills I have ever seen. Qing Qian said, pointing to the pills that he had carefully put into the brocade bag. The raw materials used for the Hui Yuan pill are very common, and the refining method is not tricky. It is a low-level pill and the entry-level pill for talisman pharmacists, Luo Chen explained. Generally, low-level pills are qualified if they are refined to the first grade, the second grade is excellent, and the third grade is a rare treasure. Then, are these pills third grade? Qing Qian stared at the 12 Hui Yuan pills, his eyes shining. Yeah, it's only a third-grade pill. Luo Chen picked up one of them with a look of regret, his expression full of disdain. When I was at my peak, even this kind of low-level pill was at least a fourth-grade pill. The corners of Qing Qian's mouth twitched slightly. A talisman pharmacist is not limited to how many pills he can refine and the speed at which he can refine them, Luo Chen said to Qing Qian. It was obvious that he had already treated Qing Qian as a talisman pharmacist to teach and train. A truly powerful talisman pharmacist can refine low-level pills into higher-level ones. This is the strongest ability of a talisman pharmacist. Qing Qian nodded seriously and took Luo Chen's words to heart. Oh, by the way, which alchemy school did you learn this alchemy technique from? Qing Qian remembered the operation that had made him drop his jaw just now, and continued to ask. He had never heard of or seen the technique of refining all the materials in one furnace and producing them at the same time. Luo Chen casually tucked his long hair behind his ears and said calmly, I don't have any Dan sect. This is the natural ability of my people. Ha! It was clearly an indifferent expression and tone, but in Qing Qian's eyes, it was more than 10 times more shocking than Luo Chen's deliberate showing off. Qing Qian, who came to the alchemy furnace, didn't know how many times he had been frightened by Luo Chen today. He felt deeply that he was an ignorant idiot in front of Luo Chen. Ah. Qing Qian smacked his lips. Which hidden powerful clan did this Luo Chen belong to? Not to mention how harsh the requirements were to become a talisman pharmacist. From what Luo Chen said, all the people in their clan were talisman pharmacists who could make pills without any rules. It's not fair, it's not fair. Haha, kid, there are so many unfair things in the world. Luo Chen guessed Qing Qian's thoughts and said. Qing Qian nodded. He was powerless to solve this kind of unfairness. Living in this world, there was no way to avoid it. Then he suddenly thought of something again and looked at Luo Chen with great admiration. And that golden flame just now, is it your natal flame? That flame is so beautiful. In Qing Qian's impression, excluding some mutations or special bloodline, everyone's natal flame is red, right? Hearing this, a proud smile appeared on Luo Chen's face. He snapped his fingers, and another golden flame shot out from his fingertips. The name of this flame is the Golden Ganlai Flame. It is ranked 56th on the Sky list. Heavenly fire is a rare thing in life. Sky list. Qing Qian's eyes were filled with yearning. It is said that in some corners of the Kyushu continent, there are scattered some heavenly fires that have been handed down from ancient times. The rarity of these heavenly fires is comparable to god-level techniques or spells, and their power is naturally frightening. Heavenly fire can be collected by Fu Medicine Master to enhance strength and refine elixirs. As long as you have one, you will never be an unknown person in this life. The Sky List is a list specifically for ranking these ancient sky fires. Every birth of a heavenly fire named on the list will surely cause a bloody storm throughout the 9 provinces continent. In order to get this golden stem flame, I almost risked my life. After saying that, Luo Chen's eyes became confused, and some memory fragments flashed quickly in Luo Chen's mind. She seemed to see that when she was trying her best to subdue the Jing'an Lian, there was a long black sword with a cold light approaching her step by step. Her heart trembled. Who is that person behind? How did I get this golden stem flame? After all, what happened at that time, that memory, do I feel so scared even now when I think about it? Luo Chen's mind was thinking hard, wanting to continue recalling the past. But her thoughts were interrupted by Qing Qian's sigh. Alas! Luo Chen is so powerful, but he only possesses a skyfire ranked more than 50th. Qing Qian couldn't help but smack his lips. Huh. Luo Chen stared at Qing Qian, with 2 cold rays in his eyes. Qing Qian's heart tightened. Why was Miss Luo's mood so volatile today? Did I say something wrong? Explain to me clearly, what do you mean by just? Without further ado, Luo Chen waved his sleeves and threw all the bottles and jars in the room at Qing Qian. I've already said that this is something you can only encounter by chance. Even if you encounter it, you may not be able to survive to collect it. Oh, Aunt, I was wrong. The front desk of the 5th floor Futang was now being guarded by a young man. Duan Yisheng, who had just guided Qing Qian, walked out of a room and saw that the young man looked a little strange. He asked with concern, "Why are you still in a daze? What are you thinking about?" When he heard someone talking to him, the young man immediately raised his head, stood up, and called out respectfully, "Level Master." Duan Yisheng nodded slightly. "I just asked you to post the assessment results of the 2nd-grade talisman pharmacist. Have you finished it?" This Duan Yisheng is the owner of the 5th floor Talisman Medicine Hall in Lingyuan Pavilion, a dignified 2nd-grade talisman medicine master. Every pill he produces is snapped up as soon as it goes on the market. The transaction price of the pills is also higher than that of some ordinary talisman medicine. The pharmacist is much higher. There are no more than 3 such powerful noble talisman pharmacists in the entire Yeri Empire. It's done, Master Duan. Then the young man thought about his words. The adult in room number 46 is your friend. Duan Yisheng raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the masked man really caused something on Lingyuan Pavilion's territory and used himself as a shield? Although his thoughts came to this, he still remained calm on the surface. How could you say that? The young man took out a letter in a brocade bag and said, "When he left and saw that you were not here, he left a letter and asked me to pass it to you." Then he handed the letter over. "Oh. Is it a thank you letter? I didn't expect it to be so polite." Master Duan thought so and opened the letter. It was not the thank you letter he had expected. It was just black words on a slightly wrinkled piece of paper saying, take 3 out of 10 of Ayuanting, keep 4 out of 10 of Lu Amaranthus, and take 3 out of 10 of Guanglin apricot. Take the young leaves of grass, the amaranthus needs to be 30 years old, and keep the kernel of the medicinal apricot. In this way, the third level can be achieved. His face changed. This was the recipe for Hui Yuan Dan. Moreover, it was more detailed than what was recorded in ancient books. Master Duan's hands trembled slightly. He said, for grass, take young leaves. For amaranth, take 30 years. For medicinal apricot, take the core. Is this the recipe left by that master? In this way, can the success rate of refining the third-grade Hui Yuan pill be increased? Master Duan was very excited, and his face flushed slightly. You know, even though he is a third-grade talisman pharmacist, it doesn't mean that every pill he produces can be maintained at the third-grade standard. If 4 out of 10 can be maintained, it is already a remarkable achievement. In fact, he had been a third-grade talisman pharmacist for nearly 20 years. Although he was a well-known figure in the empire, it was always a pity that he could not break through to the 4th grade. He had been refining Hui Yuan pills for so many years, but the chance of refining a third-grade pill was only about 40 to 50%. He had never thought that the year and part of the materials used in refining the pill could directly affect the grade of the pill. This must be the experience of the third-grade Hui Yuan pill that the master spent decades summing up, and he actually shared it with me for nothing. If I can easily refine a third-grade elixir according to this recipe, then, if I ask that adult for some advice and pointers, there should be hope of breaking through to the 4th grade. Where is that adult now? Where is that adult now? Master Duan asked anxiously when he thought of this. The young man shook his head. He left an incense stick ago, but it's not difficult for Master Duan to see him. He raised the brocade bag in his hand. That gentleman asked me to hand over this pill to the underground auction house. Duan Yixing quickly took the brocade bag from the young man and opened it. A third-grade Hui Yuan Dan came into view. Duan Yixing took a breath of cold air. He held up this third-grade pill, his eyes widened. Just by touching this Hui Yuan Dan with his hands, he could feel the abundant medicinal power in this pill, and almost no medicinal effect of the medicinal materials was lost. This color, this aura, this grade, even he, a third-grade talisman pharmacist with 20 years of experience, could not make it. Originally a low-level elixir, the Hui Yuan Dan, as long as it is of the 2nd grade, will definitely increase the cultivation level of the unentered cultivator by 1 level. If it is this 3rd-grade Hui Yuan Dan. Duan Yixing shook his head, not daring to think about what kind of sky-high price this elixir would be sold at the auction. Who exactly is this, sir? I want to get to know him, make friends with him, and ask him for advice now. Duan Yixing's old face flushed. How many times had he felt so excited? Seeing that Master Duan was so excited, the young man was really worried that the old man would get too excited at his age, so he quickly said, Master Duan, it won't be difficult for you to meet this gentleman. He will definitely come back to the auction in 3 days. Yes. Master Duan nodded and calmed down a little. By the way, please help me prepare the ingredients for Hui Yuan Dan and send them to my room. Yes, the young man responded. Forget it, forget it. I'll go to the 1st floor to find that old guy myself. Duan Yixing was worried and hurried to the owner of the medicinal materials shop on the 1st floor before he finished speaking. He really couldn't wait any longer. Master Duan secretly swallowed his saliva. According to this recipe, can he really increase the production rate of the 3rd-grade Hui Yuan pill? It is a blessing for that old man to receive guidance from Lord Luo Chen. In the unnumbered room on the 2nd floor of Ling Yuan Pavilion, Cheng Qian was still talking about Luo Chen's initiative to leave the pill formula to the old man. Good people will be rewarded with good, Luo Chen smiled, the success rate of the 3rd-grade elixir will increase, which will also help him to reach the 4th grade. And after this, he will definitely be more careful in selecting the medicinal materials themselves. Cheng Qian nodded repeatedly after hearing this, you really have good intentions. After saying that, Cheng Qian took out a green pill from his arms, which was the Hui Yuan pill. No matter whether I can awaken the natal flame of Fu Yaoshe or not, breaking through the initial origin realm here with this ancient senior can be considered as giving him an explanation. Cheng Qian put the pill into his mouth, and a cool feeling instantly spread. This was the first time Qing Qian ate this kind of pill that could directly increase his cultivation, and it tasted slightly sweet. Before Qing Qian could give any more evaluation of the consumption, a powerful force suddenly filled his whole body. Qing Qian quickly calmed his mind, and the Songhai Xing Chen Ju ran rapidly in his body. He was completely immersed in refining and breaking through, and he was unable to perceive anything in the outside world. At the same time, in the lobby of Yinli Escort Agency. With a smack, a teacup hit Zhou Tianchu's face, and blood immediately flowed from his forehead. Although he felt a headache, he didn't dare to rub it or cry out, and kept his head down and didn't dare to move. What else can you do? Sitting in his seat, Zhou Haibao didn't care about Zhou Tianchu's face at all, and scolded his son in front of his second brother Zhou Haitao and several escorts. I asked you to handle the goods but you can't do it, and you handed over so many AI yuan vines to Qing Qian. Do you know how much effort we put in and how much we borrowed from many families to buy out all the AI yuan vines and forced Qing Xiaotian to beg us for his daughter, and you just gave it all away with one punch? You keep telling me that Wan Lisha is a good-for-nothing and has only mediocre skills. How are you better than him? At least he didn't bring trouble to the entire escort agency because of his impulsiveness. Dad, I'm sorry, I was careless. Zhou Tianchu spoke timidly when he saw his father was angry. In his heart, he secretly cursed Qing Qian, that bastard, for pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. If he couldn't hide his strength that had not yet entered the 9th level, how could he be so impulsive as to make such a big bet with him? If this operation fails, how will Wanfu look at us? How can we cooperate with Wanfu on an equal footing if we don't have a trump card? Zhou Haibao covered his chest with his hands and gasped heavily. It seemed that he was really angry. Yinli's second-in-command Zhou Haitao also patted his eldest brother on the shoulder and consoled him. Brother, it has already happened. There is no point in blaming Tianchu. Let's think of a way to recover the losses. Zhou Haibao took a few deep breaths, calmed himself down, and said, now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to take it by force. After saying that, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Zhou Tianchu was shocked. Seize by force? Zhou Haitao nodded after hearing this. Yes, there is no other way except this. This action must be successful, otherwise, Wan Wuxing, that old thing, might turn against us. Wanfu, will you really abandon us? Zhou Tianchu asked in fear. He naturally understood that without Wanfu's support, Yinli would never be a match for Longchang. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Humph, do you think that old Wan Wuxing is loyal? Once Wan Lijiang passes the 10th floor of the trial tower and gets the Lingyuan token, I'm afraid he won't even take the city lord seriously. The lord of Qingyang City, Bai Liancheng, has reached the 6th stage of the 3rd realm, Condensation Realm, and is the #1 master in Qingyang City. At the door of the Longchang Escort Agency's warehouse, Qing Xiaotian, Mr. Liao Sang and a group of escorts looked at the Yinli family's men with smiles on their faces as they moved cartloads of Yuan vines into their own warehouse. Oh, there are so many AI Yuan vines. When will we be able to use them all? Master, you are so awesome. You didn't spend a penny, but the silver profit came to your door. We still have to praise the young master of Yinli. He is broad-minded and trustworthy. Qing Xiaotian was standing aside, listening to his own escorts mocking Yinli one by one, and he felt very happy in his heart, but he said, you guys, can't you consider his face? Can't you say less? Yes, yes, that's what the boss taught us. The escorts laughed and answered perfunctorily. Brother. Mr. Liao San, who had been making sarcastic remarks, saw a man walking towards their warehouse not far away. He put away his smile and tugged at Qing Xiaotian's sleeve. Is that Zhou Haitao? Qing Xiaotian followed Mr. Liao's gaze and saw Zhou Haitao, the second-in-command of Yinli Escort Agency, walking towards him with a gloomy face. Qing Xiaotian stepped forward and said, hey, for such a small matter as moving things, you still need to trouble Brother Haitao to come and see it in person. How worried are you about your own people? When the escorts from Longchang heard the boss mocking the Yinli Escort Agency in such a direct manner, they also laughed. Zhou Haitao looked gloomily at the AI yuanting that his family had spent a lot of money on but was moved into the Longchang warehouse. His heart almost ached, but he still suppressed his heartache and anger on his face, and said with a fake smile, haha, I just came to see Boss Cheng. Don't worry about me, Brother Haitao. I'm doing fine recently. Qing Xiaotian laughed and patted Zhou Haitao's shoulder in a pretentious manner. You've educated your nephew well. Zhou Haitao's face turned pale and blue. He glanced at the Iyuan vines, then looked at the escorts of Longchang Escort Agency and snorted coldly. Qing Xiaotian, it may not be easy to keep something that was obtained so easily. You'd better take the trouble. The last few words were squeezed out from between Zhou Haitao's teeth. After saying that, Zhou Haitao glanced at the Longchang warehouse gloomily, turned around and left. Brother. Third Master Liao frowned. I'm afraid Yinli won't let this go. Qing Xiaotian also nodded seriously. A big tree attracts the wind. Even if it wasn't Yinli, there must be quite a few people in the entire Qingyang city who are eyeing this group of AI Yuanteng. Boss, what about us? The escort at the side saw that his boss had such a serious expression, and he also became nervous. Humph, Qing Xiaotian snorted coldly, my Longchang Escort Agency can handle all this. Pass it down. From now on, double the number of people will be on duty 24 hours a day at the warehouse. We must ensure that there are brothers in the Yuan realm watching at all times. Yes. Qing Xiaotian was just about to leave the warehouse when he saw an old man in white walking towards him. Who is this person? Why does he look familiar? Qing Xiaotian asked Mr. Liao Sang beside him in a low voice. Mr. Liao looked at the figure getting closer and closer to them, frowned. Brother, this is the old white man who followed by Ruo to cause trouble that day. What is he doing here today? Qing Xiaotian was also puzzled. The rent had been paid, so why did this person come? But he still walked forward with a smile, bowed and said, Mr. Bai, long time no see, how are you? Haha, the right-hand man of the Qingyang city lord, the old man Bai, also smiled and replied, Boss Cheng, how are you? I'm sorry for the last incident. Hey, old sir, it's too polite for you to say that. Qing Xiaotian hurriedly stopped him. You are acting impartially, how can I blame you? As he said that, he led the old man Bai into the main hall of the escort agency. Don't bother me, Manager Cheng. To be honest, I came here today to ask for a favor. The old man waved his hand and explained his purpose. I heard that Longchang Escort Agency has plenty of AI Yuan vines. Qing Xiaotian raised his eyebrows. Oh, I heard someone would be eyeing this batch of Yuan vines, and now it's here. The city lord has asked me to come and ask Master Cheng if you can bear the pain and let go. It's too polite for the Lord City Lord to say that. Qing Xiaotian waved his hand. For so many years, our Longchang has received a lot of care from the Lord City Lord. How about this? I will send someone to send a car to the Lord City Lord right now. Oh, thank you so much, Manager Cheng. The old man hurriedly grabbed Qing Xiaotian's hand and held it tightly. Qing Xiaotian looked at the old man with a smile on his face, which made the old man feel a little nervous. To be honest, old sir, I also have an unreasonable request. On the 6th floor of Lingyuan Pavilion, an old man sat cross-legged and gently opened his eyes. Although he looked like an 80-year-old man, the brilliance in his eyes was truly incomparable to that of ordinary people. The old man gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, stood up and walked towards the door, his black robe making a rustling sound on the ground as he moved. On the left chest of the robe, below the Lingyuan Pavilion logo, there were 4 crescent moons embroidered 1, 2, 3, and 4 moons. This was a strongman who had reached the 4th level, the Yuanhua realm. Now that you're here, let's talk. When Duan Yixing hurried to the Longchang Escort Agency, he saw cartloads of AI Yuanteng being shipped out of the Longchang Escort Agency's warehouse. He hurried over, pulled a porter and asked, Brother, isn't this AI Yuan vine from your Longchang? Why are you shipping it out? The young man looked up and answered, Yes, but our warehouse is too small. The warehouse of the city lord is bigger. We can borrow it. Duan Yixing frowned after hearing this. Bai Lianqing also wants to get involved in AI Yuanteng's business. How could he know that City Lord Bai was tricked by Qing Xiaotian in order to obtain the AI Yuan vine? Qing Xiaotian was also worried about Yin Li's revenge, and felt sorry for his brother, so he simply said, This cart of AI Yuan vines is my gift to the City Lord's mansion. But you see our warehouse is too small, and storing AI Yuan vines here will really affect our business. Can we borrow the city lord's mansion's warehouse for 4 or 5 days? The implication is that you soldiers will help us in Longchang to look after these treasures, I will rest assured. In 4 or 5 days, Lingyuan Pavilion will restock, and these IUN vines will not be missed. By then, our warehouse in Longchang will be able to hold these things. But Bai Lianqing really needed this batch of IUN vines, and it was not easy to take them away unreasonably. Even though he cursed Qing Shaotian 100 times in his heart, calling him a cunning old man, he had to agree to his request. When the Yinli escort agency heard the news, Zhou Haiba and his brother were so angry that they vomited blood. When Wanfu escort heard about Qing Xiaotian's plan, they were filled with hatred. This old man actually dared to take advantage of the city lord. Duan Yixing naturally didn't know the interests and intrigues behind these escort agencies. He still pestered the young man to find out. Old man, are you here for this AI yuan vine too? I advise you to go back. This batch of goods has only arrived for an hour, and our boss has already received 5 groups of people, the young man advised. What? That won't work. Duan Yixing became anxious when he heard this. He had to get the IUN vine today no matter what and try the recipe left by that adult. It was all because of that bastard Yai Sengzu. In order to make money, he didn't keep any stock. He was forced to come to Longchang Escort Agency to intercept the goods as a dignified third-grade talisman pharmacist. Little brother, please show this to your boss. Duan Yixing took out a token from his waist. The young man took the wooden token and saw the words Ling Yuan on it. His expression changed immediately. Hey, old senior, please wait a moment. No, just follow me in. The old man's door was gently opened a crack, and outside the door was a middle-aged man wearing the same black robe of Lingyuan Pavilion. The man bowed slightly and said respectfully, Pavilion Master, someone is about to break through the 10th floor of the trial tower. The visitor was none other than Shi Huayu, the master of the trial tower on the 4th floor of Lingyuan Pavilion. The old man raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Oh. What kind of cultivation? After all, there was no need to alarm the head of a branch of Lingyuan Pavilion just for a piece of information that had passed the 10th floor. The head of Lingyuan Pavilion, in any empire, could shake the earth with a stomp of his feet. Why bother about the unknown person who had passed the trial tower? It's half a step into the Yuan realm. The master of the stone layer replied. Hearing this, the old man's eyes narrowed into slits and his expression became serious. Generally speaking, reaching the first realm, the Chu Yuan realm, is the starting point for breaking through the trial tower. Before breaking through the second realm and entering the Yuan realm, being able to break through the 6th or 7th floor is already a remarkable achievement. Lingyuan Pavilion can consider issuing a Lingyuan token, which is an admission ticket to the famous Lingyuan Academy in Kyushu. But today, this person, relying on his half-step into the Yuan realm, is it possible for him to break into the 10th floor? Then, the level of this token must be at least Xian. Once it reaches this level, the top leaders of Lingyuan College may come to inquire about it. Let's go and take a look. On the 2nd floor of Lingyuan Pavilion, in the unnumbered room, Cheng Qian had been sitting still for an hour. From the outside, he looked peaceful. But in his body, the energy was flowing through the meridians of the Canghai Xingchen Ju, and it was constantly churning in his limbs and bones. During the churning, he felt that the energy in his body was becoming more condensed bit by bit, and the power contained in it was gradually increasing. However, it was not enough, because the energy required for the Canghai Xingchen Ju was too huge, and the energy provided by the third-grade Wei Yuan Dan refined by Luo Chen was not even enough to support him to break through the Chu Yuan realm. As soon as he thought about it, the vortex of energy in Cheng Qian's dantian began to spin at high speed. A powerful force seemed to burst out from the vortex, sucking all the energy from the outside world into his body. Cheng Qian felt the new energy flowing into his body, and he was delighted. Just as he was greedily refining the rich energy that came from nowhere, there was a commotion in the training room on the 2nd floor. The faces of the practitioners in other rooms all changed, because the energy of the ores in each room was forcibly plundered by a domineering force. In room 8254, Bai Ruo opened his eyes in confusion and found that the light of the elemental ore in front of him had dimmed a lot. What's going on? At the same time, on the 10th floor of the trial tower, Wan Lijiang killed all the puppets and officially passed the level. But he did not leave the trial tower immediately, but sat on the ground and formed seals with his hands. Wan Lijiang smiled. It's time to break through. Two sounds of breaking wind rushed towards the fourth floor of Lingyuan Pavilion. At the entrance of the trial tower that Wan Lijiang entered, a large number of people had gathered to watch the fun, including Ding Wen and Liao Qianqian. Unlike others who admired a genius like Wan Lijiang, the expressions of both of them were somewhat serious. Just now, the 10th floor of this trial tower lit up. Wan Lijiang had been trying to reach the 10th level for nearly half a month, and today, he finally made it through. Oh my, you are indeed the genius of Qingyang City. Now Qingyang City has a figure who can brag to the whole empire. Wanfu Escort Agency, you don't have to worry anymore. That's right, although the boy from the Qing family is not bad, he is too young and cannot compare to the young master from the Wan family. Liao Qianqian's face was gloomy. I didn't expect that he actually did it. Ding Wen also sighed. It seems that Wan Lijiang will have no rivals in the Qingyang competition. I'm afraid it will be even more difficult for us to do it in the future. Pavilion Master. The crowd watching the excitement suddenly heard a servant's respectful voice behind them. They quickly turned their heads and saw that it was the Pavilion Master of Lingyuan Pavilion, Yan Zhen, and the fourth floor master, Shi Huayu. How could Pavilion Master Yan appear here so easily? Is it because of Wan Lijiang? This kid actually alarmed Pavilion Master Yan. There was a commotion in the crowd. You know, looking at the entire Sun Empire, the number of strong people who can reach the fourth realm, the Yuanhua realm, can be counted on one's fingers. A strongman of this level would not show up easily. Moreover, this man was the head of Lingyuan Pavilion. Yan Zhen ignored everyone's discussions. Under the leadership of the floor master Shi Huayu, he walked towards the trial tower where Wan Lijiang was. Everyone automatically dodged to make a small path. Yan Zhen stood still, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a mental force suddenly spread from his body, causing the people around him to exclaim in surprise. Pavilion Master Yan is a talisman master. Yes, Yan Zhen was a talisman master who failed to become a talisman pharmacist, and this was one of the biggest regrets in his life. The majestic mental power gradually covered the entire trial tower. He seemed to be standing from a god's perspective, taking in the entire situation inside the tower. Judging from the scars on the puppets that died in battle, Wan Lijiang used quite a few spells, and there were indeed 1 or 2 high-level spells. It seemed that his energy was much more abundant than others, and his attack speed was not slow at all. At this moment, Wan Lijiang had calmed down and naturally had no idea that someone was secretly observing and evaluating him. Yan Zhen looked at Wan Lijiang. His clothes were torn and his body was injured in several places by the puppets. It seemed that he did not win this battle easily. Each floor of the trial tower has 12 combat puppets. As the number of floors increases, the puppets' lethality and ability to withstand attacks become stronger and stronger. The puppets from the 5th floor onwards can already use some simple spells and will work closely with each other, which increases the difficulty exponentially. What's more, it's the puppet army on the 10th floor. Therefore, anyone who can pass the 5th floor of the trial tower is already a remarkable existence. And this time, Wan Lijiang passed the 10th floor of the trial tower with his cultivation of half a step into the Yuan realm. Such talent is really rare, he deserves a Lingyuan token. Once Wan Lijiang got the Xian token, he would break the record of the Sun Empire that had stood for nearly 20 years and had passed the 10th floor of the trial tower, becoming the youngest owner of the Xian token. Yan Zhen smiled slightly, young and promising, young and promising. What was the name of the previous holder of the 10th level record of the Sun Empire? Yan Zhen frowned and thought hard, then sighed. He was old and his memory was really bad. It seemed that his last name was Cheng, right? I don't know how much that genius has grown to now. Pain. It's heart-wrenching and painful. Cheng Qian's expression was no longer as calm as before. The energy that was madly pouring into his body was too huge, and he couldn't refine it in time when he activated the Canghai Xingqian Ju. The energy was colliding in his meridians, and his painstaking efforts to guide it were useless at this moment. His body was shaking uncontrollably. If this continues, my meridians will definitely be burst by this energy. Luo Chen's eyes were also filled with tension and worry. At that time, she took the initiative to suggest Cheng Qian to practice this Canghai Xingqian Ju. Every breakthrough of a talisman master is much more difficult than that of an ordinary spell master. She also knew that it might be dangerous for ordinary people to practice this technique, but she didn't expect that it would be so painful and difficult to simply break through a primordial realm. Luo Chen bit her lip, regretting her decision. But at this moment, she could do nothing. Forcibly intervening would only backfire. You better hold on, brat. Qing Qian clenched his teeth, and beads of sweat the size of beans fell from his forehead like rain. Can't give up, can't give up. I also want to see my sister, I also want to see my father, and I also want to protect Longchang with everyone. Qing Qian shouted in his heart, and a huge amount of telekinesis came out in response. This time, the telekinesis was not released externally, but appeared inside the body, forcibly straightening out the Yuanli and sending them into the meridian paths of the exercises. Time passed minute by minute, and it was already afternoon. Qing Qian has been in this state for 2 hours, and Wanli Jiang has been sitting on the 10th floor of the trial tower for nearly an hour. The crowd watching the excitement on the 4th floor of the trial tower had not yet dispersed. Everyone was anxiously waiting for a figure to appear in the trial tower. He would be the most dazzling new star in the entire Qingyang city. On the 6th floor of Lingyuan Pavilion, 7 men were sitting at a round table, including Gu Changfeng, Duan Yisheng, Shi Huayu, etc. From the auction house on the 1st floor to the Fuyao Hall on the 5th floor, the masters of all floors of Lingyuan Pavilion rarely gathered together. They knew that whenever this happened, something big would happen. Therefore, the Lingyuan Pavilion masters who were so majestic when they went out, now sat in their chairs properly and respectfully, their eyes turned to the old man sitting in the first seat. Yan Jin's sharp eyes swept over the floor masters, and then he slowly spoke. I believe everyone has heard that Wanli Jiang passed the 10th floor of the trial tower with his cultivation of half a step into the Yuan realm, and is now striving to enter the Yuan realm. According to the rules of Lingyuan Pavilion, we should issue him a Lingyuan token. What do you think the level of this token should be? Everyone heard this and remained silent. A complicated light flashed in Gu Changfeng's eyes. Wanli Jiang is really amazing. I wonder how much pressure Qing Qian will face in the future. Master Yan, Shi Huayu, the master of the 4th floor trial tower, spoke first. Wanli Jiang's strength is worthy of a yellow token. He was the floor master of the trial tower, so it was not appropriate for him to directly mention the Xian token for fear of causing gossip. Gu Changfeng sighed. This matter concerned the reputation and future of Lingyuan Pavilion, so he had to speak a fair word. When Wanli Jiang broke through, the Yuan force of heaven and earth was sucked away crazily. Half of the Yuan ore in my 2nd floor training room was destroyed by him. This boy is really a rare talent. Then, some floor masters continued to say along with Gu Changfeng's words, that's right. I think he is worthy of the Xian character token. How long has it been since our branch issued the Xian character token? The senior management of Lingyuan College may have forgotten that there is such a branch as us. I agree, said the 1st floor master, let's create an opportunity for Wanli Jiang to enter Lingyuan College. If he really has the ability, it will help our branch to become famous. Yan Jin listened to everyone's discussion and nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, his expression changed. Everyone sensed something and quickly turned their heads to look out the window. It was afternoon, the sun was shining brightly, and the clear sky was cloudless, but suddenly, countless dark clouds appeared from nowhere. The dark clouds gathered quickly above Lingyuan Pavilion, and slowly covered the entire Qingyang city. In just one breath, Qingyang city turned into a dark night. In the deep blue sky, spots of light suddenly appeared. 1, 2, 9 extremely dazzling stars hung in the air. Each star flashed a soft light like breathing, but in everyone's eyes, these stars had the power to destroy the world. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, 9 stars moved slowly in a certain pattern, leaving trails of starlight in the sky. Careful people might find that the pattern outlined by these 9 stars in the sky seemed to be a flower. With a bang, Qing Qian fell to the ground, his body trembling slightly. After finally refining the last bit of Yuanli, his tense heartstrings finally relaxed, and he fainted. As Qing Qian fell, the darkness and stars outside disappeared instantly, and Qingyang city returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Visions of heaven and earth. The entire Qingyang city was in an uproar. When a divine technique or spell appears, a heavenly fire is born, or a strong person suddenly realizes something, the heaven and earth will be affected by the fluctuation of the elemental force and produce strange phenomena, which are called heaven and earth anomalies. In this case, let alone being the person involved, even an ordinary person may not encounter it once in 100 or 200 years. And all the people in Qingyang City who witnessed this grand scene today felt that their life was worth it. After the star phenomenon disappeared, all the curious people in Qingyang City immediately rushed to Lingyuan Pavilion. Everyone knew that Wan Lijiang, the young master of Wanfu Escort Agency, had passed the 10th floor of the trial tower today, alarmed the pavilion master of Lingyuan Pavilion, and even broke through the Ryuan realm. If it wasn't because of him, who else could have caused this strange phenomenon in heaven and earth? There was a flash of horror in Yan Zhen's eyes. He looked at the floor masters and found that everyone had the same expression. That's it. Issue the Xian token first. Immediately report the unusual phenomena to the head of Lingyuan Pavilion and the senior management of Lingyuan College. Whether to upgrade it to a D token later is up to the head of the pavilion. In the trial tower, Wan Lijiang clenched his fists, feeling the strength of the Yuan realm, and grinned. It's true that each realm is a new world. Cheng Qian, Longchang, your good days are over. He walked out of the trial tower leisurely, and walked out of Lingyuan Pavilion step by step surrounded by the crowd. Countless passers-by gathered at the entrance of Lingyuan Pavilion. What is? Wan Lijiang was also confused. Although he was a genius and had indeed broken through to the Yuan realm at a young age, was it necessary for so many people to watch? Congratulations to Master Wan for attracting the strange phenomena of heaven and earth. Don't forget Qingyang City when you become famous. Wan Lijiang raised his eyebrows. What did they mean by strange phenomena in the heaven and earth? I actually caused a strange phenomenon in the heaven and earth. How come I didn't feel anything? Haha, thank you very much, thank you very much. Wan Lijiang was very proud at the moment. Come to think of it, who else in Qingyang City can trigger the strange phenomena of heaven and earth except me? I know that I have great talent. From now on, I will become famous in the 9 states, and it is just around the corner. Cheng Qian is like an ant, not worth mentioning. Halfway into the Yuan realm, passing through the 10th floor of the trial tower is rare, but not impossible. Breaking through to the Yuan realm at the age of 25 is a genius, but it is not unprecedented. And the evildoer who caused the strange phenomena in the world is a figure that only appears in legends. Everyone realized that the Wanfu Escort Agency was truly on the rise. The Wanfu Escort Agency is now surrounded by a group of people who are trying to curry favor with Wan Wuxing by following the trend of the times. After all, Wanfu Escort Agency has produced a talented person who has caused strange phenomena in heaven and earth. How can his future achievements be limited to a corner of Qingyang City? Manager Wan, congratulations. A man walked into Wanfu Escort Agency with a big smile on his face, carrying bags of gifts. Wan Wuxing also smiled and bowed. No, please take a seat. Wang Yuan, who had finally come out of seclusion, also stood in the lobby of Wanfu Escort Agency. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Wan Lijiang break through to the Yuan realm and cause strange phenomena in the world. After all, he went to great lengths to lower his cultivation level and break through to the Yuan realm again, but in the end he still failed to become a talisman pharmacist. This was really hard to justify. Fortunately, now that Wan Lijiang had such a big happy event, Wan Wuxing would not care about other things. Qingyang City Lord's Mansion. Bai Lianqing was still sitting on the table, with 2 pieces of paper with the words Longchang and Wanfu written on them in front of him. 2 old men in black and white robes stood opposite him. They were the 2 who had embarrassed Longchang that day. Alas! Bai Lianqing fell back and leaned back in his chair. It actually caused a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. This is incredible. City Lord, many people are visiting Wan Wuxing now. Do you want to meet him too? The man in black asked tentatively. Bai Lianqing looked up at him, chuckled, shook his head and said, Old he, who said that the strange phenomenon on earth must have been caused by Wan Lijiang. What? The black-clothed man called Lao He was startled. The stars started to spread from Lingyuan Pavilion. Wan Lijiang is breaking through there. Even Pavilion Master Yen was alarmed. Who else could it be but him? Mr. Bai did not speak as bluntly as Lao He. He savored the city lord's words carefully, his eyes narrowed. City Lord, you are not doubting. He pointed to the piece of rice paper with the word Longchang written on it. You suspect Qing Qian? How is that possible? Lao He retorted, even if that kid's cultivation is good, he can't compare to Wanli Jiang who has entered the Yuan realm. Ruo'er just came back and said, Bai Lianqing closed his eyes and answered slowly, today, half of the Yuan ore on the second floor was sucked away by a mysterious force. And the news I got is that Qing Qian broke through the Chu Yuan realm in the room prepared for him by the ancient layer master. No one in the room spoke anymore. The three of them frowned and pondered, who could it be? If they stood on the wrong side, the consequences would be Longchang Escort Agency. Qing Xiaotian stood in the yard, his eyes still staring at the sky, his face expressionless. Brother. Mr. Liao San walked forward and called out with concern. Ever since the strange phenomenon appeared that day, Qing Xiaotian had been in this posture and hadn't said a word. He was really worried that his brother had been stimulated by something. Brother, don't take it too seriously. Third Master Liao racked his brains to find words to comfort Qing Xiaotian. At worst, we can move to another piece of land and continue doing business. Can Wanfu's hand reach out to the entire empire? Qing Xiaotian retracted his gaze from the sky and looked at Mr. Liao San. What do people outside say? Well. Third Master Liao hesitated to choose his words, not wanting to hurt his eldest brother. It is said that this strange phenomenon was caused by Wan Lijiang, and the Xian character token of Lingyuan Pavilion was also sent to Wanfu Escort Agency. I'm afraid Wanfu is about to rise. Heh. Qing Xiaotian chuckled, but there was no expression on his face, so everyone thinks so. His eyes were fixed on the void. Third brother, is Xiaoqian also in Lingyuan Pavilion today? Yes. Dingwen went with him. Third Master Liao couldn't believe why his elder brother suddenly mentioned Xiaoqian, then he reacted and added, Wan Lijiang has already gone back, he won't cause any trouble for Xiaoqian. Qing Xiaotian waved his hands weakly, sighed, and walked back on his own, leaving only one sentence, tell him to see me as soon as he comes back. Oh, okay. Uncle Liao looked at Qing Xiaotian's back worriedly. He was really worried that the matter of Wan Lijiang would overwhelm his elder brother. Qing Xiaotian wandered aimlessly in his yard. His thoughts were in a mess. He wanted to talk to someone, but no one could understand his feelings. No one in Qingyang City knew his past. When the strange phenomenon of starry sky and earth first appeared, Qing Xiaotian also looked up with everyone else. When 9 bright stars shone in the sky, he didn't think too much about it. But when the stars outlined a flower pattern, his heart skipped a beat. Red spider lily. This is the star on the other side. It was a scene he was all too familiar with, and it was the stars he missed day and night. 2 hot tears silently slid down Qing Xiaotian's face. Baikan, look, this is our son. He really has inherited your bloodline. When strange star phenomena appear, you will also be able to sense it, right? Then they will know it too, right? The tenderness in Qing Xiaotian's eyes suddenly turned into resentment. The imperial palace of the Sun Empire. Sitting on the Shumi throne was a man who was about the same age as Qing Xiaotian. He glanced coldly at the people standing sideways and bowing at the bottom of the hall, and said, Is the news confirmed? My father, not yet. A young man in his 20s stepped out from the bottom of the hall and answered respectfully, The source of the strange phenomenon is indeed Qingyang City. Rumor has it that it is a young genius who broke through to the Yuan realm at the age of 25, but whether it is true or not remains to be verified. The Emperor of the Sun Empire nodded slightly and said, Honor, please go and investigate. You must get to the bottom of this matter. After saying this, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Yes. The young man called Honor lowered his head and responded, with a dark light flashing in his eyes. The other people in the hall looked at each other in bewilderment, unable to make out what was going on. His Majesty, why did he suddenly pay attention to the strange phenomena in the heavens and the earth? Although recruiting talented people is the duty of a monarch, their emperor is so busy eating, drinking and having fun, how could he care about whether there is a genius or not? Somewhere in Kyushu continent, there is a loft towering into the clouds, surrounded by mist, like a fairyland. A 16-year-old girl was staring blankly out the window at this moment, not caring that the pages of the book in her hand were blown away by the wind. The star vision had disappeared, but she did not look away. The girl's long black hair fell to her calves like a waterfall, her eyes were like stars, and her skin was as white as cream. Sister Jimon. A little girl about her age walked up to her and called out softly. The girl named Jimon turned around and saw the person coming. She smiled gently, and that smile was as intoxicating as the spring breeze in March. I have been in Lingyuan College for 4 years. Today, there is finally movement. Then, she walked to the window and actually jumped down. Sister Jimon. The little girl quickly ran to the window, looked at Sujimon, whose figure flashed out in the air, smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's rare to see you so upset. I'm going to see the dean. Sujimon's voice became increasingly distant, but the feeling of joy was conveyed to the girl's ears without any error. Qing Qian opened his eyes and felt sore all over. This was not the joy of a breakthrough at all. It was clearly the miserable feeling of being beaten 100 times. Qing Qian groaned, got up from the ground, and met Luo Chen's complex golden eyes. What happened? Qing Qian asked cautiously. Looking at Luo Chen's face, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she saw that my innate flame was not suitable for being a talisman pharmacist? Thinking of this, Qing Qian's face suddenly turned ugly. What are you thinking about? Luo Chen laughed out loud. With this kind of mentality, you still want to lead Longchang to prosperity. I. Qing Qian was stunned and immediately defended herself. This is my first time. It's normal for me to have no experience. Why are you making fun of me like this? After saying that, Qing Qian stretched out his right palm, and with a thought, a cluster of flames leaped out from his palm out of thin air. Blue. Qing Qian widened his eyes and looked at his own natal flame. Isn't it said that natal flames are all red? Luo Chen had expected this situation a long time ago, and smiled faintly. Just think that it is because of that Sanhai Xingqian Ju that the flame has mutated. Oh. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Qing Qian felt relieved, and then hurriedly asked, Miss Luo, do you think my flame is good enough to become a talisman pharmacist? Luo Chen looked at the dancing blue flame, then looked at Qing Qian whose eyes were full of expectation, and said solemnly, you will be the most powerful talisman pharmacist in this continent in the future. Looking at Qing Qian who had already run to the side and cheered, Luo Chen smiled slightly. He didn't expect that the blood of my Qin clan still existed on the Jiuzhou continent. In this way, all the cultivation methods in the future will not be dangerous. But why was he not taken back to the 9 heavens? When Qing Qian went to tell Gu Changfeng the good news, Duan Yisheng was also in Gu Changfeng's room. I didn't expect Wanli Jiang to have such great abilities. Duan Yisheng shook his head and sighed. We are all old, let the young people fight and make breakthroughs. Gu Changfeng handed Duan Yisheng a cup of tea and said. Qing Qian poked his head in and saw that the old man who had led him to Fu Yaodong that day was sitting in the room. His face looked a little unnatural. Could that old man be Master Duan, the master of the 5th floor? Hey! You're here. Gu Changfeng spotted Qing Qian and waved him in. I haven't seen you for a while. Do you have any good news this time? Gu Changfeng looked at him with shining eyes, and Duan Yisheng also looked at him with great anticipation. Qing Qian thought to himself, fortunately, I did not disappoint Mr. Gula's expectations, otherwise, I would really have a hard time explaining myself. Thanks to the help of Mr. Gu Lao's Huan Yuan ore, I was able to return to the Qiyuan realm so quickly. All right, stop talking nonsense. Gu Changfeng waved his hands repeatedly. You know exactly what we 2 old men are waiting to see. Qing Qian gave a bitter smile. This old senior was really impatient. He spread out his right hand, and with a thought, a blue flame shot out into the air, and the energy in the air trembled. Gu Changfeng stared with wide eyes. Blue. Duan Yisheng was a talisman pharmacist himself, and he knew more about flames than Gu Changfeng. He stared at the blue flame for a few seconds and said slowly, this flame is unusual. With his many years of experience in refining medicine, there are dozens, if not hundreds, of talisman pharmacists practicing with him on the Kyushu continent, but none of them has ever seen such a flame, which is fierce, overbearing, solemn, and yet full of vitality. You mean, Qing Qian is qualified to be a talisman pharmacist? Duan Yixing nodded and looked at Qing Qian gently. Boy, with this kind of flame, your starting point is much higher than others. It's really enviable. Duan Yixing himself is just an ordinary natal flame. It would be a lie to say that he is not envious or jealous. Haha, I'm lucky. Apart from this, Qing Qian really didn't know what to say. Then, Gu Changfeng hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything else, but Duan Yixing knew what his old brother was thinking. He nodded heavily. This kind of flame should work. There were 2 rays of joy in Gu Changfeng's eyes. Even Duan Yixing said that Qing Qian could try the recipe. Who knows, maybe it would really work. Old senior, I will try my best to fulfill the promise we made to you. Qing Qian also took the initiative to talk about refining pills for Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng laughed after hearing this. You just awakened your life flame and you're already thinking about this. Good. But, there's no rush for this. Gu Changfeng looked at Qing Qian with a hesitant look in his eyes. Do you know what happened in Qingyang City just now? What? After listening to Gu Changfeng's description, Qing Qian's face became solemn. The strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, which only existed in legends, actually happened to Wan Lijiang. Is there such a monster among him? Now that Wan Lijiang has obtained the Xian token of Lingyuan Pavilion, I cannot get rid of him without leaving any traces by myself. I don't know if Luo Chen's current strength can deal with Wan Lijiang. Qing Qian had a blank expression on his face, and he had already begun to secretly think about how to get rid of Wan Lijiang before he grew up. After all, for Longchang and Wanfu, it was either you die or I live. Don't worry, Gu Changfeng saw Qing Qian's unnatural expression and knew that he was worried about the safety of his escort company. Even if the kid attracts strange phenomena from heaven and earth, he won't dare to go against Lingyuan Pavilion. If he dares to attack you, don't blame me for being rude. After all, Qing Qian is the one shouldering the mission of refining pills for him. Haha, thank you, old senior. Qing Qian bowed and said, since this has happened, I'd better go home first. Goodbye. Brother, you're back. Seeing Qing Qian coming back, Qing shouted happily in the room. Haha, guess what I brought back? Qing Qian handed over a jade bottle. It contained the Huiyuan pill that Luo Chen helped to refine today, and also an ice blue bracelet. Wow, this bracelet is so beautiful. Qing took the bracelet and exclaimed in admiration. It turned out that girls have little resistance to shiny jewelry. As long as you like it, I'll buy it for you next time. Qing Qian said, caressing his sister's head lovingly. By the way, I heard that Lingyuan Pavilion has a bracelet made of Yuan Jing, which is very effective in suppressing coldness. When I have money in the future, I will buy you one immediately. Alas, I don't want any Yuan Jing bracelet. Qing suddenly sighed, his face turned melancholy. Brother, if Wanfu really ruins us, what shall we do? Qing Qian knew that his sister was talking about the strange phenomena caused by Wan Lijiang. He pretended to be calm and comforted her. How could it be? Dad is a strong man in the condensation realm. Even if Wan Lijiang is a great man, he is just a small bean sprout that has not grown up yet. Stop imagining it. Qing nodded. At this time, someone knocked on the door outside the room, and the door was pushed open. The person who came was Qing Xiaotian. Hey, Xiaoqian is back. Qing Xiaotian walked into the room. Did you bring Qinger's medicine back as well? Well, Dad, those AI Yuan vines. Haha, AI Yuanting's matter is all thanks to you, Qing Xiaotian said, looking at his son carefully. Have you broken through the Chu Yuan realm? What? Brother, you are so powerful. Qing shouted happily, in my opinion, brother is much stronger than that Wan Lijiang. When brother breaks through to the Yuan realm, he will definitely be able to attract strange phenomena in heaven and earth. Haha, you. You praise him every day, aren't you afraid that he will be cocky? Qing Xiaotian looked at his daughter lovingly, then turned to Qing Qian and said, Xiaoqian, come with me. Ah. Okay. Qing Qian was stunned for a moment, then immediately agreed. It's really rare for my father to come to see me so late at night. Could it be that the Longchang escort agency is going to make some new moves? After leaving Qing Cheng's room, Qing Xiaotian walked in front without saying a word. Qing Qian had no choice but to follow behind and guess blindly in his heart. He now only hopes that his father's affairs can be finished as soon as possible. In this way, there is still enough time to discuss with Luo Chen how to kill Wan Lijiang. After all, it is more convenient to do it at night. This kind of genius, if he lives one more day, the threat to Longchang will also increase. Qing Qian was thinking about destroying Wan Lijiang all the way when he was brought to his father's room. After Qing Xiaotian entered the room, he deliberately closed the door. Qing Qian was confused. What could be so important that made his father so careful even in his own room? After finishing all this, Qing Xiaotian sat on the chair, stared at his son standing beside him for a while, and asked softly, "Did you break through in Lingyuan Pavilion today?" There was no trace of emotion in his words that his father was trying hard to hide. Qing Qian looked at his father's calm face, not knowing what he meant, and replied, "Yes, but I didn't see any strange phenomena in the world. Because when Wan Lijiang broke through, I was also trying to reach the Chuyuan realm." Qing Xiaotian was stunned and looked at his son with complicated eyes. That strange star phenomenon was indeed his son. In a blink of an eye, 11 years have passed, his son is now a 16-year-old boy. Qing Xiaotian just stared at Qing Qian, which made him feel a little uneasy. Qing Qian thought to himself, "It took your son less than 3 months to get back to the Chuyuan realm, doesn't your father even give him some encouragement?" As if he had heard Qing Qian's thoughts, his father whispered, as if talking to himself, "Well, not bad." Qing Qian complained in a low voice, "Is it just not bad?" Alas, compared with Wan Lijiang who could cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth, his achievement did not look outstanding. Qing Xiaotian ignored his son's thoughts and continued to ask, "You have awakened your telekinesis, right? What does your natal flame look like?" Qing Qian was shocked. He had never told anyone about his awakening telekinesis. Only his sister Qing Qing knew how his father. Qing Qian was puzzled, and his eyes met his father's. There was curiosity and satisfaction in his father's eyes, but more of it was eagerness and excitement. His father urged, "Release your life flame quickly and let me see it." Qing Qian rarely saw his father so anxious. However, thinking about it, this was understandable. After all, his son had become a gifted talisman master. Qing Qian was thinking this in his mind, but his hands were not idle. A ball of blue flame appeared in his hands. As soon as the flame appeared, Qing Xiaotian's body froze. He stared at the flickering blue light for a long while before muttering, "Sure enough." "Father, what did you say?" Qing Qian asked. Why was his father acting so strange tonight? Qing Xiaotian seemed not to hear Qing Qian's voice, and his eyes still did not move away from the blue flame. What a beautiful flame. Qing Qian also took a look at the flame. It was blue, cold, noble, and chilling, but no one had used the word beautiful to describe it. But after his father said this, Qing Qian also began to feel that the flame was indeed beautiful. "Father," Qing Qian asked cautiously, "is there something wrong with this flame? Why don't you look happy?" Qing Xiaotian then realized that he was really abnormal tonight. In fact, since he saw the stars on the other side in the afternoon, Qing Xiaotian's condition has never been normal. He pulled Qing Qian to sit next to him and looked at her with a loving face. "Xiao Qian, do you still remember your mother?" Qing Qian's heart was shocked. Mother. Mother. How many years had it been since he last heard this word? In his memory, there were only his father and sister at home, and his mother seemed to have never appeared in his life. At this moment, some fragmented fragments flashed through Qing Qian's mind. In the picture, it seemed that a beautiful woman with long blue hair carefully picked him up, covered his mouth and stuffed him under the bed. Is that person the mother? Was I ever shoved under the bed? What happened? Qing Qian felt confused and his head ached. Trying hard to recall the things he had forgotten was torture in itself. Qing Xiaotian also noticed Qing Qian's pain and patted his shoulder gently. Okay, it's all over, don't think about it anymore." "Father." Qing Qian covered his head but refused to give up. "What on earth is going on? Who is my mother? Where is she? Why can't I remember anything at all?" In the sea of consciousness, Luo Chen also looked at Qing Xiaotian intently. She had a hunch that this man must know Qing Qian's life experience. Maybe Qing Qian's mother was a member of Luo Chen's clan. Xiao Qian, Qing Xiaotian looked at Qing Qian with a gleam in his eyes. Your mother is an amazing person. Her name is Bai Chen. Bai Chen. Qing Qian repeated it unconsciously. Bai Chen. In his sea of consciousness, Luo Chen also chewed on these two words repeatedly, frowning and thinking hard, whether there is such a person in his memory. Xiao Qian, she left not because she didn't love you and your sister. She had to leave because she wanted you all to be well. Why is that? Qing Qian asked. The reasons behind this are too complicated. You just need to know that your mother's identity is extraordinary. She is related to the safety of the world. Qing Qian was stunned. The safety of the world. It depended on her mother alone. Luo Chen was already so strong, so how terrifying was her mother's strength? I seem to remember that my mother hid me under the bed. Qing Qian tapped his head with his hand and gave up on reminiscing. I can't remember the rest. Does my father have any impression of this? Qing Xiaotian looked at Qing Qian, a bitter smile on his face. I probably wasn't there, so I don't know the specific situation. Qing Xiaotian's eyes flickered, and a trace of regret welled up in his eyes. If he had been there that year, would everything have been different? This change in his eyes naturally did not escape Luo Chen's sight. Luo Chen had frowned and thought for a long time, but she could not remember a person named Bai Chen in her memory. Seeing Qing Xiaotian's expression, she suddenly understood that this man still had a lot of secrets that he had not told Qing Qian. Haha, men. Luo Chen cursed in his heart. Then is this flame the one my mother left for me? No longer dwelling on the forgotten past, Qing Qian murmured as he looked at the surging blue flame in his hand. Their family's natal flames are all like this. Qing Xiaotian looked at his son with satisfaction. Xiao Qian, you have inherited your mother's talent, and you will definitely achieve great things in the future. After hearing this, Luo Chen was certain that this woman named Bai Chen was from her Chen clan. Then everything would make sense, why Luo Chen would be awakened by Qing Qian's blood, why Qing Qian had previously practiced the fragments of the Canghai Xing Chen Ju, and why the strange phenomenon in the sky and earth was the stars on the other side. Will mother come back to see us? Qing Qian asked after a while. Qing Xiaotian sighed and shook his head. She probably won't come back. But if it's Xiao Qian, maybe I can go find her. Really? Qing Qian's eyes lit up. How can I find my mother? Dad, tell me quickly, I will take you to find my mother. Haha, Qing Xiaotian patted Qing Qian's hand, signaling him not to worry. When you become stronger and ascend to the ninth heaven, you will find her. Qing Qian's eyes widened. Ninth heaven. According to legend, the upper plane of the Kyushu continent is called the Nine Heavens. Qing Qian thought that it was a word that only appeared in books, but now, he actually heard it from his father's mouth. In A's impression, the strongest person in the Kyushu continent is already at the ninth level. So if one wants to ascend to the ninth level, what kind of existence would that be? Qing Qian took a deep breath. For him, who had just entered the first level, these things were too far away. However, as long as he can bring his mother back, he will do his best to reunite his family. Dad, don't worry. Qing Qian raised his head and looked at his father solemnly. As long as I live, I will do my best to enter the ninth heaven. Haha, good job, this is my son. Qing Xiaotian's eyes were sparkling, as if they were flashing with tears. Dad, have you known that it was me who caused that strange phenomenon in the world? Qing Qian chuckled, wanting to talk about something happy to make his father happy. Qing Xiaotian really laughed and said, of course, what's Wan Lijiang's level? Can he compare with my son? Why didn't you tell me this until now? I have been kept in the dark this whole time. Qing Qian complained in a low voice. He was indeed troubled by the strange phenomenon that Wan Lijiang had brought to the world, and had even decided to ask Luo Chen to help kill the boy that night. In the end, the protagonist of this strange phenomenon turned out to be himself. Then let's congratulate Wan Lijiang for saving his life for the time being. Xiao Qian, Qing Xiaotian frowned and said worriedly, don't be too proud. Causing strange phenomena in heaven and earth may not be a good thing for you. What? Qing Qian looked at his father seriously. What do you mean, Dad? Qing Xiaotian hesitated, his eyes flickering. I'm just worried that you'll be envied at such a young age, and that someone with ulterior motives will kill you to silence you. Qing Qian tilted his head and thought about it, and felt that his father's idea was reasonable. He rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. Don't worry, Dad, when we are outside, we can use one Lijiang as a shield. Haha, you kid. Qing Xiaotian shook his head helplessly. Luo Chen, did you know long ago that the strange phenomenon was caused by me? After returning to the room, Qing Qian said to the golden phantom that had already appeared in the room, why didn't you tell me? You made me worry for nothing. Well, I don't think this phenomenon is a big deal. Luo Chen responded, sitting casually on the table. Ah. You are really knowledgeable. Qing Qian racked his brains and felt that he had no words to describe Luo Chen. Then he thought of what his father had just said. Luo Chen, does the ninth heaven really exist? Were you from there before? Qing Qian recalled that when he signed the contract with Luo Chen, he seemed to have heard the word ninth layer in Luo Chen's memory. Yes, that's right. Luo Chen turned to look at Qing Qian. People from the Jiuzhou continent can only ascend to the ninth heaven after breaking through the ninth realm. With your current strength, it's too far to think about this. Your current goal should be to think about how to participate in the Qingyang competition and how to deal with those escort agencies. There were only 10 days left until the Qingyang competition. Qing Qian had just received the ticket to participate in the competition. He sighed and agreed with shame. You are right, my strength is still too weak. Many things need to be done step by step. Then, he sat cross-legged on the bed and formed seals with his hands. Then let's start practicing without wasting a moment. I don't care whether you practice or not. I'm going to see how much money my baby can earn at the auction in 3 days. Okay, listen to the eldest lady. Lingyuan Pavilion is surrounded by a bustling commercial district, where small merchants and hawkers are selling their energy and shouting, adding a bit of life to the dull afternoon. Qing Qian walked aimlessly on the street, looking at something on the stall from time to time, and then being attracted by other goods. After going around in circles, we arrived at the core of the business district. There are obviously far fewer people here than just outside, and there are no sellers carrying their own belongings on the street. This is commonly known as the high-end area. Normally, Qing Qian would not come here. But Qing Qian was in a good mood when she thought that she would make a lot of money tonight. I don't know who will buy the Wei Yuan pill tonight. A shiny stall caught Qing Qian's attention. He strode over and found it was a jewelry store. In his mind, Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. This boy actually had such a great interest in rouge and powder. He must be a young man full of vigor and vitality. Qing Qian didn't say much, and directly picked up an ice blue bracelet. As soon as he touched the bracelet, he felt a warm and cool sensation. This bracelet should be made of ice-attributed crystals. Qing Qian thought to himself, maybe it can be useful in helping his sister suppress the cold. Sir, you have a good eye. This bracelet is made from a piece of ice-attributed crystal at the initial stage. It is perfect for ice-attributed practitioners. Seeing that the man was interested in his goods, the shop owner immediately began to lobby him. If you buy one like this, whether you use it yourself or give it to your loved one, it will be very useful. Qing Qian raised his eyebrows. Boss, how much is this? It's a fate that you like this bracelet, sir. You can take it immediately for 1,000 yuan. The shopkeeper said with a smile on his face. Well, if it's really like what you said, it's worth it. Qing Qian is usually a calm-minded teenager, except when facing everything related to his family. He took out his purse, and then his heart sank, forgetting that the Wei Yuan Dan had not been auctioned off yet. He had no money on him at all. Qing Qian touched his nose awkwardly, not knowing how to end this. At this moment, a surprised voice came from behind him. Hey, is this Qing Qian? Qing Qian frowned slightly. Who is so annoying? Looking for the source of the sound, I saw 5 or 6 people walking towards this side. Among them, there was a young man. Wan Lisha, the second young master of Wanfu Escort Agency, who was almost sent to see the King of Hell by Qing Qian in Lingyuan Pavilion, now walked towards Qing Qian in a swagger. Qing Qian frowned, put down the bracelet and was about to leave. I say, Master Cheng, why are you in such a hurry to leave? You haven't paid the store yet. Wan Lisha walked up to Qing Qian and said sarcastically. Qing Qian's face was full of impatience. It's none of your business. Then he turned and left. Unexpectedly, Wan Lisha grabbed his arm tightly and said, "Hey, Master Cheng, you don't have any money, do you? Tell me, my brother, I'll lend you some." Wan Lisha had a wicked smile on his face. Although he was once defeated by Qing Qian, now his brother Wan Lijiang has become a super genius who can attract strange phenomena in the world and obtain Ling Yuan's Xian character token. He is confident that no one in the entire Qingyang city dares to touch him. The escorts from Wanfu escort agency behind Wan Lisha also relied on Wan Lijiang's prestige and sarcastically said, "Why would a poor guy come here to stroll around? Oh, I heard that Longchang escort agency owed the city lord rent. I wonder if they haven't paid it back yet. This bracelet is for his disabled sister, right? Oh, I'd say this crippled man should have been thrown out back then. Isn't he still a burden after all this trouble?" The escorts behind were mocking loudly, and their voices were so loud that it seemed as if they were afraid that Qing Qian couldn't hear clearly. However, before the last escort finished speaking, Wan Lisha suddenly felt his hands were empty, and a gust of wind blew past him. Looking back, Qing Qian had appeared behind the last two escorts. Wan Lisha watched the white light flash by. It was a spell. Then, Qing Qian punched the escort hard on the back. The two bodyguards who had just ridiculed Qing hadn't reacted yet. They only felt a tightness in their chest, then staggered to the ground, their faces turning pale instantly. You. Everyone was stunned. Who could have thought that at this time, Qing Qian would actually dare to attack Wanfu's people? And he knocked down two escorts who had not yet entered the country. Qing Qian's face was 3 parts smiling and 7 parts fierce. "What a pity, God actually let you open this mouth." As he said that, he mercilessly slapped the two escorts in the face with 2 blows. Their faces immediately swelled up. Wan Lisha's face turned very ugly at this time. He could move so quickly, it seemed that his skills were even better than when he fought with himself. Qing Qian didn't wait for Wan Lisha to react. The next second, he appeared in front of him and slapped him twice as usual. "These 2 slaps are for you. Go back and teach them a lesson. A madman leading a mad dog. Don't sneak out and bite people in the future." Wan Lisha roared angrily. He didn't expect to be humiliated by this bastard in public again. With a thought, purple light gradually gathered on his arms. "You kid is looking for death. You don't know your own limitations." Qing Qian shouted sternly. He took a step forward with his left leg, tightly grasped Wan Lisha's left arm with his left hand, and then twisted it to the side. Everyone only heard a crisp sound of bones breaking. Wan Lisha half knelt on the ground, holding his broken left arm and wailing in pain. "You actually..." Qing Qian just glanced at him calmly. "Humph, you really have no memory." Then he walked forward, grabbed Wan Lisha by the collar, and said viciously, "Don't think that you are invincible just because you have attracted the strange phenomena of heaven and earth. In Qingyang City, we still have Longchang and the city lord's mansion." Qing Qian was thinking of him. Everyone in Qingyang City went to the Wanfu Escort Bureau to worship the dock, and not a single person went to the city lord's mansion. "Wanfu, you guys, don't be too arrogant. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you." After saying that, Qing Qian waved his hand and slammed Wan Lisha to the ground, and then left slowly, ignoring the people who had been restrained and the onlookers. Wan Lisha's face was ashen. He had just been injured by Qing Qian. He had been able to jump on the ground for only a few days, but when he went out... "Cheng, my brother will never let you go. Just wait." Wan Lisha shouted angrily. "Yeah." Qing Qian stopped and turned around after hearing this. "Then please give me a message, just say. Qingyang Dabi, I'm waiting for him." Every night, the first floor of Lingyuan Pavilion is the busiest. Although this auction house located in Lingyuan Pavilion is lower than the Trial Tower and Talisman Medicine Hall in terms of level, no one dares to underestimate its status. The people upstairs are all ordinary businessmen or ordinary people, and the first floor below is where the richest people gather. This auction house is highly favored by sects, families, and other forces. Not to mention some rare treasures, but also those hidden treasures whose origins are unknown and cannot be seen in the light can often be auctioned here for sky-high prices. As long as you have money, you will definitely gain something here. Qing Qian followed the crowd into the auction room on the first floor, looking left and right curiously. He has never been to this auction house before. You know, in this auction, a single seat is worth 1,000 gold. And the several big escort agencies in Qingyang City, no matter how powerful they are in Qingyang City, can only afford the price of 1 or 2 seats. How can a smart and capable person like Qing Xiaotian spend such a large amount of money just to let his son broaden his horizons? But today is different. As the seller of an auction item, Qing Qian will naturally have a good position. But before taking his seat, he had to go backstage at the auction house. Qing Qian hid his face under the black robe. Under the suspicious and vigilant gazes of 5 or 6 elementary realm guards, he came to a door made of gold. Wow, this auction house is really wealthy. Qing Qian couldn't help but admire. Hey, Luo Chen laughed at his ignorance, the wool comes from the sheep. Do you think they are auctioning things for you for free? Qing Qian shook his head. The auction house had to deduct 1/10 of the fee, which was really a big deal. But forget it, as long as he takes the big head. With this thought in mind, he prepared to push the door open. Wait a minute. At the door, a guard guarding there finally couldn't bear it any longer. He stared at the men in black for a long time. He thought he was here to take a look out of curiosity, but he didn't expect that he really wanted to go in. Do you know what is behind this door? Do you want to go in? The guard walked up to Qing Qian and said impatiently, you can't just wander around in such a big auction house. Qing Qian blinked and looked at the guard. It seemed that this guy regarded him as a restless and curious person. Qing Qian laughed helplessly and took out a small golden sign from his arms. Brother, I'm here to make a deal. The guard reached out and took the golden medallion with a suspicious look on his face. It had the building logo of Lingyuan Pavilion engraved on it. There was also the word Dan printed on the bottom of Lingyuan Pavilion. The guard's expression changed. The man in front of him was dealing in elixirs. He quickly returned the gold medal to Qing Qian with both hands and said respectfully, "Oh, sir, I'm so sorry. I was so offended just now. Please come in quickly, please come in quickly." As he spoke, he helped Qing Qian open the door with enthusiasm. Qing Qian nodded and put away the sign with a smile. I thought to myself, are the elixirs so precious in the auction house of Lingyuan Pavilion? It seems that this talisman medicine master is really delicious. After that, I must pester Luo Chen to teach me alchemy. Qing Qian came to the VIP room under the guidance of the guards. Sir, please rest here for a while. Our boss will be here soon. Then the guard left. Qing Qian nodded, walked straight to the sofa and sat down. Oh, this sofa is really big, soft and comfortable. Qing Qian admired in her heart. Start looking at this small VIP room. The giant chandelier above the VIP room exudes golden light, making the entire room even more magnificent. Waiting was too boring. Qing Qian simply closed his eyes and released his mind to experience the entire auction house. The power of thought spread from his body, filled the entire VIP room, and then spread to further places. Workroom, treasure appreciating hall, rest area, collection area. It seems that the scale of the Lingyuan Pavilion auction house is more impressive than the ones on the ground. Suddenly, an unknown and tyrannical force of thought came towards Qing Qian. Qing Qian's body was shaken, and he didn't have time to think too much. He quickly ran the Shanghai Star technique, mobilized his mental power in his body, and faced the hostile mental power. This was Qing Qian's first time to compete with someone other than Luo Chen. There were beads of sweat on Qing Qian's forehead, and his head was a little swollen. After all, he was just in the early Yuan realm, and the strength of the opponent's telepathy was really incomparable to him. Suddenly, the power of thought disappeared. Qing Qian breathed a sigh of relief and smiled bitterly. Is this a warning? In the corridor, Duan Yixing followed a fat middle-aged man and walked towards the VIP room. Duan Yi raised his eyebrows silently. Does anyone really dare to have any thoughts on the territory of Lingyuan Pavilion? However, the telepathy just now was still too weak. It must have been the work of some good people who came to participate in the auction. Old Qian, if you have time, seal your auction house with runes. Don't let just any magician spy on the treasures inside. It's too expensive for you to take action. Why don't you give me a 50% discount? Qian Duodua joked with a smile. Although he is rich, he can still steal a fortune. Iron cock. Duan Yixing rolled his eyes angrily. Hey, I'm talking about old money, Duan Yixing suddenly said to the men in front of him. Have you figured out that the person in the VIP room is the gentleman I'm looking for? Boss Qian strode forward. Just don't worry. The only elixir to be auctioned tonight is the Wei Yuan Dan. If not him, who else could it be? After saying that, Boss Qian turned his head and looked at Duan Yixing with a strange expression. Old Duan, isn't it just a third-grade elixir? You can also refine it. Why are you so interested in this gentleman? In Boss Qian's impression, the leader of the 5th floor of Lingyuan Pavilion would attract tens of thousands of dollars from all parties with just one pill he produced. He also earned Duan Yixing's handling fees at the auction house, so for today's Duan Yixing is very curious because he is so active. Alas, his strength is far superior to mine. Duan Yixing said with emotion. The door of the VIP room was gently clicked, and Boss Qian took the lead in poking his head in. The adult in the VIP room was found to be admiring the art hanging on the wall with his back to the door. I'm sorry for keeping Master Luo waiting for so long. I am the owner of the auction house, Qian Duodua. Master Luo. I am Duan Yixing, the floor leader of Lingyuan Pavilion Talisman Medicine Hall. Duan Yixing also bent down and introduced him. He glanced at the black figure from the corner of his eye and thought, why can't this Master Luo do this? Showing your true face. Cheng Qian, who had his back to Qian and Duan, raised his eyebrows when he heard Duan Yixing's voice. Why did Mr. Duan follow him? Thinking of the pill recipe that Luo Chen left behind on a whim that day, he understood. Cheng Qian turned around, bowed her hands modestly to the two of them, and said in a graceful manner, hello, you two. It was a deliberately fabricated voice. Duan Yixing finally saw the mysterious Master Luo. He looked a little excited and his face was a little flushed. He took a step forward, grabbed Cheng Qian's hand, and shook it vigorously. Master Luo, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Duan Yixing, the 5th floor master of Futang. The recipe you left behind last time is so useful. Thank you so much. I have a lot of questions to ask you. Is it convenient for you now? Ouch. Cheng Qian was shaken by Duan Yixing and was a little unsteady on his feet. Senior Duan, despite his age, his strength was really strong. Master Duan, calm down. Hey, I don't dare to call myself a master in front of Master Luo. Duan Yixing waved his hands repeatedly. If you don't mind, just call me Yixing. Qian Duodua also stepped forward to separate the two. Everyone, please sit down and talk. Old Duan, you are really abnormal today. Then he said to Cheng Qian with a smile, Master Luo didn't scare you, right? My friend doesn't care about anything else when he mentions elixirs. Please take a seat. There was a smile on Cheng Qian's lips. It was really rare for an old man like Duan Yixing to be purely obsessed with alchemy and medicine. Luo Chen gave some advice at that time, and he must have taken a liking to the old gentleman. Qian Duodua looked at Cheng Qian with a smile. In his eyes, this Master Luo is simply a god of wealth who comes to the door. If Master Luo can be persuaded to provide more elixirs to the auction house, then the performance of the auction house of the Lingyuan branch of the Yari Empire will definitely surpass other points. There are several streets. Your Wei Yuan pill is one of the rare low-level but third-level pills. We will put it up for auction in the second half of today's auction. The Qingyang competition is about to begin. Once this thing is released, there must be many forces. Fight for it, you can rest assured about the price. Qian Duodua said proactively. Cheng Qian smiled and nodded. Thank you very much, Mr. Qian. I heard that you can get a warrant to enter the box at the auction house. Yes, Qian Duodua said quickly and took out a round token from his arms. Your box is in the box on the 3rd floor. I have arranged for someone to be ready. You can go at any time. Cheng Qian took the token. In addition to the logo of Lingyuan Pavilion Auction House, there was also the word on it. I wonder if anyone has specifically counted how many types of tokens there are in Lingyuan Pavilion. Cheng Qian thought to himself. Hey, Master Luo. Duan Yixing still looked very excited. Is it convenient for you today? I have several questions about alchemy that have been bothering me for a long time. Master Duan. Cheng Qian looked at Duan Yixing with a very embarrassed look. It was too laborious for him to fake his voice. If his secret was exposed while chatting with this old senior, how could he make up for it? But looking at Duan Yisheng with a burning look on his face, Qing Qian couldn't bear to refuse directly. This old man really loves the business of alchemy. I don't know what the old man's expression would be if he knew that the Weiyuan pill was just Luo Chen's proud work. At this time, Luo Chen said a few words to Qing Qian, and Qing Qian's eyes lit up. Luo Chen, you really have the demeanor of a king. Ahem, Master Duan. Qing Qian met Duan Yisheng's eager and expectant eyes. I have something else to do later, so I came to Lingyuan Pavilion today just to see each other. My apprentice will go to the box later. If you have any questions, you can ask my apprentice first, he has learned a lot from me. Ah. Duan Yisheng was stunned for a moment. Apprentice. Master Luo is so powerful and experienced, so his apprentices are not far behind. Okay. Then please tell Master Luo. In addition, may I ask the name of your apprentice? His name is Qing Qian. With a dark complexion, Qing Qian grinned. Duan Yisheng's eyes were so wide that they were about to fall off. This old man's expression was really rich. Qing Qian. The waiter respectfully pushed open the door of the auction hall, and Qing Qian, who had already taken off his black robe, was immediately surrounded by bright lights. So big. The auction area on the first floor, which can accommodate 500 seats, was like a vegetable market at this moment, bustling with people. Looking around, many people gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Qing Qian roughly guessed that these people were taking advantage of the auction not to start to socialize. Oh, this floor is too noisy. It seems better to stay in the private room. Qing Qian thought to herself and walked upstairs happily. Walking up to the second floor, it was obviously much quieter than the first floor. On the left side of the corridor were separate private rooms, which were fully equipped with sofas, tables, chairs, tea, fruit, and snacks. The auction table could be seen from the window, and the angle was very good. The private rooms on the second floor must be quite comfortable. Qing Qian took a walk around the second floor and planned to go directly to the third floor to find Senior Duan. Just as he passed the last private room, the door happened to open. Then a girl about the same age as Qing Qian appeared at the door, with the Jinan escort agency token on her waist swaying with her body. This person is Jean Lily. Ah! Brother Qian is here too. Jean Lily exclaimed in surprise, Brother Jiang called you today too. Qing Qian turned her head and saw that Lily was wearing a golden off-shoulder long dress today. Under the bright lights of the auction hall, she looked like a goddess. He collected his thoughts, stopped and asked Lily curiously, are you talking about Wan Lijiang? What kind of party is he having? Qing Qian frowned. What kind of auction place is this? Why did Wan Lijiang appear here? And from what Lily said, he even called a group of people here. Ah. Jean Lily also knew about the relationship between Qing Qian and Wan Lijiang. Now that Wan Lijiang has caused strange phenomena in the world, she doesn't know how troubled Qing Qian's brother is. Seeing that Qing Qian's expression was not very good, she carefully weighed her words and said, Brother Wan Lijiang got the Xuanzi token from Lingyuan Pavilion. He said that the auction house had reserved a box exclusively for him. Qing Qian raised his eyebrows. Does this Xuanzi token have such a big reputation? I spent a precious Weiyuan pill on my private room on the second floor. What is Wan Lijiang's status in Qingyang City now? He is the target of all parties fawning. With the quarrel between Longchang and Wanfu Escort Bureau being like this, it was difficult to guarantee that Qing Qian would not be maliciously made trouble by anyone here, so Jean Lily said with concern, Brother Qian, Wan Lijiang will be here soon, why don't you go and hide first? Qing Qian also smiled faintly after hearing this. It was rare that Jean Lily was so thoughtful, and responded, Thank you Lily for caring, but... Before the second half of the sentence came out, another voice came from the private room, Hey Lily, I told you, my brother won't be here soon, why are you in such a hurry to go out? Then, Wan Lisha, with a bandage on his arm, staggered to the door of the box. When Jean Lily saw Wan Lisha coming out, she frowned slightly. The second young master of the Wanfu family suffered a loss at the hands of Qing Qian, and he wanted to cut Qing Qian into pieces with his own hands. In addition, Wan Lijiang would come to support him soon, and it would be difficult for Qing Qian to escape unscathed today. Sure enough, when Wan Lisha saw Qing Qian standing upright at the door, the The teasing smile froze on his face, and he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Qing Qian, you bastard, how dare you come here? Qing Qian was not as panicked as Jean Lily imagined. Instead, he glanced at Wan Lisha slowly, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. Oh, Master Wan Air is in really good health. He insisted on coming here to join in the fun even though he was injured. Wan Lisha's face looked very unnatural. He had just recovered from Qing Qian's help a few days ago. He thought that since his elder brother had attracted the strange phenomena in the world, he could finally show off his power in Qingyang City without any worries. However, he did not expect that before coming to the auction to join in the fun today, he not only met Qing Qian but also suffered a loss at his hands again. The other people who had already sat in the box were all very curious about Wan Lisha's injury again. After all, who in Qingyang City would dare to provoke the Wan family now? Wan Lisha hesitated about the matter and was reluctant to tell the truth. Wan Lisha's face was gloomy. Why do you have to come to my eldest brother's territory when you can go anywhere else? He made up his mind that when his eldest brother came, he would not let Qing Qian leave easily. Qing Qian didn't care what Wan Lisha was thinking. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with this clown. He said lightly, if you have nothing else, I'll go upstairs. Wan Lisha was stunned when he heard this, then laughed. Upstairs? Did I hear you right, Qing Qian? Do you really think that you can ascend to heaven just because you have survived a disaster? Even my eldest brother can't get to the upstairs box. Who do you think you are? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself carefully? The other young people in the box heard the noise outside and came out to watch the fun. When they heard Qing Qian say that he was going to the third floor of the auction house, they all laughed at him. Is Qing Qian crazy about wanting to get rich? Who is he to have such status that he wants to go to the third floor? There was another cold and sharp voice, coming from that sissy Zhou Tianxu. Zhou Tianxu was still upset that Qing Qian easily won away so many AI yuan teng from him. He had originally planned to intercept the goods at night, but he didn't expect that the old thief Qing Xiaotian had transported all the goods to the official treasury of the city lord's mansion. No matter how powerful his Inli escort agency was, he didn't dare to make enemies with the government. He could only hold back this tone forever. He also made up his mind today to provoke Wan Lijiang in front of Wan Lijiang so that Wan Fu could make another heavy move and take good care of the Longchang escort agency. Qing Qian frowned. It was just a whim to win his AI yuan deng cars. But today it seems that Zhou Tianxu's Inli escort agency really wants to be tied to Wan Fu. Then, don't blame him for being ruthless in the future. The private room on the second floor today is only available because brother Wan Lijiang received the approval from Lingyuan Pavilion. That's right, Qing Qian's face doesn't even know where to open the door to the trial tower. It's still on the third floor. This cowhide is not afraid of breaking the sky. Qing Qian glanced at the people who had spoken out: Wanfu Escort Agency, Inli Escort Agency, Baosheng Escort Agency. He wrote them down one by one in his mind, and secretly drew a frame for these people's names. Jean Lily's face was full of regret. It was all her fault that her voice was too loud and attracted Wan Lisha to come out. Otherwise, Brother Qian would have left long ago. Now in this situation, how should she end it? Humph. Qing Qian snorted disdainfully, and then sneered at Wan Lisha provocatively. How dare you, a defeated general, be so arrogant? If I had known that when I broke your left arm just now, I should have torn your mouth apart at the same time. As soon as the words came out, the expressions of the other people present suddenly became interesting. Everyone stared at Wan Lisha with strange expressions. No wonder Wan Lisha didn't say a word just now. It turned out that he was beaten by Qing Qian again. Wan Lisha is really something. He suffered a loss at the hands of Qing Qian once and still hasn't learned his lesson. Some people have secretly given Qing Qian a thumbs up in their hearts. You dare to mess with a genius like the Wanfu family? You have guts. Some people also observed 3 seconds of silence for Qing Qian in their hearts. It is estimated that Wan Lijiang will not let Qing Qian go. You bastard. Wan Lisha's face changed when he heard this. This was equivalent to slapping him in the face in front of everyone. Qing Qian glanced at him indifferently and was angered by just one sentence. This kind of person was really not worthy of being an opponent. Then he ignored Wan Lijiang and raised his leg to go upstairs. Now that we're here, why bother leaving in such a hurry? Brother Qingqian, why don't you just come in and sit with us for a while? The voice came from the stairs. The tone was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Then I heard someone shouting, "It's Brother Jiang. Master Wan is here." Brother Jiang. Jean Lily shouted in surprise. She didn't expect Wanli Jiang to come so soon. "Brother, you are finally here." Wan Lisha greeted him with joy on his face. Qingqian heard this and looked back. As expected, he saw a 25-year-old young man who looked similar to Wan Lisha walking towards him. Today is the first time Wan Lijiang has exercised the power of Lingyuan token, and it is also the first time he has invited friends from other escort agencies to come over and have a long experience. The scene must be justified. Wan Lijiang came slowly step by step. He specially changed into a green robe when he entered, making him look handsome and steady. A green ribbon was tied around his waist, and a token with "Hail" engraved on it hung down. If Qingqian hadn't known Wan Lijiang's personality before, he would have mistakenly thought that the person in front of him was a weak scholar just by looking at his clothes. Brother Jiang. Zhou Qianqu was the first to run to Wan Lijiang. Brother Jiang must be broad-minded. If it were me, I would have told this kid to get out. Others also echoed. Wan Lijiang glanced at the bandage on Wan Lisha's body and immediately understood what was going on. There was a hint of darkness in his eyes, and he was thinking to himself, how dare you touch our blessing at this time, and let him get out so easily? It's not that easy. Qingqian stared coldly at Wan Lijiang who said this, and his brain was working rapidly. Everyone knew about the feud between Wan Fu and Long Chong. And this person invited me as if nothing had happened. It was hard to guarantee that this wasn't a Hongman banquet. I won't disturb your party. Qingqian sneered, don't try to plot anything big. It won't be good if I hear you. Wan Lijiang seemed not to hear the sarcasm. He walked straight to Qingqian and took his hand warmly. Qingqian, what are you talking about? Didn't we brothers often get together before? Qingqian was pushed, dragged, and ushered into the box. Walking into Wan Lijiang's private room, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what Wan Lijiang was up to. No one dared to say a word, and the awkward atmosphere at the gathering with Qingqian present reached its peak. Qingqian chose a comfortable seat and sat down on his own. He was not afraid of what Wan Lijiang might do. On the contrary, I felt that this man's series of actions were very ridiculous. If Wan Lijiang knew that Qingqian was the cause of the strange phenomena that day, I don't know how wonderful his expression would be. Wan Lisa, who was sitting on the sofa opposite Qingqian, stared at Qingqian fiercely, as if he wanted to ask his elder brother to teach him a lesson right now. Jean Lily sat down next to Qingqian. She was originally worried about Qingqian, but when she saw the faint smile on his lips, although she didn't understand it, she still felt a little relieved. I have to find a reason to get away quickly. Senior Duan is still waiting on the third floor. Qingqian stared at Wan Lijiang, who was busy entertaining everyone, and thought to himself. What's wrong, Brother Cheng? Are the refreshments in Lingyuan Pavilion not to your liking? Seeing that the wine and fruit plate in front of Qingqian were barely touched, Wan Lijiang came over and sat down next to him, asking with concern. Qingqian said lightly and perfunctorily, let's just do it. To be honest, he really didn't want to talk to this person. Yo. It's okay. The sharp voice of the sissy Zhou Qianqiu immediately rang in his ears. How many delicacies from the mountains and seas have we, Mr. Cheng, eaten? You can't even taste the things from Lingyuan Pavilion. Lingyuan Pavilion's auction house has the strongest financial resources, and the guests are treated to the most high-end items. However, Qingqian actually said it was okay at this time, which was really a bit jealous of Wan Lijiang. Qingqian frowned. This half-male, half-female voice sounded too uncomfortable. He glanced at the sissy coldly, and really wanted to tear that mouth off right now. When Zhou Qianqiu saw the cannibalistic look, he felt guilty and remained silent. What is this? How can I waste my precious time on people like you? Having made up his mind, Qingqian didn't want to bother with them anymore and prepared to get up and leave. Second brother, how could you let your younger brother Qingqian personally go to your side to hand you a cigarette? How ignorant. At this time, Wan Lijiang suddenly blamed his younger brother opposite him. Ching Qian was stunned. Pass me a cigarette. Where did he get any cigarettes? He looked at Wan Lisha again and was also confused at this moment. Wan Lijiang secretly winked at his brother, and Wan Lisha understood immediately. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his arms with a smile, took out a cigarette from it, and walked towards Ching Qian step by step. It is true that I was ignorant, Brother Qian. This cigarette is my apology. You must give me face. It was my fault for causing trouble several times. Everyone saw that Wan Lisha, who had always hated Ching Qian, suddenly changed his expression, and they didn't understand why until they saw the cigarette paper decorated with gold and silver threads. Ching Qian naturally also glanced at the pattern on the cigarette and his eyes turned cold. He recognized this kind of cigarette. It was called Bai Bu Yao. Anyone who has not entered the country and inhales it will be in danger of death within 10 steps. If a person in the Chuyuan realm takes a breath, he will become unconscious and make a fool of himself within 100 steps. Now, Ching Qian's cultivation is only at the first stage of the initial Yuan realm. One bite would be fine, but taking all of them, isn't it obvious that he is trying to embarrass him? Haha, it seems that Wan Lijiang has been living a very comfortable life these days. Even this kind of thing that the dandy young men from wealthy aristocratic families used to play tricks on others has been given to him by someone. What? Brother Ching Qian, you don't want to accept my apology. You really don't give me any face at all. Wan Lisha approached gradually, looking like he was waiting for a good show. With his elder brother who has entered the Yuan realm in charge, he is not afraid that this kid will be able to escape. Haha, Ching Qian felt contempt for Wan Lijiang's tricks, but he did not hesitate to mock Wan Lisha. Who do you think you are? You are a defeated general and you dare to ask me for face. Wan Lisha's face darkened. Jean Lily covered her mouth and stared at Ching Qian with wide eyes. This brother Qian's attitude was too tough. The others also looked surprised. Everyone has always known that Ching Qian is a young man who is not afraid of offending others, but now Wan Lijiangdu has become a demon that has caused strange phenomena in the world, and now right under his nose, Ching Qian dares to be so unrestrained. Brother Cheng, Wan Lijiang said calmly, Old Second also sincerely wanted to apologize to you. It's not good for you to offend him like this. Not so good. Ching Qian glanced at Wan Lijiang coldly. If someone didn't know the power of the 100 steps shake, it would be fine to talk about it. But he didn't believe that the eldest son of the Wanfu family didn't know about this thing that was specifically used to play tricks on people. Letting a person in the initial origin realm smoke one, isn't this purely wanting to kill him? Although Ching Qian is now in the first stage of the initial realm, his strength is not stronger than others because of the Canghai Xingchen Ju. Although he is confident that he will not be in any danger of death if he draws one, he knows exactly what Wan Lijiang is thinking. Jean Lily turned to look at Wan Lijiang, with a look of disappointment in her eyes. For the first time, the serious-looking young leader Wan Lijiang made her feel that he was not as perfect as she had imagined. He said this, clearly not wanting to give up the process. Brother Jiang, Brother Qian has just entered the initial stage, how can he be as powerful as you? She struggled internally for a few seconds and decided it was better to speak out her thoughts. Ching Qian didn't expect that someone would speak for him at this time, and looked at Jean Lily with gratitude. Wan Lisha was very unhappy when she saw that even a beauty like Jean Lily was willing to speak for Ching Qian. That's because you think highly of Ching Qian's ability. How about this, you can smoke as much as you can. If you feel unwell, I will immediately bring people to send you back to Longchang Escort Agency. Noisy. Ching Qian stared at Wan Lisha, who was persisting, with a stern face, and then glanced at Wan Lijiang, who was sitting on his left and looking at him with a smile in his eyes. A residual shadow flashed past Wan Lijiang's eyes, and before this favored child of heaven who had just entered the Yuan realm could react, the Wanfu token on his waist had already left his body. Wan Lijiang frowned and was about to make a rebuke, but the next scene shocked him so much that he forgot to breathe. Ching Qian picked up Wan Lijiang's token and threw it to Wan Lisha. The token was like an arrow shot from a bow, and happened to hit the Bai Bu Yao in Wan Lijiang's hand. The next second, the body of the Bai Bu Yao cigarette broke, and the tobacco inside fell down. Inside the room, you could hear a pin drop. Wan Lisha was the first to react. Looking at his hands covered with tiny pieces of tobacco, he immediately cursed, "Well, Ching Qian, you are such an ungrateful person. You really don't want to drink a toast and then drink a forfeit." As he spoke, he rushed forward and swung his still intact right arm at Qing Qian, but missed. Qing Qian turned around nimbly and sneered, "Just you." The others hadn't recovered from Qing Qian's actions. This was the 100-step shake. Who in the room didn't know how delicate and hard the gold and silver thread packaging was? Not to mention that Qing Qian didn't even care about the expensive price of the 100-step shake. He just threw the token and broke the cigarette. Was this a coincidence? Or is it that his strength is really much higher than that of ordinary people? He is still only in the initial stage, right? Wait a minute, the first origin realm. In less than 3 months, he has already recovered to the first level of the first origin realm. These past few days, Wan Lijiang's strange phenomena in the sky and earth have overshadowed everyone's limelight, and everyone almost forgot that the last time Qing Qian clashed with Wan Lijiang, he was only at the 5th stage of entry. Looking at the tobacco scattered on the ground and then at the bandage on Wan Lisha's arm, everyone began to have their own thoughts. Qing Qian glanced at Wan Lisha with disdain, then glanced at everyone around him indifferently. "I don't want to waste any more time with you. Goodbye." After saying that, Qing Qian turned around and prepared to leave. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he suddenly felt a chill on his back and seemed to hear a faint low sound of breaking wind. Qing Qian instinctively turned his body to the right. As soon as he stood firm, a ball of purple light hit the door frame on the left side of the box, and the door frame immediately turned charred. Qing Qian's face darkened. Wan Lisha actually used magic to sneak attack him. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have had to stay in bed for 3 to 5 days. Qing Qian turned around and looked at Wan Lisha with cold eyes. "It seems that I can't leave you even an arm." As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Qian appeared in front of Wan Lisha. So fast. Seeing Qing Qian's face getting bigger and bigger in front of him, Wan Lisha's heart shuddered. The slap in the afternoon was still fresh in his mind. Before everyone could react, Qing Qian grabbed Wan Lisha's still intact right arm and swung him up into the air and made him circle. Wan Lisha felt as if his arm was about to be pulled off. He felt a piercing pain and wanted to scream, but the high-speed spinning in the air made it impossible for him to make any sound. "Qing Qian, what are you doing?" Wan Lijiang shouted, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Humph." Qing Qian snorted coldly, and as soon as he loosened his grip, Wan Lisha was thrown heavily to the ground. "What? How is that possible?" Wan Lisha was lying on the ground. Not only were his 2 arms broken by Qing Qian, his body was also covered with bruises. He looked extremely miserable. It seems that the second young master of the Wan family will have to lie in bed for another 3 to 5 days, everyone thought. The one who was most frightened at this time was Zhou Tianshu. He looked at Qing Qian with some horror. If Qing Qian reached out to him, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. Wan Lisha was trying hard to support himself at this moment, leaning against the wall tremblingly. "Brother." "Qing Qian." This happened within 3 seconds and Wan Lijiang hadn't reacted yet. Or rather, he simply couldn't believe that a young boy in the initial Yuan realm had the guts to be so presumptuous in front of him. "Qing Qian. You've gone too far." Seeing his brother injured, Wan Lijiang finally spoke. He had always pretended to be graceful, but now his voice also contained a hint of threat. "How could you be so cruel? Kneel down and apologize immediately, and cut off one of your arms, otherwise." As he spoke, Wan Lijiang's aura was completely released, and a breath of the first level of the Yuan realm suddenly came out. How dare Qing Qian act so presumptuous in front of brother Jiang? He is indeed a genius who can bring about strange phenomena in heaven and earth. This aura is too powerful. I'm afraid Qing Qian, this kid, will suffer today. The other young men from the escort agency were whispering to one another. Wan Lijiang smiled proudly when he heard the whispers. He enjoyed the feeling of being respected by everyone the most. Ha ha. Qing Qian ignored Wan Lijiang's self-righteousness and glanced at the people of the same age from the escort agency who had gathered with him. You all have seen what happened today. It was Wan Lisha who attacked him first, and I fought back later. And Master Wan Fu, who has always been friendly to others, actually made such an unreasonable request, which is really damaging to Wan Fu's reputation, and even the reputation of Lingyuan Pavilion. In addition, I have to remind everyone. Wan Fu can do this to me today, and tomorrow, he can do the same to everyone present. The last sentence was so powerful that the expressions of some people in the crowd changed obviously. Different from the tense Wanlijiang box on the second floor, the dizzy box on the third floor was very quiet. Duan Yixing was sitting at the table, carefully flipping through a notebook in his hand. It contained some alchemy problems that had troubled him for a long time, and he didn't know if Qing Qian could answer them. "Ah! Why haven't you come yet?" Duan Yixing raised his head. Today's auction had already entered the second half. At this moment, there was a light knock on the door, and Gu Changfeng poked his head in. "Hey! Didn't you say you were going to meet Master Luo here? Where is he?" Gu Changfeng walked to the table with a curious look on his face. "Oh, you don't know," Duan Yixing said, putting down his notes and pouring a cup of tea for Gu Changfeng. "I haven't seen Master Luo. The one who will be here soon is his apprentice." "Disciple?" Gu Changfeng raised his eyebrows. With such an experienced talisman pharmacist as his master, his disciple shouldn't be too bad, right? Gu Changfeng had personally seen the Huiyuan pill newly produced by Duan Yixing. Its grade, fragrance and efficacy were much stronger than the previous ones. Naturally, the status of this Master Luo in his heart also rose. "Then, guess who his apprentice is?" "I don't even know who Master Luo is, so how can I guess his apprentice?" Gu Changfeng said unhappily, "You old thing, you have a lot of bad intentions." Duan Yixing smiled and shook his head, then looked at Gu Changfeng seriously. "It's the kid from the Qing family." Puff. Gu Changfeng spurted out the tea in his mouth, his eyes wide as cowbells. Qing Qian. How does he know such a powerful person?" Gu Changfeng asked. "Oh, it's hard to say." Duan Yixing smiled bitterly. "This kid is so lucky. With such a teacher, his future achievements will not be limited by the Sun Empire." "Hey, you were thinking of taking the kid as your apprentice, but you didn't expect that someone else got there first," Gu Changfeng said mockingly. When this matter was mentioned, Duan Yixing felt extremely regretful. What a pity to waste such a good life flame. "I shouldn't have been so reserved when I saw that flame. But think positively, old Gu," Duan Yixing continued. "Qing Qian has such a powerful master. Even if he can't refine your elixir, his master will definitely be able to." When Gu Changfeng heard this, his eyes lit up. "You're right." Duan Yixing looked at the delighted old man in front of him and smiled. "Your disciple is truly blessed to have a master like you." Gu Changfeng laughed and said unhappily, "You are lucky, you have eaten a lot of food given to me by my apprentice." Duan Yixing coughed awkwardly. "Ahem, these are the things of the princes and nobles, what's wrong with letting me have a taste of them?" "I heard that he will be coming soon?" Duan Yixing asked after taking a sip of tea. Gu Changfeng nodded. It seems like he was sent on some mission to go to Qingyang City. Alas, it's strange that the Lingyuan Pavilion of the Yuri Empire is not located in the imperial capital. Gu Changfeng complained. Duan Yixing didn't understand either. Of the 36 Lingyuan pavilions in the world, only the branch of their Sun Empire was located in a town next to the imperial capital. He didn't know what the pavilion master of Lingyuan Pavilion was thinking many years ago. The two of them were silent for a while. The atmosphere became quiet, but within 2 minutes, some noise was heard. "What's going on?" The two of them looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. "This is Qian Duoduo's auction house. Who dares to cause trouble on Fatty Qian's territory? Isn't that just asking for death?" At this time, an attendant from outside came in and said, "Go back to you two floor masters. I heard that there was a fight in the private room on the second floor." "Ah. This is the private room of the second young master of the Wan family. I don't know exactly what happened," the attendant continued to explain, "but Mr. Qian has already rushed to deal with it. You even dare to provoke the monster that caused the strange phenomena in the world. Who really has such courage?" Gu Changfeng shook his head. At this time, Qian Duoduo was rushing to Wanlijiang's box with a few guards. "It's really a big deal. How dare you act recklessly on my territory?" Qian Duoduo had a gloomy look on his face. In the Lingyuan Pavilion auction house, in the more than 20 years since he took charge, no one has dared to act wild on his territory. Who is so blind as to dare to provoke Wanlijiang? Qian Duoduo took the opportunity to walk past and quickly understand the situation. I heard that it was a young man from the escort agency who had an argument with the second young master of Wanfu over a few words, and then a fight broke out. The guy behind him explained. Oh. Qian Duodua nodded. On one side was an ordinary escort boy, and on the other side was a genius who had attracted the strange phenomena of heaven and earth. Given time, he would become a great man. It was clear how to judge this matter. At this time, the fluctuation of Yuanli in the Xuanzi box made the air extremely manic. Wan Lijiang clamped Cheng Qian's fist tightly with both hands. Cheng Qian clenched his teeth, and all the Yuanli in his body was drawn out. It seemed that he was having a hard time coping. But the people around him were full of admiration. Cheng Qian, this kid, could hold on to Wan Lijiang for 2 minutes just by fighting with his energy. He was indeed someone that the city lord had his eyes on. But maybe it's reached its limit. At this moment, Cheng Qian's body suddenly shook, and he staggered back a few steps. Really? Seeing this, Wan Lijiang raised a smug smile. He stood there quietly and gracefully, his eyes full of warnings and sarcasm. Cheng Qian stared at Wan Lijiang with a gloomy face, adjusting his breathing imperceptibly, his mind spinning rapidly. Relying on the unranked Zhang Haixing Chenju, he only knew that his energy was much more abundant than that of ordinary people, but he had no idea exactly. Today he had a simple Yuanli competition with Wan Lijiang. He estimated that his Yuanli should be comparable to that of the 5th stage of the initial Yuan realm. It is indeed a unique skill. He was not exhausted yet, but he didn't want to waste any more energy. He simply channeled his telekinesis to his fingertips and began to draw complicated lines under the cover of his sleeves. Please stop it, both of you. Qian Duodua strode into the room, and the bruised and battered Wanlisha and the mess on the ground immediately came into view. He frowned in dissatisfaction, then returned to his usual smiling expression. When the sissy Zhou Tianchu saw the auctioneer coming, he pointed at Cheng Qian, who was apparently at a disadvantage, and complained, "I actually alarmed Master Qian, how rude. But, this kid injured Wan Lisha in your territory, you won't just sit there and watch, right?" Qian Duodua looked at Wan Lisha, who was being helped up from his seat in a dishevel, and glanced at Cheng Qian again. This kid, he just broke through the initial stage, and he dares to cause trouble here. He doesn't even consider his own weight. Just for this kind of troublemaking boy, I have to trouble myself to do it myself. I am really angry. Qian Duodua frowned, thinking that he must teach this boy a lesson. Then, his sharp eyes immediately noticed the small movement in Cheng Qian's right sleeve. Qian Duodua was shocked. Talisman Master. He acted decisively, his signature smile reappeared on his face, and he quickly came to Cheng Qian's side and grabbed his right hand which was drawing the talisman. "Little brother, be patient." Cheng Qian had not expected that his hidden trick would be seen through by the person in charge, so he had to give up. But he looked at Qian Duodua with a hint of vigilance. Even though Lingyuan Pavilion is the person in charge of an auction, its strength cannot be underestimated. Qian Duodua gave Cheng Qian a meaningful look, then turned to Wan Lijiang and the others and said, "My dear friends, for my sake, please sit down and calm down first." In fact, as the head of Lingyuan Pavilion Auction House, there are countless people who want to curry favor with him. But Qian Duodua is famous for his ability to handle things, and he believes in the saying that you should not hit someone who smiles at you. What's more, the auction house he took over had never seen such a serious incident of injury or disturbance. If he didn't handle it properly, not only would he have a hard time explaining to Wan Lijiang, but he would also inevitably be laughed at by other branch pavilions when he went to report to the Lingyuan Pavilion at the end of the year. On one side was Wan Lijiang, a young genius who had attracted strange phenomena from heaven and earth, and on the other side was a young man who had just been discovered to be a talisman master. Qian Duodua's thoughts before entering the door began to waver. Why not take this guy out first and comfort him afterwards? Having made up his mind, Qian Duodua turned around and winked at the guards at the door. The two guards immediately nodded in understanding, and the aura of the 5th stage of the initial Yuan realm emanated from their bodies without any concealment, and they walked towards Cheng Qian. Everyone, including Cheng Qian, was shocked. It turned out that any guard in this auction house had the strength of the 5th stage of the initial origin realm. Cheng Qian's eyes flickered a little. He had already consumed a lot of energy in the previous confrontation. If he really fell into the hands of these two guys, he would probably be restricted to death. At this time, Jean Lily suddenly stood up and walked to Qian Duodua. Master Qian, Qing Qian didn't mean to cause trouble here. You should first find out what happened and then decide how to deal with it. Everyone looked at the girl, especially Qing Qian, whose eyes were full of gratitude, but also a little worried. This girl, don't let these words upset the Wan family. Wan Lisha glared at Jean Lily, and seeing how Jean Lily was supporting Qing Qian, he no longer had any sympathy for her and shouted angrily, Jean Lily, are you blind? You're still protecting him even though he beat me up like this. That's right, the sissy Zhou Tianqiu immediately chimed in, Qing Qian hurt someone, and we are all witnesses. If we don't knock off one of his legs today, this situation will not end well. I didn't plan to invite brother Qing Qian over today. But when he walked to the second floor box, he insisted that he was going to the third floor to look for someone. How could I bear to let him act in front of us and offend the distinguished guests on the third floor? Wan Lijiang had put away his confrontational stance at this time, and resumed his polite demeanor, explaining to Qian Duodua. Wait, Qing Qian. Third floor. Qian Duodua was stunned. His sharp ears caught these two key words and he couldn't help but feel something in his heart. The third floor of the auction house is not accessible to ordinary people. In addition to being rich and powerful, one must also be strong. Even a master of the fourth realm of Huayuan realm, such as the Lord of Qingyang City, may not be able to win a room on the third floor. Today, he knew all the big shots who were arranged in the third floor box, except for Master Luo, whom he was not very familiar with. Old Duan just said that Master Luo sent his disciple to discuss the method of alchemy with him, and Qing Qian secretly used talismans. Could it be that? Master Luo seemed to have mentioned his apprentice's name just now. Yes, his surname is Cheng, right? Qian Duodua's pupils shrank. Could it be that the boy in front of him was not only a talisman master, but also a disciple of Master Luo? Seeing that the two guards were about to take Qing Qian down, he quickly walked over and waved his hand to stop them. Wait. Qian Duodua stared at Qing Qian. He also knew that there was an escort agency called Longchang in Qingyang City, and he also heard that the young master of the Longchang family was quite talented. But how did this kid know someone like Master Luo? Or was it a misunderstanding? Brother Qing Qian, are you saying that you were going to the private room on the third floor today? Qian Duodua asked cautiously. Exactly. Then may I ask, which one is it? Qian Duodua continued to ask. Dizzy no. Exclamation point. Qian Duodua was shocked. Wasn't that Master Luo's private room? This kid was really Master Luo's disciple. Fortunately, I didn't let my men do it just now, otherwise I would have offended not only this kid, but also Master Luo. This is the consequence of offending two talisman pharmacists. Qian Duodua couldn't help but feel scared when he thought of this. Master Qian, why are you still talking nonsense to him? Tell the guards to break one of his legs and throw him out of Lingyuan Pavilion. Seeing that Qian Duodua was determined to take the case seriously and get to the bottom of it, Wan Lisha urged him impatiently. Second young master, please be patient. To Wan Lisha's and everyone's surprise, Qian Duodua, who was usually gentle in words, was so tough today. He was facing the younger brother of the evil genius Wan Lijiang. Was he taking the wrong medicine today? Wait a minute, what did Qian Duodua call Qing Qian just now? Mr. Cheng. It's actually Master Cheng. Can Qian, the richest man in the entire Dayu Empire, call you young master? Wan Lijiang was also stunned and stared at Qian Duodua in confusion. Qian Duodua turned his gentle demeanor towards Qing Qian again. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he didn't really do anything just now. He bowed lightly to Wan Lijiang. Master Wan, calm down. I'll have someone send you a third-grade Huayuan pill as an apology. Then he took Qing Qian's arm warmly and familiarly. Master Cheng, please come this way. We have been waiting for you in the D room on the third floor for a long time. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into dead silence, and everyone's breathing could be heard clearly. Wan Lijiang, Wan Lisha, Zhou Tianqiu, Jean Lily. Everyone thought there was something wrong with their ears. What did Qian Duodua say just now? In the dizzy room on the third floor, have you been waiting for Qing Qian for a long time? How is that possible? How could Qing Qian be worthy enough to enter the private room on the third floor? Even Bai Lianqing, the lord of Qingyang City who is in the Huiyuan realm, may not be able to win a seat in the D class. And now, the people in the D room are actually waiting for Qing Qian. Have you been waiting for a long time? There was an unusual look in everyone's eyes when they looked at Qing Qian. There are those who are envious, doubtful, and curious. Of course, there are also people like Wan Lijiang, who have fierce eyes. Wan Lijiang had only one thought at this time: if this kid is not eliminated, there will be endless troubles. Wan Lisha's face turned pale and blue at this time. Qian Duoduo's words were like a loud slap in the face. This kid actually told the truth just now. And how did I laugh at Qing Qian? Wan Lisha dodged his gaze, and when he looked at Qing Qian again, his eyes no longer had the arrogance from before, but instead were a little fearful. Jean Lily couldn't help but screamed and covered her mouth with her hands. She had always regretted calling Qing Qian at the door, causing all the trouble. She was also afraid that Qian Duoduo would take Qing Qian away without knowing the truth, but now, she didn't expect things to develop in this direction. This thorn in the eyes of the Wanfu family is really capable. Mr. Cheng, shall we leave now? Qian Duoduo asked with his head bowed. Yeah. Qing Qian nodded calmly, and under the guidance of Qian Duoduo, left the private room on the second floor. After the two left, everyone in the room remained in the same state of shock, and the room was completely silent. Bang! Wan Lijiang was the first to come back to his senses from his shock. He threw the teacup beside him and his face became extremely gloomy. No one had ever seen Wan Lijiang lose his composure like this, and they were so frightened that they dared not even breathe. Wan Lijiang stared fiercely at the direction the two people left, without looking away for a long time. He, Wan Lijiang, was the best among the younger generation in the entire Qingyang city, a genius who could attract strange phenomena from heaven and earth. Yet today, he was humiliated by a Qing Qian in his own place. If it weren't for Qing Qian, why would Qian Duoduo reject his brother's face? Why would he not take himself seriously? If Qing Qian hadn't been there, how could the young people in Qingyang City have seen Wan Lijiang lose his composure and make a fool of himself? How could he establish his prestige in Qingyang City in the future? The door of the third floor's number 1 private room was pushed open, and Qing Qian walked into the room calmly. Hello, Master Duan. Ah, the ancient senior is here too. I really didn't expect that the Lord of the Ancient Layer was tied to the Lord of the Duan Layer. Qian Duoduo also followed in, and said with a smile, this disciple of Master Luo is really extraordinary. He can hold out for 2 or 3 minutes in Wan Lijiang's hands at the first level of the initial origin realm. After Duan Yixing and Gu Changfeng heard this, they looked at each other and looked at Qing Qian with strange expressions. I didn't expect that if you and Wan Lijiang don't deal with each other, it turns out that you really have 2 brushes. Gu Changfeng pulled Qing Qian away. Please tell me honestly, how do you know Master Luo? Duan Yixing also stared at Qing Qian with burning eyes. Who is that Master Luo? Qing Qian looked at the 2 old men helplessly. Seniors, please don't worry. Only then did the 2 of them realize that they were a little excited and sat down awkwardly. Qian Duoduo on the side did not forget to joke. Oh, look at the leader of Lingyuan Pavilion who is admired so much by outsiders, he is so virtuous. Qing Qian sat down and said to the others seriously, Seniors, my master is traveling around the 9 states. It is inconvenient to disclose his identity. Please understand, seniors. Duan Yixing was a little disappointed, but he also understood that some powerful talisman pharmacists had very bad tempers, so he nodded. Okay, then we won't ask. Master Duan, Qing Qian said with a smile in his eyes, my master asked if the recipe for Hui Yuan Dan is useful. Ouch. Duan Yixing took out a small box from his arms as soon as he heard this. He opened the lid of the wooden box, and the smell of elixir immediately filled the whole room. Qing Qian picked up the Hui Yuan Dan, and her eyes lit up. It was indeed a 3rd-grade pill. Looking at its shape, color, and smelling its medicinal fragrance, although it was not as good as the ones Luo Chen had made for his sister, it was still a top-notch product. After all, it was not easy to refine a low-grade pill into a 2nd-grade one. In the sea of consciousness, Luo Chen also nodded. Hey, old Duan, you took out the Yuandan just in time. Qian Duoduo walked forward with a smile and took the pill from Qing Qian's hand. Just now, in order to help you invite Master Luo's disciples over, I promised to give Wan Lisha a pill as compensation. This debt is just right for you. You old thing. Duan Yixing stamped his feet angrily. Qing Qian also felt that it was a waste to give such a good pill to Wan Lisha. But he did not continue to pester her. Master Duan, do you have any questions about alchemy? Oh, right. Duan Yixing immediately opened his notebook. The first question is. Gu Changfeng and Qian Duodua looked at the old men and the young men who were very focused, and quietly left the box. On the auction stage, the 50-year-old auctioneer held up the last item of the day. It was a wooden box decorated with beautiful hollow patterns. Inside the box, a green pill lay quietly. The rich aroma of the pill caused a commotion among the people at the auction table. Duan Yixing and Qing Qian also noticed the difference in the atmosphere, and they looked towards the auctioneer. Everyone, this is the last item for auction today. It is a rare low-level third-grade medicinal pill. The auctioneer paused, deliberately giving the audience time to react. It seems that he really knows how to control the rhythm of the auction. It's actually a low-level third-grade one. I don't know what kind of elixir it is. The auctioneer looked around at the crowd and continued, this is a Wei Yuan Dan. It is specially designed for cultivators below the Wei Yuan realm, and can directly improve their cultivation by 1 level. And this one is a third-grade Wei Yuan Dan. After being certified by Fu Yao Tang, it is confirmed that this pill can at least improve 1 level of strength. As for how much it is, everyone has to verify it for themselves. It's actually Wei Yuan Dan. Our Wang family has decided. Everyone's eyes were shining. Everyone knew that the Qingyang competition would be held the day after tomorrow. If the younger generation at home who were not good enough in cultivation could break through to the initial Yuan realm because of this pill, then it would be worth spending 100,000 or 80,000 gold coins. Qing Qian was also very satisfied with everyone's reactions at the auction. He began to look forward to who would own the Wei Yuan Dan produced by Miss Luo Chen and what good price it would fetch. In his sea of consciousness, Luo Chen snorted, if it's less than 100,000, I will never help you make pills again. Hey miss, please don't do that. Qing Qian secretly groaned. What does 100,000 gold coins mean? It's not even enough for his Longchang escort agency's entire year's income. Duan Yixing narrowed his eyes and smiled, I bet that the transaction price of this Wei Yuan Dan will not be less than 100,000. Really? Qing Qian's eyes lit up. To be honest, he was a little worried that this group of people didn't know what was good and would annoy Luo Chen. How much effort would he have to put in to win him back? Haha, this pill is not only of high quality, but also appears at the perfect time. Duan Yixing explained with a smile, the Qingyang competition will be held the day after tomorrow. As far as I know, there are many children from wealthy families who have not yet reached the threshold of the initial origin realm, so they will definitely spend a lot of money to buy this pill. After listening to this, Qing Qian nodded in agreement. On the auction stage, the 50-year-old auctioneer looked at the excitement and said, the Qingyang competition is coming soon. There is only one Wei Yuan pill. The starting price is 50,000 gold coins. Each increase in price must not be less than 2,000 gold coins. There was a sigh in the auction room, and some people who were still ready to take the plunge fell silent. In the past, the starting price of the pills at the Lingyuan Pavilion auction rarely exceeded 20,000 gold coins, but today, the Wei Yuan pill attracted a lot of attention from the very beginning of the auction. 55,000. After only 5 seconds of silence, someone started to make an offer. The first price increase was an additional 5,000 gold coins. 58,000. 60,000. 65,000. 70,000. Competition became more and more intense, and fewer people were bidding at the auction. Qing Qian carefully observed that few people in the second and third floor boxes raised their placards to bid. It was probably because these people were either not from Qingyang City and did not have an urgent need for the Wei Yuan Dan, or they were all wealthy families who did not need this kind of elixir that could only be used at the pre-entry level. At the auction table, a middle-aged man with a broad face finally slowly opened his narrowed eyes. He exhaled lightly and raised the sign in his hand, 80,000. The whole place was silent. Who is it? You actually added 10,000 directly. Everyone was whispering, and Qing Qian also looked at the man who was bidding. He was stunned. Isn't this Jin Sanchuan, the boss of Jin and Escort Agency? Is this Uncle Sanchuan trying to buy it for Lily? Qing Qian pondered. Thinking back to when he saw Jean Lily just now, he really didn't pay special attention to Lily's cultivation level. If Uncle Sanchuan was determined to make an offer, then Lily might also have a 9th level cultivation level. The auctioneer's eyes lit up, and he knew that this pill would sell for a good price. This gentleman bids 80,000. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Qing Qian smiled bitterly. If Uncle Sanchuan bought the pills, it would probably put a lot of pressure on his escort agency. He really didn't want to see Jean and escort agency like this. 80,000 once, 80,000 twice, 80,000. Just as the auctioneer was about to pry down the hammer, another calm voice sounded, 90,000. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this person. Qing Qian saw that it was Wan Wuxing, the owner of Wanfu Escort Agency. He frowned. How could this old man be so bold? Jin Sanchuan of Jinan Escort Agency was also stunned. He didn't expect that after he raised the amount to 80,000 gold coins, someone would follow suit. He glared at Wan Wuxing and said, Manager Wan, your eldest young master can participate in the Qingyang competition without this medicine. Why bother to compete with me? God knows how determined he was when he called out the price of 80,000 just now. Haha, Wan Wuxing stroked his sparse beard. Old Jean, don't blame me for taking action. I have a disappointing second son at home. It turned out to be bought for Wan Lisha. Qing Qian snorted disdainfully, buying this thing for Wan Lisha was really a waste of talent. Your Lily is a girl. She should just stay at home quietly. Why does she have to come out and fight? Wan Wuxing advised with good intentions, but his words hid his sense of superiority as having 2 sons. Jin Sanchuan's face was gloomy, and he ignored Wan Wuxing. He hesitated for a few seconds, gritted his teeth and raised the sign again, 95,000. 95,000. This gentleman has raised the price again. Are there any other gentlemen who want to bid? The auctioneer exclaimed, there is only one Wei Yuan pill. The Qingyang competition is held once every 3 years. This is the competition to see if you can become famous and gain the attention of the big powers. The auctioneer then added fuel to the fire. Duan Yixing laughed and said, this old man is really good at playing psychological tactics. Just wait and see, that person will definitely follow up. The person Duan Yixing was talking about was Wan Wuxing. Qing Qian also nodded. He hoped that Wan Wuxing would buy the pill. In this way, he could not only earn a fortune from Wanfu but also defeat Wan Lisha legitimately in the competition. Wan Lisha stared at Jin Sanchuan fiercely. I don't even know how powerful your Jin and Escort Agency is. You actually want to compete with our Wanfu? After that, he raised the sign, gritted his teeth and quoted a price, 100,000. Jin Samsoon was instantly deflated. He sighed and realized that he really couldn't afford the price of 100,000. The lid of the Wei Yuan den was put back on. Wan Wanxing looked at the spoils with pride. Now both of my sons can stand out in the competition. Qing Qian's face was gloomy, and he whispered, old man, you personally handed your son to me. Duan Yixing was also startled by Qing Qian's gloomy and slightly cold voice. Xiao Qian, you better be careful. Your master is not around and he can't always keep you safe. If you anger Wan Lijiang and those big forces who curry favor with him, Longchang Escort Agency won't be able to withstand it. Qing Qian's eyes flickered. I understand, Senior Duan. These caring words from the old senior made Qing Qian feel warm in his heart. Before Duan Yixing and Qing Qian parted ways, he specially left Qing Qian a key to the alchemy furnace in Futang, and told her, when your master comes back, you can use the furnace anytime you want, and you can too. You can always come to me if you have any questions. Qing Qian thanked him quickly, thinking that the old senior was really thoughtful. The next day, Qing Qian sneaked into the alchemy room. Compared with the room he used last time, this room was obviously of higher standard. In the center of the room stood a black alchemy furnace, with cloud patterns inlaid with gold around the furnace. If you looked closely at the bottom of the furnace, you could see a faint golden color. This furnace is good, but it's a little too big. Luo Chen took a look at the alchemy furnace and commented, this is probably the best furnace in their Futang. This old man knows how to behave. Ching Qian chuckled at the side, isn't this just for Master Luo's sake? Humph, he's lucky to get my guidance. Luo Chen chuckled and asked, isn't the competition tomorrow? Why are you here? You haven't practiced properly since you broke through the Chuyuan realm. Luo Chen frowned. This was not a good habit. How could he relax as soon as he made progress? The path of cultivation was endless. Ching Qian shyly took out a bunch of herbs from his arms. Yesterday, Senior Duan gave me an introductory book on talisman pharmacists. I saw there is a Wei Yuan liquid here. The production method is relatively simple, and it is also helpful for the cultivation of the Wei Yuan realm. Hearing this, Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and said teasingly, oh, are you still thinking about the girl from Jinan Escort Agency? The blue flames rolled in Ching Qian's palm. Ching Qian used all his mental power to control the flames. This was his first time to make an elixir. It couldn't be called making an elixir, this time he was just extracting the essence of the medicinal materials. A green grass was thrown into the flame. Luo Chen said that this level of operation did not require an alchemy furnace. A layer of sweat appeared on Ching Qian's forehead. Extracting medicinal materials is more tiring than being a good cook. Luo Chen rolled his eyes at him unhappily. Can there be a talisman pharmacist among 10,000 cooks? In the evening, when Ching Qian returned home, Jean Lily happened to be chatting in Ching Cheng's room. Ching Qian walked in and greeted them warmly, but I haven't seen Lily here for a long time. Why are you so free today? Brother, don't mention this. Lily is worried. Cheng Cheng persuaded with a smile. Lily looked dejected. Tomorrow is the big competition. I am still at the peak of the 9th stage, just a little short. There is no way I can catch up with the evaluation tomorrow. As Lily spoke, she looked at Ching Qian with suspicion. Brother Qian, you really scared me yesterday. How could you be so impulsive facing Wanli Jiang? All thanks to that Master Luo. Oh, by the way, who is he? Brother Qian actually knows this person that even Master Qian treats with respect. Jean Lily looked curious. Ching Qian smiled and said, thank you Lily for speaking up for me yesterday. As for the question about Master Luo, he might as well remain silent instead of explaining. He turned around and poured a cup of tea, and secretly poured 3 drops of crystal clear green liquid into the cup. It was the Wei Yuan liquid that he had spent a whole day to refine. Miss Luo, are you sure that there will be no danger for Lily after drinking this stuff? Cheng Qian asked nervously. This Wei Yuan liquid was the first time he made something by himself. Although he worked hard for a whole day, he was still nervous about giving it to others. In his sea of consciousness, Luo Chen rolled his eyes at him and said, this thing, even if something goes wrong, it won't kill anyone, just take it. Ah, this. Ching Qian hesitated for a few seconds before passing the teacup to Lily. Lily took the teacup and thanked her, and then said, I heard that the Wanfu Escort Agency has been investigating for a whole day today to find out who is in the private room on the 3rd floor. Hearing this, Ching Qian became alert, but remained calm on the surface. What, did they find out anything? Lily smiled and said, this Wanfu Escort Bureau has just risen, and Wan Lijiang's hand can't reach into Lingyuan Pavilion yet. If he can find out 1, 2, 3, then all these years of being the boss of Qian will be in vain. Ching Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking about it, with Qian Duoduo's sophistication and tact in dealing with things, why would he take the risk to offend a mysterious talisman pharmacist who doesn't know the details? Lily, don't think about whether you have something or not, Ching Qian said with a smile, if you have this time, you might as well practice hard. Maybe when you wake up tomorrow morning, you will break through to the primary realm. Jean Lily stuck out her tongue at Ching Qian. How many people are as gifted as Brother Qian? Well, it's getting late, I should go back too. Sister, please sit for a while. I'll go see Lily off. Ching Qian patted his sister's shoulder and said. Good. The Qingyang competition is held every 3 years, and each session will attract the attention of the entire Qingyang city and even the Sun Empire. The young people who are eligible to participate in the Qingyang competition are all talented and above average. Young people who stand out in the competition can not only receive rich rewards from Qingyang City, but also be favored by some sects and families. From then on, they can enjoy the resources on the road of cultivation. Today, the wide square in the center of Qingyang City was crowded with young people. Outside, there were parents cheering for their children and elderly people running to watch the fun. City Lord Bai Lianqing appeared on the high platform in the center of the square under the warm gaze of everyone. Behind him were two old men, one black and one white, who were well known to everyone in Qingyang City. Not far in front of Bilian City, there are 5 3-meter-long stone pillars with the words Qingyang written on them. Bai Lianqing looked around at the crowd, coughed slightly, and the noisy square suddenly became quiet. Young talents, Bai Lianqing said, the Qingyang competition is a grand event held every 3 years in Qingyang City. I don't need to elaborate on the benefits of rising to the top. The prize for the first place this year is a piece of Lingyuan Pavilion, an elixir and a magic formula. The young people below immediately became excited after hearing this. I heard that the spells in the collection hall even have levels up to the earth level. There are also pills. There are pills that make you go up to a certain level after you take them. Bai Lianqing smiled slightly. This was the prize he had spent a lot of money to secure. Seeing that everyone was excited, he felt relieved. The Qingyang competition has 3 rounds in total. Let's start with the first round, the qualification test. Those under the age of 25 and above the initial Yuan realm will be qualified. After Bai Lianqing finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 5 guards dressed in Qingyang City official uniforms immediately walked out from the 5 stone pillars. Several people held a roster in their hands and began to read out the names in order. Young people whose names were called walked towards the stone pillars one after another. The first stage of the Qingyang competition officially began. The 5 young men who were called followed the instructions of the guards and injected a trace of energy into the stone pillar. The stone pillar glowed with a faint white light, and then the ages and cultivation levels of several young men appeared in the void one by one. 19 years old, first level of the initial origin realm. Passed. 25 years old, 5th stage of the initial origin realm. Passed. 26 years old, 5th stage of the initial origin realm. Eliminated. Qing Qian looked at the 5 shining stone pillars with curiosity. This thing is so magical. Liao Qianqian on the side said with a smile, these 5 stone pillars were bought at a high price by Qingyang City. As long as a trace of energy is injected into them, their weight will be clearly seen. There is no way they can be faked at all. Qing Qian was amazed and suddenly became curious. If Luo Chen injected a bit of energy into it, he wondered what the stone pillar would show. In his sea of consciousness, Luo Chen rolled his eyes at Qing Qian and said, if I move my fingers, this stone pillar will break into powder. Do you want to see it? This is so strong. Qing Qian's jaw dropped. Because the quality of my energy is too good, how can such a crudely made stone pillar bear my grace? Luo Chen chuckled, but of course, strong strength is also one aspect. Qing Qian felt that sometimes she would get so angry that she would get sick, so she quietly withdrew from her sea of consciousness. The test continued, and the square was no longer as crowded as it was at the beginning. Bai Lianqing, who was sitting on the platform, also looked a little tired. After all, it was really a torture for such a middle-aged man to sit here for a whole day. At this time, there was a commotion in the crowd. Bai Lianqing frowned and looked over, and found that it was Wan Lijiang who came on stage. He immediately perked up. Behind him, the black-clad man surnamed he saw this and laughed. This second young master of Wanfu is probably the definite first-place winner of this year's competition. Lao Bai on the side also narrowed his eyes slightly, and rarely agreed with Lao He's opinion. Bai Lianqing remained silent upon hearing this, and looked with complicated eyes at Wan Lijiang who had already injected his energy into the stone pillar. It is true that Wan Lijiang is a genius, but it is also because he has attracted strange phenomena from heaven and earth that some unidentified people have recently begun to enter Qingyang City. That Master Luo, and the royal family of the Day Empire who were rumored to be on the way, and all sorts of other people. Bai Lianqing felt a headache when he thought of these gods with important backgrounds. He hoped that these guys would not cause any trouble in the territory of Qingyang City. A faint white light enveloped the stone pillar in front of Wan Lijiang. The stone pillar made a slight ding sound, and then the words 25 years old, entering the first level of Yuan realm. Passed, appeared in the air. The whole audience was in an uproar. This is truly a genius. This is the highest level of cultivation in the entire venue. All things grow in the home, it's really the good deeds of our ancestors. Wan Lijiang on the stage heard the whispers from below and smiled slightly. In front of everyone, he was still the respected young leader. He nodded slightly in the direction of the city lord and then walked off the stage. The city lord looked at Wan Lijiang's back and thought to himself, it would be better if this child had a brighter heart. Off stage, Qing Qian curled her lips in disdain. Look at how cocky he is, he really deserves a beating. After hearing this, Liao Qianqian punched Qing Qian on the head and said, we're not at home, keep your voice down. Wan Lijiang glanced in Qing Qian's direction and met her gaze. He stretched out a finger, wiped his neck, and walked away with a grim look. Qing Qian looked at Wan Lijiang with a gloomy face. Liao Qianqian also looked worried. The feud has been established. At worst, I can just give up if I meet him next time. If I can't afford to offend him, I can just avoid him. Qing Qian pretended to be relaxed and laughed. Sister Qianqian, this is not your style. Liao Qianqian rolled her eyes at him unhappily. Boy, no matter what sect or elixir you have, they are not as important as your life. A guard on the stage called out Liao Qianqian's name. Qing Qian smiled and said, don't worry, Sister Qianqian. I know what I am doing. Go up now. Walking towards the stone pillar with Liao Qianqian was Jean Lily from the Jinan Escort Agency. Qing Qian stared at Jean Lily anxiously. To be honest, there was no doubt that Liao Qianqian could pass the test. But Jean Lily, I wonder if she would be able to break through to the Chuyuan realm after drinking the cup of tea with the Weiyuan pill added. Jean Lily stood in front of a stone pillar. She took a deep breath, stretched out her right palm and gently placed it on the stone pillar. She closed her eyes and concentrated. Her energy quietly entered the stone pillar, and a few words gradually emerged in the void. Qing Qian stared at the words that had become clearer. 16 years old, first level of the initial Yuan realm. Passed. He heaved a sigh of relief and silently said, fortunately, no one was killed. Luo Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly. Can something refined under my guidance cause death? Jean Lily also stared at the word passed in a daze, unable to believe that this was true. Liao Qianqian, who was standing by, walked off the stage holding Jean Lily's hand, and said with envy, hey, Lily has reached the initial stage at the age of 16. I can't compare to her. Jean Lily turned her head and said, Sister Qianqian, what are you talking about? And there was already a commotion among the crowd. This is the youngest person who has been shortlisted so far. She seems to be from the Jinan Escort Agency. I didn't expect this girl to be so talented. Jean Lily's face turned red when she heard these compliments. She followed Liao Qianqian to Qing Qian and whispered, Brother Qian, you really got it right. Qing Qian chuckled, that's because our Lily is capable. When Jean Lily heard the words, our Lily, her face turned even redder with embarrassment. There were not many people left in the square. Qing Qian was at the end of the test. A guard next to the stone pillar held the roster in his hand and read loudly, Qing Qian. Upon hearing this, Qing Qian waved to the two girls next to him, it's my turn. Wait for me to come down and we'll go back together. Qing Qian walked to the edge of the stage, jumped up, and landed steadily in the center of the stage. Bai Lianqing looked at the figure of the young man, this kid from the Qing family, just by this jump, it can be seen that he is very powerful. No matter how extraordinary you are, you will be defeated by Wan Lijiang, Lao he commented. Qing Qian naturally didn't know how those people on the stage would evaluate him. He walked to the side of the stone pillar and injected a ray of energy into it as well. The stone pillar made a buzzing sound, but did not immediately display the result. Instead, it shook slightly in place. Qing Qian stared at the stone pillar with wide eyes, and cold sweat broke out in his heart. Brother, you have been working for a whole day, don't let me be the one who makes the difference. Hurry up and display the result. Bai Lianqing also noticed that the stone pillar was a little slow to react. He frowned and asked, what's going on? Is the stone pillar broken? How much does a stone pillar cost? He would be really sad if it was broken. After shaking slightly, the stone pillar finally stabilized and slowly displayed the words 16 years old, second stage of initial Yuan realm. Passed, in the air. Qing Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Bai Lianqing on the stage also breathed a sigh of relief. Second stage. When did this kid become a second stage? In the audience, Liao Qianqian covered her mouth and exclaimed. Jean Lily also looked at Qing Qian in disbelief. She thought that she had broken through the Chu Yuan realm and was at least on the same starting line as Qing Qian, but she didn't expect that Qing Qian had taken another step forward. A trace of loneliness flashed across her smart and beautiful eyes. Other people around who were watching the fun also started talking. This Qing Qian is truly a genius. He has recovered to his previous level in just 3 months. What a pity. If it weren't for Wan Lijiang, he would definitely be the leader of Qingyang City. It doesn't matter. How old is Qing Qian this year? He is 9 years younger than Wan Lijiang. Qing Qian scratched his head. He had never thought that the breakthrough to the second stage would be so quick. After all, it had only been about a week since he entered the initial stage. Luo Chen could only give the following explanation for this speed. Maybe it was because I made the first time to refine medicine yesterday, and I used my mental power more frequently, which led to the breakthrough. After saying this, she was not so sure anymore, and secretly envied this devilish speed of cultivation. Bai Lianqing looked at Qing Qian's back, thinking. Wan Lijiang and Qing Qian were both gifted teenagers. Any place that could produce such a genius would have a bright future. And their Qingyang City had produced two. But Bai Lianqing shook his head. These two geniuses couldn't tolerate each other. In the end, only one of them could stay. What a pity. On the roof of Lingyuan Pavilion, Duan Yisheng and Gu Changfeng fought side by side. This kid, was he still at the first level of cultivation when we met the day before yesterday? Gu Changfeng couldn't believe the words displayed on the stone pillar. He is worthy of being the disciple chosen by Master Luo. His talent is really terrifying. Duan Yisheng did not worry about Qing Qian's training speed. He stared at the stone pillar with burning eyes. The quality of his energy is really too high. Oh. Gu Changfeng raised his eyebrows. You can see this. Duan Yisheng pointed at the stone pillar and said, I don't know if you saw it just now, but the stone pillar was shaking because it couldn't withstand the invasion of that kind of energy. If Qing Qian's cultivation level was higher, Bai Lianqing would have to spend a lot of money to buy a new one. Gu Changfeng listened and stared at Qing Qian, who was about to leave in the crowd with a complicated look. Duan Yisheng retracted his gaze. Do you remember what Pavilion Master Yan said yesterday? Lingyuan Academy has sent someone over. Gu Changfeng followed up on his words and said, it's for Wan Lijiang. As long as he gets first place, Lingyuan College will probably directly invite him to enroll. Haha, Duan Yisheng laughed and shook his head, his eyes flashing with a sharpness. Do you still think that the strange phenomenon on Earth was caused by Wan Lijiang? What did you say? The day's test finally came to an end. A guard handed Bai Lianqing a booklet and said, Lord City Lord, there are a total of 342 qualified candidates. Bai Lianqing took the booklet and flipped through it casually. He stood up and looked around at the contestants present. Everyone, the first stage of the test has ended. Congratulations to the 342 qualified contestants who have entered the next stage. This year's second stage is different from previous years. Wait a minute, Lord City Lord. A young man interrupted Bai Lianqing's speech. Everyone turned their eyes to the men who stepped forward. Qing Qian also frowned and looked over. He recognized the man. He was a young man in his 20s, wearing a Baozheng escort token on his waist. He was the young master of Baozheng, and his name seemed to be Baopeng. He was also present at the auction that day. What's the matter? Bai Lianqing asked dissatisfiedly. As a city lord, he was interrupted by a little boy when he was speaking in public. This was very rude. Lord City Lord. Baopeng bowed his hands in apology, and then said, I think that cultivation cannot represent personal strength. Some people who have not reached the Chu Yuan realm can also compete with the Chu Yuan realm. Oh. Then what do you want to do? Bai Lianqing asked in a deep voice. I hope the city lord will give those of us who failed another chance to challenge. If we can beat the qualified ones, we can also participate in the second round. Bai Lianqing thought about it and found nothing wrong. Okay, I'll do as you say. All those who failed can choose a qualified person as their opponent, and whoever wins will enter the next stage. Lord City Lord, Don't forget that Bai Ruo has just broken through the initial Yuan realm. Lao Bai advised from behind. Bai Lianqing smiled slightly and said, let's speak with strength. The square began to whisper again, some in favor and some against. Qing Qian glanced at Wan Lisha beside Bao Peng, then looked at Jean Lily beside him, and immediately understood what was going on. Jean Lily was the youngest contestant in the entire competition, so naturally some people had their eyes on her. She also frowned and was a little worried. She didn't expect that such a thing would happen after passing the test. Qing Qian looked coldly at the people from Wanfu Escort Agency, Yinli Escort Agency and Baosheng Escort Agency. Oh, Wanlisha was not satisfied with successfully passing the test after breaking through the Qiyuan realm with the Weiyuan pill, and he had to think of ways to embarrass Jean Lily. Was he pointing the finger at Lily because he didn't have the confidence to embarrass me? Having made up his mind, Qing Qian also said loudly, Lord City Lord, I think this is feasible. But there should be some restrictions. Jean Lily is the youngest contestant shortlisted this year. She is extremely talented and should be protected in the challenge. Brother Qian. Xiao Qian. Liao Qianqian and Jean Lily looked at Qing Qian in surprise. They didn't expect that he would come forward to protect Jean Lily at this time. Bai Ruo, who was standing on the other side of the square, looked at Jean Lily with jealousy. Bai Lianqing waved his hands and said impatiently, as you say. Let's start. He sat down again. This day was too tiring. He was about to get off work but was dragged here by these guys. Bai Lianqing was unhappy but couldn't show it, so he had to sit in his seat without saying a word and with a blank expression. Bao Peng, who stood up to speak for the majority of young people who failed to be selected, was also stunned after hearing what Bai Lianqing said. Wan Lisha's goal for him to stand out was to squeeze out Jean Lily, but after Qing Qian's interference, he was at a loss. Several young people from the Yinli Escort Agency who were eager to try were also discouraged. Bao Peng looked around the square and spotted the graceful Miss Bai Ruo, and his eyes lit up. Bai Ruo also noticed his gaze and frowned slightly. Qing Qian looked at Bao Peng with disdain, master of the Baosheng family, you only want to pick a girl as your opponent, are you still a man? Bai Ruo was stunned, looking at Qing Qian in surprise. Qing Qian didn't have time to pay attention to Bai Ruo's thoughts. He approached Bao Peng step by step under the gaze of everyone, how about you choose me as your opponent? I am younger than you, and I have just entered the initial stage not long ago. Qing Qian looked at Bao Peng sincerely, looking like a completely harmless boy. Qing Qian, you. Bao Peng stammered and was unable to speak. He saw with his own eyes that Qing Qian threw Wan Lisha to the ground in such a miserable state, how could he still have the courage to challenge Qing Qian? The sounds of people teasing around him reached his ears one after another, and his face turned red. How about this, the three of you come together? Qing Qian pointed at the two guys from the Yinli Escort Agency behind him and said calmly. Several people were stunned. Wan Lisha and Zhou Tianchu looked at each other. This kid, a second stage of the Chu Yuan realm, thought he was invincible. He wanted to fight three people alone. Zhou Tianchu sneered, Qing Qian, there should be a limit to your pretense, then turned to his brothers and said, he has only been at the second stage for a few days. 3 peak 9th stage masters of the unearthed realm are attacking him together. Do you still need to be afraid of him? Put an end to his arrogance. These few words were like a shot of adrenaline, and the three of them finally felt relieved. Okay, you asked for it. Bao Peng said. Wait, Qing Qian, Zhou Tianchu stared at him gloomily, if you lose, return the AI Yuan Teng intact. Qing Qian raised his hand, scratched his ear deliberately, and said tauntingly, hey, Master Zhou, those are all trivial matters, why are you still thinking about them? You are so shameless. I am already the weaker party when outnumbered 3, yet you still want to take advantage of me. Qing Qian said pretending to be angry. Liao Qianqian was also beside him, you sissy, your mind is narrower than a woman's, and your heart is more vicious than snakes and scorpions. Liao Qianqian, shut up. Zhou Tianchu shouted. He hated being called a sissy the most. Haha, Qing Qian smiled faintly, since you still want to gamble, let's go for the big one. Qing Qian glanced at Zhou Tianchu, then at Bao Peng, if I win, the transportation contact points of Yinli and Baosheng from Qingyang City to Yari City will all belong to Longchang. Zhou Tianxu and Baopeng took a deep breath. Dao City was the capital of Dao Empire, and the escort agencies had the most business in Dao City. Cheng Qian's move was undoubtedly intended to cut off most of the financial resources of the two escort agencies. Wan Lijiang couldn't help it. He hadn't even started to encroach on other escort agencies yet, but Cheng Qian dared to take the lead. He said gloomily, "Cheng Qian, you took on so much business in one go, aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death?" Cheng Qian smiled faintly, "Don't bother with that. Stop talking nonsense. I agree on their behalf. You guys can start the competition." Bai Lianqing waved his hands on the stage with an impatient look on his face. If they continue to chat, they may not be able to get off work until dark today. After hearing this, the young men from several escort agencies had different expressions on their faces. Cheng Qian stood in the center with a calm face, surrounded by three young men who were watching him eagerly. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Haha, thanks to the city lord, this deal today is a great bargain." The three young men stared at Cheng Qian but did not dare to attack first, even though Wan Lijiang and Zhou Tianxu specifically told them before they went on stage, "Don't hold back." "Why, you guys aren't going to do anything yet?" Cheng Qian raised his eyebrows, "Then I'll do it first." After saying that, his eyes flashed, he pushed off the ground with his back feet, and suddenly rushed out. In an instant, he came to a guy from the Yinli escort agency. He wrapped his fist with crystal-clear energy and smashed it hard into the man's chest. As he moved, three men swung their fists at him from three directions. When Cheng Qian's fist was about to touch the man's chest, the attacks of the other two people behind him were also close at hand. Without thinking, Cheng Qian tapped the ground with his left foot to gain momentum and easily jumped up from the ground. While his fist hit the Yinli clerk fiercely, his Yuanli wrapped his legs and collided heavily with Baopeng and the other clerk's fists. Boom. The energy fluctuations in the air created ripples, which forced some low-level cultivators who were watching the fun to retreat step by step. Ugh. The young man who was hit first groaned. Cheng Qian's powerful energy made his fist tremble uncontrollably, and he himself retreated dozens of steps. Baopeng and the other guy didn't look much better. This. 1 against 3 and they're evenly matched. It's too fast. The faces of the onlookers were filled with horror, and Wan Lijiang also had a gloomy face. He could naturally see that the power of Cheng Qian's punch was far beyond that of people of the same level. What's more, he was also distracted by the other two people. Baopeng was also shocked. Without further ado, he immediately cast a spell. Low-level intermediate spell, Pentacle Slash. 5 white lights bloomed from his side, like 5 sharp sword lights piercing straight towards Cheng Qian. Cheng Qian hadn't turned around yet, but the telekinesis detection made him feel the danger behind him. Although this spell is only of low-level intermediate level, it is also an upper-level spell of Baozheng escort agency, so Cheng Qian does not dare to be careless. He kept drawing out his telekinesis from his body, and before anyone could notice, he was heading towards the 5 rays of light. The speed of the 5 rays of light had obviously slowed down, and Baopeng frowned. "What's going on?" Cheng Qian had already turned around at this time, and using the buffer time brought by the mental impact, he had leaned over and was half a meter away from the second Yinli clerk. He actually turned a blind eye to the curse cast by the young master of the Baozheng family. "This kid is too arrogant." Cheng Qian snorted and went straight to the second waiter. The guy's eyes widened. "Cheng Qian, don't be so petty." After saying that, a powerful force suddenly came out, and his right fist hit Cheng Qian straight. "Haha, you have good skills, then go and fight with Baopeng." Cheng Qian smiled grimly, dodged the punch lightly, grabbed the guy's shoulder with his claw-like hand, and threw him into the path where the white light must pass. Baopeng's spell just happened to fall on the defenseless waiter, who screamed, "Wow," spit out blood, and fell to the ground. This series of actions only takes 5 seconds. Everyone sighed. Cheng Qian hadn't used any spells from the beginning till now. Cheng Qian didn't give the injured guy a chance to breathe. A dagger quietly slipped from his hand. He rushed forward and put the dagger on the guy's neck. "What did you say?" The guy looked at Cheng Qian trembling all over, as if he was looking at a living devil. I give up." Cheng Qian smiled slightly. "You are sensible." Then his lips moved slightly, and he was finally going to cast the spell. The blue light gradually became obvious under his feet, and the aperture continued to spread outward. In less than an instant, Baopeng and the men who had just been punched by Qing Qian were covered in blue light. This is the spell that Lao Lu was entrusted to borrow from Lingyuan Pavilion that day, low level and high quality. Even if Luo Chen calls this level rubbish, it is enough to deal with these clowns. This is this. Baopeng looked down at his feet warily. Suddenly, his expression changed and he found that several beams of light suddenly shot out from the ground, but he was actually restrained and unable to move. The guy from Ainli Escort was hit by a blue beam of light, and his left arm felt like it was burned by flames. He endured the severe pain and hurriedly left the battlefield, just like that, defeated. As expected of Baosheng's young master, Baopeng quickly mobilized his energy to protect himself, and then used a spell to rush towards Qing Qian, hoping to interrupt this weird blue light array. Qing Qian grinned, "How can I let you interfere so easily?" After that, he outputted a strong force, and the beam of light shot towards Baopeng became more dazzling, and the power contained in it also increased a lot. At the same time, Qing Qian's mental power silently rushed towards the arrows coming towards him. Puff puff puff, Baopeng's moves were completely dissolved before they even touched Qing Qian. To outsiders, it seemed that Qing Qian did nothing at all. Bai Lianqing on the stage narrowed his eyes slightly. Others could not see it, but he had already realized that in this competition, Qing Qian used telekinesis. In other words, he had awakened his telekinesis and became a talisman master. No wonder they have the nerve to challenge Wan Lijiang. The Qing family really cannot be underestimated. Crack, the protective barrier formed by Baopeng's spell was shattered by the blue light column. His right arm was also injured, and he looked very embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and looked at Qing Qian with a gloomy face, who had a smile on his lips. "Qing Qian, don't be complacent too early." After that, a tiny needle flew out from his sleeve, and no one present noticed it. The needle naturally could not escape Qing Qian's telekinesis coverage. In Qing Qian's eyes, it was just a small thing, approaching him very slowly. He keenly felt that this thing was poisonous. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. The young master of Baosheng Escort Agency, would he do such things that are not presentable? The right hand holding the dagger saw the right moment and gently blocked it. With a crisp ding sound, the needle fell to the ground. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the ground near the needle was dyed black. Oh, he used poison. How despicable. Qing Qian's face was gloomy, and he flashed behind Baopeng. Baopeng suddenly felt a chill on his back, and then something sharp seemed to hit his throat. "If you move again, you'll be in danger of your life." Behind my ear, I heard Qing Qian's sinister voice. I give up." Baopeng's eyes were full of fear, and the coldness on his neck made his nerves tense. "Give up." Qing Qian snorted coldly, and pushed the dagger in his hand forward a little more. A drop of red blood immediately flowed from Baopeng's neck. This poison needle was stuffed into my hand by Wanlisha. It was not my intention. You have to believe me. Baopeng explained tremblingly, completely lacking the cool demeanor he had when he argued with the city lord just now. Qing Qian's eyes flickered, and he still believed Baopeng's words. After all, the boss of Baosheng Escort Agency was only at the 9th level of the Ryuan realm, and he had no confidence to provoke the Longchang Escort Agency, which was headed by a strongman in the condensation realm. Wanlisha. Qing Qian silently recited these 3 words in his heart, and had already begun to think about how to repay the second young master of the Wan family. Humph. I'll let you go today. Qing Qian put away the dagger, but cut a bloody mark on Baopeng's right arm as a warning. Fulfill your promise within 24 hours. The moment the dagger left his body, Baopeng's body softened and he collapsed to the ground. People around him whispered and laughed at him for being spineless and being frightened by Qing Qian. Qing Qian's lips curled up into a smile, feeling the new energy flowing into his body. The Songhai Xing Chenju kept running, refining the energy one by one. I will use Baopeng's energy to compensate for his crime of attacking me by surprise. Did Qing Qian win? I didn't expect that the strength of the second stage of the initial origin realm is not fake at all. Ainli and Baosheng are going to be in trouble this time. Zhou Qianchu spat, looked at Qing Qian with a grim look, and then glanced at his servants. Useless thing. He once again caused the Ainli Escort Agency to suffer heavy losses because of a bet. How could he swallow this anger? The faces of the two brothers Wan Lijiang and Wan Lisha were also very unhappy. Everyone knew that they were in the prime of their careers and were thinking about eroding several other escort agencies in Qingyang City recently, but they didn't expect that Qing Qian would get there first. Brother! Wan Lisha shouted angrily. Wan Lijiang glanced at his brother beside him calmly, then looked at Zhou Tianqiu and Baopeng. Don't bother with Qing Qian. Just put it off until my competition is over. His idea was that after the Qingyang competition was over, he would naturally become the first place, and he would have the influence and appeal to wipe out the Longchang escort agency. At that time, Baozheng and Yinli would be directly owned by Wanfu, so why let Longchang transfer in the middle? Qing Qian returned to Liao Qianqian and Jean Lili and listened to every word Wan Lijiang said. He laughed in his heart. Want to default on your debt? You wish. On the stage, Bai Lianqing and two old men, one in black and one in white, looked at Qing Qian with complicated eyes. This kid from the Qing family will definitely have a bright future. Bai Lianqing was silent for a long time before he spoke slowly. Lao He also nodded. In less than half an incense stick, he defeated 3 people. Although he is a little stronger, his quick reaction and ruthless attack are worthy of being an experienced young escort. Bai Lianqing nodded, stood up and looked around at the young men and women in the audience. Anyone else wants to challenge? The whole audience was silent. In that case, I declare the first phase of the test officially over. The day after tomorrow, those who have passed the test please come to the square at 5 a.m., and the secret realm will be opened at that time. Everyone, go home now. Secret realm. Qing Qian raised his eyebrows, turned around and asked Liao Qianqian, Sister Qian, have you heard of this secret realm? Liao Qianqian tilted her head and thought for a while. This thing seems to only exist in some big forces or big cities. I heard that when you use your energy to open a magic circle, everyone will enter a special space. Usually, that secret space is a forest. If you die in a secret space, you are really dead, so it is quite dangerous. Haha, that's quite interesting. Qing Qian's eyes lit up. He hadn't been out on a dart mission for 3 months, and his whole body felt itchy if he didn't move his muscles. This secret realm was a perfect opportunity for him to practice his skills. At this time, a guard ran up in a hurry and whispered something into Bai Lianqing's ear. Bai Lianqing's face changed slightly. They are here. Where are they? Then he hurriedly got up and left the square. Qing Qian looked at the city lord who was leaving in a hurry with curiosity. Oh. Is this some big shot coming? Longchang Escort Agency. Cheng Xiaotian, Mr. Liao Sang, Ding Wen and other important figures of the escort agency were sitting in the lobby, discussing Qing Qian's gambling game in the competition today. Qing Xiaotian looked at Qing Qian and shook his head. You kid, you made such a big noise as soon as you went out. Qing Qian drank a bowl of tea without any concern. Dad, what are you afraid of? We're going to have to fight to the death sooner or later anyway, so why don't we strike first? Strike first to gain the upper hand. Qing Xiaotian snorted coldly. We are short of manpower. Even if we seize all the contact points of the two families, we don't have enough manpower to take over. In the end, won't Wanfu still make a fool of himself and take advantage of the situation? Qing Qian was stunned. He had never thought about this question. Mr. Liao thought for a while and said, how about we recruit some more people? Ding Wen shook his head. Let's not talk about whether we can recruit him or not. I think even if we can recruit him, he may not be reliable. Ching looked at everyone with sad faces and sighed. It would be great if Baozheng could willingly submit to our family. Haha, Chenger is daydreaming again. Cheng Xiaotian laughed. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Qing Qian's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. Baozheng Escort Agency. Bao Tingyun, the head of Baozheng, sat on a chair with a sad face. Longchang Escort Agency required to take over all contact points 24 hours a day, and Wanfu Escort Agency just sent someone to tell Baozheng to keep everything as it is. This is really putting our Baozheng on the spot. Bao Tingyun sighed. Originally, his Baozheng Escort Agency was just a mid-level escort agency of similar size to the Jinan Escort Agency. It was only recently that Wanli River attracted strange phenomena in the world that he began to show goodwill to Wanfu. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen in just a few days. Bao Peng, who was sitting on the opposite chair, looked ashamed. I'm sorry, father, I was careless. Bao Tingyun waved his hand. Qing Qian is not a good person to begin with. When I decided to join Wanfu, I should have expected such a situation. Father, what should we do then? Bao Peng asked. Bao Tingyun looked at his son, whose cultivation had fallen to the third stage of the Wei Yuan realm, and sighed, alas, I haven't thought it through yet. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew in through the open door, and the door closed with a crash. Bao Tingyun's face changed. He stood up and shouted, Who? A deep voice sounded behind him, Uncle Bao, long time no see. Bao Tingyun felt a chill down his spine. Someone actually broke into his house as if it was an empty space in front of him, a sorcerer at the second level and the peak of the 9th stage of the Yuan realm. What level of powerful person was this? Bao Peng was so frightened that he fell off the chair, staring at the black figure behind his father with horror. What are you going to do? Bao Tingyun quickly mobilized the energy in his body, gathered it in the palm of his hand, turned around without saying a word and swung it towards the black shadow behind him. His speed was so fast that the air made a low sound of breaking wind. The shadow slowly raised his wrist and held the fist that was attacking him. Bao Tingyun's body could not move at all, and the energy in his hand was easily dissolved. His eyes met the man's eyes that were faintly beating with golden light, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. Uncle Bao, is this how you entertain guests in your escort agency? As he spoke, the black shadow lifted his robe, revealing a smiling young face. It was Qing Qian. Qing Qian. Qing Qian. Bao Tingyun and his father were shocked. The person who broke into their house in the middle of the night turned out to be a guy from the Longchang escort agency. But, is this really Qing Qian? I always feel like something is not right. Qing Qian ignored their thoughts, smiled slightly, and walked to the chair with a swagger. Uncle Bao, I am visiting you late at night. I wonder if I have disturbed your conversation with your father and son. Bao Tingyun's mouth twitched slightly. Didn't he understand whether he was disturbing him or not? He looked at Qing Qian warily. He couldn't even sense the aura of this kid. When did he become so strong? Well, nephew, what brings you here so late at night? I wonder what you are doing. Bao Tingyun asked with a stiff face. He didn't believe that Qing Qian, who came to show off his power to him and his father in the middle of the night, just wanted to come to his house for a simple tea. Haha, Uncle Bao should know what I mean. Qing Qian leaned back in his chair leisurely. How is the contact point of Baosheng escort agency going to be handed over? Is there a rule? Bao Tingyun's face changed. What he feared most was being asked about this. Being caught between two big escort agencies, no matter which choice he made, he would offend one of them. At this time, Qing Qian showed extraordinary strength. If he didn't give him a satisfactory answer, Bao Tingyun's life tonight might be at stake. Well, this, of course. Bao Tingyun stammered, of course, according to the bet, within 24 hours, all Baosheng's personnel will be withdrawn from the contact point. Oh. Qing Qian raised his eyebrows and looked at Bao Tingyun meaningfully. Does Master Bao really think so? Well, this is natural. Bao Tingyun didn't dare to look at Qing Qian. Bao Peng was at the side, shocked by the strength that Qing Qian had just displayed. In addition, after his defeat today, his cultivation level had plummeted for some reason. Seeing Qing Qian was like seeing a devil, and he didn't dare to breathe. Qing Qian shook his head and said slowly, but I heard that Wanfu doesn't want you to do this. Bao Tingyun was stunned. How did this kid get the news so quickly? This. Bao Tingyun hesitated for a long time and couldn't utter a word. Qing Qian waved his hand, looked at Bao Tingyun and said, Uncle Bao, I also know the difficulties of your Baosheng. I came here today to make a deal with you. Transaction. Bao Tingyun was stunned. What was the Longchang escort agency planning? Bao Peng was also confused. With the strength that Qing Qian had just shown, it would be easy for him to kill both of them. Was there any need to sit down and waste words? Boss Bao, please take a seat. Qing Qian pointed at the chair opposite and said, his tone as if he was the owner of the place. Bao Tingyun no longer cared about who was the host or not at this time, and sat down properly. Uncle Bao, everyone knows how powerful your Baosheng escort agency is in Qingyang City. It's not as good as the best, but better than the worst. Qing Qian said to himself, is Baozheng a threat to our Longchang? Yes, but it's not to the point of causing us trouble. Do you agree with what I say? Bao Tingyun lowered his head and thought, although this was a bit harsh, it was true. He sighed, this is true. Since you are caught between Longchang and Wanfu, it is better to stay out of the spotlight. TSK, what do you mean, nephew? Bao Tingyun frowned, not understanding. Haha, Qing Qian stood up and walked to Bao Tingyun. How about taking down the Baozheng signboard and all the troops joining Longchang? Bao Tingyun's face changed. This move was tantamount to cutting off his life. Qing Qian saw the change in Bao Tingyun's expression and smiled faintly. Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. All the troops of Baozheng have surrendered to Longchang. The command of this group of people is still in the hands of Bao Da. We in Longchang will not interfere easily. We just want a sign of Longchang Escort Agency branch. Once Baozheng ceases to exist, Wanfu's anger will only be directed at us in Longchang. You, Bao Da, just watch from the sidelines. Bao Tingyun's eyes flickered. Although the Baozheng Escort Agency was not a legacy passed down from his ancestors, it was also the result of his hard work for most of his life. How could he willingly give up such a big business just to avoid being caught in a dilemma? Haha, my dear nephew, you are really joking. Bao Tingyun shook his head. Let's not talk about the fact that I won't get any benefit from it. Just offending the genius Wan Lijiang is something that you in Longchang may not be able to bear. Hearing this, Qing Qian snorted, I will naturally settle Wan Lijiang's account with him in the competition. But as for the advantages of your boss Bao. Qing Qian paused deliberately and glanced at Bao Tingyun. The boss has been stuck at the peak of the 9th stage of the Ryuan realm for 6 or 7 years. Bao Tingyun twitched his lips and said nothing. This was his biggest regret. If he could break through the condensation stage, Baosheng's status would not be so mediocre. If you agree to let Baozheng Escort Agency become our Longchang branch, I can help you break through the condensation realm. Bao Tingyun's pupils shrank, and he looked at Qing Qian in disbelief. Are you serious? If he could break through the condensation realm, he, Bao Tingyun, might be able to rank among the top 10 masters in Qingyang City. Dad, don't be fooled by him. He is just a young boy, what ability can he have? Baopeng shouted at the side. He couldn't bear to see his father being fooled by this boy and handing over such a good escort company to someone else. Qing Qian glanced at Baopeng indifferently without saying anything more. With a thought, a ball of blue flame suddenly burst out from the palm of his right hand. Talisman Master. Talisman Pharmacist. On the 6th floor of Lingyuan Pavilion, a man in his 40s sat in the middle of a round table, and behind him stood a girl of about 16 or 17. The girl's long black hair, like a waterfall, was casually draped behind her head, like an elf in the forest. She lowered her eyes, and it was unknown whether she was listening carefully to everyone's conversation. Pavilion Master Yan, who was sitting next to the men, nodded slightly. We are honored to welcome Teacher Hua from Lingyuan College to our Sunrise branch today. The person next to you must be Miss Su, the head of one of the 4 major sects in the college. Hua and Su smiled and nodded in return. Instructor Hua said modestly, thank you for bothering Pavilion Master Yan. That's fine, Yan Jin waved his hand quickly. Since Teacher Hua and Miss Su are here, they must take the time to give our branch more guidance. As the two were greeting each other, a waiter came to report that the city lord Bai Lianqing had arrived. Teacher Hua, Miss Su, Pavilion Master Yan. Bai Lianqing came in exhausted and bowed to them. Under normal circumstances, the mayor of a mere city would rarely have the opportunity to meet the instructors of Lingyuan Academy. After all, the name of Lingyuan Academy is too famous in the entire Jiuzhou continent. But now, strange phenomena have occurred in the heaven and earth in his Qingyang city, and people from Lingyuan Academy have asked to see the city lord, saying that they want to ask for a favor. Bai Lianqing was a little surprised when he heard this. Lingyuan Academy was omnipotent and could call the wind and rain. What could possibly be asked of them? City Lord Bai, I heard that the young man who caused the strange phenomena in heaven and earth is the first-place winner of the first stage of the Qingyang competition. Instructor Hua asked. That's right. This person's name is Wan Lijiang. He is 25 years old this year and has reached the Yuan realm. Moreover, he passed the 10th floor of the trial tower when he was halfway into the Yuan realm. Upon hearing this, Teacher He raised his eyebrows and looked back at Sujimon. Both of them saw a little confusion in each other's eyes. Sujimon bowed gently to Bai Lianqing. City Lord Bai, does Wan Lijiang show any other special features? In Lingyuan College, it is not uncommon to reach the Yuan realm at the age of 25. Therefore, based on Bai Lianqing's statement alone, it is difficult to see why the Wanli River caused the strange phenomenon in the world. This really made Bai Lianqing feel awkward. Apart from these, he didn't know what was so special about Wan Lijiang. After thinking for a while, he continued, tomorrow is the second stage of the Qingyang competition, and we will be crossing the secret realm. I am not very good at seeing anything. How about you two watch the competition together tomorrow? Teacher He nodded. This was a good idea. After all, they had just arrived in Qingyang City and had not seen Wan Lijiang yet. Sujimon tilted her head, her eyes blinking, as if she was planning something in her mind. Sure enough, she lowered her head and whispered a few words in Teacher He's ear. After getting Teacher He's consent, Sujimon raised her head, smiled sweetly at Bai Lianqing, and said, City Lord Bai, Jimon has an unwelcome request. Oh. Miss Su, please go ahead. Yan Jin also looked at Sujimon with curiosity. Rumor has it that Sujimon, one of the 4 masters of Lingyuan College, is sweet and lovely, and has extraordinary strength, but she has a lot of weird ideas in her head, which has really caused a lot of trouble for many people. Jimon also wants to join us in the secret realm tomorrow. Is that possible? In the early morning of the day when the secret realm was opened, a big event happened in Qingyang City. On the site of Baosheng Escort Agency, several craftsmen were busy at the door, replacing the original doorplate with the sign of Longchang Escort Agency Second Branch, and all Baosheng's guys also wore the token of Longchang Escort Agency. As for Bao Tingyun, the former head of Baosheng Escort Agency, and his son Baopeng, they were nowhere to be found. Before dawn, the commotion at the entrance of the second branch office attracted a crowd of onlookers. There are always some people who don't have much ability, but always like to watch the big shots fighting each other, as a topic of conversation after dinner, as if it can also increase their own status. Is this Longchang Escort Agency really that capable? Yeah, it was originally just a contact point, but I didn't expect it to swallow up the entire escort agency. Hey, isn't that Dingwen from Longchang? Everyone followed the direction that the men pointed and saw Dingwen busying around at the sign of the second branch at the door. Dingwen instructed the accountant next to him, bring Baosheng's account books for the past 5 years to the lobby. Then he walked into the yard of the second branch. He looked around. Although the strength of Baosheng Escort Agency was not very good, this piece of land was indeed a good thing. Gardens, springs, courtyards, Bao Tingyun's aesthetics were really online. A young man walked out of one of the rooms. Brother Ding, I'm going to trouble you during this period of time. Dingwen looked at Qing Qian, who was walking towards him with a smile on his face, pointed at him and scolded him with a smile. Our eldest young master Cheng is always looking for things to do for me all day long. Although it was a reproach, his words were filled with undisguised pride. Qing Qian touched his head and smiled. I can't leave my uncle, so the father and son of the Bao family asked me to arrange for him to go to Qinghuan Gate to avoid the limelight. Brother Ding has to work hard during this period. When Uncle Bao breaks through the condensation realm, he will be in charge of this branch. Dingwen patted Qing Qian on the shoulder and said, our young master has extraordinary abilities. The day before, the whole family was still worrying about how to take over the contact point of Baosheng, but the next day, Bao Tingyun sent a message saying that he was willing to bring all his men to Longchang Escort Agency, which shocked Qing Xiaotian and his men. Qing Qian looked calm and composed, so everyone naturally understood that the trick must be related to him. When Qing Xiaotian understood Qing Qian's overall plan, he couldn't help but nod his head repeatedly. This idea of setting up a branch is indeed a hassle-free and labor-saving idea. However, even he didn't know how Qing Qian convinced Bao Tingyun. But he believed that with his precious son's talent and ability, as long as Qing Qian was confident in something, he, an old father, wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Haha, Brother Ding, thank you for your hard work these days. By the time the news reaches Wanfu, we will have already entered the secret realm. That old guy Wan Wuxing will not act rashly at this critical juncture, so there shouldn't be any big trouble. Qing Qian's dark eyes flashed, and he said thoughtfully. Okay, don't worry. It's getting late, let's go to the square. Ding Wen urged. Qing Qian nodded and turned to say goodbye. Qing Qian arrived late. There were hundreds of people, and it was still dark. He didn't see familiar companions like Liao Qianqian and Jean Lily in the crowd. So he just stood there and waited for the city lord to show up. A young man stood behind Qing Qian and patted him on the shoulder. Little brother, why are you participating in the Qingyang competition at such a young age? Qing Qian turned around and saw a handsome young man. He looked to be in his early 20s, with sharp features, long eyebrows, and phoenix eyes. Like Qing Qian, his eyes were dark and deep. The young man was wearing a dark blue brocade robe, with a string of valuable jade pendants tied around his waist, and holding a folding fan with his hands behind his back. When Qing Qian turned around, the young man raised his eyebrows slightly and uttered, "Huh." Qing Qian was confused. What was there to be surprised about? Was it because I was too young? But this, dressed like a rich young man, was he also here to participate in the competition? A hint of doubt flashed across Qing Qian's eyes, and then he replied with a smile, "I just came to see the world." Sir. He didn't intend to say too much to the stranger. The young man had resumed his normal application, and he casually opened his folding fan and waved it. "I am here just like you to see the excitement." "Hey, little brother, do you know who Wan Lijiang is?" the young man suddenly asked. Qing Qian raised his eyebrows. "Is this the wealthy family that came here for Wan Lijiang?" Haha, if these big forces knew that Wan Lijiang was just an ordinary person with a little talent, I wonder how disappointed they would be. That's the guy in the middle of the first row in the audience. Qing Qian curled his lips and pointed at the young man surrounded by a group of people. The young man followed Qing Qian's gaze, looked at Wan Lijiang, and muttered softly, "It's different from what I imagined." Imagine. How do you imagine the person who caused the strange phenomena in heaven and earth? Qing Qian remembered his father's warning. In order to avoid trouble, he let Wan Lijiang carry the name of the star phenomenon on the other side. Since this person came here for the vision of heaven and earth, it is better to have less contact with him. Qing Qian thought about it, exchanged a few more words with the young man, and then found an excuse to leave. Young Master Folding Fan crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Qing Qian's back thoughtfully. After a while, two more people appeared behind the young man without anyone noticing, a 60-year-old white-haired old man and a middle-aged man in his 40s. "Your Highness." The old man stepped forward and whispered, "It's been done. You can enter the secret realm soon." Then he handed over a small crystal. This person is none other than the fourth prince of the Sun Empire, who was ordered by the emperor to investigate the strange phenomena in heaven and earth. "Your Highness, please allow us to follow you into the secret realm and protect you," the middle-aged man asked. "No." The fourth prince took the folding fan and fanned it leisurely, smiling slightly. "You two have other tasks. Uncle Hong, go investigate the background of that young man." The fourth prince pointed his fan in the direction of Qing Qian. He was talking to Liao Qianqian at the moment and had no idea that he had been targeted by this rich young man. The way he looked at that genius just now was a bit unfriendly. But he didn't say anything else at this moment. After a few words, he could actually sense the man's thoughts. Should he say that the prince was too sophisticated, or that the boy was too naive to hide things? The old man named Hong Bo thought to himself. "Your Highness, what about me?" Chang Zai asked hurriedly. "Go say hello to my teacher. I will visit him after I leave the secret realm," the fourth prince instructed. "The teacher said in the letter that there might be hope for the elixir, but I don't know if it's true this time." He looked ahead and muttered to himself. Bai Lianqing had appeared on the platform in the center of the square at some point. In front of him was a giant crystal nearly 3 meters long. He could faintly feel the fluctuations of Yuanli emanating from the crystal. "Everyone," he looked around and whispered, "now everyone has received the secret realm crystal. When the secret realm opens, the crystal holder will automatically enter the secret realm. The second stage of the Qingyang competition requires you to get 10 Yuan Jing and 10 other people's secret realm crystals within 3 days. As for where these things come from, I don't care. After 3 days, the secret realm will automatically close, and the living people will return to the square. As for the dead," Bai Lianqing paused deliberately, "they will never come back. There was a sigh from the crowd. It sounds like the workload is quite large. And it seems a bit dangerous. Yeah, I'm a little nervous. Everyone knows that the secret realm is full of unpredictable risks and crises, but they also know that behind the danger lies opportunity. How many people rushed into this secret forest just for this rare opportunity, without considering their own strength? Some of these people got what they wanted and rose to prominence after coming out, while others remained forever among the grass, trees, and beasts, with no trace left. Even though there are unpredictable dangers, some young people who have just entered the threshold of the initial Yuan realm also want to see the world. Because, after experiencing the baptism of the secret forest, those who can survive must have improved their skills or cultivation. Only by experiencing the actual battles with Yuan beasts and the intrigues with all kinds of people can a person become more calm and tough, which is a necessary quality to become a strong person. What's more, this secret realm of the Qingyang competition has life-saving measures. If you encounter danger, you can just crush the crystal and return to the square, but at the same time, you will lose the qualification to compete. Bai Lianqing looked at the young people who were talking and said patiently. Hee, the design of this secret realm is quite humanized. Qing Qian said with a laugh after hearing this. This secret realm was originally designed for training, so of course protection measures must be in place. Liao Qianqian explained, and then rolled her eyes at Qing Qian. Master Cheng, can you be serious? This is not a joke. I know. Qing Qian answered perfunctorily. Although the requirements for passing the level were not low, Qing Qian was still very confident now. Hey, why don't I see Lily? Qing Qian looked around, and sure enough, she didn't see the petite white figure. Liao Qianqian also shook her head and said hesitantly, could it be that she's not coming? It shouldn't happen. Lily is also very proud. Qing Qian said. Once that girl has made up her mind, no one can change it, not to mention the Qingyang competition that she has been looking forward to for a long time. Qing Qian's eyes swept through the crowd and suddenly saw the young man again. He also held a crystal in his hand. Qing Qian frowned slightly. Didn't he just say that he was here to watch the fun? Could he be a rich young man who got in through the back door? It would be better to avoid such a person when we enter the forest later. Qing Qian looked around and indeed did not see Lily, but when he finally looked away, he caught a glimpse of Zhou Tianqiu from the Yinli escort agency, who was chatting with several of the agency's shortlisted men. Qing Qian's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Since Yinli escort agency had the guts to not follow the bet, then don't blame him for being rude. To rectify the escort industry in Qingyang City, let's start with Zhou Tianqiu and Yinli. While thinking about the escort agency, Qing Qian suddenly felt someone staring at him from behind. He turned around and saw that it was the brothers Wan Lijiang and Wan Lisha. Qing Qian frowned slightly. These two people were really haunting him. Bai Lianqing saw that the details had been explained, and he turned around and nodded to the people behind him. The four people, including Lao Bai and Lao He, immediately understood and stepped forward. Bai Lianqing and the others looked serious, stretched out their hands, and injected the energy in their bodies into the secret crystal without reservation. The crystal began to emit a purple light, which became brighter and brighter, and the air around it became violent. A gust of hot wind whistled, and Qing Qian quickly covered his face with his arms. The small crystal in his hand emitted a faint purple light. Suddenly, a white light flashed in front of Qing Qian's eyes, and he lost his mind for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the forest. After stabilizing his body, Qing Qian calmed down and observed his surroundings calmly. This was no different from an ordinary forest. Since the participants were randomly scattered throughout the forest, and the lush trees covered the area, this place was extremely quiet for a while. In the secret realm, no one can tell clearly who hurt whom and who killed whom. What are you going to do? Seeing that there was no one around, Luo Chen also appeared in the forest. Qing Qian forced a smile at the corner of his mouth. There's no way Zhou Tianqiu can get through this, so let's just end it in this secret realm. His face was calm, but he said such heart-wrenching words. Whether it's Wan Lijiang or Wang Laogo, I will settle the accounts with these people one by one. Qing Qian's voice was not loud, but his tone was so decisive. He was not bragging. Now, not only has he awakened his telekinesis, he also has teachers like Zhang Haixing, Chen Ju and Luo Chen. He is now a completely different person from before. From now on, whether in Qingyang City or in the entire continent, if someone really wants to put him in a disadvantageous position, he will never let the other party have an easy time. Luo Chen looked at Qing Qian from the side. The boy's face was calm, and his slightly immature face was full of determination and confidence. She smiled, thinking that if it was him, he might really be able to do it. Haha, whatever you want. Luo Chen never interfered with Qing Qian's behavior. On the contrary, sometimes she was more willing to add fuel to the fire and didn't mind making things worse. 10 yuan crystals, 10 secret realm crystals, this is quite a lot of work if you think about it carefully. After Luo Chen disappeared, it seemed that Qing Qian was the only one left in the vast world. He strolled in the forest, his shoes stepping on the dead leaves, making a crunching sound. After observing the environment he was in, Qing Qian found a tall and sturdy tree. He quickly jumped onto the tree. He slowly closed his eyes, and his mental power spread around under his control. 1 zhang, 2 zhang. The range of his mental power was getting farther and farther, and information from the surroundings continued to flow into his mind. He was at the outskirts of the secret forest at the moment, and observed that in some places a little further away, some people had already fought with the yuan beasts, and some were robbing other people's secret crystals. Most of the yuan beasts on the periphery are at the initial yuan realm level. In addition, those big guys are thick-skinned and violent, so they are good targets for training. I'll also find a few yuan beasts. I've never seen how powerful the sea-shocking and mountain-breaking talisman is since I learned it. Thinking this, Qing Qian flew into the forest. With the help of telekinesis, Qing Qian naturally knew where there were traces of yuan beasts with strength similar to his. He quickly flew towards the inner part of the forest. The beasts in the forest were suddenly disturbed by humans, and their roars echoed continuously in the forest. 10 minutes later, Qing Qian suddenly stopped on his way, his eyes looking straight ahead through the layers of leaves. Luo Chen also followed his gaze and saw a dark green giant python crawling on an open space in front of him. The giant python was nearly 3 meters long, and it would hiss from time to time. It seems that his cultivation level should be equivalent to the middle stage of the human primitive realm, which makes him a suitable opponent for Qing Qian. However, yuan beasts themselves are stronger and more powerful than humans. Some yuan beasts even have innate talents and skills. Generally speaking, when they are at the same level, they are stronger than humans. Let me make it clear in advance. In this forest, unless your life is in danger, don't expect me to help you at other times. Luo Chen stretched and leaned casually against a tree beside him. Hee, I understand. Of course, I can't bother you with such a small matter. Qing Qian smiled, and then rushed directly to the giant python. His dark eyes flashed with excitement. Finally, he could get serious. As soon as Qing Qian appeared, the giant python noticed him. It stared at the tiny human in front of it, its green eyes filled with anger at being disturbed, its tongue spitting out, and a dark green light began to glow from its body. Swoosh. Although the giant python looked clumsy, it was extremely agile in its movements. A dark green liquid rushed towards Qing Qian, and within a breath, the poisonous dark green liquid appeared in front of Qing Qian. So fast. Faced with such speed, Qing Qian was slightly surprised, but did not show any panic. His body tilted to the right, and the venom hit the tree behind him the next second. Qing Qian turned his head and saw that the tree trunk was immediately corroded. The poison spread throughout the trunk, making a sizzling sound. Is this poison so powerful? Qing Qian became even more cautious. Without thinking any more, he pushed his right foot back hard and rushed out straight, avoiding the venom that was shooting at him again, passing over the python's head and riding steadily on its body. The python swung its wings angrily, but still couldn't shake the human off. Its huge body swept up the weeds and dead leaves on the ground. Qing Qian swept his right hand, and a short dagger fell into his palm. Pure energy wrapped around the entire dagger along the handle. He aimed at the right position, drew a tricky arc in the air with his right hand, and regardless of the giant python's constantly flipping body, he firmly inserted it into its abdomen. Hiss! A stream of dark red blood spurted out of the python's abdomen, and the severe pain almost drove it crazy. Its tail swept towards Qing Qian on its back, and Qing Qian quickly jumped off the python's body to avoid the attack. Behind the giant python, Qing Qian quickly mobilized the mental power in his body. His hands flew quickly in the air, outlining a complex rune. After the rune took shape, it emitted a faint blue light in the void. The giant python seemed to sense the danger behind it, and turned around suddenly, hitting Qing Qian with its huge tail. Qing Qian snorted coldly, and dodged the giant python's attack nimbly and deftly. "You stupid guy." As he spoke, he aimed at a gap and rushed forward suddenly. The sea-shaking and mountain-breaking talisman, which was glowing with a faint blue light, gently hit the giant python's 7-inch position. Bang! The blue rune fell on the giant python and then gradually disappeared. The giant python twisted its body restlessly, but after a few seconds, there was still no response. Qing Qian was also panicking. Did he fire a dud? The giant python hissed and rushed towards Qing Qian with its bloody mouth wide open. Its green eyes were full of murderous intent and anger after being fooled. It must eat this pretentious human alive. Qing Qian was startled and quickly stepped back, shouting angrily, "Luo Chen, what kind of broken rune is this?" Just when the giant python was only an inch away from Qing Qian, its body suddenly froze there, its head still raised high towards the sky, but its entire body was shaking violently, its eyes full of fear and pain, completely losing its previous majesty, as if its body would fall apart in the next second. It whimpered, trying to regain control of its body. Qing Qian carefully observed the changes of the giant python. Not long after, a mouthful of blood gushed out of the giant python's mouth, and its entire body rolled on the ground in pain, rolling up a pile of dead branches and rotten leaves, and then fell heavily to the ground without a sound. Luo Chen's stuff is so powerful. Looking at the corpse that was twisted into a strange shape due to pain, Qing Qian swallowed and said hesitantly. Luo Chen rolled his eyes at him and said, "How could my things be bad?" He floated to Qing Qian's side and stared at him carefully for a few seconds. "You need to practice your telekinesis more. In your current state, you can only use it once." Qing Qian nodded in agreement. He had only used the sea-shattering and mountain-breaking talisman once, but his mental power had been almost exhausted. This was really too exaggerated. I must practice my telekinesis well in the future. At this time, mist began to float from the dead python's body. Then a fist-sized dark green light ball slowly rose up. In the light ball, a small yuan core could be vaguely seen, with a faint yuan force fluctuation emanating from it. Oh! It's a wood-attributed yuan nucleus of the initial yuan realm. Qing Qian grabbed the trophy and grinned. Keep it. It will be useful for making medicine in the future. No wonder some people say that they enter this secret realm not for the sake of ranking, but just to make a fortune. Hearing another boom sound behind him, Qing Qian was startled and immediately jumped out of the way. Could there be another accomplice? When he turned around, he found that the leaves of the big tree that had just been shot by the giant python's venom were falling down, and the whole tree was shaking and collapsed. Qing Qian looked at the fallen tree and thought for a few seconds. He then walked back to the python's body, picked up the dagger and took out a small bottle. This poison is so powerful, maybe I'll need it later. Searching for prey along the way, after hunting down another yuan beast, Qing Qian finally encountered two figures. Oh, if you ask me, there is one bad thing about this secret realm. The forest is so big, it's really hard to meet a living person. Qing Qian walked towards the two people step by step with a smile on his face. The two men were about 20 years old, dark-skinned, and looked somewhat similar. No wonder the two of them can join forces, maybe they are relatives. But no matter how they join forces, it's just a bargain for me. Qing Qian looked at the two of them with a smile, thinking to himself. The two men saw that Qing Qian was only a teenager of about 16 or 17 years old, and was alone. They looked at each other and smiled. "Brother, you are lucky to meet us brothers," the man on the left said. "Hand over the secret realm crystal, and we will not hurt you." "How about that?" Qing Qian raised his eyebrows. "You are really kind-hearted." The corners of his mouth curled up in a teasing manner, but the next second, "But I want more than just this." After saying that, Qing Qian's eyes became stern, and he clenched his fists and punched the two men in the chest respectively. "You dare," the men on the right shouted. The two men released their energy at the same time, and it looked like they were at the third stage of the initial yuan realm. Qing Qian chuckled, and with a flash of his body, he rushed directly behind the two men. His fist wrapped in powerful yuanli smashed heavily on their backs. The two men groaned, and in one round, he didn't even touch Qing Qian at all. There was a hint of surprise in the two men's eyes. Is this kid really only at the second stage of the primordial realm? After a fierce fight, the two of them were no match for Qing Qian. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. Qing Qian clapped his hands as if he had accomplished something. 2 yuan crystals and 2 secret realm crystals had been collected by him. The two men were tied to a tree randomly, staring at Qing Qian's back with resentment as he left. They looked bruised and swollen, and looked very pitiful. After leaving, Qing Qian hummed a little tune happily. It's faster to plunder others. No wonder there are so many bandits. I don't know if that sissy Zhou Tianchu has worked hard. In this case, I can almost complete the mission by robbing him. Qing Qian said with a wicked smile. Luo Chen in the Sea of Consciousness was speechless. It was already afternoon, the sun was hanging on the branches in the west. Qing Qian squinted his eyes. It's not even halfway through yet, everything will take its time. People say there will be some opportunities and treasures in this secret realm. Why haven't I encountered any? Qing Qian played with 5 or 6 secret realm crystals and muttered softly. He paced slowly in the forest, looking around for the next prey. Suddenly, Qing Qian paused, and an inexplicable chill attacked him, invading every inch of his skin. He shuddered suddenly and immediately mobilized his energy to protect his body. This feeling was a bit like the day when Lu Qingyuan absorbed the cold air that was improperly emitted by the ice crystal jade marrow, and it was also somewhat similar to the feeling when his sister was ill. Qing Qian frowned. Could it be that someone here absorbed something extremely cold and caused the cold air to explode? His strong curiosity made him want to find out what was going on. He spread his telekinesis little by little, and indeed found that the coldest air was not far away. This person is probably going to die if he can emit such a strong cold air. Qing Qian muttered to himself, but he kept on walking without stopping for a moment. In the Sea of Consciousness, Luo Chen raised her eyes slightly, and with her telekinesis she sensed that the breath of cold air was surprisingly similar to the cold air in Qing Cheng's body. Under the cover of the branches, a dark blue figure sat cross-legged on the ground. His brows were furrowed, his eyelashes were frost-stained, his lips were frozen purple, and his handsome features were distorted by the cold. All the energy in the body was used to suppress the cold, but the cold seemed to attack even more fiercely. This prince regretted it. If he had known earlier, he should have let Chang Zai accompany him into the secret realm. But there is no point in talking about these things now. I can only rely on myself to endure this kind of coldness that erupts in my body from time to time. I hope that no one or Yuan beast will come to disturb me during this period of time, otherwise my life will really be over here. Qing Qian passed through the layers of branches that blocked his way. The cold air around him became more and more oppressive, and frost condensed on the leaves of the trees. Qing Qian couldn't help but shudder. When he looked up, he finally saw the blue figure. Hey, is it that rich young man? He raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, he came into the secret realm through the back door. In the Sea of Consciousness, Luo Chen rolled his eyes at him. Is this the time to talk about this? So, do you want to save him? Qing Qian was silent for a moment. This man came here for the strange phenomena of heaven and earth. He might bring trouble to himself in the future. Thinking of this, he chuckled and said, it's good enough that I didn't take the opportunity to rob him. I'd better stay out of his business. After saying that, he raised his foot and was about to turn around and leave. As soon as he turned around, he heard the young man groaning in pain. Qing Qian stopped and stared at the young man with complicated eyes. The young man's clothes were frozen to the point of ice. He made an indistinct groan and a painful expression on his face, which made Qing Qian's heart tremble. His sister would also feel unbearable pain from the cold from time to time. Every time she had an attack, Qing Qian and his father felt very distressed. This young man's symptoms were obviously much more serious than his sister's. If he could help him but just walked away, it would be unacceptable to his conscience, and it might become a demon in his mind in the future. Having made up his mind, Qing Qian walked towards the young man and said, it seems that I still need to trouble Master Luo to give me some careful guidance. The fourth prince's consciousness was already somewhat unclear. This cold air had always troubled him since 11 years ago. Recently, the frequency of the cold air outbreaks had increased, and the intensity had also increased, faintly reaching the limit of what his body could bear. If he couldn't refine that pill as soon as possible, his life would probably be over. Just when he could no longer bear the cold and was about to faint, he felt a trace of warmth flowing into his body from his wrist. Ching Qian held the young man's right hand and continuously injected gentle energy into it. The moment the energy entered the young man's body, Ching Qian couldn't help but shiver. This cold is not something that ordinary people can bear. And this young man seemed to have been sitting here fighting against the cold for a long time. Ching Qian's eyes revealed a trace of respect. The gentle energy began to flow through the young man's meridians, competing with the coldness in his body. Humph, this is the Yuan force refined from the Canghai Xing Chenju. Do you think you can fight against it with ordinary cold air? Luo Chen's telekinesis monitored that the cold air in the young man's body was gradually weakening, and he said with a pout, "Feed him a few more Huiyuan pills." Luo Chen continued to instruct. Ching Qian quickly used his freed left hand to pull out a small jade bottle from his bosom, stuffing it into the young man's mouth while muttering, "This is the Huiyuan Den that Master Luo personally refined. I'm going to make a killing from him when he wakes up." It was already completely dark. Ching Qian squatted beside a bonfire. He turned around to look at the young man who had been unconscious for a long time, and asked Luo Chen with some doubt, "Is this man dead?" Luo Chen fiddled with a small branch and glared at him unhappily. Just as she was about to get angry, her face froze and her figure disappeared into the forest, and the branch fell to the ground with a crack. "Huh?" Ching Qian was confused, then suddenly reacted, turned around and saw that the young man had indeed opened his eyes. "It's you," the young man said weakly. "Could it be that the little brother saved me?" When Ching Qian saw that the man had woken up, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was not yet a qualified talisman pharmacist and was really afraid that he was just a quack and would waste someone's life. But he said, "Oh, you are lucky to meet me." Then he handed over a piece of baked naan and asked, "Do you want to eat it?" The young man stared at the piece of baked naan that was bigger than his face, hesitated for a moment, and then took it. "I really don't know how to thank you, little brother. By the way, what is your name, little brother?" The young man stared at Ching Qian and asked, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He was very clear about his own physical condition. The cold was not something that ordinary people could control. For so many years, the second-grade talisman pharmacist beside him was always there to help with conditioning and treatment. And this boy actually saved him, but how old was he? He didn't look like an experienced talisman pharmacist at all. Cheng Qian. The young man was startled. His last name was Cheng. He stared at Ching Qian carefully for a while. Ching Qian's face was still a little childish, but his sharpness and pride could not be hidden between his eyebrows. His eyes were as dark as night, and the light in his eyes was like a bright galaxy. "What are you looking at?" Ching Qian felt a little uneasy when he stared at her. She wondered if this young man had any special hobbies. "Haha, sorry," the young man looked away awkwardly, "I just think you have beautiful eyes." "Same as me." The young man didn't say the second half of the sentence. "What's your name? Which family are you from? What is this secret place? How dare you come in without any medicine when you have cold in your body?" Ching Qian began to educate the young man with the look of an old senior. "My name is Han." The young man paused and said. Ching Qian naturally noticed the hesitation of the young man named Han. It seemed that he was a young master who did not want to reveal his true identity. Ching Qian did not care. After all, in this secret realm, everyone was just a casual acquaintance. It was good that he did not take the opportunity to rob this young master. "How did you get this cold?" Ching Qian was quite curious. He wondered if he, like his sister, had fallen into the water when he was a child and developed the disease. As for me, Han's eyes were blurry, as if he was reminiscing about the past. "I accidentally got poisoned that year." "Ah!" Ching Qian exclaimed in surprise, "Is there such a poison in the world?" In the sea of consciousness, Luo Chen was also stunned. Could it be the extreme cold poison? "I can't explain the details, but I've been in poor health since then." Han shook his head and stopped dwelling on the topic. "That's quite miserable," Ching Qian sighed inwardly. "I should be the most aware of the coldness in your body," Ching Qian said, using a branch to poke at the campfire. The higher your cultivation level, the more frequent and intense the coldness in your body will explode. Sooner or later, your body will explode and die because it can't bear it. Ihan's cultivation level is the 7th stage of the initial Yuan realm. He looks to be only in his early 20s. It is remarkable that he could cultivate to this level. Ihan was silent for a while after hearing this. How could he not know this truth? But if he was in the imperial family and had no strength, would he still have value in existence? A trace of desolation flashed across Ihan's eyes. He did not respond directly to Qing Qian, but just teased, "I didn't expect that you were so young, but you have such a sophisticated vision." Qing Qian smiled slightly and thought of his sister at home, "Because I have a sister who is in a similar situation to yours. But she got sick because she fell into the water. She is a girl and her body is weak, so our family doesn't let her practice. In this way, she will suffer less." Qing Qian felt a little depressed when he said this. Every time his sister had an attack of cold, he would see it and feel anxious, wishing that the person being attacked by the cold was himself. He also couldn't help but wonder, if he hadn't seen Lu Qingyu falling into the water that year, would nothing have happened? When Ihan heard that Qing Qian had a sister with internal coldness, his face changed and an idea quickly formed in his mind. Then he hesitated for a moment and looked at Qing Qian with a strange look. "You have a sister? Are you twins?" Qing Qian was stunned. He seemed to have said too much unintentionally. "Are you here to check the household registration?" Qing Qian rolled her eyes at Ihan. "Okay, I see you're fine now. I'm leaving now. You have to know that this rich young man came here for the strange phenomena of heaven and earth. I don't know anything about this man, so it's better to be careful." "Hey, wait!" Ihan called him and stood up. "Take these Yuan crystals and my secret realm crystals. Although it is not a problem for you to pass the level with your strength, this is also a small token of my appreciation." After that, he took out a jade pendant from his arms and said, "Take this back to your sister. It is very effective in suppressing the cold." Qing Qian took the jade pendant and felt a burst of warmth in his hand. On the small jade pendant, there was a lifelike dragon and a sun beautifully carved. This jade pendant is a great item. He is indeed a young man from a rich family. Qing Qian thought. Since it would benefit her sister, she would not refuse it. Qing Qian bowed to Ihan and turned to leave. Ihan looked at Qing Qian's back, frowning as he thought about something. His black eyes looked so deep. 10 Yuan cores and 5 secret realm crystals. Today's harvest is not bad. After leaving the young man named Ihan, Qing Qian found a cave to live in and counted the spoils of the day with satisfaction. Luo Chen also floated out and smiled faintly. "I didn't expect that you were good at robbery. Hee hee, if this secret realm wasn't so huge and I hadn't met so few people, I could have completed the mission today." Qing Qian said proudly that young Master Ihan was really generous. He hunted down 4 Yuan beasts by himself. He's really capable. Luo Chen ignored Qing Qian's nagging, just thinking that he was too noisy. "Why are you so fussy as a man? Are you so happy just because of a few Yuan Jing? Think about the Zhenhai Shattering Mountain talisman you used today. Your mental power was still too much." When Qing Qian heard this, his face fell. "Oh, that's right, let's practice telekinesis now." After saying that, in the light of a fire in the cave, Qing Qian crossed his legs and released all his mental power, spreading it to far and farther places. Then, an inexplicable mental pressure rushed towards Qing Qian. Luo Chen's strength, even if he only released a few strands of mental power, was more stressful than the attack he suffered at the auction that day. Under the pressure of Luo Chen's mental power, the range that Qing Qian's mental power could detect became smaller and smaller. In the end, he could only protect himself. Qing Qian frowned and fought back hard. Under the pressure of the strongman, his head swelled violently, and the clothes that were tightly attached to his back were soaked with sweat without him knowing when. In this stalemate of mental power, Qing Qian's mental power unconsciously increased a little bit, and although the process of this confrontation was difficult and painful, the results achieved were visible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, the sun was already high in the sky, and Qing Qian used his telekinesis to fight against Luo Chen for the entire night. Thinking that this guy was about to go robbing again, Luo Chen was about to withdraw her telekinesis. At this moment, she said, "Eh." She seemed to hear a familiar voice in the area covered by her telekinesis. That person is Jean Lily. But who is the person next to her? What's wrong? Luo Chen was also puzzled. Without Luo Chen's pressure, Qing Qian's telekinesis spread in all directions. Huh? Why did you stop? Luo Chen frowned. I met your sweetheart. Is it Lily? Qing Qian was overjoyed and stood up. I'm really worried that she might run into some danger here. Hey, what sweetheart? Don't misunderstand me. Qing Qian finally reacted to Luo Chen's teasing and retorted. Luo Chen rolled his eyes at him. Then how do you know I'm talking about Jean Lily? Qing Qian was speechless for a moment and decided to ignore Luo Chen. He spread his mental power and gradually extended it into the distance. It was indeed Lily, and there was another girl next to her. But why are there so many men around them? Qing Qian heard the sound of a group of people arguing in his mind. He frowned and said, "Oh no, they were robbed." After saying that, he quickly withdrew his telekinesis and set off to rescue Lily. Wait. Luo Chen suddenly called him, his expression very serious. Luo Chen, you. Qing Qian saw Luo Chen's expression, which had never been so serious before. What could make Luo Chen feel like he was facing a great enemy? Qing Qian began to feel a little uneasy. I don't know the details of the girl next to Jean Lily. Luo Chen frowned slightly and said slowly, I always feel that her aura is somewhat familiar. It's hard to tell whether she is an enemy or a friend, so. I won't stop you if you want to save Jean Lily this time, Luo Chen said with a serious expression, but I can't show up no matter what happens. If they are enemies, they will sooner or later cause big trouble for you and even the entire Qingyang city. Qing Qian was stunned, and his face became serious. In addition to the contestants participating in the Qingyang competition, there was also such a powerful person in this secret realm. If even Luo Chen was afraid of him, then where did he come from? I know, don't worry. Jean Lily didn't expect to meet such a group of people who took advantage of the situation. Sister Jimon. Jean Lily moved a few steps towards the girl next to her, her big eyes full of fear. Humph, don't be afraid. Su Jimon, dressed in a purple robe, stretched out an arm to protect Jean Lily behind her, staring coldly at the 4 or 5 young men in front of her who came with ill intentions. Hey, young lady, you are already injured, why are you still showing off? A young man with a sword on his waist came forward and pointed at Su Jimon's left hand hidden behind her back, saying disdainfully. We are only robbing Yuan Jing and Secret Realm Crystal, not robbing money or sex. Su Jimon's face was gloomy. She glared at the men without any courtesy, don't even think about it. The men behind started to make a noise, leopard, how dare such a little girl look down on you? Then there was a burst of laughter. The young man called Leopard couldn't hold back his expression and said gloomily, this girl has a stubborn temper. I like her. The aura of the 4th stage of the primordial realm suddenly released from his body. If you don't hand over the things, we brothers can't guarantee that you two can get out of the secret realm safely. Jean Lily frowned. This person alone was at the 4th stage of the initial Yuan realm, not to mention the people standing behind him. She weighed the pros and cons and decided to hand over the Yuan crystal to avoid Sister Jimon being bullied. Thinking of this, she took out a few Yuan Jing and her own secret crystal from her arms. Leopard chuckled, this little girl is sensible. Don't give it to them. Su Jimon stopped Jean Lily who was walking forward. Sister Jimon. Jean Lily looked at her worriedly. Su Jimon had been injured while saving her before. Although she knew that Sister Jimon seemed very powerful, she didn't want to implicate Sister Jimon. Su Jimon stared coldly at the young men in front of her. 4 of them were at the 4th stage of the initial origin realm, and the last man should be at the 6th stage of the initial origin realm. His cultivation level is at the 8th stage of the initial Yuan realm. If he uses the secret method, he can improve it to the initial Yuan realm, and dealing with these people will be a piece of cake. However, if this happens, the treasure that is discovered will be. Su Jimon's eyes flickered and she couldn't make up her mind for a moment. When Leopard saw Su Jimon trying to stop him, he put away his smile and said, since you don't want to give it to us, we'll have to do it ourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the 40-centimeter-long sword at his waist was immediately pulled out. How dare you? Su Jimon widened her eyes and shouted. Who in Lingyuan College dared to be so presumptuous to her? Brother Hu, let's stop talking to this girl and just beat her up. See if she still remains so stubborn in the future. Leopard turned to someone behind him and said with a sly smile on his face. Okay, let's teach her a lesson. But she's a girl, so you have to be careful when you attack her. The man standing at the back finally spoke, his voice a little gloomy and hoarse. Seeing that the eldest brother agreed, the men grinned and stared at Su Jiman and Jean Lily with ill intentions. Get started. Leopard and Tiger pushed their feet against the ground and rushed towards Su Jiman like arrows. The other two also circled behind Su Jiman, ready to attack. Looking at the two people rushing over, Su Jiman gritted her teeth angrily. With this kind of situation, she would definitely suffer a loss. She had no choice but to use the secret method. Su Jiman's eyes gradually flashed purple light. Just at this moment, a sound of breaking wind suddenly came from the side, and the four people surrounding Su Jiman hurriedly dodged. For large rocks hit the ground where they had just stood, making a few muffled rumbling sounds. Who is it? The sudden incident made all of them frown. The black-faced man turned his eyes and saw a figure rushing towards him from a distance. Brother Qian. Seeing the figure of the person coming, Jean Lily exclaimed, and then a look of joy appeared in her eyes. But then she thought that he was only at the second stage of the primordial realm, and coming here was just a lamb to be slaughtered, so she quickly shouted, Brother Qian, don't worry about us, go away. Humph, now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Leopard said in a low voice with a sly smile on his face. Qing Qian stood in front of Jean Lily, seemingly not hearing the man's warning. He smiled and said to Jean Lily, since you're here, how can you just leave like this? You really are. Jean Lily said helplessly. She knew that Brother Qian had many tricks, but there were 4 or 5 people on the other side. Qing Qian turned his head and glanced at Su Jiman, his eyes stunned. Her long black hair fell like a waterfall, her eyes were bright and lively, her lips were rosy and small, and her skin was white and shiny. She was so beautiful. Rather, this girl has a special noble temperament. Unlike Bai Ruo, who is arrogant and outgoing, she has a restrained aura of a superior. Where did this girl come from? Why did Luo Chen not dare to show up easily? While Qing Qian was staring at Su Jiman was also observing him. There was no emotion on Su Jiman's face. She looked at Qing Qian and just thought he was an ordinary handsome boy. However, his eyes were indeed very beautiful. They showed the tenacity and stubbornness of a teenager, and also contained a star-filled sky. From this point of view, this Brother Qian can be considered to be upper middle class in terms of appearance in Lingyuan College. Qing Qian simply nodded to Su Jiman, then turned around and looked at the big men opposite. He saw their strength at a glance and couldn't help but frowned. In such a large secret realm, they could form gangs and factions like this. Brother Qian. Haha, what's the matter? Do you want to play the hero and save the beauty in front of us? Leopard glanced at Qing Qian and curled his lips in disdain. Why are you here? Jean Lily sighed. She was really unsure. After all, no matter how capable Qing Qian was, he was no match for the group of people on the opposite side. Just passing by. Qing Qian answered casually. Qing Qian's nonchalant attitude obviously aroused the anger of several men. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? How dare you look down on our Lei family gang? Hu Zi's face was gloomy. The leopard sneered and said, if there is one, we will grab one. If there is a pair, I will rob a pair. The Lei family gang. No wonder they stick together. Qing Qian frowned slightly, and then he discovered that there was a word Lei engraved on the handle of the knife in Leopard's hand. The Lei family gang was also a well-known gang in Qingyang City. They specialized in robbing escorts and intercepting goods. They were all desperate criminals, and to be honest, they had a significant impact on the escort agency's business. Precisely because they all live on the edge of a knife, they fight very desperately and are more difficult to deal with than ordinary people. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Qing Qian grinned but did not give in at all. Su Jiman looked at Qing Qian's back with curiosity. This boy, who was only at the second stage of the initial Yuan realm, could actually boast so much. How great could a boy from a small town be? She hates people who brag the most, and her frown shows a little dissatisfaction. Brother Qian, you'd better not be so stubborn. Seeing Qing Qian provoking the other party so rashly, Jean Lily hurriedly dissuaded him. After all, the other party had 4 people in the 4th stage of the initial Yuan realm. After hearing this, Qing Qian paused for a moment and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm here." Jean Lily felt warm in her heart and blushed. Sujiman raised her eyebrows when she saw this. This guy is not only good at bragging, but also has a way of coaxing girls. He is also unreliable. She thought so in her heart, but she immediately followed Qing Qian, her eyes burning as if she was facing a great enemy. No matter how much she disliked him, it was better for them to fight side by side now. Qing Qian noticed that Sujiman was following him, so he turned to her and said, "Don't use any secret methods, it will hurt your body." Then he smiled at Leopard and suddenly rushed out with a changed expression. Sujiman was stunned. Just 1 second ago, he could see from a distance that she was using a secret technique. Ignoring Sujiman's thoughts, facing the men in front of him, Qing Qian raised his right hand, turned his palm into a fist, and wrapped his yuanli around his fist. With a sharp chill, he attacked the leopard like lightning. So fast! This thought flashed through Leopard's mind, but his body was not idle. The long sword mixed with huge energy chopped towards Qing Qian. "I have to say it, you are quite brave." Realizing that the long knife had hit something, the leopard chuckled. However, before he could say anything else, his expression suddenly changed. His 40-centimeter long sword was broken into pieces by Qing Qian's punch and fell to the ground like pieces of paper. "You!" Leopard screamed. The others also gasped. Especially Sujiman, she looked at Qing Qian with some shock. This kid, who is only at the 2nd stage of the initial Yuan realm, actually has such strength. With this level, he is qualified to enter Lingyuan College. Qing Qian, however, had a look of regret on his face, and he sighed, "You are quite skilled, but what a pity to waste this good sword." "You kid!" Leopard roared angrily. This was a treasure that he had used for more than 10 years, but it was destroyed by just 1 palm from Qing Qian. Qing Qian ignored his anger and stretched out 2 fingers, stabbing towards the leopard. Humph! After all, Leopard was a veteran of the Lei clan, and after suffering a loss just now, he had already raised his guard. When Qing Qian attacked him again, he was a little surprised, but his movements were not vague at all. With his left arm, he blocked Qing Qian's 2 fingers and prevented him from moving forward even a bit. The dark-faced man standing at the end of the team narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw Qing Qian's actions. Qing Qian's 2 fingers touched the leopard's left arm and could not move forward an inch. He frowned slightly, and felt a slight numbness in his fingertips. This young man could actually compete with him for a while. It seems that his strength is really good. Maybe he can break through to the 3rd level in the next few days. Qing Qian didn't care about Leopard's thoughts, and his hands moved without delay. He quickly stretched out his other 3 fingers, turned them into palms, wrapped his palms with yuanli, and slapped Leopard's forehead fiercely. Bang! The leopard was not to be outdone, and suddenly threw a punch, hitting Qing Qian's palm firmly. The 2 forces collided directly, and the air waves spread in all directions, shaking the dead branches and leaves on the ground and flying everywhere, making the secret forest in the dark night look even more sinister. The 2 of them blasted against each other, Qing Qian was shaken, and the leopard was knocked back several steps. Everyone's eyes flashed with horror. Leopard looked at Qing Qian with a complicated expression. He could feel the tyranny of the energy in Qing Qian's palms, and the technique he practiced must be extraordinary. Good skills. Leopard couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This confrontation further aroused his fighting spirit. He let out a low shout and suddenly rushed towards Qing Qian. A tremendous amount of energy burst out from his body. His fists were like 2 hammers, drawing tricky and sharp arcs in the air, and swung towards Qing Qian's vital points without any hesitation. Jean Lily, who was standing behind, was already breaking out in cold sweats. The Lei family gang was indeed ruthless. The others had already stopped fighting and were watching the battle between Qing Qian and Leopard with a serious look on their faces. This guy was really capable of driving Leopard to such a crazy state. Sujiman's eyes also changed when she looked at A. He was just a 2nd stage Chu Yuan realm. Although his talent was a little worse than hers, he could fight with a 4th stage Chu Yuan realm like this, so his strength was quite impressive. Facing the leopard's murderous intentions, Qing Qian did not lose his composure. Compared with the life-and-death battles with those Yuan beasts and the last attack by Wan Qianhua, Qing Qian could still handle this level. Qing Qian was neither hurried nor slow, sometimes changing his palm into a fist, sometimes dodging sideways, or directly colliding, without any panic. His steps took a strange trajectory, seemingly retreating step by step, but in fact he was leading the leopard deeper into the forest alone. The expressions of Leopard's brothers had become serious. When they looked at each other, they could see each other's surprise. This boy is really good. He is only at the 2nd level, but he can be on par with the little bully of our Lei family gang. The guy named Huzi exclaimed. No. The dark-faced man at the back of the crowd looked at Qing Qian, who was trying to lure the leopard away with a complicated look in his eyes. He didn't use his full strength at all. What? Brother, are you sure? When Lu Qingyuan heard the black-faced man's comment, he was also shocked. The black-faced man watched the fight between the two intently, his eyes becoming more serious. After a while, he slowly spoke. He saw through all of Leopard's attacks and seized every flaw. And he hasn't used his technique yet. Yes. Come to think of it, that kid just now also used his energy to directly resist the leopard's spell. Su Jiman also nodded, and there was more respect in her eyes when she looked at Qing Qian. Lily, you just said his name is Qing Qian. Not Wanli Jiang. Su Jiman turned to ask Jean Lily. She thought that there was only one genius, Wanli Jiang, in the whole Qingyang city. Unexpectedly, this small town actually had so many talented people. He is Qing Qian from Longchang Escort Agency, and he has a blood feud with Wan Lijiang's Wanfu Escort Agency. Jean Lily said, Humph, Brother Qian is obviously very powerful, and he will definitely surpass Wan Lijiang in time. Su Jiman heard this and chuckled. She finally understood that Jean Lily liked Qing Qian. The dark-faced man from the Lei clan looked around at his brothers and said, if it comes to a one-on-one fight, none of you present here will be able to gain an advantage over him. When did these youngsters become so powerful? No way. The brothers were stunned, their faces full of disbelief. The black-faced man stopped talking. He still had something to say. Oh, the winner has to be decided. The men looked at the two figures and smiled faintly. Everyone quickly followed the man's gaze. They saw that Leopard's face was ashen, and he was obviously extremely frustrated. His lips moved slightly, and purple lightning flashed around his body, accompanied by a low thunderous sound. Are you going to use thunder arrows? That's the leopard's most powerful curse. I was really pushed too hard. You are so capable, just take this move from me. Leopard's face flushed red, and several lightning arrows gathered around him. A violent wave spread out from those arrows. Qing Qian stared at the thunder arrow that was glowing purple. A confident arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he suddenly raised his right hand. Qing Qian's fingertips danced quickly in the void, and his mental power gathered in the air bit by bit, gradually forming a strange rune. What? Is he a magician? Everyone exclaimed. Su Jiman's expression also changed. Is this boy a talisman master? Leopard's eyes narrowed. This guy turned out to be a talisman master. He was hiding until now because he was pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. He gritted his teeth, swung his hands, and dozens of arrows flew towards Qing Qian. Qing Qian was not to be outdone, and the blue rune glowed brightly. A violent pressure surged out from Qing Qian's palm, and in the astonishment of everyone, it collided with the arrows. Puff, puff, puff. The blue halo was unstoppable in the rain of thundering arrows. Within 2 moments, all the arrows were shot down, and the blue halo continued to spread towards the leopard. Bang! A low muffled sound echoed in the open space, and the smoke and dust raised by the fight between the two men made it difficult for everyone to see the situation clearly for a moment. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone couldn't help but gasp at the scene before them. I saw that the ground where the leopard had stood had cracks on it, and the leopard himself had been knocked back dozens of steps, half squatting on the ground with a pale face, gasping for breath. His clothes, shattered by the wind wave, showed how miserable he was at the moment. On the other hand, although Qing Qian looked a little ugly, there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth. From beginning to end, he stood there steadily without retreating at all. The leopard's trump card was defeated. Leopard. Several brothers rushed forward and some of them helped the leopard up. You. Leopard was helped up by his companions, staring at Qing Qian with an uncertain expression. He really couldn't accept such a result. After so many years in the underworld, he was defeated by a young boy today. After Leopard finished speaking, several brothers took a big step forward and stared at Qing Qian with ill intentions. Seeing this, Su Jiman and Jean Lily also hurried to Qing Qian's side, looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The strength that A had just shown had been recognized by Su Jiman and also aroused Su Jiman's interest. Seeing these young people in their 20s, she couldn't just sit back and watch. After all, she was well known for protecting her shortcomings in Lingyuan College. Qing Qian looked at the men in front of him, signaling the two girls not to be nervous. He said with a hint of playfulness, "Hey, what? Do you want to come together? Hey, I'm telling you." Although Jean Lily was also deeply shocked by Qing Qian's strength, she still felt that 3 against 5 was a bit too unrealistic, so she quickly spoke out to stop him. But before she finished her words, her face changed. Qing Qian had stopped smiling without anyone noticing. A powerful mental force covered the entire place. A violent wave was heard in the air, causing everyone present to change their expressions. The few people from the Lei family gang didn't dare to act rashly anymore and stared at Qing Qian with a bit of fear. This was a talisman master, not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, his current telekinetic attack was no less powerful than the one that broke the thunder slash just now. No wonder he could come and mess things up so unscrupulously, he really is quite capable. The atmosphere between the two sides was a bit tense, only Qing Qian's mental power was flowing silently in this space. That's enough. The black-faced man who had been motionless not far from the crowd uttered a low growl. He frowned and walked towards the crowd with a grim look on his face. Qing Qian raised his eyebrows. How dare this person come over without any precautions? Was he well prepared or premeditated? The men walked and pointed at several brothers. If you are not as skilled as others, just admit it generously. When has our Lei clan never been able to afford to lose? Walking in front of Qing Qian, the black-faced man glanced angrily at the brothers who were about to take action and cursed, "You almost made the Lei clan lose face." Several people lowered their heads in guilt. The black-faced man then turned to Qing Qian and bowed with a smile, "Little brother, there is no acquaintance without fighting. This time, we lost. Why don't we put down our guard and talk it out?" Qing Qian took a look at the man, who looked like a gangster boss who was very righteous. After thinking carefully, he realized that it would consume too much energy to release telekinesis continuously, so he put away his telekinesis with a thought. Haha, the black-faced man laughed when he saw Qing Qian put away his stance. "You are so young, but you are really good at fighting. I am Lei Ting from the Lei family gang. What is your name, little brother?" Seeing that this man was polite, Qing Qian said to him, "Qing Qian is just a nobody. If you don't have anything else to do, we'll leave first." After that, he turned around and left. The black-faced man was stunned for a moment when he heard the name, and then smiled faintly. "Little brother, then we are destined to meet again." "Brother." Looking at the retreating figures of Qing Qian and the two girls, Leopard barked angrily. "I didn't expect to hit the iron plate." Huzi also looked resentful. "Brother, there are so many of us, so we are afraid of what those few children will do. Brother is a master of the 6th level of the Chuyuan realm." Lei shook his head. "Forget it, that little brother has achieved such success at such a young age, it's better not to be an enemy of him." Lei Ting looked at the backs of the 3 people leaving, Qing Qian. Then he turned to his brothers and said, "Did he say his name was Qing Qian?" "Yeah." "What's wrong, brother?" Huzi asked puzzledly. "Don't mess with this guy. Tell the Inli escort agency that we won't accept any orders from them to rob Longchong in the future." "Brother Qian, you were so awesome just now. You really scared me to death." Jean Lily kept chattering beside Qing Qian, her smiling face flushed with excitement. It turned out that her brother Qian was so powerful. Qing Qian smiled and patted Jean Lily's shoulder. "I'm still worried about your brother Qian." Su Jiman followed behind the two of them, looking at the childhood sweethearts being so close, but her face remained expressionless. What she was thinking about at this moment was the strength displayed by Qing Qian. This kid is not only comparable to the fourth stage of the Chuyuan realm, but he is also a talisman master. This kind of talent can be regarded as outstanding in Lingyuan Academy. I can actually meet such a person in Qingyang City. I have never seen this person in the rankings of Lingyuan Pavilion Trial Tower before. Just as Su Jiman was still thinking about the childhood sweethearts in front of her, she stopped and heard Qing Qian say, "Lily, who is this Gu Nian? Why don't you introduce her to me?" Oh. Lily just remembered and quickly pulled Su Jiman in front of Qing Qian. Looking at this expressionless noble lady in front of him, Qing Qian's heart skipped a beat. Looking closely, Miss Su has very long eyelashes and her smiling face is so straight without a single flaw. Such beautiful light, does it really exist? This is Su Jiman, Sister Jiman. She got injured while trying to save me. Although we are about the same age, Sister Jiman has already reached the 8th stage of the Chuyuan realm. After hearing this, Qing Qian looked at Su Jiman with a little more admiration, but also a hint of vigilance. A girl who reached the 8th stage of the Chuyuan realm at the age of 16, this kind of talent can really be called a demon. His brother, Lu Qingyu, the young master of Qingyuan sect, enjoys the best resources of the entire sect, but he just broke through the 8th stage of the Chuyuan realm at the age of 20 this year. Where did this girl come from? If it was directed at Luo Chen or myself, then it would be a real big trouble. Qing Qian said calmly, "Thank you so much. Lily's combat experience is really lacking. If she hadn't met you, I don't know what would have happened to her in this secret realm." Qing Qian was telling the truth, so when he saw Su Jiman's injured arm, he wanted to help. Jean Lily lowered her head, and she also felt very guilty. Qing Qian thought for a moment, took out a red pill from his bosom, handed it to Su Jiman and said, "Although this blood coagulation pill is only a first-grade pill, it will also be good for your injury. Just consider it a little gift from me." In fact, he still had the third-grade elixir refined by Luo Chen, but he didn't want to take it out and cause unnecessary trouble. For Su Jiman's current injuries, this elixir was almost enough. Su Jiman was stunned. She didn't expect Qing Qian to be so generous as to take out the elixir. Although this grade of elixir is a low-level elixir, any elixir is very valuable to a cultivator. As for this kid, Su Jiman hesitated for a moment, could he be a talisman pharmacist? "Thank you." Su Jiman took it without much hesitation. Since the favor has been exchanged, Qing Qian said, "Since you have met me, Lily, there is no need to bother Miss Su anymore. Let's say goodbye here and see you in the final." As he said this, he bowed to Su Jiman. He didn't want to leave such a beautiful girl, but the other party's identity and purpose were unclear, and it was hard to guarantee that there would be no mistakes if they stayed together. What's more, Luo Chen was just as she said. After seeing Su Jiman, he hid himself and could not even feel her presence. "Brother Qian." Jean Lily heard and shouted hurriedly, "We can't do this, I promised Sister Jiman that I would take her to find Wan Lijiang." Qing Qian frowned. Wan Lijiang. Sure enough, he was another person coming here for the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. That. Before Qing Qian finished speaking, Su Jiman interrupted him softly, "That's fine, Lily, you'll be safer with him. I should be able to find Wan Lijiang by my own aura, and if everything goes well, you'll definitely get a share of the fruit." "What? Fruit?" Qing Qian was confused. "What are you talking about?" Jean Lily raised her eyebrows and whispered mysteriously into Qing Qian's ear, "Brother Qian, we found a treasure." "Oh." Qing Qian suddenly became interested. It is said that there might be some opportunities in this secret forest. Could it be that Lily found something incredible? Jean Lily stared into Qing Qian's dark eyes and said word by word, "Yuan Nian Yushu." "Yuan Nian Yushu." Qing Qian's head buzzed and joy welled up in his eyes. It turned out to be Yuan Nian Yushu. How many fruits are there? What kind of fruit is the king of fruits? The Yuan Nian jade tree is a pure natural tree that absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and grows. It is impossible to raise it artificially. The tree itself has no aura, but the fruits it produces, the Yuanli fruit and the Nianli fruit, gather pure Yuanli and Nianli, which are of great benefit to ordinary practitioners below the Yuan realm. The king of fruits of a Yuan Nian jade tree is the largest fruit. The yuan force or mental power contained in it is 10 times that of ordinary fruits. At the moment, Qing Qian had just begun to practice offensive talismans. Although he could barely use a sea-shattering and mountain-shattering talisman, he had to stop thinking about using telekinesis after using this talisman. And if he could obtain the telekinetic fruit produced by the jade tree, it would directly increase his telekinetic power, which would be extremely precious to him. I took a look and there were about 10 yuanli fruits and 4 or 5 mind power fruits. As for the fruit king, Jean Lily frowned slightly and recalled, it's not ripe yet. But judging from the situation, it will be today. Qing Qian nodded. This jade tree is now harvested at a good time. However, since Lily has found such a good treasure, and there is also Sujimon, who is at the 8th stage of the Chu Yuan realm, next to her, why would they walk away to ask Wan Lijiang, who is at the Ru Yuan realm, for help? Qing Qian stared at Jean Lily and Sujimon. So, how big of a problem is this now? Sujimon couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Where the jade tree is, there is a fantasy feathered eagle that has entered the Yuan realm. Sister Jimon was injured just because she was trying to save me from the phantom feather eagle. Jean Lily added from the side. Phantom feather sculpture. Qing Qian frowned unabashedly. The Yuan beasts in the Yuan realm are not easy to deal with, and the cry of this fantasy feathered eagle can seduce people and control their minds. The chances of winning for those below the Yuan realm are too small. Qing Qian sighed, the treasure is not something that can be obtained for free. Sujimon looked at Qing Qian in surprise. She didn't expect that such a young man who had never seen much of the world could talk about the characteristics of a Yuan beast like the phantom feathered eagle. So I'm going to seek cooperation with Wan Lijiang. In this entire secret realm, he is the only one who has the strength to compete with him. Sujimon said. After that, Sujimon turned to Jean Lily and said, Lily, just stay with Qing Qian and wait for our good news. Wait a minute, Qing Qian frowned and stopped him, you don't even know where Wan Lijiang is. When can you find him? By the time you find him, the fruit may not still be there. Besides, you don't know Wan Lijiang at all. What if he doesn't want to share the fruit with you after getting it? What will you do? As for Qing Qian, he didn't want Wan Lijiang to get such a great opportunity for nothing. Sujimon's body froze. She had never thought about these questions. Qing Qian saw her brows slightly furrowed, and her pretty face wrinkled into a bun with many wrinkles, which was a little cute and funny. I say, how about the 3 of us go together and try again? Qing Qian said. Not to mention where Sujimon came from, knowing that there was a treasure like Yuan Yen jade fruit, he didn't want to give up just like that. Sujimon's eyes flickered. The strength displayed by Qing Qian was acceptable. If he just wanted to snatch the fruit and run away without fighting to the death with the phantom feather eagle, it might be worth a try. Having made up her mind, Sujimon said, we have 3 people now, how about? Her eyes flickered back and forth between Qing Qian and Jean Lily. Although I am only at the 8th stage of the initial Yuan realm, the secret method can temporarily increase my strength to the initial Yuan realm. I will go and stop the phantom feather eagle, while Qing Qian will attack from the dark to assist me, and as for Lily. Sujimon paused, and said, pick the fruits and run, we will be there soon. Okay. Jean Lily knew that she was the weakest among the group, and she agreed with this role assignment. After all, if she could get a yuanli fruit by entering the secret realm this time, it would not matter what rank she got in the Qingyang competition. I always feel that it's still a bit hasty. Qing Qian thought for a moment, shook his head, and explained, even if you can improve to the Yuan Ru realm, the beast's magical feather sound is not a joke. Then, what do you say we should do? Sujimon hadn't figured out how to deal with the phantom feather eagle's phantom sound yet, and after Qing Qian's rebuttal, she was at a loss for ideas. Qing Qian didn't answer, but closed his eyes and frowned, thinking carefully about something. Sujimon was furious when she saw him like this. How could this man be so arrogant? Who did he think he was? Jean Lily was also confused. When did Brother Qian learn this kind of behavior? Little did they know that Qing Qian was thinking about a book that Luo Chen had found for him before, which recorded some of the Yuan beasts' innate skills and how to crack them. Just as Sujimon was about to speak, Qing Qian had already opened his eyes, looked at the 2 of them, and asked with a strange look in his eyes, how many Yuan crystals do you have now? After saying that, he took out the things on him first. Don't get me wrong, these are just materials used to break Huan Yuan. Qing Qian quickly explained. Wow, Brother Qian, you've gained so much in just one day. Jean Lily exclaimed, and then took out all her belongings. Sujimon has 10 in her hand and Jean Lily has 2. Well, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 elements of the Yuan crystal are all here. Qing Qian took the Yuan crystals from the 2 people and walked forward without looking back. Wait for me for a moment. I'll be right back. Brother Qian. What are you doing, kid? Qing Qian stopped, turned around and smiled at the 2 of them. Anyway, the king fruit is not ripe yet, you wait here for me, and in an hour, there will be a way to break the phantom feather sound. After saying that, he ignored the 2 people who were still staring at each other in bewilderment and walked back to the cave. Jean Lily looked at Qing Qian's back and said, when did Brother Qian become so secretive? Sujimon frowned, your friend has a really unpleasant personality. Who does he think he is? He just left without saying anything. Sujimon didn't mind her 10 Yuan crystals. After all, with the Yuan crystals, she could just rob a few people. It was just that Qing Qian's attitude was really unbearable for Sujimon. Ah, Brother Qian is not like this usually. Don't be angry, Sister Jimon. He has always been very reliable. Jean Lily hurriedly excused Qing Qian. Sujimon chuckled, I just said a few bad things about him, and look how angry you are. I didn't. Jean Lily blushed and defended herself. Sujimon took out the pill that Qing Qian gave her, preparing to take this opportunity to recover. Pills. Sujimon stared at the first-grade blood-clotting pill in a daze. Is this guy a talisman pharmacist? Then what about him taking Yuan Jing? In the cave, the air fluctuations suddenly became disordered, and Luo Chen's figure appeared in the cave. Hee, I didn't expect that you, kid, could save 2 beauties at once. As soon as he appeared, Luo Chen teased. Miss Luo, please don't make fun of me. Qing Qian smiled bitterly and shook her head, that Sujimon is very powerful. I guess if I don't go out, she won't let those people escape unscathed. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed and he nodded, this person has a great background. Oh. Qing Qian asked hurriedly, who is she? Is she a friend or an enemy? Luo Chen met Qing Qian's gaze and spread his hands helplessly, from the aura, he is not an enemy. But, I must have been harmed by my own people and ended up like this, so, you still don't know. Qing Qian sighed, it's like there's a time bomb next to you. Don't worry, Luo Chen laughed, although I hide my aura when I'm with her, if she does anything bad to you, just take action to get rid of her. She's just a beginner, so what's the use of her background? A murderous intent flashed in Luo Chen's eyes, and Qing Qian shuddered suddenly. After imagining the scene of Luo Chen killing Sujimon, Qing Qian shook her head, hoping that this would not happen. Then Qing Qian spread out all the Yuan crystals in his arms. Luo Chen, I remember there is a kind of elixir that can be used to specifically break Huan Yuan. Luo Chen curled his lips lightly, hee, you have a good memory, kid. As he said that, he flew to the. After saying that, she casually waved her left hand, and several Yuan crystals were wrapped in Yuan force and suspended in the air. She said calmly, to break the illusion of feather sound, you only need a pill of 5 sound powder. She looked at the properties of the Yuan crystals in front of her and nodded with satisfaction, they have all 5 properties, which is enough to refine 5 sound powder. After saying that, Luo Chen snapped her fingers with her right hand, and a cluster of golden flames immediately appeared on her palm. No matter how cool the wind blew in the cave, the golden flames continued to jump and not extinguish. Qing Qian looked at the flame with envy, when can I have a flame like this? Luo Chen casually threw a few Yuan crystals into the flames, and replied without raising his head, even if you can encounter the sky fire, it depends on whether you have the life to endure it. Well. Hey. Seeing Luo Chen started to refine the medicine without saying anything, Qing Qian said hurriedly, I have awakened my innate flame now, can I also try the 5 tones powder this time? Luo Chen glanced at him and said, it's a good thing that you have this thought, but let's not talk about whether you can refine it or not. If you are delayed for an hour or so, who can guarantee that the Yuan Nian fruit will still be waiting for you on the tree? Qing Qian was stunned and scratched his head awkwardly. Luo Chen was indeed thoughtful. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities to learn alchemy in the future. Luo Chen comforted, and then focused all his energy on controlling the flame. About an hour later, the 5 elemental crystals with 5 major attributes were burned by the golden flames and turned into gray-black powder. If you look closely, there are still little golden lights on them. Qing Qian didn't sleep all night yesterday and had another fight with the Lei family gang this morning. By this time, she was yawning again and was so sleepy that she only nodded beside her. Luo Chen waved his hand, and all the other Yuan Jing fell into the flames. Another hour passed. Seeing that all the Yuan Jing had turned into powder, Luo Chen waved a piece of condensed Yuan power towards Qing Qian. Qing Qian, who was sleepy, also noticed something was wrong and was shocked. He jumped up and quickly protected his body with his Yuan power. The rushing energy suddenly softened on Qing Qian's waist, and then there was only a swishing friction sound, and the small purse on Qing Qian's side had slipped into Luo Chen's hand. Luo Chen flipped through the items left and right, complaining, "It's such a waste of herbs to leave them here. How many times have I told you to prepare a storage bracelet? Hey! Why didn't you tell me that you wanted to take the herbs? You're just going to kill me." Qing Qian was still frightened and yelled, "Also, don't you know how expensive that storage bracelet is? Only the city lord has it in the entire Qingyang city. Keep your voice down. You've disturbed me while I'm refining the elixir. I'll tell you how you can regret it." Luo Chen muttered quietly, staring at the flame in his hand. Qing Qian had no choice but to shut his mouth angrily. A few more herbs were thrown in, and the gray-black powder in the flame gradually turned into dark green. "It's done." Qing Qian woke up immediately after hearing this. Looking at the dark green powder wrapped in flames, he quickly picked up a large leaf that he had placed beside him at some point and handed it over carefully. "Is this Yinsen? After taking it, it will take an incense stick of time to eliminate any sound attacks." Luo Chen stretched lazily. "Alas, this seat is really a beautiful and kind person." Qing Qian smiled awkwardly. "Wuyin powder." Jean Lily looked at the dark green powder in her hand and looked at Qing Qian with a strange expression. "Brother Qian, where did you rob it from?" Suzhiman did not take it for granted like Jean Lily did. You are indeed a talisman pharmacist." Thinking that Qing Qian, with the strength of the 2nd stage of the Chu Yuan realm, could actually compete with the 5th stage of the Chu Yuan realm, and that he had awakened his telekinesis, it was not unimaginable what kind of elixir he could refine. "Brother Qian is a talisman pharmacist," Jean Lily exclaimed. "When did Qing Qian awaken his telekinesis? How could he have been hiding until now?" Suzhiman stared at Qing Qian with flickering eyes. If this boy really has talent, why not recommend him to Lingyuan College? "Okay, you guys," Qing Qian felt a little embarrassed as they stared at him. "It's getting late, let's hurry over there." "Okay." 3 figures walked through the forest, whistling in the wind and causing the leaves to fall. Several people deliberately restrained their breath. Under Qing Qian's exploration of telekinesis, their route was to avoid encounters with humans and Yuan beasts as much as possible. Even if they occasionally encountered Yuan beasts, they would hide and run as long as they could, and absolutely conserve their strength. After walking like this for about an hour, there were almost no signs of people around. From time to time, they could hear the roars of tigers and beasts. This was obviously the junction of the middle and inner core areas of the forest. The 3 of them became more cautious and their pace became lighter and slower. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they suddenly felt a refreshing breath coming, and Qing Qian immediately felt refreshed. Qing Qian looked past Jean Lily's back and saw a long stream in front of him. On the other side of the stream was a small waterfall formed by layers of stacked rocks. The waterfall is about 20 meters high, and in the water curtain cave inside the waterfall, there is a faint green light, and you can vaguely see that it is a tree. The place where Yuan Nianyushu was born is so tricky, it can be seen that Jean Lily spent a lot of effort to find it. Seeing the small waterfall, Jean Lily, who was at the front of the team, stopped, turned around and nodded to Qing Qian behind her, indicating that this was the place. "I say, where is the phantom feather eagle?" Qing Qian looked left and right and asked in a low voice. Suzhiman pointed to the rock on the upper right side of the waterfall and said, "Over there." Following the direction pointed by Suzhiman, Qingqian finally saw a phantom-feathered eagle with a similar color to the mountain, flapping its wings boredly on the rock. We'll proceed as planned. Qingqian and I will hold back the phantom feather eagle, and Lily, pick the fruit and immediately run to the agreed location to meet up. No problem. Jean Lily answered firmly. They looked at each other, then took out the wine powder wrapped in leaves and swallowed it all. Remember, there's only one stick of incense left. When the time is up, you have to retreat even if you haven't succeeded. Qingqian warned worriedly. After all, it is a Yuan beast at the peak of the initial Yuan realm, and has its own innate skills. If you lose your life here because of greed, it will really not be worth it. Qingqian is right. My secret technique won't last long. Let's end this quickly. After saying that, Sujiman rushed out of the jungle first. Do it. As Sujiman appeared, Qingqian and Jean Lily also approached the waterfall in the dark. The closer you get to the Yuan Nian Jade Tree, the more you can feel the heaven and earth Yuan force and abundant mind power of the Jade Tree fruit. And along with it, there is a violent Yuan force fluctuation, which is obviously the pressure of the Yuan beast. Qingqian hid in the bushes, carefully observing the phantom-feathered eagle. The huge figure was yellow-brown in color, and its feathers were not bright, but shiny. The phantom feather eagle flapped its wings gently, and every time the nearly 5-meter-long wings flapped, the wind whistled in my ears. Woo! A sharp cry cut through the sky, as if it had discovered the human being coveting the jade tree. The phantom-feathered eagle raised its head high and issued a warning to Sujiman. Sujiman exuded a cold and aloof aura, and her pupils flashed purple light, which was obviously caused by the secret method she used. 3 purple balls of light formed beside her in an instant, like dazzling and strange suns. Each little sun contained an inexplicable power. Qingqian was actually a little frightened when she saw it. There was a gurgling sound coming from the throat of the phantom feather eagle, rising and falling rhythmically at a certain frequency. It stared at Sujiman coldly, waiting to see her lose her mind and die. Sujiman raised a mocking smile and snorted, "Your bird calls are useless to me." Swish, 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 several purple suns flew straight towards the phantom feather eagle. Seeing that Sujiman was not affected by the sound of the phantom feather eagle was also stunned, and angrily let out a high-pitched cry. Then it flapped its wings, and the hurricane rolled up a huge rock, wrapped its energy, and smashed it hard at the green feather. The rock cut through the air, making a harsh sound of breaking wind. The purple sun split the rocks into pieces and scattered them everywhere. Humph. Sujiman snorted coldly, and under the cover of the spell, she suddenly rushed out. Sujiman appeared in front of the phantom-feathered eagle in a blink of an eye. With a flip of her right hand, a purple long sword appeared in her hand. The Yuan force wrapped around the sword, and the air around it began to fluctuate abnormally. Sujiman shouted loudly, swung her sword, and the cold sword intent slashed straight at the wings of the phantom feather eagle. Bang! A fierce battle broke out between the men and the beast the moment they fought. Waves of energy burst out from their bodies, with purple light and gray-brown light interweaving, and the huge energy in it made people dare not approach. Seeing that Sujiman had already dragged the fantasy-feathered eagle, Jean Lily also nimbly climbed to the water curtain cave at the top of the waterfall and came to the Yuanyan jade tree sideways. Qingqian had already come to the back of the rock near the phantom feather eagle, his eyes closely fixed on the situation of Sujiman and the phantom feather eagle. Invisible mental power gathered at the fingertips of his right hand, and the runes of the sea-shattering and mountain-breaking talisman gradually took shape in the air. Qingqian was confident that this move would definitely cause trouble for the phantom feather eagle, but with his current strength, he could only use it once. Therefore, he must seize the opportunity. Once he misses it, not only will the operation fail, but several people may not even be able to escape unscathed. Bang bang bang. Violent energy fluctuations spread from around Sujiman and Huanyu Eagle, and the battle had obviously entered a white-hot stage. There were already some deep and shallow scars on the body of the phantom feather eagle, and Sujiman was not at ease at this time. Her face was ashen, and her right hand, which was holding the sword, was trembling slightly. She did not look as graceful and calm as she should have been. Sure enough, there is still some gap between using secret methods to forcibly improve one's strength and actually entering the Yuan realm. Sujimon glanced at the water curtain cave inconspicuously and saw that Jean Lily was already preparing to pick the fruits. At this time, the phantom feathered eagle seemed to sense something, and turned its head to see that there were humans beside the Yuan Nian jade tree, which it regarded as a forbidden delicacy, preparing to pick its fruit. It cried angrily to the sky and immediately flew towards Jean Lily. Not good. Sujimon cried out secretly, frantically mobilizing her internal energy to chase after the phantom feathered eagle. Cheng Qian's heart tightened, and he made a quick decision, jumping out of the bushes. It's not that easy to get over there. Cheng Qian's figure suddenly appeared in front of the phantom feathered eagle. In front of him, the sea-shattering mountain talisman emitted a cold light, like a scythe of the god of death, and fiercely attacked the already injured left wing of the phantom feathered eagle. Woo! A wail sounded in the world, and blood gushed out from the body of the phantom feather eagle. Cheng Qian quickly retreated backwards, and a violent force came out from the wound of the phantom feather eagle. Bang! The phantom feathered eagle flew around in the air without any plan. It was obvious that it was using its energy to resist the invasion of the blue light. Wherever it passed, branches were broken and rocks were scattered. Cheng Qian and Sujimon took advantage of the chaotic scene to quickly gather together. At this moment, Jean Lily had already collected all the fruits. She gestured to the two of them and disappeared. Woohoo! The phantom feathered eagle howled in pain, but was powerless to stop the blue light from enveloping its entire body. It finally fell from the sky and landed beside the stream, without making any movement. Cheng Qian and Sujimon looked at each other and finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the fallen phantom feather eagle. It's done! Sujimon couldn't help but shout out excitedly, with a hint of ecstasy in her eyes. Cheng Qian also nodded to Sujimon with a sense of relief. You are really capable. Sujimon praised without hiding anything. If a person has strong strength, then no matter how eccentric his character and behavior are, it can be understood and accepted. While she was talking, the purple light in Sujimon's eyes disappeared, probably because the time limit of the secret method had expired. Ha ha. Cheng Qian laughed, it's only because you kept dragging it that I had the chance to take advantage of it. As he spoke, Cheng Qian glanced at the corpse of the phantom feather eagle and frowned, feeling that something seemed to be wrong. In theory, although the level of this sea-shocking and mountain-breaking talisman is high, after all, he is just a kid who has just entered the initial origin realm and used it. How could he have directly killed the phantom feathered eagle? No. Cheng Qian's expression changed first. The whole body of the fantasy feathered eagle was emitting colorful lights. Not good. Sujimon also noticed something was wrong and her face suddenly became serious. A colorful halo covered the body of the phantom feathered eagle. The blood on its body had stopped flowing, and the wounds on its wings had healed miraculously. Under the horrified gazes of Cheng Qian and Sujimon, the phantom feather eagle stood up tremblingly, and its gray-brown feathers gradually turned into 5 colors: yellow, green, white, red and black. Damn it, it broke through. Sujimon gritted her teeth and cursed. Cheng Qian's expression became solemn. This phantom feathered eagle actually broke through to the Yuan-Ru realm at this moment. Although there is only a slight difference between the peak of the initial Yuan realm and the entering Yuan realm, the realms are very different. This is why Sujimon wanted to find one Lijiang at that time. The phantom feathered eagle stretched out its wings and cried out to the sky, enjoying the pleasure and power after the breakthrough. The power contained in its cry was also much stronger than before. What are you still standing there for? Run! Cheng Qian acted decisively, grabbed Sujimon's arm and ran away. Woo-woo. The phantom feathered eagle glanced at the Yuan Nian jade tree and found that the tree that was once full of fruits was now only left with a bare trunk. And Jean Lily, who had just stolen the fruits, had disappeared long ago. The phantom feather eagle roared furiously, glanced at Cheng Qian angrily, and then swooped down towards Cheng Qian. These Yuan beasts are not all fools. Especially the Yuan beasts that guard the Yuan Nian jade tree all day long, although they don't have much wisdom, they can still tell who is the biggest enemy. Although Sujimon had caused it a lot of trouble, the fatal blow was done by this human in front of it. It was also because of this boy's obstruction that it failed to keep an eye on its treasure. So, naturally, it hated Cheng Qian very much. Cheng Qian, who was running at full speed, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Without Luo Chen's help, Even if he and Sujimon had great abilities, they would not be able to stop a Yuan beast that had already fallen into a state of madness. What's more, at this time, his mental power was almost gone, and Sujimon's secret method had become ineffective. His strength was even weaker than the original 8th stage of the Chu Yuan realm. Whoosh, a huge rock whizzed past with a strong wind. Cheng Qian quickly dodged to the side. The stone hit a tree, and the century-old tree broke into 2 pieces with a crack. Cheng Qian took a deep breath. He didn't dare to let these things touch him. With his current cultivation level at the initial origin realm, if he was hit by this violent phantom feathered eagle, he would be skinned alive even if he didn't die. It seemed that this phantom feathered eagle had set its sights on Cheng Qian, and even ignored the spells that Sujimon cast in counterattack from time to time. Cheng Qian also noticed this situation. He glanced at Sujimon, then glanced at the phantom feathered eagle that was chasing him relentlessly. Cheng Qian thought, let's go separately. I'll lead it away. That won't do. Stop talking nonsense. If you hesitate any longer, neither of us can escape. Without waiting for Sujimon to reply, Cheng Qian turned around and ran in another direction. When Sujimon saw it, her face changed drastically. But Cheng Qian was right. Even if she stayed, she wouldn't be able to help much. It would be better for her to go back and ask for help. Sujimon glanced at Cheng Qian's back in the other direction, bit her lip, and whispered, "You kid, you must be okay." Cheng Qian's face was gloomy, his lips moved slightly, and 5 white lights attacked the phantom feather eagle. After the breakthrough, the phantom feather eagle naturally didn't care about this kind of trick. With a light block of the right wing, all 5 white lights were shot down. Buzz. The entire forest seemed to be trembling, and the already huge body of the phantom feathered eagle looked even more irresistible under the colorful light. Its eyes were full of anger and murderous intent, staring at Cheng Qian closely. Cheng Qian saw that his spell was easily broken by the phantom feather eagle, so he gritted his teeth, turned around and continued to run. If I can't beat him, can't I just hide? Cheng Qian released his energy and wrapped it around his legs, then frantically urged his body to pass through the small gap in the woods. The phantom feathered eagle did not avoid the obstacles that Cheng Qian had painstakingly set up, and it broke through the barriers one by one. Wherever it passed, the trees were broken by its wings. From time to time, the phantom feathered eagle would throw huge rocks and uprooted trees at him, and Cheng Qian had to do his best to avoid them. If he was hit by these things, he would really die here today. Such a large scene naturally attracted the attention of the beasts and some humans in the forest. Some people looked at the backs of the men and the beast with gloating and sighed. And those Yuan beasts, feeling the strength of the Ru Yuan realm, did not dare to move forward even if they were curious. After all, the Ru Yuan realm was the #1 existence in the outer area of the secret realm forest. This beast is so stubborn. Cheng Qian cursed inwardly. When Cheng Qian cursed inwardly, his body trembled and he leaned to the right sharply. After reacting, he couldn't help but gasp. The phantom feathered eagle, unexpectedly, rolled up a Yuan beast of the initial Yuan realm and smashed directly towards him. The Yuan beast whimpered and fell heavily to the ground without touching Cheng Qian. It rolled on the ground for a long time before its movements were blocked by a tree. But from the looks of it, it was already lifeless. So cruel. Cheng Qian's body passed through a patch of low grass, his black eyes flickering. He took the initiative to suggest to lure away the phantom feather eagle, not because he wanted to be a hero, but because he still had Luo Chen as a trump card. But now, he still wants to rely on himself to fight for a while. Cheng Qian mobilized all the energy in his body, and the Canghai Xing Chen Ju ran rapidly in his body. Perhaps because he was in a critical moment of life and death, he felt that the Canghai Xing Chen Ju was running much more smoothly and quickly than usual. Strands of pure energy continued to permeate every corner of his body, preventing him from falling headfirst and becoming the soul under the wings of the phantom feather eagle. But no matter what kind of unique skill this Canghai Xing Chen Ju was, he was just a rookie in the initial Yuan realm at the moment, and there was still a big gap between him and the Yuan beast in the cranking Yuan realm. Moreover, this phantom feather eagle had innate skills, but what about phantom feather sound? As time went by, Cheng Qian began to feel overwhelmed. How long have you been chased? About 7 or 8 minutes, right? Wait, it's been 7 or 8 minutes. Cheng Qian was startled. As if in response to Qing Qian's current thoughts, he suddenly heard a strange chirping sound. Oh no! It's Huan Yuan. At this time, the effect of the 5 sounds powder had long been lost, and the phantom feather sound was transmitted to Qing Qian's ears through the air. Qing Qian gathered his mind and mobilized his energy to cover his ears. However, the strange sound still echoed in Qing Qian's mind. Qing Qian's speed slowed down noticeably. Qing Qian made up his mind and bit his tongue, a hint of blood spread in his mouth. Suddenly, he became much more energetic. How can I break this phantom feather sound? Many thoughts flashed through Qing Qian's mind, his eyes were shining, and it was obvious that he had an idea. He glanced back and threw a small bottle at the phantom feather eagle without hesitation. The small bottle suddenly exploded when it approached the phantom feather eagle, and dark green juice sprayed into the mouth of the phantom feather eagle. The phantom-feathered eagle let out an angry cry and ignored Qing Qian's tricks. It waved its left wing, and another unlucky Yuan beast from the initial Yuan realm that came from nowhere was picked up by a hurricane and slammed towards Qing Qian. Qing Qian's face changed, and he moved sideways to avoid the attack. However, he glanced at the phantom-feathered eagle carefully from the corner of his eye. The juice flowed from the corners of the phantom feather eagle's mouth into its throat, and then its humming sound became hoarse, and finally it could not make any sound. The phantom feather eagle was horrified, not knowing what had happened. The phantom feather sound, which it was so proud of, could not be used at this moment. It stared at Qing Qian in front of it with resentment, thinking that it must be him who did it. Qing Qian also discovered that the phantom feather eagle could no longer perform the phantom feather sound, and a hint of sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Do you think the poison of the giant python is ink? The small bottle that Qing Qian had just thrown out was exactly the giant python's venom that he had collected that day. As expected, it was put to use now, and Qing Qian couldn't help feeling a little proud. The mental power gathered at his fingertips, and Qing Qian's face was extremely solemn. He had very little energy left at this moment, and the mental power on his fingertips was also the last mental power in his body. The phantom-feathered eagle looked at the blue light gradually appearing at Qing Qian's fingertips, and its speed of rushing forward slowed down significantly. Obviously, it was still in shock at the power of the sea-shattering mountain talisman just now. Qing Qian stared at the phantom feather eagle. His eyes became stern. Immediately, a blue light left his fingertips and floated towards the phantom feather eagle. The phantom-feathered eagle flapped its wings, rolling up the broken sand and rocks on the ground in an attempt to quickly block the rune. However, before the blue light got close to the phantom feather eagle, it gradually dissipated in the air and disappeared into thin air. The phantom-feathered eagle was stunned and suspicious. When it realized that Qing Qian had tricked it, it looked ahead and found that Qing Qian was gone. It let out an angry cry toward the sky and dived forward at an even faster speed. "TSK, you beast, you really don't know how to live or die." A voice of rebuke sounded lightly from behind the phantom-feathered eagle. The voice was not loud, but it was filled with irresistible majesty and arrogance. If you listen carefully, you can tell that this is a woman's voice. The faint golden energy supported Qing Qian in midair. He slowly opened his eyes, and his golden eyes looked both noble and cold, yet extremely dangerous. "How can I allow you to touch the person I chose?" Qing Qian snorted coldly and snapped his fingers. A cluster of golden flames leaped up from his palm. Obviously, at this time, it was Luo Chen who was controlling Qing Qian's body. At this moment, Qing Qian was in the sea of consciousness, looking at Luo Chen's extremely calm and inviolable appearance, and was also amazed. But wait, what did Luo Chen say just now? Involve. Which language system did she use? The phantom-feathered eagle also felt the unusualness of the boy in front of it, as if some earth-shaking changes had happened to him in just a moment. And when its eyes looked at the golden flame, a hint of horror appeared in its eyes. It obviously saw the power of destruction contained in the golden flame. It hesitated for a moment. Even though revenge was important, its life was more important. It had just broken through to the Yuan realm, so it couldn't die like this. The next second, it made up its mind, turned around and ran away. Qing Qian looked at the fleeing figure of the phantom-feathered eagle with a mocking smile on his face. "You beast, you are smart now. But I have finally come out to play, I can't just go back like this." As soon as the words fell, Qing Qian's face darkened, as if it was covered with a layer of frost that had not melted for thousands of years. Qing Qian lightly tapped the air with his toes and rushed towards the phantom feather eagle. The golden flames enveloped the entire body of the phantom feather eagle in the next second. The phantom feather eagle twisted in pain in the firelight, and its colorful feathers gradually turned into charred black. After a few more moments, there was nothing left in the firelight except ashes. Qing Qian strode to the ashes, clapped his hands, and said with a proud look of having accomplished something. "Well, my skills are pretty good." Then, Luochen left Qing Qian's body and stopped beside the ashes. Qing Qian had regained control of his body. He exclaimed, "Luochen, I've finally seen something new today. You're really amazing." "Oh, it's just a small matter," Luochen said modestly, but his expression showed undisguised pride. "Tsk tisk, it's a pity that this phantom-feathered eagle met you, otherwise, it would have become the overlord of this forest." As he spoke, the gray-black powder gradually condensed into a colorful ball of light. Qing Qian knew that this was the Yuan Jing of the fantasy-feathered sculpture. Thinking that he not only escaped death today, but also obtained a precious Yuan crystal that could enter the Yuan realm, even if Qing Qian tried to control his emotions, he couldn't hide the smile from the corner of his eyes. "Ah! What is this?" When Qing Qian was about to reach out to take the Yuan crystal, he found another ball of colorful light next to the Yuan crystal. Compared with the Yuan crystal's light ball, it was more gorgeous and dazzling. "Oh!" Luochen also obviously noticed the second ball of light. She laughed, "You are so lucky, this is the innate skill of the Yuan beast that dropped randomly." Innate skill. Upon hearing this, Qing Qian's eyes flashed with light and he couldn't close his mouth with a smile. This is a good thing. Most of the Yuan beasts have no talent, but some means of self-preservation, such as the poison of the giant python. However, some Yuan beasts of noble races, such as the phantom-feathered eagle, are born with some special skills, which are equivalent to the spells of human practitioners. If humans want to learn these innate skills, they will have to put in a lot of effort to kill the Yuan beasts. Generally speaking, Yuan beasts above the condensation realm have a chance to drop innate skills after death. This probability increases as the Yuan beast's own strength grows. But in the final analysis, it is only a difference from 0.1% to 1%. This shows how rare and precious this innate skill is. Maybe it's because this phantom-feathered eagle has eaten a lot of Yuan Yen fruits, so it can drop such a treasure right after entering the Yuan realm. Luochen said from the side. "Haha, that's a good deal for me," Qing Qian said, stretching out his left hand to grab the dazzling light. Bite. The colorful light disappeared the moment it was touched, and a coolness spread from the fingertips to the limbs and bones. At this time, Qing Qian was already in the sea of consciousness. Wherever he looked, he saw mysterious and obscure words floating in the void. His eyes were full of surprise. These words, one after another, released a soft colorful halo. Along with them, there was a very difficult spell formula, like an ancient chant from ancient times that had traveled through thousands of years, echoing in Qing Qian's ears. Qing Qian knew that this was the spell formula for the phantom sound curse. The spell formula of the innate skill can only exist for a short time, so you must remember it well. Hearing Luochen's instructions, he immediately concentrated his attention, followed the ancient humming, and memorized the spell word by word in his mind. The ancient humming sound gradually weakened until it could no longer be heard. With the guidance of the humming sound, the spell formula became less strange and difficult to understand than it seemed at first. However, this was the innate skill of the Yuan beast after all. Even though Qing Qian's aptitude was not bad, his head was slightly swollen at this moment. He did not have the confidence to cast this magic spell just once. Qing Qian, who was sitting cross-legged on the open ground, slowly opened his eyes. He exhaled lightly, and a colorful light flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he had recovered all his abilities by this time. Qing Qian calmed himself, moved his lips slightly, and repeated the illusion sound spell word by word according to his memory and the ancient humming sound. Buzz. When Qing Qian's voice disappeared in this space, a buzzing sound immediately filled the entire world. Then, I don't know where the sound came from, but the bewitching sound similar to that of a phantom eagle sounded. The birds hovering on the branches chirped like headless flies, and if you look closely, you can see colorful halos in their eyes. Success. Seeing this, Qing Qian stood up and shouted excitedly. Luo Chen beside him also smiled slightly. This kid is really talented. Ah. It's so late already. Qing Qian looked at the sun that was about to disappear on the horizon and shouted. He had spent so much time in the sea of consciousness learning spells. Oh no. Lily and the others must have thought I was dead. As he said that, Qing Qian tapped the ground with his toes, jumped up easily, and ran quickly towards the agreed place. In the cave, Su Jiman and Jean Lily sat facing each other in silence, like two statues that had been silent for 100 years. After an unknown amount of time, Jean Lily pursed her dry lips and said in a hoarse voice, "It's already this late, and Brother Qian hasn't come back yet." Su Jiman also had a gloomy face. That boy, I'm afraid he was really eaten alive by the phantom feather eagle. She regretted a little that she shouldn't have left Qing Qian alone at that time. If she had stayed, maybe Qing Qian wouldn't have died like this, or maybe, if she stayed, she would feel less guilty now. Lily, I'm sorry, Sister Jiman, stop talking. Nothing will change if you stay. Jean Lily's eyes were red, but she still comforted Su Jiman. What a pity for such a talented youngster. Su Jiman's eyes flickered. Su Jiman took a deep breath. He exchanged his life for this fruit. When we get out of this forest, let's send the big head to his family. Jean Lily nodded and said nothing more. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards the cave. Su Jiman became alert and glanced at Jean Lily. Jean Lily's eyes also flashed with suspicion. After experiencing such an incident, she was like a frightened bird and could not stand the slightest disturbance. Seeing this, Su Jiman stood up with a wary look on her face and went out to see what was going on. Ah. Qing Qian. You're still alive. Hearing Su Jiman yelling outside, Jean Lily was startled and rushed out immediately. Qing Qian, who was disheveled, smiled and waved at them. You are lucky, there is nothing we can do. Brother Qian, you really are. Jean Lily choked up and cursed when she saw Qing Qian's careless look. Seeing Qing Qian's face that looked like he deserved a beating, Su Jiman also breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how disgusting his behavior was, it was good enough that he came back alive. So, you're saying that a Yuan-level master who passed by was merciful and killed the mad beast? After listening to Qing Qian's explanation, Su Jiman still didn't quite believe it. Yes, Qing Qian spread his hands innocently, otherwise, how could I still be alive with my weight? On the way to meet the two, Qing Qian had already thought of a story. It was impossible to tell the truth, so he had to make up a stranger to get away with it. Su Jiman frowned and muttered to herself, is it really such a coincidence? Obviously, she didn't quite believe it. Jean Lily, on the other hand, fully believed that Brother Qian was blessed with good fortune and had met a noble person. She said happily, Brother Qian, you are blessed by heaven. You will definitely be great in the future. Then she turned to Su Jiman and said, Sister Jiman, it's good that Brother Qian is back, don't worry about the others. Su Jiman heard this and gave a bitter smile, that's true. Then the most important thing now, Jean Lily's eyes sparkled as she took out a large package from behind her, is to divide the spoils. Jean Lily grinned and unwrapped the package swiftly. A light green light immediately spread out, illuminating the originally dim cave. The rich energy fluctuations contained in the package made the three people exclaim in admiration. Luo Chen curled his lips in his sea of consciousness, laughing at these young boys who had never seen the world. Dozens of yuan-yen fruits were lined up on the ground in order, each one was round and plump. The light green light full of vitality made everyone feel warm. Qing Qian looked at the yuanli fruit and nianli fruit in the package, and couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. Although he was chased by the fantasy feathered eagle, this trip to the secret forest was really worth it. Here are 10 yuanli fruits, 5 nianli fruits, and this one. Jean Lily pointed at the largest fruit in the package and said, we are lucky. The king fruit of this jade tree is ripe, and it is the nianli fruit. Su Jiman was also smiling, we were able to escape unscathed this time, thanks to you. Lily and I have discussed it, all the mind power fruits will be given to you, and you can take 2 more yuan power fruits. Qing Qian's eyes lit up. The conditions proposed by Su Jiman were so tempting. But he still smiled and shook his head, don't be like this. Everyone's efforts should not be underestimated for today's success. I will only take the mind power fruit. You can share the remaining yuan power fruit. Su Zhiman got anxious after hearing this. No, that won't work. You almost lost your life. We can't take advantage of you like this. She was Su Zhiman, who always did things in an upright and resolute manner. How could she let Qing Qian, who had made the greatest contribution, only get the telekinesis fruit? Hey, girl. Qing Qian thought Su Zhiman's reaction was a little cute. Is there any reason to push good things away? Don't refuse. This yuanli fruit will help you break through to the yuan realm quickly. If there is a chance in the future, please take care of me. It would be better if you don't bother me and Luo Chen for the sake of the fruit. Qing Qian thought to himself. Ah. Su Zhiman hesitated for a moment. Okay. She had already made up her mind. In addition to meeting Wan Lijiang this time, she could also recommend Qing Qian to Professor Hua and have him enrolled in Lingyuan College. Lily, Qing Qian, Su Zhiman accepted the fruit and said, "It's getting late. There's only one day left in the secret realm tomorrow. I still have to go find Wan Lijiang, so we'll say goodbye now. Sister Zhiman, I'll take you there." Lily was reluctant to leave this powerful and beautiful sister. "I promised you." "Haha, Lily likes you so much, let her go with you. I will be very busy tomorrow, and all the yuan crystals I accumulated before are gone." Qing Qian said, calculating how many people he would have to rob tomorrow to get 10 yuan crystals. "I don't know what the future will be like, but I must take revenge and seek justice for my dead brothers. Together with Luo Chen, I want to make a name for myself in this challenging world."